Chapter 1. The Great Waterway. Upon a solitary island, Mu-chun sat before two graves, gazing at the moon that a week prior, he had opened his eyes to find himself adrift on a small boat. Moreover, he had activated a system pertaining to the deceased that by signing in for a certain number of days, he could acquire the ability to inherit the attributes of the departed. The extent of this inheritance would be determined by the preservation of the deceased's remains. Throughout the week, he had barely survived on the scant supplies left aboard the boat. As his provisions dwindled, he had drifted to this desolate isle. Noticing the system time had passed midnight, Mu-chun confirmed his sign-in once more. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Current sign-in days. 7. You have obtained one opportunity for inheritance from the deceased. There are 7 days remaining until the next inheritance opportunity is replenished. Detection of a powerful grave nearby. Would you like to proceed with the inheritance? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mu-chun was momentarily taken aback. He had previously overlooked the two graves, not realizing their significant implications that a smile spread across his face as he approached to inspect them. Just moments ago, the clouds had obscured the moon, preventing him from noticing that one of the mounds bore a formidable and imposing naginata. Bathed in moonlight, its gleaming edge shimmered like a blade against the skin, sending shivers down one's spine. Wait, why does this weapon seem so familiar? Staring at the naginata before him, Mu-chun froze in astonishment. That Songyun Chia, that renowned blade, one of the 12 supreme blades. Could it be that this is the grave of Whitebeard and Portgas D? Ace? Am I truly in the world of One Piece? In an instant, Mu-chun was rendered speechless. As a devoted fan of pirates, he had shed tears when Whitebeard and Ace had perished in battle. Think that he had traversed into this realm, yet still had no chance to save his two beloved characters from his youth. However, in the next moment, a smile broke across Mu-chun's face that was as if an endless winter emanated from the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the circumstances, he was now a host endowed with a system. In the days to come, not only would he seek vengeance for Whitebeard and the others, but he might even have the chance to become the legendary pirate king himself. Hearing the system prompt again, Mu-chun decisively chose to inherit from Whitebeard's grave, and a clear sound resonated in his ears. A terrifying power capable of shattering steel surged into his being in an instant. Ding. Character loading complete. Host, Mu-chun. Panel, Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Strength, 77. Constitution, 59. Spirit, 89. Agility, 51. Abilities, Tremor-Tremor Fruit, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey, Martial Arts, Swordsmanship. Equipment, Songyun Chia Naginata. Evaluation. Due to severe damage to the original remains, your inheritance extent is approximately 62. Current remaining sign-in, 0. As the battle memories of Whitebeard flooded into his mind, Mu-chun couldn't help but beam with joy. Though he possessed merely 60% of his former strength, Whitebeard met his demise at the venerable age of 72. It remains uncertain how much time has elapsed since the climactic battle atop Marineford. Given the advanced state of decomposition of his remains, inheriting even 60% of his formidable power is indeed a stroke of fortune. However, what astonished Mu-chun most was that he had inexplicably acquired the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. This fruit, renowned as the mightiest of the Paramecia class, should have been seized by the treacherous Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. In the world of One Piece, every devil fruit is singular in existence. No two fruits of the same type can coexist concurrently. Yet under the influence of the system, it appears that two Tremor-Tremor Fruits have emerged. Mu-chun instinctively glanced at his hands, and as power coalesced within him, a white sphere of energy materialized, heralding the onset of seismic vibrations. This destructive ability to invoke tremors filled him with immense confidence. Grasping that Songyun Chia with unwavering resolve, he swung the massive naginata, summoning a fierce gale. Given the miraculous opportunity bestowed upon him for rebirth, he intended to seize it with both hands. From this day forth, I shall inherit your strength and become the true Whitebeard too, he declared. Those who once robbed you, I shall reclaim all that was taken. The New World, the Seven Warlords, the Navy headquarters await my arrival. Countless birds took flight, as if the world echoed with a singular, fearsome roar. After a considerable time, Mu-chun calmed his emotions and meticulously leveled the earth before Whitebeard's grave. He then bowed deeply before this hero of the bygone era. His gaze instinctively shifted to another grave nearby. This was the resting place of Portgas D. Ace. Should an opportunity arise, he too desired to claim Ace's power, though the current limitations on inheritance left him with no choice but to wait for another time. Let me first test this power of Whitebeard, he proclaimed, swinging the Tsungyun Xie and cleaving through the air in a crescent arc with a resounding crack. A colossal tree was effortlessly split in two. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. Even when cleaving such a massive ancient tree, the sensation in Mu Chen's hands was akin to slicing through a block of tofu. As he beheld the fallen giant, Mu Chen struck it with a powerful palm, landing squarely against the trunk. A thunderous boom resonated as the tree splintered like fragile glass, the reverberations echoing as even the scattered leaves disintegrated into chaos. "What overwhelming power!" Mu Chen exclaimed, a look of joy illuminating his face. Even without utilizing the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's abilities, the prowess of his physical and swordsmanship was sufficient to leave all others in his wake upon the vast seas. Contemplating the might of this strongest paramecia devil fruit, his thoughts drifted to the traitor Teach, who had betrayed Whitebeard. The deaths of Whitebeard and Ace during the Marineford War were inextricably linked to him. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seek personal vengeance against this villain, avenging the two of them. However, before that, I must first familiarize myself with my own powers and become even stronger. Although he possessed the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, he realized that facing Blackbeard, who wielded two powerful devil fruits, one of which shared the same abilities as his own, left him with no chance of victory. With this thought in mind, Mu Chen turned towards the depths of the deserted island. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the world beyond. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to survive, fill his stomach, and devise a means to escape from this place. As Mu Chen searched for food, a warship adorned with bizarre emblems slowly approached. On the deck of the enormous battleship, numerous soldiers surveyed the distant sea conditions. The tranquility was abruptly shattered when a soldier on the deck cried out, "Look, it seems there are people on the island ahead." A dozen soldiers rushed over in response to the shout. Seeing the distant island ablaze and faintly hearing the roars of wild beasts, they were filled with astonishment. Ain, with her flowing sea blue hair and wearing a long robe, furrowed her brow as she approached. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a lone survivor could exist in this perilous sea teeming with monstrous creatures. Several soldiers, hearing the anguished cries from across the shore, couldn't help but ask, could there be ghosts? Zephyr, who had descended from the captain's cabin, barked an admonition. Nonsense. His gaze was piercing as he recalled the recent chaos on the seas, with various pirates carving out their territories. He couldn't help but harbor suspicions regarding the strange occurrences on the deserted island, suspecting they might be related to a notorious pirate. "Teacher, should we go take a look?" Upon hearing Ain's voice, Zephyr nodded slightly. The warship immediately changed course, heading towards the small island ahead. Before long, the vessel reached the shore. Zephyr led Ain and the other soldiers onto the island. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, their steps slowing. Only Zephyr displayed a peculiar expression he had never believed in tales of ghosts and spirits, suspecting that the one stranded here was merely a solitary wanderer. Yet, the vague presence of observation haki in the air struck him as oddly familiar. Meanwhile, Mu Chen, roasting a captured leopard, sensed the approaching figures through his powerful observation haki. Realizing the rampant pirate activity around him, he seized the cloud-cutting blade. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Damn it! Just as I was about to enjoy a hearty meal, some little thieves come to disturb me. If I don't cleave you, it would be a disservice to this renowned sword." On the other side, Zephyr led the way into the jungle. As he caught sight of the flickering campfire, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Startled, he instinctively swallowed hard and threw a punch. But Mu Chen's cloud-cutting blade was no mere tool. Its sharp edge gleamed ominously as it struck. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Zephyr was repelled. At that moment, he discerned the appearance of Mu Chen. Despite his youth, he was not featured on any pirate bounty posters. Beside him, Ain, startled by the attack, exclaimed in terror, "Teacher, be careful. It's a pirate. Curse your grandmother." Mu Chen stepped forward, and the Tsungyun cut swept through the air. Zephyr, along with Ain and the others, was sent flying. Had it not been for Zephyr's protection, Ain and the others would surely have sustained injuries. Is this the three-color haki? Zephyr's eyes widened in astonishment. Such strength at such a young age, and why does his haki feel so much like that of a person? Clang! As he saw the blade glimmering with cold light come to an abrupt halt, Ain could only cry out in panic. "Teacher!" Before Zephyr could speak, Mu Chen curiously inquired, "Are you Zephyr?" Zephyr nodded slightly, surprised that the other party recognized him. "Indeed, I am Zephyr, the Commander-in-Chief of the Inyo Navy." "Young man, do you know me?" "I never expected to encounter you here first," Mu Chen remarked, sheathing his Tsungyun cut. The overwhelming haki caused many soldiers to struggle to maintain their footing. Wearing sunglasses, Zephyr was perplexed, while Ein and the others were instinctively taken aback. The young man before them not only knew who the commander-in-chief was, but dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Who are you? How do you know the teacher?" Ein, having relaxed slightly, could not help but inquire. Given the pressure he exerted and his presence in this place, they had assumed he was a pirate up to no good. Yet he now appeared to resemble a wandering swordsman seeking experience. Yu-chun gazed at Ein, who possessed long, slender legs, and found her even more beautiful than in the animations. With a slender waist and a full bosom, especially adorned by her sword, she exuded a unique charm of valor. Noticing Mu-chun stare at her unabashedly, Ein was infuriated. "What are you looking at? A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. I'm merely admiring if you might shed a few pounds." Mu-chun replied nonchalantly. Ein was taken aback, surprised that this fellow could utter such profound words. "Alas, if only your chest were not so ample, it would make your waist appear less slender," Mu-chun lamented, shaking his head in regret. "You jerk!" Upon hearing this, Ein's fondness for Mu-chun evaporated. Her face flushed crimson as she reached for her sword, ready to advance. Yet, a voice of confusion from Zephyr halted her. "Whom do you serve under Whitebeard? Why do you wield his Tsung-yun cut?" As these words fell, Ein and the other Navy personnel froze. The seemingly inconspicuous young man before them wielded the naginata of one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Mu-chun, ever unyielding, boldly declared, "Me? I am a successor of Whitebeard, Mu-chun. You may refer to me as the second Whitebeard." All the members of the Neo Navy who had logged in were utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. Among them, the most shocked was the man known as Black Arm Zephyr. He felt as though struck by lightning, a tumultuous wave surging within his heart. Merely the sight of the familiar naginata could not definitively prove the identity of Mu-chun. However, the unspoken aura emanating from him was strikingly reminiscent of the strongest man. This undeniably signified a particular identity. The connection to Whitebeard was evident. "You claim to be the second son of Whitebeard?" Miss Ein exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Mu-chun, her anger morphing into a sardonic smile. "It seems anyone can now invoke the name of the Yonko. Previously, there had been a former warlord of the sea asserting he was Whitebeard's son, and now another fool had emerged." The remaining sailors gradually sensed something amiss. After all, in the aftermath of the Paramount War, countless individuals had exploited the name of the Whitebeard pirates for their own nefarious purposes. The most notorious among them was the one who hunted down Whitebeard's former crew. It was only at this moment that Zephyr emerged from his state of shock. He stepped forward, inhaling deeply, and gazed at Mu-chun with a grave expression, asking, "You say you are his successor, his son?" As a former admiral of the Navy headquarters, the founder and marshal of the Neo Navy, he had fought against Whitebeard numerous times and was intimately familiar with him. Even Weevil, who claimed to be Whitebeard's son, bore no resemblance to the aura Mu-chun possessed. "Certainly not, to be precise. I'm the inheritor of Whitebeard's will, his half-apprentice," Mu-chun replied honestly, as he had indeed inherited 60% of Whitebeard's strength. "Teacher, do not listen to his nonsense. Whitebeard is dead. There has been no mention of any apprentices," Ein interjected, dismissing Mu-chun's claims. "He is probably just another pirate like Weevil, exploiting a name." She recalled Mu-chun's earlier impertinence and gestured to the soldier behind her, preparing for battle. Zephyr did not intervene, for he too needed to witness the true connection between this man and Whitebeard. There existed a myriad of devil fruits, some capable of masking one's aura. Moreover, he sensed that Mu-chun's strength was far from that terrifying level of Whitebeard. With himself present, allowing Ein and the others to test their mettle against Mu-chun was not out of the question. Mu-chun, upon hearing Ein's words, was momentarily taken aback. Weevil? How could he have forgotten that scoundrel who had severed Zephyr's arm? Mu-chun harbored no fondness for him or his ambitious mother. Now that he had inherited Whitebeard's power and was invoking the name of the second son, it seemed only fitting that he personally deal with Weevil, the fool who hunted down Whitebeard's former comrades. As Mu-chun plunged into contemplation, the swordsman, Ein, had already unsheathed his blade and advanced forward. With a sharp cry, he lunged with his sword. "Fair maiden, you lack the chivalry of martial arts." Mu-chun countered, deftly using the back of his knife to deflect Ein's attack. He jested, "I declare myself the second coming of Whitebeard. If you wish to verify my identity, I am open to alternative methods." "You!" Ein stumbled to the ground from midair, his face flushed with indignation and rage. Mu-chun chose not to speak further, for he discerned that Zephyr had no intention of intervening at this moment. Since they sought proof, he would provide it for their scrutiny. Boom! In an instant, An overwhelming aura erupted from Mu-chun, a force so powerful that it sent tremors across the entire island. Towering trees were uprooted, shooting forth like arrows in a tempest. Zephyr's eyes sparkled with recognition. This familiar, domineering presence was reminiscent of the might once wielded by Whitebeard himself. Moreover, he was even closer to the young Whitebeard. "Step back," Zephyr shouted, waving his hand, and the powerful armament Haki instantly protected the other Marines behind him. The two Haki clashed, creating a spiral of air currents. At that moment, it felt as if the air itself had shattered. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly, and the isolated island took a long time to regain its calm. At this time, Ein and the other Inyo soldiers had already been blown off their feet by the fierce wind. Seeing Zephyr prove himself in this way, Mu-chun couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that a nighttime patrol would lead to such an event. He stared at Mu-chun for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, it's hard to imagine that you are truly Whitebeard's apprentice. Your Haki is so close to his, it really opens my eyes." Zephyr laughed loudly, leaving the entire Inyo Navy in disbelief. The man who led a pirate crew to confront one of the 4 emperors of the world government during the Marineford War, hailed as the strongest man in history, actually had an apprentice in the world? He is Whitebeard's disciple? How was that possible? That's right, a disciple of an emperor. I've never heard of that before. This must be a lie, right? Could it be another one of those self-proclaimed guys like Weevil? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the commander-in-chief admit it? Mu-chun grabbed the Naginata and swept it around. During the Marineford War, I was far away in a foreign land, powerless to help. Now that I'm back, including that imposter Weibel who falsely claims to be the son of Whitebeard, I will settle scores one by one. This statement also shocked the soldiers, their expressions changing drastically. Whitebeard, after all, was killed by the Navy during the Marineford War. The world government openly propagated this, meaning that, in a sense, whether Mu-chun is a pirate or not, they are all enemies. Ein, who was helped up by Zephyr, managed to smooth her hair and couldn't help but feel tense upon hearing Mu-chun's words. However, Zephyr's eyes shone brightly. He was an elder from the same era as Whitebeard. Upon learning of Whitebeard's death in the Marineford War, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Today, witnessing Whitebeard's disciple return, he actually felt a joy for Whitebeard. The seas are about to change again. Zephyr sighed, and Ein and the others nodded in agreement. Whitebeard's death was connected to many people. Now that Mu-chun has returned in the name of the sun, and with such overwhelming strength, bloodshed is inevitable. The Akainu, who had severely injured Whitebeard back then, is now the fleet admiral of the Navy. Once this news reaches Akainu's ears, the Navy will surely launch a full-scale hunt. A meeting between the two sides will lead to a life-and-death battle. Ein couldn't help but glance at Mu-chun a few more times, feeling that this boy, who was about the same age as her, exuded an overwhelming aura that reached the sky. She couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. And once her thoughts calmed down, she immediately asked Zephyr, "Teacher." Zephyr then looked at Mu-chun and suddenly asked, "Mu-chun, what do you plan to do after you leave this island?" Mu-chun slightly focused and said heavily, "Become stronger, then find them one by one and settle things." Although everyone knew that Mu-chun was returning for revenge, hearing this sentence made them shudder. No one could imagine if another war sweeping across various forces would occur next. Cough. Zephyr cleared his throat, secretly lamenting how easily Mu-chun's observation Haki could influence people's minds. He woke up Ein and the others and said solemnly, "Mu-chun, which island do you plan to go to? My ship can take you for a ride. Consider it the last favor I owe that old guy Whitebeard." This decision left Ein and the others in shock. Zephyr had fought pirates his entire life, and now he was actually going to take a pirate's apprentice on a trip? However, they didn't dare to voice their thoughts and had to set aside their positions, allowing Mu-chun to board Inyo's warship. They were truly grateful. Mu-chun did not expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. Although he had the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, he was not guaranteed to defeat Zephyr. He would keep this trump card tightly in hand unless absolutely necessary. Once he exposed his ability to possess a second Tremor-Tremor Fruit, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless forces, and at that point, he would truly be surrounded by enemies. After Zephyr confirmed Mu-chun's destination, he was surprised by his choice, but still directed the warship toward the New World. Punk Hazard was the first stop for Mu-chun. As the first island that Luffy and others landed on in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World, it had seen numerous events both before and after the Marineford War. Among them, the most recent and notable was naturally the admiral battle between Aokiji and Akainu. This duel even caused drastic changes in Punk Hazard's climate, leading to one half being covered in ice and snow while the other half burned with flames. When this island of ice and fire appeared before the warship, the soldiers on board were filled with trepidation. Thick magma still overflowed and spread, enveloping the entire island with a terrifying aura, highlighting its identity as a forbidden island. "Kid, I'll take you to here," Zephyr said, looking at the terrifying heat on the island, naturally unwilling to let the warship approach recklessly. He glanced at Muchun, already having a guess about the significance of his choice. If Akainu ascended to the position of admiral from this island, then as the heir to Whitebeard's will. Starting from here to boldly announce his arrival was undoubtedly the most direct declaration of war. However, in Zephyr's view, this was also the most irrational choice. Although Muchen's strength is remarkable, there is still a certain gap compared to Whitebeard, and he does not possess a devil fruit like Whitebeard. At this moment, being hunted by the Navy, he is in a life-and-death situation. At this moment, Muchun on the ship directly leaped up and jumped from the deck onto this rumored forbidden island. Ein looked at the island, filled with terrifying, bubbling magma, completely unable to understand why Muchun would choose such a treacherous island. Other soldiers were also discussing it. At this time, Zephyr interrupted in a deep voice. "The matter of encountering the second generation of Whitebeard today is prohibited for being spread outside. This matter ends here. Act as if you have never seen him." With the commander's order, the soldiers suddenly fell silent. The return of Whitebeard's true heir is such a legendary event. Once it spreads, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would stir the entire world. Punk hazard, looking at the island with rolling magma, isolated from the world by layers of iron nets. With a swing of the Naginata in Muchen's hand, a fierce wind directly devastated the entire surrounding wall. The reason he chose this place was simple. He wanted all his enemies to know he had arrived. With the system in hand, Muchun could grow stronger with each battle, compared to inheriting the combat power of small fish and shrimp. Only the bones of a strong would allow him to grow rapidly. Although there were many forces on Punk Hazard Island, it was the best leveling ground for him at this moment. Whether it was the centaur patrols or the creatures on the island, they were no match for Muchun now. As he stepped onto the crimson land of the island, the first thing that caught his eye was a sea of flames. The traces of lava sweeping across the ground were vivid, and looking up, countless ruins were burning in the flames, smelling the pungent sulfur. Even Muchun couldn't help but frown. As a traverser, he naturally knew that hidden on this frozen island was an undestroyed research facility. It served as Caesar's current experimental base, studying the secrets of the underground gray market in the New World, the artificial animal-type devil fruits. However, Muchun didn't care about such scientific achievements. What he wanted was to spread his name as the second generation through Caesar. By the time the 7-day sign-in was completed, even if he couldn't kill the pursuers to inherit their attributes, he would have more than enough time to take down Caesar and leave. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed. A shadow quickly swept across the sky above Punk Hazard. The warships on the sea had not yet left, and upon seeing the flying dragon, they were all astonished. "Teacher, what is that?" Ein instinctively felt a tightening in his heart and worried about Muchun on the island. Zephyr also did not expect to see a fire dragon here. Just as he anticipated, when Muchun saw the flying dragon targeting him, he did not hold back at all. Looking up, a sharp conqueror's haki pierced the clouds, aiming directly at the body of the fire dragon. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. The piercing sound of the air being sliced was deafening. The originally fierce fire dragon had no power to defend itself and was struck by the blow, instantly plummeting down. Muchun wielded the Tsonyan blade, cutting through the air with a single stroke that severed the beast's head, showcasing his exceptional skill and artistry. Witnessing such a fierce creature being effortlessly slain by Muchun, the soldiers aboard the warship on the shore couldn't help but shiver. The Talline's mouth dropped wide open, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Even Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, he possessed the demeanor of the old Whitebeard. One could even say that this disciple was the young Whitebeard of that time. Having fought alongside Whitebeard for decades, they were quite familiar with each other. After witnessing Muchun slay the flying dragon, he could be certain that, although Muchun might not yet have reached Whitebeard's level of strength, the one who inherits Whitebeard's name has truly emerged. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Muchun, standing before the fallen fire dragon, could clearly feel the conqueror's haki within him becoming more refined through the trials of battle. Only through fighting can one grow stronger. Muchen's eyes were filled with excitement. Becoming a powerful figure like Whitebeard was just around the corner. However, his body becoming exceptionally strong also gave rise to an unprecedented hunger. Mu-chan held the Naginata in one hand and grabbed the slain fire dragon with the other. With a swift motion, he began to dissect the ferocious beast right there. At this moment, in this land of lava, he intended to roast a dragon to satisfy his hunger, which was an easy task. As a wave of flames rose beside him, Mu-chan skewered the dragon meat on the Naginata and started grilling it directly over the molten lava. Before long, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. He looked at the golden brown meat before him, which was simply exquisite and reminiscent of something out of a comic. Mu-chan couldn't help but feel his appetite grow as he tasted the exaggeratedly delicious dishes from a manga. After a hearty meal, Mu-chan not only restored his strength, but also felt that after eating the dragon meat, his body had become even more powerful. After passing through Flame Island, he still had to go to Ice Island to find Kaiser. He didn't know how long it would take, and he had no time to waste here. With this thought in mind, Mu-chan directly picked up the Tsongyun blade. There was only one way to attract Kaiser immediately, to draw him in personally. Oof! Mu-chan shouted, and an endless power instantly gathered in his hands. The sword, Kanji-unki, was raised high like a full moon above his head, and as the blade slashed down, a white light instantly streaked across the sky. The strike was like a white dragon rampaging between Flame Island and Frozen Island, with cyclones exploding and causing chaos reminiscent of Doomsday. Boom! This slash nearly swept through most of Punk Hazard. Both the flames on the rocky layers and the ruins in the snow were instantly wiped out. Caesar Karan, who was still at the Frozen Island's experimental base and was complacent about the upcoming transfer of the artificial devil fruit, suddenly heard a thunderous roar erupting from the island. The ground shook violently, startling him. Punk Hazard was under attack. Caesar's eyes widened. He could hardly imagine someone daring to cause trouble on this uninhabited Forbidden Island. And what were those useless centaur patrols doing? Making such a racket and not reacting at all. Caesar immediately released white gas and floated out of the laboratory. However, as soon as he reached the ground, he was stunned by the sight before him. A crack several dozen meters wide like a storm spread from Flame Island all the way to Frozen Island. The earth was cracked like a spiderweb, making everyone tremble at the thought of the person who caused such destruction. Had the pirate crew come to attack? Without a second thought, Caesar contacted all his subordinates to rush to Flame Island. He took the lead, using the power of the gas fruit, flying at full speed towards his destination. Who dared to invade my island? I will make you pay. Caesar's roar echoed throughout Punk Hazard. It wasn't until he saw Mu-chan wielding a huge scythe alone that his heart sank instinctively. Endless hockey pressed down like a tidal wave, and an unprecedented sense of fear began to spread in Caesar's heart. You are. Seeing Caesar adorned with horn-like decorations appear, Mu-chan did not give him a chance to ask. You think you can make me pay? A cold smile appeared on his lips as Kanji-unki slashed towards the oncoming Caesar. Boom! The slash, like a white dragon, instantly struck at Caesar's face. The piercing sound of the air being cut startled the ground, causing dust and smoke to rise. In an instant, the strike hit Caesar, who had released the white gas to protect himself. However, the terrifying crack still penetrated through his defenses and struck his body with unstoppable force. A shrill scream erupted from Caesar's mouth, and the pain and shock spread throughout the entire island. Even the countless soldiers aboard the Enyo warship on the shore were left with goosebumps upon hearing it. In just a second, the once imposing Caesar fell from a gas, landing awkwardly on the ground. The centaur patrols rushing from all directions were horrified to see Caesar covered in blood, and they all retreated in shock. Just one strike had injured Caesar like this. This battle was destined to be one they could not participate in. Caesar, with a bleeding gash on his chest, was equally shocked, staring at Mu-chan in fear. A young face he did not recognize possessed such power. However, when he saw the Kanji-unki in Mu-chan's hand, he was instantly frozen. Seeing a ghost, Caesar could hardly believe his eyes. Kanji-unki? Who on earth are you? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind until Mu-chan coldly spoke, making him tremble with fear. My name is Mu-chan. You can also call me Whitebeard too. The real second generation. Boom. Caesar's mind went blank in an instant. Whitebeard too. The real second generation. He would rather see that fool Weevil causing trouble on the island than encounter another second generation holding Kanji-unki. In that moment, Caesar's brain completely crashed. The surrounding centaur patrols were filled with dread. The Whitebeard who had died in the Marineford War had actually appeared again in the form of a powerful second generation. The remnants of the four Emperor's might were still present. especially for those centaurs from the former T-Beard pirates. They had lived under Whitebeard's intimidation during his lifetime. And now, with another person wielding Whitebeard's weapon claiming to be the real second generation, how could they not be afraid? Countless centaurs, terrified, instinctively scattered and fled. Realizing that Mu-chan wielding Kanjiunki might not be acting for personal gain like Weevil, but rather seeking revenge, Caesar knew he had to inform Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Watching Caesar pull out a din-din mushi, Mu-chan did not stop him. What he needed was for the warlords, the marine headquarters, and the entire world to know. The heir to Whitebeard's will has come to seek revenge on them. Only then could he inherit the deceased attributes by slaying the pursuers and enhance his own strength. Moreover, Mu-chan's mission was to kill Caesar and take his corpse. By the time the pursuers arrived, he would have long left Punk Hazard. He would have ample time to accumulate sign-in opportunities, repeatedly slay pursuers, and inherit abilities. In a new world, at the palace of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the family meeting that Don Quixote Doflamingo was holding was directly interrupted by this call. What is it? Doflamingo, dressed in a pink feather coat, just picked up the phone when he heard a weak and terrified voice on the other end. Doflamingo, Whitebeard too has come to the island. What? Doflamingo, who had been impatient due to Caesar interrupting the meeting, instantly changed his expression. Punk Hazard had his massive industry chain. It absolutely could not afford any loss. Moreover, from the voice of Caesar on the din-din mushi, he was clearly injured. Damn it, how could that stupid fool come to his island? How could you provoke Weevil? Caesar interrupted in terror. Doflamingo, it's not Weevil. It's the real Whitebeard too. He calls himself Mu-chan and wields Whitebeard's Kanjiunki. Kanjiunki? Doflamingo was stunned. He understood Caesar's character. Although he had blind confidence in his research, he knew how important this job was and would never lie. But there was actually another Whitebeard too, and he had the missing Kanjiunki. Doflamingo couldn't help but feel his heart race. He knew that once this news spread, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar in the Grand Line. This self-proclaimed second generation, Mu-chan, was clearly here for revenge. Doflamingo, who had always been frivolous, couldn't help but become serious at this moment. As he murmured, the cadres in the meeting fell silent. They heard Caesar's screams loud and clear. Self-proclaimed real Whitebeard too? This must be a joke, right? Doflamingo took a deep breath, and the venue fell into an eerie silence once again. After a moment, he slowly put down the phone bug, and the wild smile on his face was gone. Punk Hazard Island had been attacked, and Caesar was seriously injured by someone claiming to be the true Whitebeard too. Now the executives could no longer remain calm. This was not just about their own interests. It was about the revenge of Whitebeard's disciple. They could afford to disregard the reckless Weevil, but they absolutely could not underestimate Mukin. This point was crystal clear to all the executives of the Don Quixote family present. At this moment, Toripole, leaning on his cane, barely regained his senses. He looked at Doflamingo and asked tremulously, Doflamingo, is he here to take revenge because we annexed many of his islands after Whitebeard's death? Hiss. After his words, a circle of executives gasped. Over the past year, they had not only participated in the siege of the Whitebeard pirates, but had also seized a lot of their territory. The two sides had long since become irreconcilable enemies. Doflamingo slightly focused, and his aura suddenly became terrifying. He was just a disciple of a dead man. There was nothing to fear. He was not one of the former four emperors. Caesar was not strong in combat. It was normal for him to lose. The opponent was just a kid. No matter how strong, he was still limited. What could he use to oppose us, the Seven Warlords? Moreover, he didn't have that so-called strongest paramecia fruit, the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. The executives of the Don Quixote family reacted accordingly. That's right, without this strongest devil fruit. Even if he had a broken sword like the cloud-cutting blade, what waves could he make? Doflamingo said this, and suddenly laughed. He looked at Toripole with a terrifying grin. Inform the Navy. I believe Akainu won't allow a representative of Whitebeard's Avenger to appear. Will he? At this moment, in the world government, in the marshal's office, a middle-aged man wearing a navy hat with a massive cigar in his mouth and eyes filled with fury had just heard the news from Doflamingo. A new Whitebeard too, named Mukin, had appeared on Punk Hazard Island, and he was killing rampantly in revenge for the deceased Whitebeard and others. After hearing the news from Doflamingo, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in anger as he raised a hand and smashed it onto the table. The next moment, the solid wood conference table was shattered into pieces by the middle-aged man. This man was none other than Akainu. The previous appearance of a Whitebeard too, named Weevil, had already caused them a lot of trouble, and now another Whitebeard too, named Mukin, had appeared. Did they think this world was not chaotic enough? Beside him, Kazoru and Fujitora also heard the news from Doflamingo. Kizaru, as usual, spoke in a slow tone, saying, "No matter how many Whitebeard 2s appear, we can handle them." However, Fujitora showed an unusually serious expression as he said to Kizaru, "I don't think this Whitebeard 2 is so easy to defeat." Obviously, the news that prompted Doflamingo to report is not ordinary news. When that Whitebeard 2 named Weevil went to eliminate the other Whitebeard remnants, there was no sign of Doflamingo making any moves. But this Mukin, who could make Doflamingo personally report his position, is indeed worth investigating. As soon as Fujitora finished speaking, he stood up and turned to walk outside. "I've decided to take the fleet to Punk Hazard to find out who this Mukin, the Whitebeard 2, really is." Akainu, hearing Fujitora's statement, lowered the brim of his navy hat, crushed the cigar in his mouth fiercely, and looked at Fujitora's back, saying in a deep voice, "Our navy's justice does not allow any pirate to trample on it wantonly." At this moment, on Punk Hazard Island, Mu-chun was wielding the Tsong Yun Xie, striking towards the panicked Kaiser, who trembled at the sight of the cold gleam flashing from the blade. Kaiser had previously witnessed Mu-chun's power on Icefire Island. With a mere wave, he could turn mountains dozens of meters high into dust. How terrifying was that? Kaiser believed he lacked the strength to confront such a monster. After all, in Kaiser's mind, there was only one person with such power, Whitebeard. The surrounding Centaur army had already scattered at the first sight of Mu-chun. To them, Mu-chun seemed like a true Azura, filled with endless rage, intent on avenging Whitebeard. Whoosh! Kaiser continuously flew upwards into the sky, thinking that if he flew high enough, he could evade Mu-chun's attack. Although he was unsure if he could truly escape Mu-chun's strike, in the current situation, Kaiser had no other choice. Mu-chun stood in place, watching Kaiser's figure continuously float towards the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. He then plunged the Tsongyun cut into the snow beside him. Clenching his fists tightly, he struck at the space on either side. Boom! The entire Icefire Island began to shake violently, dark clouds instantly gathering in the sky, and the sea started to sway. In the next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared beside Mu-chun's fists. This was the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. At that moment, the EO Navy stationed near Icefire Island looked at the unusual events unfolding on the island, all displaying expressions of surprise. The man named Mu-chun was unexpectedly so powerful. What was his true identity? Meanwhile, standing on the warship, Zephyr had a look of horror on his face, as he witnessed a terrifying situation. This was precisely the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit released by Mu-chun. Zephyr's observation hockey was quite good. After all, he was a former vice admiral of the Navy, so he could grasp the situation on the island in considerable detail. What Zephyr saw was the strength of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit possessed by Whitebeard. Hadn't the Tremor-Tremor Fruit already been taken by Blackbeard? Zephyr didn't have time to think further because, based on his many years of fighting against Whitebeard, it was clear that Mu-chun was indeed wielding the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. What happened to Teacher Mu-chun? Ein looked at Zephyr's dazed expression and couldn't help but worry about Mu-chun on the island. For some reason, Ein had developed unusual feelings for Mu-chun. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tenderness, though she herself had yet to realize it. Just then, the EO warship began to shake violently as a tsunami surged towards Icefire Island. All the EO Navy immediately retreated. "We must leave here at once." Zephyr did not respond to Ein's words, instead shouting loudly to the surrounding navy. The situation was already very clear. Mu-chun was indeed Whitebeard's disciple. This aura, this power, the power that could destroy the world. As soon as Zephyr's words fell, the EO Navy quickly left the island, entering Zephyr's warship. Under Zephyr's arrangements, the Neo Navy swiftly evacuated from Icefire Island. At this moment, Zephyr's face was still filled with immense fear, and Ein, watching beside him, couldn't help but become worried. Meanwhile, Kaiser, who was continuously flying upwards, also noticed the unusual events around Icefire Island. He turned back to take a look and was instantly stunned. An endless tsunami was crashing towards Icefire Island. The land of Icefire Island had already begun to crack rapidly, and the surrounding mountains turned to dust, the entire space falling into temporal rifts. Above Kaiser's head, dark clouds were gathering, and there was constant thunder and lightning. This ability was the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. As a scientist, Kaiser quickly realized when he saw the power released by Mu-chun. He immediately understood that this man who claimed to be Whitebeard 2 was indeed the real deal. Thinking of this, Kaiser hurriedly contacted Don Quixote Doflamingo. The fruit manufacturing facility on Icefire Island had become completely unimportant. He had to inform Doflamingo that this man named Mu-chan was the true Whitebeard too. Mu-chan watched Kaiser dialing the phone again without stopping him. His purpose for being here was to take revenge on the world. Since he chose revenge, he might as well let the storm come faster. Let the world understand that Whitebeard has returned. Kaiser's Den Den Mushi was quickly connected by Doflamingo, whose gloomy voice came through the Den Den Mushi. Kaiser, what's the situation? Doflamingo was very interested in this person named Mu-chan. After all, he had managed to infiltrate Ice Fire Island and destroy the fruit manufacturing facility alone. He must be a fierce and ruthless person. So as the manager of this island, Doflamingo naturally had to express concern about this situation. Mu-chan is indeed Whitebeard's disciple. He possesses the Quake Fruit ability. What? At this moment, Doflamingo's surrounding subordinates all showed terrified expressions upon hearing Kaiser's words. They only knew that after the Marineford War, the power of the Quake Fruit was taken by Blackbeard. How could there be another new Quake Fruit user? Are you sure? Doflamingo asked Kaiser ambiguously. Although he understood that Kaiser was a bit mad, he still had his basic qualities and certainly wouldn't lie about such matters. However, the current situation was so shocking that even Doflamingo couldn't help but question Kaiser. After all, the events of the Marineford War had been broadcast live around the world, and Doflamingo, as a witness, had seen Blackbeard completely absorb Whitebeard's Quake Fruit. Therefore, for Doflamingo, this was not a matter to joke about, and the emergence of a new Quake user would likely stir up waves in the world ahead of time. I'm sure, Kaiser said firmly at this moment. Although he usually acted unreliable, he would never make up stories about such matters. To ensure he wasn't lying, Kaiser even took out a small projector from his pocket. This projector could show Doflamingo the real-time situation on Ice Fire Island. After all, Kaiser didn't know how to explain this to Doflamingo, and only by showing the projector could he truly make Doflamingo understand that there were now two Quake users in the world. At this time, standing on Ice Fire Island, Mu-chan noticed that Kaiser had taken out the projector from his pocket and immediately realized that he intended to prove to the person he was contacting that he was the true second Whitebeard. Good. After all, he was here to take revenge on the world. Since that's the case, let the storm come even more violently. Trembling, Kaiser took out the projector from his pocket and turned it on to show the surrounding apocalypse. Immediately, the images from the projector were reflected on Doflamingo's side. The land of Ice Fire Island was continuously cracking. Tsunamis were constantly attacking, fierce winds raged in the sky, and mountains and ruins turned to ashes. Only one ability could achieve all this, the Quake Fruit. Doflamingo watched all of this, his sinister smile gradually fading. At this moment, his subordinates, seeing everything, all gasped in shock. How is this possible? How can there be two Quake users in the world at the same time? The subordinates beside Doflamingo continuously voiced their doubts, but they did not understand the principle behind it. Even Doflamingo himself was unclear about how this could be. With two Quake users appearing in the world. The first one was Blackbeard, who killed Whitebeard at Marineford and obtained the Quake Fruit ability, and the second was Mu-chan, who was unleashing the Quake Fruit ability on Ice Fire Island. It seemed this matter needed to be reported to Kaido. Doflamingo rested his chin on his hands and said gloomily, for him, the fruit manufacturing facility on Ice Fire Island had not only been completely destroyed, but now there were also two Quake users. This matter had to be conveyed to Kaido, especially since Doflamingo had been actively acquiring the territories occupied by Whitebeard after his death. Since this person named Mu-chan had started causing trouble on Ice Fire Island, the next step would be to come to Dressrosa and kill him. To prevent this disaster in advance, it was absolutely necessary to inform Kaido. Additionally, Doflamingo suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. In addition to notifying Kaido about the destruction of the fruit manufacturing facility, he also needed to inform Kaido about the emergence of two Quake users. Besides that, it was necessary to let some other people know about this matter, specifically the world government. The Marine headquarters had already sent people to notify them, so Doflamingo was confident that in a few days, the Marines would send someone to investigate. Based on the actions of this person named Mu-chan, it might not take a week for the world to know that a new second Whitebeard had emerged. As for notifying the world government, Doflamingo revealed a wicked smile. Because Doflamingo's true goal was to destroy the world government, notifying these people and watching their terrified expressions would make him feel exceptionally happy. Meanwhile, on Ice Fire Island, Kaiser was already scared to the point of trembling all over, not knowing what expression to show. After all, the entire island was gradually sinking. And just a few hours ago, this island was functioning normally. This is the power of the Quake Fruit, an ability that can destroy an island, even the world. Mu-chan stood on the gradually silent island, showing little change in expression. His time for signing in with the deceased system was about to arrive. As long as he killed the Caesar in front of him and obtained his abilities, he would gain the power of flight. This way, even if Ice Fire Island sank into the sea, he would never go down with it. Doflamingo, help me. At this moment, Caesar was already in despair. For in his line of sight, Mu-chan still had not made a move. However, given Mu-chan's previous strength, killing Caesar would be an easy task. Now, Caesar could only seek help from Doflamingo. After all, this man in a pink raincoat and flamingo sunglasses was his only hope. I'm sorry, Caesar. Go die. Doflamingo said on the other end of the transponder snail, then cut off contact with Caesar. Doflamingo had already made up his mind. Since there were already 2 users of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit in this world, let the apocalypse arrive early. After all, his ultimate goal was to destroy the world. As for Caesar's life, it could serve as a harbinger of the world's end. Doflamingo? Doflamingo! Caesar looked at the hung-up transponder snail in despair, cursing Doflamingo angrily. He had fallen into a desperate situation, and the only person he could turn to, this man in a pink feather coat, had abandoned him at the moment of life and death. At this moment, Caesar looked around at the hellish scene and suddenly understood that today he would likely perish completely. At this time, Mu-chan, seeing that Caesar's transponder snail and projector had been cut off by Doflamingo, finally revealed a smile. It was clear that Doflamingo had treated Caesar as a discarded pawn. Since that was the case, Mu-chan naturally would not let the escaping Caesar go. He then picked up the Songyun cut that was stuck in the ground of Ice Fire Island and charged straight towards the rising Caesar. In the next moment, in Caesar's terrified gaze, he used armament hockey to directly sever Caesar's head. At the moment Mu-chan killed Caesar, a prompt sounded in his mind from the system. The system detected a fallen powerful being nearby. Would you like to store Caesar's corpse? According to the system's requirements, the host must sign in for 7 days to inherit the corpse's abilities. However, at this time, Mu-chan still needed a few days to complete the sign-in, so he naturally could not absorb the corpse's abilities. Fortunately, the system's ability to store the corpse was also a good option for him. After all, waiting 7 days to absorb the corpse was indeed quite troublesome. Confirmed. In the next moment, Caesar's entire being was absorbed into Mu-chan's body. Then, Mu-chan let out a roar while standing among the ruins of the Ice Fire Island fruit manufacturing plant, and like a released arrow, he shot directly into the sea. Mu-chan knew very well that he had to quickly catch up with the EO warship. After all, even though he had 62% of Whitebeard's physical abilities, relying solely on swimming to navigate was still not convenient enough. Therefore, he had to hurry to board the EO warship. Just as Mu-chan had finished collecting Caesar's body and swam into the sea, the Ice and Fire Island began to collapse dramatically into the ocean. Because Mu-chan had caused a huge ruckus on Ice and Fire Island, it had been completely destroyed. However, Mu-chan didn't care about the state of Ice and Fire Island. He directly unleashed all his physical strength and activated his observation hockey, swimming towards the EO Navy ship. At the same time, in Dressrosa, all of Doflamingo's top executives were surrounding him, looking at him curiously and asking, Doflamingo, is it really okay not to rescue Caesar? Hearing the surrounding executives' questions, Doflamingo hugged a nearby swimsuit-clad beauty and revealed a sinister smile. After all, that guy Caesar could only be treated as a pawn now. Our fruit production facility, Smile, has already been destroyed by that guy who claims to be Whitebeard too, Mu-chan. Moreover, at the last moment of his life, Caesar let us know about the strength of this man named Mu-chan. Therefore, his death still has some value. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he rubbed his forehead, pondered for a moment, and then continued, I will report this matter to Kaido. As for how we handle it next, we can only wait for Kaido's orders. It's really interesting. It seems that the bloody storm of this world is coming earlier than expected. After saying this, Doflamingo stopped talking and let out a sinister laugh. Because Doflamingo's goal was somewhat similar to Mu-chan's, to destroy the world. However, judging from Mu-chan's performance on Ice and Fire Island, it seemed unlikely that he could win him over. In that case, let Kaido meet this kid. As for Doflamingo and the others, they would just reap the benefits. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu was holding a Den Mushi, his eyes showing extreme anger. Just now, Doflamingo had sent them new information. Caesar on Ice and Fire Island had been killed, and a second Tremor-Tremor Fruit had appeared. This man, named Mu-chan, who possessed the ability of the second Tremor-Tremor Fruit, had the goal of destroying the entire world. When Akainu first heard this news, he was still uncertain. After all, besides the 4 emperors after the Marineford War, only the supernova had said such things. However, based on the projector provided by Doflamingo's men, it was clear that this Mu-chan had the ability to destroy the world. This mysterious Mu-chan suddenly possessing the ability of the second Tremor-Tremor Fruit and even claiming to destroy the world was something Akainu could not ignore. Although Akainu had already sent one of the admirals to investigate the situation on Ice and Fire Island, he still felt a bit nervous. Therefore, Akainu hung up the Den Mushi and said to Kizaru, who was trimming his nails nearby, if only one admiral goes to Ice and Fire Island. I'm not very reassured. Kizaru, you should also go assist him. As for the admiral there, I will contact them using the Den Mushi. Kizaru looked at Akainu's gloomy expression and showed a hint of amusement before responding, as usual, with an O. He then stood up, dusted off his clothes, and walked out of the marshal's office. In Kizaru's mind, being able to send out more than 2 admirals to deal with one person indicated that this mission indeed had a high level of difficulty. However, Kizaru was not too worried. After all, 2 admirals had already been dispatched. Unless it was a monster of the 4 emperors level, it was impossible for anyone to survive under the onslaught of 2 admirals. Akainu watched Kizaru leave the marshal's office, lowered the brim of his navy hat, and then pressed the Den Mushi. He needed to report this matter to the world government. At this moment, in the world government, Holy Land, Mary Geos, a mysterious person sitting on the empty throne, also received the message sent by Doflamingo. He didn't say anything, but looked thoughtfully at the projector showing Mu-chan. Then, he issued an order to the 5 elders behind him, instructing them to put a bounty of 5 billion on Mu-chan and to have him wanted worldwide. At this moment, the 5 elders, who were kneeling on the ground, showed expressions of shock upon hearing the mysterious person's orders. Just who is this Mu-chan that would make Lord Im personally issue a 5 billion bounty? However, they did not speak further, but accepted Im's notification and replied in unison, "We guarantee the completion of this task." After that, the 5 elders left Im's room and returned to the conference room. They pressed a Den Mushi, and, as soon as it rang, a rough voice came through, typical of a middle-aged tough guy. "5 elders, what is it? We need you to issue orders to all the Navy to hunt down the most notorious man in the world, Mu-chan. The bounty is set at 5 billion. The voice of the 5 elders was cold and emotionless, directly stating the terrifying figure of 5 billion. At this moment, on the other end of the Den Mushi, Sora was stunned into silence upon hearing the bounty. 5 billion? Sora seemed to want to confirm he and team misheard and reiterated. Yes, indeed, 5 billion. The wanted order from Mu-chan must be made known to the entire world by tomorrow. This is a direct order from Lord Im, and it must be carried out without fail. The words of the 5 elders left no room for doubt and were devoid of any emotion. As soon as the 5 elders finished speaking, the Den Mushi was hung up. On the other end, Sora's expression turned serious. His arms crossed over his chest, as if deep in thought. It seemed that this sea would once again stir up huge waves. Meanwhile, Mu-chan had already left Ice and Fire Island and was using elementalization to chase after the EO Navy, which had already retreated. After all, Ice and Fire Island had already crumbled into pieces under the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, vanishing like dust forever. Teacher, Ein on the EO Navy warship said to the still terrified Zephyr, "What do you think Mu-chan's situation is like now?" Ein had begun to care about this peer, named Mu-chan, for some time now. Although she initially found Mu-chan's frivolity a bit annoying, his subsequent performances had made her develop feelings for him. Zephyr did not answer Ein, but pushed up his sunglasses, looking at the gradually sinking Ice and Fire Island. Letting out a faint sigh, Ein, Mu-chan's strength has exceeded our understanding. Zephyr's eyes were filled with a grave expression. Teacher, Ein listened to Zephyr's words, unsure of what to say. Here he comes. Zephyr suddenly looked up into the distance and saw a figure rapidly approaching the EO warship. It was Mu-chan. As Mu-chan's figure drew closer to the EO warship, the Navy officers on board revealed expressions of shock. This man had just destroyed Ice Fire Island like a demon. Now, he had come to their warship. Did he intend to destroy it just as he had before? While the Navy officers were lost in their thoughts, Mu-chan had already descended from the sky onto the deck of the warship. At that moment, the surrounding Navy personnel looked at Mu-chan and all retreated in fear, not daring to approach. This man was simply too terrifying. This was the only thought in their minds. Meanwhile, Ein, seeing that Mu-chan was safe and sound, suddenly felt a sense of relief. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ning Cheng's face, and for some reason, she was particularly concerned about this peer named Mu-chan. However, I didn't want anyone to notice her feelings, so she quickly concealed them. Zephyr looked at Mu-chan, who appeared like a celestial being, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No matter what others say, I, Zephyr, have completely come to believe that you are the true disciple and successor of Whitebeard. Just based on your performance on Ice Fire Island, even I couldn't have done it myself." let alone that weevil who bore the name of Whitebeard II. Muchin listened to Zephyr's acknowledgement and simply smiled faintly. After all, he still had many things to do, but for now, he had already obtained the ability of the second strong person. So he needed 7 more days before he could search again. During these 7 days, Muchin planned to have the Navy take him to Dressrosa to find the next strong person, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. With this in mind, Muchin said to Zephyr, I need you to help me with something. Take me to Dressrosa to find Doflamingo in these 7 days. Hearing this, Zephyr and Ein beside him both showed puzzled expressions. What was the purpose of going to Doflamingo's territory? Revenge. Muchin stated his purpose straightforwardly. His goal was simple. Since he bore the name of Whitebeard too, he would naturally seek revenge for Whitebeard against this world. Whether it was the world government, the Navy headquarters, or the 4 emperors, Muchin would defeat them one by one until the legend of Whitebeard was revived. At this moment, Zephyr couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing Muchin's words. If he hadn't gotten along with Muchin, his ship would have long been a victim of Muchin's blade. Zephyr had considered the idea of recruiting Muchin, but ultimately abandoned it. After all, Muchin did not seem like someone who relied on others, and with Muchin's abilities, making a name for himself in the world of pirates, where strength was paramount, would be easy. Thus, Zephyr naturally discarded that thought. Just then, Muchin fixed his gaze on Zephyr's face and said, I want to form an alliance with you. An alliance? Zephyr was instantly stunned by Muchin's words, as he had just given up on the idea of recruiting Muchin, and the next moment, Muchin proposed an alliance. It was simply surreal. At this moment, the EO warship was in complete silence. Not only Zephyr and Ein, but even the Navy lackeys heard Muchin's words. And they couldn't believe that a man like Muchin would say such a thing. Did you not hear me clearly? I said, I want to form an alliance with you. Muchin repeated his previous words once again, and this time everyone on all the EO warships heard him completely. Hey, everyone couldn't believe their ears, because a man like this shouldn't be the one seeking alliances like the 4 emperors, right? Why would he need to recruit subordinates himself? Zephyr ignored the questions from the surrounding Navy lackeys, took off his sunglasses, looked into Muchin's eyes, and said seriously, Do you want to ally with us? Muchin looked at Zephyr, who had taken off his sunglasses, and nodded, saying, That's right, we are. Before Zephyr could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Muchin. I know you are pirates, but it's more accurate to say you are abandoned Navy. Zephyr was taken aback by this. To put it bluntly, I know everything about your past. Zephyr, Muchin said, staring into Zephyr's eyes. Zephyr looked at the man before him, who was filled with an intimidating aura, and couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, he found himself completely believing all of Muchin's words, even the part where Muchin claimed to know everything about him. Although Muchin was young, the aura of a king around him was unmistakable. Muchin, you're not lying. Do you know what happened to the teacher? Zephyr remained silent at this moment, but Ein couldn't hold back any longer. Ein had always had a strong affection for Muchin. However, due to his own status, he had never been able to express his feelings. But as Muchin mentioned his intention to form an alliance, Ai and subconscious had already regarded Muchin as his ally. So when Muchin claimed to know about Zephyr's experiences, Ein couldn't help but ask. After all, this mysterious man named Muchin truly captivated him, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Muchin listened to Ein's inquiry and nodded, then said, Zephyr, you previously worked in the Navy, but later became disillusioned with it after your wife and child were killed by pirates. You then gave up your naval career and chose to become a pirate. But deep down, you still want to be in Navy and protect the people. Am I right, Senior Zephyr? Muchin slowly finished speaking, then turned to Zephyr with a smirk, wanting to see Zephyr's reaction. Sure enough, as soon as Zephyr heard Muchin's words, his whole body froze, and tears started streaming down his cheeks. Teacher, Ein, who was beside him, was also aware of Zephyr's situation, so he had never brought it up. However, at that moment, Muchin openly spoke about the reason Zephyr became a pirate in front of the gathered Navy. This triggered Zephyr's emotions, and tears unconsciously flowed down his face. The purpose of my collaboration with you is also to help you rebuild a new Navy base. Muchin ignored Zephyr's sadness and continued speaking to himself. You and I both hate this world. My goal is to destroy those who tarnish Whitebeard's reputation, while yours is to change this decaying world. Therefore, our fundamental purposes are the same, even if it means bringing about change in this world. Muchin said this excitedly and eagerly, then waited for Zephyr's reaction. The surrounding Navy lackeys were stunned upon hearing this. They never expected Muchin to say such words. In the eyes of these lackeys, the idea of changing the world was something they wouldn't dare to think about. If it were someone else, a nameless underling, saying this, they would definitely mock them. After all, their horizons were limited, and they naturally had no high ideals. What are you planning to do? Zephyr wiped the tears from his face, regained his usual demeanor, put on his sunglasses, and looked at Mu-chan as he spoke. First, we go to Dressrosa and take down Don Quixote Doflamingo. Mu-chan replied decisively. Because this clown, Doflamingo, had taken advantage of Whitebeard's defeat to aggressively acquire Whitebeard's former territories. Therefore, after gaining his new abilities, Mu-chan's first target was Doflamingo. Zephyr listened to Mu-chan and nodded slightly. In that case, we will go to Dressrosa as you wish. However, I have one request. Zephyr didn't look at Mu-chan, but gazed at the endless calm sea as he said, You must defeat Doflamingo in our name. Mu-chan did not express any opposition to Zephy's words. After all, he had already allied with Zephyr and others. So it was natural to meet some of his allies' demands. Since Zephyr wanted to re-establish a new navy, Mu-chan was fine with it, as long as he could make Whitebeard's name resonate throughout the pirate world again. Teacher Mu-chan, Ian murmured as he watched the two in front of him. At this moment, in Wano country, glug glug, a gigantic dragon clung to the top of a building, desperately guzzling fine wine and delicacies. Surrounding the giant dragon were countless dark clouds and lightning, rumbling like thunder. Don Quixote Doflamingo. This giant dragon was Kaido, and not long ago, Kaido's messenger received intelligence from Dressrosa. Kaisa from Ice and Fire Island had been killed by a man named Mu-chan, also known as Whitebeard II. The fruit manufacturing facility, Smile, located on Ice and Fire Island, was also destroyed by this man. This man named Mu-chan could use the same fruit ability as Whitebeard, the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, and was wielding a sword called Songyan Xia. He looked just like a young Whitebeard. After that, Doflamingo's messenger showed Kaido the footage from the projector on Ice and Fire Island, and the situation was exactly as Doflamingo had described. This man named Mu-chan had returned to take revenge with Whitebeard's last wish. Kaido unleashed a dragon's breath onto the land of Wano, instantly setting it ablaze. The residents of Wano, seeing the fire, understood that Kaido was angry again and quickly hid far away. Then Kaido soared into the sky, letting out an angry roar. I will definitely kill you, Mu-chan. At this moment, Wano was filled with lightning and thunder. Kaido's figure suddenly vanished. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the morning of the next day. Mu-chan woke up in the Eon Navy's lounge, tidied himself up, and went up to the deck, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. At that moment, a melodious female voice came from behind. Mu-chan, it's time for breakfast. Hearing this voice, Mu-chan didn't even turn around. No, it must be Miss Ein speaking. This girl had been paying attention to him ever since he boarded the ship, clearly having feelings for him. However, every time Mu-chan tried to initiate a conversation with her, she would wear an expression as frosty as ice. Clearly, this woman was Tsundere. Mu-chan naturally didn't want to waste time on such matters. After all, he was a man determined to recreate the legacy of Whitebeard. If Ein always wore that Tsundere expression to win his affection, Mu-chan absolutely wouldn't play along. There were so many beautiful women in the pirate world. Why should he actively pursue a Tsundere? It should be the Tsundere woman seeking him out instead. So when Mu-chan heard Ein's words, he didn't turn around. Instead, he continued to gaze at the azure sea and nodded. I understand. Ein looked at Mu-chan, who appeared to be in charge, and immediately felt displeased. But for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Could it be that she really had feelings for Mu-chan? Ein didn't dare to think any further. She then focused and said to Mu-chan, just know that, and hurry over to eat. Today's meal is specially prepared by me. Mu-chan heard Ein's words, but did not reply, only giving a slight nod. It seemed that this woman could not change her flaws. If she could not overcome her proud nature, then he would absolutely not accept her. Meanwhile, television stations around the world were in shock. A man with a bounty of 5 billion had appeared. His name was Mu-chan. Television stations worldwide began to report on this mysterious man. It was said that he sank Ice Fire Island with just one strike. He was said to be the true Whitebeard II, wielding the Tremor-Tremor Fruit to seek revenge on the world. This world actually had a second Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Various exaggerated, shocking, and frenzied statements flooded out from the television stations to the world. The news was so outrageous that almost every television station ran out of paper. This event was more frenzied than the Marineford War that had happened a few years ago. It was completely unbelievable. At this moment, Doflamingo was looking at the newspaper sent from the press. When he saw that Mu-chan's bounty was directly set at 5 billion, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young master, Your judgment was indeed correct. Beside him, Toribol, with a large snot hanging from his nose, leaned over and laughed as well, while looking at the newspaper in Doflamingo's hand. Inform the world government, the Marine headquarters, and Kaido of Muchin's destruction of Ice Fire Island. That way, they will not ignore this madman who wants to destroy the world. Once an unprecedented bounty is issued, countless people will hunt him down, until he dies. However, the ones hunting him would ultimately be small fry. The real heavyweights were the four emperors like Kaido. When they saw this man named Muchin, they would definitely be restless. They would personally seek out Muchin to defeat him and prove themselves. As for the Marine issuing such an outrageous bounty, they would naturally not stand by idly. They would surely dispatch a large Marine force to hunt him down every day. This way, we would be safe enough. Doflamingo nodded in admiration at Torbol's words. That's right, Toribol. Your analysis is very correct. When Whitebeard fell, we divided up a lot of their territory. So this man named Muchin, after destroying Ice Fire Island, will definitely come looking for us. But once we release this news, the Marines and the four emperors will absolutely not ignore it. They will personally challenge this man named Muchin. If they defeat Muchin, then we will naturally be safe. But if they are defeated by Muchin, we can also retreat from this island in time. No matter the final outcome, we can smoothly get through this crisis. Ha ha ha! Toribol laughed wildly upon hearing Doflamingo's words. After all, they had made thorough preparations. And regardless of the final result, Doflamingo would definitely not be the loser. At this moment, on the Sabati archipelago, an old man wearing glasses was watching a fleet slowly depart. He was none other than the legendary Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh. Watching the Sunny leave Fishman Island, Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and leisurely returned to the tavern, ordering a drink as usual. While Rayleigh was slowly savoring his drink at the bar, the people around him erupted in surprised shouts. The man with the highest bounty in the world, Muchin, a bounty of 50 billion. Rayleigh, hearing the shouts around him, immediately became interested and asked the bartender for a copy of today's newspaper. The bartender, hearing Rayleigh's request, shook his head helplessly and informed him that today's newspapers had all been sold out and there were no copies left in the bar. After hearing the bartender's words, Rayleigh slowly pushed up his glasses. Is that so? Then what happened today that has everyone so excited? Did I hear 50 billion? Rayleigh voiced his curiosity. The bartender let out a light laugh at the sight of the bespectacled old man. Looks like you still don't know what happened today. Just yesterday, a man who claimed to be Whitebeard used the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit to directly sink Ice Fire Island. Then he was issued a bounty by the 5 elders of the world government, set at 50 billion. This man's name is Muchin. He is currently the highest bounty man, even surpassing the 4 emperors. Upon hearing the bartender's words, Rayleigh's body stiffened. Tremor-Tremor Fruit, a man worth 50 billion. Muchin. In Rayleigh's memory, there was no information about this man named Muchin, and during the recent Marine-Ford War, this man had not appeared either. Instead, several years later, this person emerged under the name of Whitebeard. Moreover, this man actually possessed the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Rayleigh clearly remembered that during the Marine-Ford War years ago, Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor Fruit had already been taken by Blackbeard. Over the past few years, Blackbeard had not been killed by anyone. Instead, he grew stronger and became the new 4 emperor. So why does this man named Muchin also have the ability of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit? Rayleigh covered his forehead, deep in thought. It seems that I need to personally go to Ice Fire Island to confirm this matter. Rayleigh immediately stood up and headed for the bar's exit. At that moment, the bartender called after Rayleigh's departing figure. You haven't paid yet. Put it on my tab. Rayleigh replied, domineeringly. It seems that this sea is about to stir up a bloody storm. Don't you think so, Roger? After Rayleigh left Sabati archipelago, other islands also received the top bounty notice issued by the world government. At this moment, the 4 emperors looked at the bounty notice in front of them, their eyes showing expressions of anger. Among them, the angriest was a fat man covered in hair with a beard, who was none other than the 4 Emperor Blackbeard. What? A new user of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit has appeared? How is that possible? He even claims to be Whitebeard too, declaring he wants to avenge Whitebeard? Ha ha ha. It seems it's time for us to take action ourselves. At this moment, the 4 Emperor Blackbeard held a newspaper in one hand while enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. On the side, a massive wooden table was laden with numerous drinks. It seems we need to personally head to Dressrosa. The reason the 4 Emperor Blackbeard was going to Dressrosa was that the next stop after Ice Fire Island was indeed Dressrosa. So he would personally go there and perhaps meet the legendary Whitebeard too. Meanwhile, a giant dragon was swiftly flying towards Dressrosa. This dragon was Kaido. Roar! Kaido let out an angry breath of dragon fire towards the sea. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire ignited across the ocean. Kaido's goal, like Blackbeard's, is also Dressrosa. He often fought with Whitebeard while he was still alive. However, despite several battles, Kaido was still unable to defeat Whitebeard and was even pushed back by him. After Whitebeard died in the Marineford War, Kaido and his subordinates plundered Whitebeard's territory and even fought against other emperors. It is easy to imagine how vast Whitebeard's territory was. Even a figure like Kaido was envious. At this moment, Kaido was heading to Dressrosa to determine whether this person named Mushin, the so-called Whitebeard too, truly possessed the same abilities as Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. After all, just watching through a projector couldn't guarantee the authenticity of Ice Fire Island. Therefore, he needed to go there himself. Waiting for Mushin in Dressrosa would allow him to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Mama, shouldn't we investigate as well? Charlotte Perispero knelt on one leg, asking the Yonko BIGMOM. No need. At this time, in Windmill Town, a one-armed man with red hair and a scar on his face looked at today's newspaper, lost in thought. Mushin. He whispered the name, then put down the newspaper and touched the place where his arm was severed, murmuring, Luffy, if you see this man, make sure to stay away. I hope you'll be safe. At this moment, in the New World, the EO warship was heading towards Dressrosa, and according to Mushin's suggestion, their next target for hunting was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Muchan was lying on the lookout tower, crossing his legs and leisurely closing his eyes. On the deck of the warship were Zephyr, Ein, and others commanding the surrounding Navy minions to advance towards Dressrosa. At that moment, a seagull messenger flew above the warship and dropped a newspaper from the sky, which landed right on Muchan's face on the lookout tower. Muchan picked up the newspaper and read it carefully. The headline read, The man with a 5 billion bounty. Muchan, the user of the Shock fruit, appears again. It claimed that with just one strike, he could sink Ice Fire Island. Looking at the exaggerated headlines and content, Muchan couldn't help but laugh. The editors of these newspapers really knew how to talk nonsense, as the content was filled with absurdities. However, seeing today's newspaper content, Muchan calmed down to think. The incident where he caused a commotion on Ice Fire Island was deliberately leaked to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Naturally, Doflamingo would inform the world government about his abilities. Clearly, the world government was willing to pay a bounty of 5 billion to prevent his revenge, sending people from all over the world to hunt him down. This meant that there would definitely be a large number of strong opponents waiting for him in Dressrosa, including potential adversaries at the level of admirals and the Four Emperors. Thinking of this, Muchan felt a surge of excitement. If he could kill a few strong opponents in Dressrosa and use the system to store their corpses, he could absorb them at the right time. This would allow him to elevate his strength to another level. However, Muchan was only imagining this for now. After all, going to Dressrosa right now would only lead to certain death. He was already facing a bounty of 5 billion, far exceeding that of the Four Emperors. Moreover, with today's newspaper widely publicizing his existence, it would surely attract the attention of many powerful figures. Therefore, going to Dressrosa in this situation was not a good option. He would have to wait for the storm to settle down before taking action. For now, it was best to stay low and gradually build up his strength. Afterward, Muchan made his plans and shared the newspaper's content with Zephyr and Ein. Upon hearing Muchan's plans, both Zephyr and Ein fell into deep thought. They ultimately agreed to follow Muchan's advice, as Dressrosa was currently too dangerous, likely filled with 2 or more of the Four Emperors and several marine admirals. Attempting to break through with the EO warship would likely lead to certain death. However, since they were in the New World, there were only 2 routes they could choose to leave. Unexplained to Muchan and Zephyr, holding a map in her hand and marking 2 locations with a red pen. The first option was to enter Fishman Island from the seabed and then return to the Grand Line. This way, they could temporarily avoid the spotlight. The second route was to return to the Grand Line via the Red Line. After hearing Ein's explanation, Zephyr looked at Muchan and asked, "What are your plans? Will you take the seabed route to Fishman Island and then return to the Grand Line, or choose the second option to return via the Red Line?" From Fishman Island back to the Grand Line, Muchan replied without hesitation. The journey from the Red Line back to the Grand Line would take too long, and they might run into the Four Emperors along the way. So it was more reliable to go through the EO warship, pass through Fishman Island, and return to the Grand Line. After hearing Ein's decision, Zephyr and the others nodded in agreement. At this point, Muchan and Zephyr were in an ally status, so their interests were bound together. If Muchan were attacked, Zephyr and the others would have to come to his rescue. Likewise, if Zephyr was attacked, Muchan would have to help. When I worked in the Navy, I knew of a place nearby that could help us coat the ship, Zephyr said to Mu-chun. However, that place is a bit chaotic, filled with pirate crews with bounties over 100 million. So we have to act discreetly when we go there. Especially Mu-chun. It will be best if you disguise yourself before taking action. Mu-chun nodded at Zephy's reminder, and then Zephyr ordered the EO warship to change direction. No longer heading to Dressrosa, but instead moving towards the nearby coating factory. At this moment, Mu-chun had already arrived at his lounge, preparing to take a good rest over the next few days. He had just stored Kaido's corpse and still needed to sign in for 7 days to obtain Kaido's abilities. Before that, Mu-chun had to act low-key. At this time, the system interface appeared in Mu-chun's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in. Sign-in count 1. Then, Mu-chun opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Just 6 more days. At this moment, a knock sounded from outside Mu-chun's room. Mu-chun heard a knock on the door and felt puzzled. Who would come looking for him at this time? Who is it? He wasn't afraid that any uninvited guest would come and harm him. Right now, with the Zephyr Alliance, no one on the ship would dare to provoke him. Moreover, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone taking action against him. The person outside the door fell silent for a moment after hearing Mu-chun's voice. Then a familiar female voice, intentionally lowered in tone, came through. Mu-chun, it's me. That proud little Gerline? What's she doing here at this late hour? Could it be? Come in. Upon hearing Mu-chun's consent, Ein pushed the door open and entered. Mu-chun lay on the bed, looking at the figure in front of him with a proud physique, squinting his eyes and sizing her up from head to toe. What brings you here at this hour? Is there something you need? Ein, facing Mu-chun's unabashed, intense gaze, felt her cheeks flush slightly and her entire body became a bit uncomfortable. What was she even thinking? Running to the room of a man she had only just met in the middle of the night. If others found out, it would be so embarrassing. And how would he think of her? Ein's eyes glanced at Mu-chun's strong, bare upper body, and she immediately lowered her head, too shy to look. Yet, her little glances kept darting back toward Mu-chun. This guy has quite a nice body. The well-defined muscles didn't seem overly exaggerated, but they were filled with explosive masculinity. Ein already had some vague feelings for Mu-chun, and now seeing this almost sculpted physique combined with his quite handsome face, she couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it just to see how it felt. I'm not a pervert. It's just appreciation. Ein silently recited a few words in her heart, then boldly directed her gaze back at Mu-chun. Ahem. Mu-chun coughed a few times and silently pulled his clothes over himself. Although he enjoyed the bold admiration of a beautiful woman for his physique, if this continued, he might not be able to hold back. So what brings you here? Ein watched Mu-chun get dressed, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. But it was quickly concealed. I just came to chat with you out of boredom. Ein sat down according to Mu-chun's gesture, resting her chin on her right hand, and said, Oh, what do you want to talk about? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a man and a woman to chat alone at this late hour? Mu-chun smiled and said, It's just a chat. Do you want to do something to me? Ein grinned slyly. Her proud yet slightly charming smile made Mu-chun momentarily flustered. Hey, why are you so captivated? Ein waved her delicate hand in front of Mu-chun's eyes, pretending to be angry. However, she still felt a bit of pride inside. Making this guy act indifferent during the day. I almost thought I had no charm. Now you're fascinated, aren't you? Mu-chun came back to his senses and cleared his throat a few times to disguise his embarrassment. No, I can't be tempted by this Tsundere girl. I'm a man who aims to revive the Whitebeard name. But then again, her Tsundere personality is quite nice. And this girl has the ability of the devil fruit that can reverse age, which means she can maintain a youthful state forever. No. There are countless beauties in this world, and I won't easily yield unless this Tsundere girl takes the initiative. All right, let's get on with the conversation quickly. I need a rest. I shifted my attention like a steel straight man. I want to know how you came to possess the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Logically, isn't every ability in this world unique? Ein smiled slightly, propping up her long, smooth legs, her eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, you want to know about this? Mu-chun raised his eyebrows and smiled. Ein nodded up and down like a little chick. Mu-chun's lips curved into a mysterious smile, immediately catching Ain's attention. I won't tell you. TCH. So stingy. Ai pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Such a secret concerning his life's major events would not be easily shared with anyone. Not even with his own woman. Moreover, this prideful girl in front of him wasn't even that yet. He would never reveal anything about the system, keeping it buried deep within him. If it were exposed, the whole world would probably come knocking, eager to dissect him and study him thoroughly. While he wanted to clear Whitebeard's name and take revenge on those who tarnished it, he wasn't foolish. Going against the whole world was a completely different matter. Whether active or passive, if she wanted to talk about such things, she might as well leave. Mu-chan waved his hand, then looked at AI on with a mischievous smile. If you want to come and warm my bed, I wouldn't mind. Who wants to warm your bed, you jerk? AI shouted shyly, her pretty face flushed with a lovely red hue. Then, her face burning, she hurriedly pushed the door open and slammed it shut with a bang. Standing outside the door, she pressed her hands against her hot cheeks. Her heart raced like a deer, thumping wildly. What's wrong with me? Have I really started to like this annoying guy? No, this guy is so annoying. How could I really like him? But why is my heart racing so fast? Il murmure softly. The patrolling soldier saw AI slam the door to Mu-chan's room and then stand outside, frozen in confusion. Miss AI, what happened? It's nothing. Just go back to what you were doing. AI was startled by the sudden voice and quickly shook her head, then pretended nothing had happened as she walked back to her own room. The patrolling soldier scratched his head and didn't think much of it. Inside the room, Mu-chan shook his head helplessly, then lay back on his bed, closing his eyes to ponder. Now that Dressrosa was about to gather many powerful individuals, he had to change his plans. Although he wanted to kill those strong figures for revenge on behalf of Whitebeard and to absorb their powers, he wasn't a fool. Rushing in like a reckless man to face numerous strong opponents, even with Whitebeard alive, he wouldn't dare to claim victory easily. Moreover, he didn't possess the strength to inherit all of Whitebeard's power, did he? That would only lead to a certain death. Revenge requires a proper plan. Solving one after another is the right path. Once he absorbs enough power, at that time, even if he faced all the world as strongmen alone, he would be at a disadvantage. For now, the best course of action was to lay low and develop. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in. Check-in times: 7. You have obtained 1 chance for inheriting from the deceased, and there are 7 days until the next inheritance opportunity. A powerful corpse has been stored in the system. Would you like to inherit it? Yes. Mu-chan heard the cold and mechanical voice of the system and immediately agreed without hesitation. After sailing at sea for 6 days, he finally completed an inheritance opportunity. Although Kaido himself was weak, having an additional devil fruit ability was excellent, especially since it was a Logia type. Ding! Character loading complete. Host: Mu-chan Inheritance Panel. M. Kaido Kalong Strength, 13 Constitution, 14 Spirit, 22 Agility, 16 Ability, Gas Fruit Evaluation. Due to the minimal damage to the original body, your inheritance degree this time is approximately 96. Current remaining sign-ins: 0. Feeling Kaisa's power flowing within him. Mu-chan couldn't help but curl his lips. This Kaisa really was useless. The panel was trash. However, considering he was a researcher, it was understandable. Better than nothing. At least he had the gas fruit in hand. Knock, knock, knock. A series of gentle knocks on the door interrupted Mu-chan's examination of the system panel. Mu-chan, we've arrived at Membrane Island. Let's get off the ship. Ein's pleasant voice came from outside the door. Okay. Then, Mu-chan walked out of the room and approached Zephyr. In the distance, the island was gradually getting larger, with various ships docked at the port. Most of them were pirate ships, and the rest were few and far between. However, Zephyr had mentioned that this place was chaotic, with pirates rampant, and the Navy rarely came here. After all, this was the New World. The Navy couldn't exert the same powerful control as in the Four Seas and Paradise. As the Inyo warship gradually approached the shore, Zephyr turned to Mu-chan and said, "You should disguise yourself first to avoid being recognized." "Sure, but there's no need to worry too much. Not many people know my face," Mu-chan nodded. Wearing sunglasses, with a fake mustache stuck on, dressed in an Inyo military uniform, and draped in an Inyo cloak, Mu-chan followed the others down the warship. Ein looked at the differently dressed Mu-chan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. If only Mu-chan truly belonged to the Inyo Navy, Ein thought to herself. Mu-chan didn't notice Ein's expression and walked over to Zephy's side. "I'm going for a stroll. You could take care of the coding matter." "I'm not familiar with the coding master here. I'll follow Mu-chan," Ein said, looking at Zephyr and asking. Zephyr nodded in response and didn't say much more. He had already noticed Ein's unusual behavior over the past few days as a teacher. He wouldn't say much about what his student wanted to do. Everyone has their own choices, and as a teacher, supporting them is enough. Moreover, these students were the ones who accompanied him in their craziness. Zephyr then led the group to find the coding master. Mu-chan glanced at Ein and led the way into the city. The two strolled leisurely to a tavern, which was just like other cities ruled by pirates. Inside the tavern, there was a chaotic and noisy group of pirates. When the pirates saw 2 unfamiliar faces, one of whom was a stunning beauty, They whistled like hungry wolves. Ein's pretty face turned cold, her eyes revealing a killing intent. These damn pirates. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened, his aura erupting like a mountain collapse or a sea quake. For a moment, the pirates in the tavern fell silent. You scum of the sea, behave yourselves and keep quiet. Afterwards, Mu Chen led Ein to the bar, looking at the calm and composed tavern owner. What would you like to drink? 2 cups of binks. Mu Chen threw out a few coins and said bang. The pirate, who had just been stunned, reacted at this moment, throwing down his wine bottle with a face full of anger. Kid, are you looking for death? A pirate with a nose like a wine barrel stepped forward, his forehead and neck bulging with veins as he roared at Mu Chen. Before Mu Chen could respond, Ein, standing beside him, was filled with killing intent and was about to rise. These damn pirates had to be completely eliminated. Mu Chen reached out and pressed his hand on Ein's shoulder, urging her to stay seated. He then turned around in his chair, smirking mockingly. What's wrong? You don't like being called trash? The enraged pirate with a wine barrel nose shouted, swinging his fist towards Mu Chen's head. Oh, kill this ignorant fool. The other pirates in the tavern immediately cheered excitedly. That's how pirates are. Reckless and impulsive. They just take action when things don't go their way. Bang! The boisterous shouts of the pirates suddenly stopped as they looked at Mu Chen, who was still sitting in his chair. Then their gaze shifted to the pirate with the wine barrel nose embedded in the wall, their faces filled with disbelief. This was Bloodhand Brian, with a bounty of 89 million. How could he be taken down in an instant? Moreover, that guy was still sitting in his chair, seemingly not even having seen him make a move. Brian's subordinates pulled him out from the wall, his entire face caved in, blood gushing out, looking incredibly tragic. Damn bastard. Kill him to avenge Boss Bloodhand. A few of Brian's subordinates, seeing their boss lifeless, shouted angrily as they grabbed their weapons and charged at Mu Chen, who was still at the bar. Bang! Bang! After a few more sounds, those subordinates met the same fate as their boss. Mu Chen picked up his wine glass, took a big gulp, and smiled broadly. So, is there anyone else who wants to die? Ein looked at the resolute face in front of her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. He is really handsome. She then chose not to interfere any longer and took her wine glass, smiling as she sipped a few times. The other pirates in the tavern heard Mu Chen's taunting tone and immediately stood up, their faces and necks flushed with anger, looking extremely furious. In an instant, all the pirates collectively roared and charged towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen chuckled softly, and his figure flickered. Moments later, the originally noisy environment in the tavern fell silent, with all the pirates lying on the ground, not making a sound. Mu Chen sat back at the bar as if nothing had happened. Boss, take these pirate heads and exchange them for money. Consider compensation. The tavern owner nodded calmly. This kind of thing was quite common on this island. He had run the tavern for so many years and had seen all kinds of storms. Then, the tavern owner called his subordinates to clean up the tavern while he continued to wipe the wine glasses with a white cloth. By the way, boss, do you have any news lately? Mu Chen remembered the matter of inquiring about news at the tavern, which he had just forgotten due to this group of pirates. Yes. What news does the guest need? The tavern owner nodded. About Whitebeard too. Is it the Whitebeard too who was recently offered a bounty of 5 billion? Yes. Ian looked at Mu Chen in confusion. Isn't Whitebeard too you? What else do you want to know? The tavern owner thought for a moment and said, that Whitebeard too destroyed Punk Hazard entirely, and according to the news, he is heading to Dressrosa. Mu Chen nodded. This was in line with his previous plan, but now he had changed his itinerary and was preparing to go to the Paradise to avoid the storm. Is there any news of other strong fighters heading to Dressrosa? The Seven Warlords Doflamingo has already released the news that Whitebeard too will be heading to Dressrosa, and the Navy as well as the Yonko Blackbeard have already set off for Dressrosa. Is that so? Are there any other strong fighters? The tavern owner shook his head slightly, saying there was no news from the other Yonko. Mu Chen nodded, swirling the wine glass as he pondered. Blackbeard. The Navy has already set out. He wondered if there were any others. Red-haired Shanks probably wouldn't go. After all, there was no conflict between the two of them. As for Kaido of the Beasts, with his combative and unpredictable temper, he would definitely go. Mu Chen killed Caesar, who was exceptionally important to Kaido, cutting off Kaido's access to artificial devil fruits. It would be strange if Kaido didn't seek trouble with Mu Chen after that. As someone who wants to build an army of hundreds of capable individuals and then launch a top-tier war in the world, Kaido's killing of Caesar has severed his ambitions. As for Charlotte Linlin, the Empress of the Sea, who wants to rely on Caesar's technology to create giants, although she doesn't have a deep-seated grudge, we can't rule out her motivation to seek trouble with Mu Chen. As for the fake Whitebeard too, Weevil, that fool with a greedy mother, is unlikely to come. If he dares to appear before Mu-chun, he definitely won't leave alive. In short, choosing to avoid the storm is the right decision. Letting the Navy and the four emperors fight among themselves is much better. Although it won't lead to a full-scale war, it can still provide some entertainment for both sides. Right? Afterwards, Mu-chun left the tavern with Ein. Captain, there's a new face on the island. Who killed our men? A pirate gasped as he reported to the rugged figure sitting on the sofa. A menacing scar crossed his face, resembling a centipede crawling across it. With a similarly scarred bare upper body, and his smooth head reflected the light like a mirror. This was Scar Walter, with a bounty of 270 million. Known for his ruthless attacks and considerable strength, he thrived at the entrance of a new world, and no new pirates had dared to provoke him before. Now, hearing that a newcomer dared to kill his men, he immediately broke into a fierce grin, making the scar on his face appear even more menacing. Lead the way. Scar Walter looked at the informing pirate, who trembled under Walter's gaze, shaking as he turned to leave. Yes, Captain. Mu-chun, why did you ask about that news just now? The two walked and looked around, and Ein turned to Mu-chun, wanting to know who might want him dead. Mu-chun smiled and said, Then I will go find them one by one. Ein looked somewhat speechless, wondering if this person had such a strong killing intent. Although she didn't care about the lives or deaths of the pirates, and would even help Mu-chun kill them, she shook her head and sighed softly. What's wrong? Don't you want to kill those pirates? Mu-chun glanced at Ein's actions and asked, No, you just said you would help the teacher create a new navy. Is that true? Ein met Mu-chun's gaze. This was the condition for Mu-chun to join the Inyo Navy Alliance. She still found it hard to believe. Of course. I always keep my word, Ein replied. Mu-chun nodded. Why? Aren't you supposed to help Whitebeard get revenge? If you inherit Whitebeard's title, won't you become a pirate? As a pirate, wanting to create a new navy seems a bit unbelievable. Ein's small face was unusually serious. When did I ever say I was a pirate? Wanting to help Whitebeard get revenge doesn't mean I'm a pirate. I'm not going around burning, killing, and plundering civilians. As for helping Zephyr create a new navy, do you think there's any difference between the current navy and pirates? Mu-chun smiled and looked at Ein. Is this the navy now? Ein lowered her head and fell silent. Yeah. Isn't the current navy just the strong arm of the world government? The world government collects the heavenly gold from the allied nations and then sends the navy to protect those nations. As for other countries that haven't paid the heavenly gold, the world government completely ignores them. How is this any different from the four emperors of the pirates? The celestial dragons even keep slaves. What they do is 100 times more disgusting than pirates. But do those commoners dare to resist? The world government and the navy also established the Shichibukai system, which makes those navy officers who despise evil feel cold at heart. Isn't it true that her teacher Zephyr decided to leave the navy and create the Inyo Navy precisely because the world government recruited Weevil, who slaughtered her classmates and cut off Zephyr's arm? All of this shows that the current navy is not true justice at all. It's just a vicious dog of the world government. Ein let out a deep sigh and did not say more. Mu-chun looked at Ein, who was momentarily downcast beside him, and reached out to touch her silky blue hair. Ein lifted her little head and smiled gently, not resisting. Yes, this powerful man in front of her would help them fulfill their dreams. What was there to complain about? Ein leaned against the strong body beside her, a hint of sweetness crossing her heart. Trouble was coming. Ein looked ahead at the approaching pirates and immediately tensed up, preparing for battle. Mu-chun patted her shoulder and said, With me here, you don't need to intervene with this trash. Okay. Ein nodded and then felt relieved. So, you're the one who killed me? Scarred Walter stood not far from Mu-chun. His unfriendly tone came through, and his fierce gaze resembled that of a man-eating wolf. So you're here to kill me? Mu-chun slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with disdain. These trashy people coming one after another were truly intolerable. Those who dare to kill me, Scarred Walter, on this island really don't know how to live. Scarred Walter saw the look in Mu-chun's eyes, and his anger surged. Kid, you should know that our captain, Scarred Walter, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million. A sycophantic crew member shouted loudly beside him. Never heard of him. Mu-chun dug at his ears, his expression indifferent. Hey, you'll know soon. Scar-faced Walter let out a sinister laugh, stomped his foot, and charged towards Mu-chun. His fist, as big as a wok, swung towards Mu-chun's head. Mu-chun let out a cold laugh, his hands moving swiftly as he grasped Walter's fist. It seems you really have some skill if you dare to kill my people. Walter was slightly taken aback. He was well aware of the strength behind his earlier punch, capable of easily smashing a thick stone, yet was caught so effortlessly. Oh, Mu-chin's indifferent gaze made Walter seethe with anger. Walter's foot was covered with armed color domineering, resembling black iron, as he delivered a whip-like kick towards Mu-chin's waist. Mu-chin also covered his feet with armed color domineering, kicking back with greater speed and force. Boom! Walter flew out like a bullet, crashing into a house, causing the stone bricks to collapse on him and raising clouds of dust. The pirates who followed Walter were instantly dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. "Captain, are you okay? How could the captain be kicked away like that? It's impossible. What nonsense are you talking about?" The captain was just careless. He's a notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million. Boom! Walter pushed aside the stone bricks, spat out a mouthful of blood, and stood up, his ugly face becoming even more twisted with rage. With a roar, Walter charged towards Mu-chin, attacking him with both hands and feet at an incredibly fast speed. Mu-chin's expression was calm, with a hint of red light flashing in his eyes. His entire body swayed back and forth, skillfully and accurately dodging Walter's attacks. "It seems you only understand some basic hockey, but you have no mastery of observation hockey at all." Mu-chin smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "With just this level, you dare to act tough in front of me? You really don't know when to quit. Damn bastard, I want you dead." Walter, seeing his attack completely miss, became even angrier. He indeed only knew some armed color hockey. As a pirate in the New World for so many years, if he didn't know armed color hockey by now, he would have died countless times already. But that was all there was to it. He didn't want to submit to one of the four emperors. He just wanted to be the boss himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck here at the entrance of the New World. As for going back to the first half of the Grand Line, he looked down on that. That place was referred to as a paradise by the New World pirates, but it was no compliment. However, having been around here for so many years, he knew well who he could provoke and who he couldn't. He just didn't expect that an unknown guy would be this powerful. Now, even if he wanted to beg for mercy, he couldn't back down. Otherwise, even if Mu-chin let him go, he wouldn't be able to survive. But would Mu-chin let him off so easily? Impossible. His principle was to directly eliminate anyone who came to trouble him, without any unnecessary chatter. Mu-chin suddenly swung a whip-like kick toward Walter's chest. Walter, caught off guard, couldn't evade in time and could only extend his arm to block. But it was of no use. Walter's arm, along with his ribs, was directly broken by Mu-chin's kick, sending him flying backward, sliding across the ground to his crew. Seeing Walter in such a miserable state, his crew immediately trembled in fear. They had never seen their captain being beaten so badly, with not a bit of ability to fight back. This time, they feared the worst. The crew members in the back retreated in terror, wanting to distance themselves from this terrifying man. In an instant, one by one, they fled in chaos, leaving only Walter's 3 loyal subordinates. Mu-chin didn't bother with the fleeing crew members. Killing them one by one would waste his time and energy, which was unnecessary. Of course, if he used his devil fruit abilities, it would be resolved quickly, but he didn't want to expose his location just yet. The remaining 3 crew members helped Walter up, their eyes glaring fiercely at Mu-chin. Walter had already lost consciousness. He couldn't withstand the heavy blow infused with high-intensity hockey. "Oh, it seems you 3 are not convinced and are seeking death? It would have been better to flee like those trash." Mu-chin looked at them with a cold gaze, the killing intent in his tone as piercing as the depths of winter, instantly freezing their hearts that were originally filled with anger. However, they did not leave. Instead, they trembled and begged Mu-chin, "My lord, we have offended you. Please forgive our actions this time." He chuckled. "I have never been one to let go of those who harbor hostility towards me. Doing so only allows them to take advantage, bringing unnecessary trouble to myself later on. If you had left in fear like your companions, perhaps I would not have pursued you. But since you stayed, that is no longer the case." Mu-chin smiled slightly. These words made the 3 of them feel a chill in their hearts, and cold sweat began to pour out from their bodies. It seemed that this time they would undoubtedly die. The 3 exchanged glances, and the only option left was to fight to the death, then gritted their teeth and charged at Mu-chin. But it was useless. Even their captain was no match for Mu-chin, let alone their weaker selves. They were easily dealt with by Mu-chin, 1 kick each. Subsequently, Walter, who lay unconscious on the ground, was also killed by Mu-chin, who twisted his neck. The residents and pirates on the street huddled in their houses, peeking at Mu-chin through doors and windows, all trembling with fear. This suddenly appeared man easily dealt with Walter, the notorious pirate on the island, and was not to be trifled with. Aang, who was watching from the side, approached Mu-chin after he resolved the trouble. The island was very chaotic. She had seen it when she followed Zephyr to this island before and didn't take it to heart. These pirates deserved to die, and she wished she could kill them all. But that was just a thought. She knew very well that pirates could not be completely eliminated. Let's go back to the ship. Mu-Chin nodded, and then the two headed towards the direction of the Enyo warship. Zephyr was likely already with the coating master to coat the ship, and it would be ready to set sail in no more than 2 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu-Chin and his companions were continuously diving in the Enyo warship in the ocean. Mu-Chin stood on the deck, looking at the strange scenery, feeling a sense of novelty. He hadn't been in this world for long. As soon as he arrived, he found himself in a new world, and after drifting at sea for a while, he had never experienced the journey of taking a ship into the deep sea, let alone in his past life. Fish in the sea came and went endlessly. The deep sea was filled with boundless darkness, and the ship's light was like a drop in the ocean. Thinking about the impending arrival at the legendary Fishman Island, he was exceptionally excited. As a young man who lived under the red flag in his past life, being able to witness this vast and magnificent world was truly exhilarating. The beautiful mermaids, creatures that existed only in legends, he would soon see with his own eyes, even though he usually pretended to be very deep and reserved. Today he couldn't help but keep smiling. Ayan, standing beside him, stared at him intently, filled with curiosity. What could make him so happy? She had never seen him behave like this before, which made her think that Mu-Chin was a very aloof person. She was very attentive to Mu-Chin's every move, and now seeing him like this made her feel like she was being tickled inside. Unable to resist, she finally spoke up. Mu-Chin. Mu-Chin turned his head and looked at the beautiful face beside him with confusion. What's making you so happy? Ayan's beautiful big eyes stared at Mu-Chin, full of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy because we're going to Fishman Island. Mu-Chin smiled and said, Do you have acquaintances in Fishman Island? No, I've been in the New World and haven't been to Fishman Island. Mu-Chin shook his head. Oh, do you like mermaids? A glimmer of urgency flashed in Ayan's eyes. Well, mermaids are all very beautiful. Appreciating beauty is a common trait among men. Mu-Chin didn't notice the expression in Ayan's eyes and thought nothing of it. Is that so? Do you think I'm pretty? Ayan stared at Mu-Chin intently, her beautiful eyes gently blinking as if they could speak. Women are like this. When they encounter a man they like, they feel an inexplicable sense of crisis whenever other beautiful women are mentioned. Of course. Mu-Chin nodded. Ayan was very beautiful. There was no doubt about it. But her personality was slightly tsundere. However, it seemed that most young women in this world were very beautiful and had great figures, each one more stunning than the last. Oda really understands men's preferences. Upon hearing this, Ayan's delicate cherry lips curled up, her attractiveness increasing further. Then, she gently leaned forward, her soft and elastic touch barely brushing against Mu-Chin, causing a slight stir in his heart. Then Ayan's petite cherry lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Mu-Chin's eyes. Alert! A large sea creature is approaching. The soldiers monitoring the dangers in the sea immediately sounded the alarm, causing the romantic atmosphere between the two to dissipate instantly. Ayan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly moved away from Mu-Chin. Mu-Chin touched his nose, almost letting him take action just now. What a pity. Then Mu-Chin's gaze shifted to the huge, dark shadow in the distance, feeling slightly displeased in his heart. Why did it come to cause trouble just when I was about to take a step forward, instead of coming earlier or later? Mu-Chin leaped in front of the large Sea King, standing face to face, with his cold eyes fixed on it. Zephyr, who was in the cabin, heard the warning and quickly arrived beside Mu-Chin, looking serious. Encountering a large Sea King in the deep sea could lead to disaster if one is not careful, potentially capsizing the ship and costing lives. Of course, for a strong person like him, it wouldn't lead to an accident. It was just a matter of being cautious. Mu-Chin glanced at Zephyr, but said nothing more. He slightly crouched down, his right hand clenched into a fist in front of his chest, a faint white sphere gathering around his fist. Seeing this, Zephyr no longer intervened and turned to leave. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the space cracked like a broken shell. The sea currents surged violently. The fissure struck the large Sea King, and in an instant, its eyes rolled back, blood gushing out like a dam that had burst. The Enyo warship rocked up and down due to the tidal waves caused by the sea, and the soldiers and crew held tightly to the ship's body to avoid being thrown overboard. After a moment, the sea calmed down, and the crew and soldiers let out a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Mu-Chin. They had never witnessed Whitebeard's power firsthand before, and now this man who claimed to inherit Whitebeard's legacy used the powers of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit that Whitebeard was famous for, making them deeply wary. Truly worthy of being called a devil fruit that could destroy the entire world, it lived up to its reputation. If they were to be enemies with him, they estimated that even this one attack would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. Of course, except for Zephyr. Fortunately, they were allies now, which gave them more confidence in wanting to create a new navy. Those who were previously somewhat skeptical now showed respect. Who would dare to be disrespectful? In this world, the strong deserve respect from anyone, whether they are enemies or allies. Along the way, aside from that large sea king that came looking for death, it was smooth sailing after that. There were no dangers ahead. The deep sea was dark and filled with darkness. Mu-chun didn't stay on the deck for long before returning to his room to lie down, and also no longer approached Mu-chun as boldly as before. It seemed that the looks from the other people on the ship contained a hint of laughter, making her blush every time she encountered them, glaring at those people, which hurried the soldiers who were watching the show to move away, not daring to look again. The distant Fishman island gradually enlarged, with large bubbles encasing the entire brightly lit and beautiful Fishman island. Entering the guarded entrance, the style was completely different from other islands at sea. The island was filled with colorful corals and streams of water suitable for mermaids to swim through everywhere. Beautiful mermaids dressed refreshingly sat by the ponds, playing and laughing continuously. TSK, TSK, TSK. It felt just like a paradise. Mu-chun looked at the stunning scenery and couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, Ayn powdered her lips, looking displeased, occasionally glancing at Mu-chun. Umph. Mu-chun helplessly touched his nose and wondered how he had provoked this proud little girl again. It was indeed good, but unfortunately, without Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island was now in turmoil. Zephyr sighed lightly, shook his head, and led the way into the city. When I gain enough strength to spread my name across the world, I will definitely restore the protection of those territories that Whitebeard once held. Mu-chun's heart was filled with determination. Out of admiration and affection for the mermaids, he would never allow these beautiful mermaids to fall into deep waters and fire. Yes, it was pure admiration, without any impure thoughts. However, the Fishman Island was currently under the rule of the Yonko BIGMOM, Charlotte Linlin, and with his current strength, he was not capable of shaking her reign. But it wouldn't be long, as long as he kept hunting strong opponents and absorbing their powers. The time would come for him to dominate the world. Whether it was the Yonko or the Navy World Government, he would trample them underfoot and make them submit. Having arrived in this world and possessing a system, he had the confidence to achieve this. If it didn't make a change, what would be the meaning of coming to this world? Fishman Island, Fishman Street. It had already been occupied by the new Fishman pirates, and the streets were in disarray, filled with fierce thug fishmen. A fishman entered a bar and reported to Hodi Jones, who was sitting in a dark corner. Boss, another group of human pirates has come to the island. Oh, then just do as we did before. Hodi Jones took a swig from a bottle, looking indifferent. Yes, boss. The fishman's subordinate nodded respectfully and then turned to leave. Another bunch of foolish humans has delivered themselves to us. It seems our slaves will increase again. Ha. A short cigar-smoking shark fishman wearing an ancient Eastern warrior helmet sneered beside him. What about Vander Decken? Hodi Jones put down the bottle and turned to the two-headed shark fishman Dos. Vander Decken has already agreed. We just need to wait for our orders, Dos. Hodi Jones grinned, then let us toast to our great victory, haha. Oh, Mu-chun and Zephyr acted separately, with Zephyr taking people to coat the Neo warship, while he continued to wander around Fishman Island with Ayn. He didn't refuse Ayn's desire to follow him. However, this proud little girl kept her eyes fixed on Mu-chun the entire way, making him feel uneasy. I say, could you please not look at me like that? It feels like I've done something wrong to you. Oomph. Ayn huffed lightly, ignoring him and continuing to stare. If you dare to do anything out of line with the mermaids here, just wait and see how I deal with you. Mu-chun let out a helpless sigh and decided not to interfere anymore, walking ahead to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Ayn gritted her silver teeth and hurried to catch up. That bastard, can't he see? Can't he take the initiative? You're a man, and I'm a woman. Ayn thought angrily. Hurry, find the invading pirates. The soldiers of the Mermaid Kingdom were searching everywhere on the street, looking anxious and hurried. What's going on? Ayn wondered as she looked at the fish soldiers. There must be pirates who entered without registering at the entrance. Speaking of which, we are also pirates. Mu-chun shrugged. Ayn felt a bit down upon hearing this. Yes, she was now a pirate too. Even though she held onto a sense of justice in her heart, she was still considered an unforgivable pirate in the eyes of the current navy. The two of them walked along, avoiding the fishman soldiers. He didn't want to be entangled by those fishman soldiers. Right now, He just wanted to wait for the warship to finish its coating and leave this place to head towards the first half of the Grand Line, avoiding the spotlight. After that, he would find trouble with Doflamingo. However, he didn't want to stir up trouble, but a group of fishmen had other ideas. Sure enough, after leaving the city, they were surrounded by the new Fishman pirates. A dozen Fishman thugs approached with sinister smiles. Seeing this, Muchin couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it seems trouble is coming again. Ian smiled lightly at his words. Humans, come with us obediently, the leading Fishman sneered. Muchin shook his head helplessly, and in a flash, dozens of Fishman thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Muchin squatted down, his cold eyes fixed on the leading merman. Speak. Who sent you? Cough, cough. Human, don't get too cocky. Hodi Jones will avenge us. You humans treat us mermen as your slaves. The leading merman was coughing up blood, but his arrogant demeanor remained unchanged even as he was close to death. Oh, Hodi Jones? The new Fishman pirates? A cold glint appeared in Muchin's eyes as he reached out and twisted his neck. Muchin, do you know about this new Fishman pirate crew? I asked curiously. They're just a bunch of garbage who fantasize about using humans as slaves and then ruling the entire Fishman Island. Muchin nodded. Just a bunch of useless trash. Hodi Jones is indeed weak as hell, relying on drugs to extend his lifespan in exchange for power, and he doesn't even know hockey. In the end, he was just a stepping stone for Luffy to gain experience 2 years later. With such strength, he still dreams of ruling over humans. The Fishman thugs he gathered are just a result of long-term oppression, being captured as slaves by humans and influenced by Fishman Arlong. They are dissatisfied with the Fishman Kingdom, believing that the Fishman King is too cowardly. They think that as a race stronger than humans, they should dominate humans, not hide in the depths of the sea, away from the sun. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. So, are you going to deal with this new Fishman pirate crew? I asked. No need. They will soon bring about their own demise, Muchin replied. Muchin shook his head. Although he didn't know when Luffy and the others would arrive here, it was probably soon, so there was no need for him to take action. That Hodi Jones was just trash relying on drugs. There was no need to waste an opportunity to absorb the power of a strong opponent. Let's go. There's a forest over there. Let's take a look. It's quite amazing to have a forest underwater. Okay. An smiled and nodded. She felt like she was on a date by being able to wander around with Muchin. This kind of experience was something she had never had before, and it made her very happy. In the past, she had always followed Zephyr to learn and capture pirates. Then she encountered Weevil, who slaughtered their peers, and afterwards, the Inyo Navy was established. Now, being able to follow someone she liked was something she had never imagined. The forest of the sea. Muchin and the others arrived at the center, and to his surprise, he encountered Princess Shirahoshi and Luffy's group here, looking at the giant-like figure in the distance. With a cute face and an outstanding figure, Princess Shirahoshi, Muchin was slightly mesmerized. In this world, the only one who could match the pirate empress in appearance was Shirahoshi. He had originally thought about leaving Fishman Island early and didn't expect to have the chance to see the mermaid princess. However, now that Luffy's group had arrived at Fishman Island, it seemed like fate. Meeting the protagonist from the original story in person was quite novel for him. After all, One Piece is told from the perspective of the Straw Hat crew, and he had been following Luffy and his friend's growth all along. Come on, let's go meet the mermaid princess. Muchin turned to Ein and smiled. Huh? The mermaid princess? I was taken aback and a bit confused. She never expected that the tall and beautiful mermaid in front of her was the mermaid princess. Wait for me. Ein came to her senses and quickly followed Muchin. Someone's coming. Luffy turned to Muchin and Ein, saying to White Star. Who is it? White Star turned around with a curious expression. Who are you? White Star asked curiously as she looked at Muchin and Ein who had approached her. My name is Muchin. Nice to meet you, Princess White Star. Muchin looked up and smiled. So white and so big. Hello, my name is Ein. Nice to meet you. Ein politely bowed slightly. Then, seeing Muchin's gaze, a hint of danger appeared in his eyes. Hello everyone, I am Bai Xing greeted shyly. I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy grinned widely and chuckled. Hee hee, hello, Pirate King Luffy. Muchin smiled slightly and looked over. Pirate King? You are the son of the world's most evil man who appeared 2 years ago during the Marineford War. Monkey D. Luffy. Ein looked at Luffy in surprise, not expecting him to reappear on Fishman Island after 2 years. Oh, another beautiful lady. Hello, I'm Sanji. Sanji rushed forward with hard eyes, startling Ein, who immediately hid behind Muchin. The others also greeted in the same manner. How did you guys get here? Jinbei asked. Oh, we saw a strange forest here and came to take a look. Muchin said. Suddenly, a giant axe flew in from a distance. Mu-chan leaped up and deftly caught the axe in his hand. Another one? This is the 10th time since then. What a persistent guy. Luffy paused in his attempt to get up and said irritably, "Thank you, Mu-chan-sama." Jinbei was startled by the flying axe and, after thanking Mu-chan, turned to Luffy and shouted, "Do you see how dangerous this is? Why did you bring Princess here, Luffy-kun?" "Thank you, Mu-chan-sama," Shirahoshi smiled. "Hee. It's no problem as long as I'm here," Luffy grinned, adjusting his hat and turning to Mu-chan. "You're really amazing too." Mu-chan shouldered the giant axe and smiled gently. "What's going on?" I asked in confusion. "The princess has unfortunately fallen victim to Vander Decken's poison hand. Thus, she has been constantly attacked by him, and for the past 10 years, she has lived in the hard-shell tower without stepping outside, not even attending her own mother's celebration," Jinbei said with an angry expression. As a former soldier of the kingdom, he had always been very worried about the safety of the mermaid princess, and the residents of Fishman Island felt the same way. The mermaid princess was a treasure of Fishman Island, and there wasn't anyone who didn't like her. "That Vander Decken is truly despicable," An said, looking at the obedient and lovely Shirahoshi with rage. As a woman, she also held a great fondness for Shirahoshi. "Mu-chan, let's help Princess Shirahoshi deal with that disgusting guy." Ein proposed to Mu-chan, driven by her sense of justice. "Vander Decken is not so easy to catch. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let him threaten the princess so easily." Jinbei shook his head and sighed helplessly. Mu-chan shrugged, while Ein pressed her lips together helplessly. Everyone watched as White Star prayed at Princess Otoheim's grave, and Nami spoke about the occupation of Fishman Island. At that time, it was the now-deceased Whitebeard who saved this place. The crowd listened as Jinbei slowly recounted the past. Soon, a giant screen built on the trees displayed Hodi Jones's image. "Citizens of the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island, I have an important announcement. This country will face a collapse, and the new king reborn from this will be me. Those who hold a friendly heart towards humans disappear from this country. Immediately, new residents from Fishman Street will move here. They all despise humans and wish for this island to change. You must have witnessed it too, the death of the beloved Princess Otoheim. Even if you trust humans and greet them with smiles, they will still betray you. Why can't you understand this? You are being incited by the Sea God tribe, walking only a path towards death. Wake up. Look closely at the once great night. Neptune is getting old." "Father," White Star exclaimed tearfully, "it's time to say goodbye to the old Ryugu Kingdom. 3 hours later, at Giant Court Plaza, I will sever the head of this incompetent king." The list of traitors. Luffy's group gasped as they learned that Zoro and the others had been captured. "Father Camillo, we must save him." Princess White Star called for her pet shark Camillo and jumped up, pretending to rush towards Giant Court Plaza. Just in time, Jinbei shouted for her to stop. Luffy and the others prepared to confront Hodi, but Jinbei refused them. "You cannot fight Hodi," Jinbei said urgently. "Is it because we are humans?" Chopper pointed at himself innocently. "It sounds so awkward coming from you." Sanji said, speechless. "That's right, otherwise. There will be remnants of the fishmen hating humans. Leave this to me." Jinbei nodded seriously. Ein's gaze turned to Mu-chan, her eyes filled with questions. As the inheritor of Whitebeard's power, Mu-chan sees the island that was once protected by Whitebeard now facing such dire circumstances. It's hard to say what he will do. However, this is a private matter for the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and she is no longer a just Navy officer. But according to her thoughts, she will definitely go to protect the Dragon Palace Kingdom. It's just, Mu-chan calmly looked at Ein and lowered his head in thought. For White Star, the Sea King, if he could recruit her for his own use, it would definitely be a great help for his plan to overthrow the world government. However, taking action this time could gain the favor of the Ryugu Kingdom, but it might also expose his identity, which contradicted his previous intention to avoid drawing attention. While Mu-chan was contemplating the pros and cons, Jinbei and Luffy had already started fighting. After a moment, Mu-chan made a decision to step in and help. As long as he didn't reveal the abilities of the two devil fruits with his currently disguised appearance, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Simply using haki would be enough to deal with that trash Hodi Jones. With determination, Mu-chan's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Luffy and Jinbei were taken aback by the sudden surge of Conqueror's haki, immediately stopping their actions and turning their attention to Mu-chan. "Lord Mu-chan, what do you mean?" Jinbei said seriously, with a look of concern in his eyes. The terrifying Conqueror's haki forced him to treat the situation with caution. Mu-chan smiled faintly and said, "Jinbei, although I might be meddling, isn't it a bit embarrassing for you as allies to start fighting among yourselves? Isn't the most important thing now to save King Neptune?" My lord Muchun. Shirahoshi looked at this man she had just met with tears in her eyes. Jinbei's expression was filled with frustration as he fell silent. Moreover, Hodi Jones is currently trying to kill even the residents of Fishman Island. What more is there to say about such trash? Whether human or fishman, as long as we can go save King Neptune, it might change the fishman's view of humans. Right? You are determined to stop us from fighting Hodi Jones, wanting to avoid worsening the fishman's opinion of humans. Isn't that just self-deception? Even if we kill Hodi Jones, given his actions, the residents of Fishman Island might even thank us. Hodi Jones is going to execute the king and rebel against authority. Such a crime. Who would still feel sorry for him? Muchun smiled and said, the act of rising against authority in this world filled with island mentality cannot be considered utterly outrageous. As for executing the king, I believe that someone like Jinping, who serves as the royal guard and embodies the spirit of chivalrous hero, would definitely not easily forgive such actions. Muchun believes that Jinbei will make the best choice. Thank you, Lord Muchun. I know what to do now. Jinbei solemnly bowed in gratitude. Luffy and the others immediately grinned. Now that Jinbei wouldn't stop them, that was the best outcome. Muchun, are you going to take action? I looked at Muchun and asked, huh, you guys are also going to help? Nami was slightly surprised, and the others felt the same way. They had just met Muchun and the others, and they were already willing to help them, which surprised them greatly. Muchun nodded slightly, of course. I am a warm-hearted person. What about the teacher? And we are not. An didn't continue, as she believed Muchun understood her meaning. There won't be any unexpected situations. That garbage Hodi Jones isn't a threat. However, you can go back to Zephyr first. I can handle alone. Muchun shook his head slightly and said firmly, no, I want to follow you. Upon hearing that Muchun wanted her to leave, An immediately opposed. Ever since stepping on a Fishman Island, her sense of crisis had been strong. As a woman's sixth sense, she didn't want to be away from Muchun for even a moment. Muchun smiled helplessly upon seeing this. This Sunder a little girl. Thank you. Lord Muchun, White Star said, her eyes glistening with tears as she smiled in gratitude. She was very happy that Muchun wanted to help her. As a naive little girl who had not seen much of the world, she held goodwill towards everyone. Although Jinbei did not know Muchun's exact strength, that display of Conqueror's haki just now was enough to convince him. He did not expect that an unknown man would possess such extraordinary talent, which surprised him greatly. Muchun's strength must also be quite formidable. Yash, let's set off. Luffy grinned widely and laughed. At the Jalancade Square, King Neptune and the princes were bound in the square, surrounded by Fishman residents who were tightly clasping their hands and praying for a miracle. The Fishman residents held great affection for the royal family, and now they were about to witness their execution, which filled them with worry. Meanwhile, Muchun, White Star, and Jinbei were on their way to Jalancade Square, riding on their pet shark, Camaro. That my father, White Star exclaimed, her face breaking into a smile. So you are safe and sound. Jinbei looked out and was a bit surprised. You fool, look closely, that's a fake. Muchun said with frustration. It's ridiculous that something clearly made of balloons can be seen as King Neptune. Is that a fake? Lord Muchun. Baixing looked slightly surprised. Upon closer inspection, it really is fake. It should be a trap set by Hodi and the others. Jinbei nodded seriously, trying to cover up his embarrassment. He had misjudged it earlier, which was a bit embarrassing. Let's go directly to the Jalancade Square and not waste any more time. All right, let's begin the execution. Captain Hodi, use fire. No, it should be skewering. Shut up. Hodi yelled at the Fishman thugs who were causing a ruckus. If we don't lure Baixing out now, everything will be in vain. Don't lay a hand on my sister. That child is not a warrior at all. What threat could she possibly pose to you? The Fishman Prince of the Three Seas shouted angrily. Prince of the Overturned Star, do you think I don't know anything? To tell you the truth, the one I want to take down the most is that legendary mermaid. Hodi Jones sneered. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Humph. You don't need to pretend you don't understand anything. No matter what, I will deal with her. Hodi Jones scoffed. Captain Hodi, look at the sky. A Fishman thug exclaimed, pointing upwards. Oh, it seems to have fallen into the trap. Haha. Hodi Jones laughed loudly. Father, brothers, are you okay? Baixing shouted from afar. Look, it's Princess Baixing. Why is Princess Baixing back here? She shouldn't come. Princess Baixing coming here is life-threatening. That damn Hodi Jones. The Fishman residents watching at Jalancade Square gasped, worried for Baixing's safety. With a loud crash, Michael landed and Baixing and Jinbei jumped down. Oh, Jinbei, you're here too? Haha, looks like heaven is helping me. Today you will all die here. Hodi Jones's face turned grim upon seeing Jinbei. Hodi, why are you doing this? Jinbei glared angrily at Hodi Jones, his expression dark. Why? To end this fallen kingdom, of course. Only we new immigrants are the future of Fishman Island. You guys who only compromise with humans don't deserve to live in this world. Hodi Jones's long hair fluttered, his sharp teeth bared, and his gaze fierce. Now is the time for execution. The iron gates around Jelonko Square opened with a rumble, and a large number of armed Fishman thugs emerged, followed by pirates covered in wounds and looking dejected. Who were those guys? The Fishman residents watching were astonished as they looked at the pirates that came out. 70,000 fishmen capable of wielding weapons. 30,000 human slaves captured from the sea in the past month, all transferred from the closed Fishman Street. A total of 100,000 outlaws. Ugh. Chapter 20. Self-deception. Mu-chan smiled slightly and spoke. Jinbei, although it's none of my business, isn't it a bit embarrassing for you as allies to start fighting among yourselves? Isn't the most important thing now to save King Neptune? Lord Mu-chan. Bai Xing looked at the man she just met with tears in her eyes. Jinbei's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Moreover, Hodi Jones even wants to kill the residents of Ryugu Kingdom. What more is there to say about such trash? Whether human or fishman, as long as we can go and save King Neptune, it might change the fishman's view of humans, right? You are so intent on stopping us from fighting Hodi Jones, wanting to avoid a worse view of humans among the fishmen. Isn't that self-deception? Even if we kill Hodi Jones, given his current actions, the residents of Ryugu Kingdom might even thank us. Hodi Jones is about to execute the king, usurping power. Such a crime, who would still pity him? Mu-chan smiled and said, the act of subverting authority in this world filled with islander thinking cannot be considered a grave offense. As for punishing the king, I believe someone like Jean Ping, who serves as the royal guard of the original king and embodies the spirit of a chivalrous warrior, would definitely not forgive easily. Mu-chan believes that Jinbei will make the best choice. Thank you, Lord Mu-chan, I know what to do now. Jinbei bowed solemnly in gratitude. Luffy and the others immediately grinned. Now that Jinbei wouldn't stop them, that was the best outcome. Mu-chan, are you going to make a move? An looked at Mu-chan and asked, huh, you guys are going to help too? Nami was slightly surprised, and the others felt the same way. It was quite astonishing that Mu-chan and Jinbei had just met them and were already willing to help. Mu-chan nodded slightly. Of course, I'm a warm-hearted person. What about the teacher? And we are not. An didn't continue, believing that Mu-chan understood her meaning. There won't be any unexpected situations. That trash, Hodi Jones, is not a big deal. However, you can return to Zephyr first. I can handle it alone. Mu-chan shook his head slightly and said firmly, no, I want to follow you. Upon hearing that Mu-chan wanted her to leave, An immediately opposed. Since stepping onto Fishman Island, her sense of crisis had been very strong. As a woman's sixth sense, she didn't want to be away from Mu-chan for even a moment. Mu-chan smiled helplessly at the sight. This proud little girl. Thank you, Lord Mu-chan, White Star said, her eyes glistening with tears as she smiled in gratitude. She was very happy that Mu-chan wanted to help her. As an innocent little girl who had not experienced much of the world, she held goodwill towards everyone. Although Jinbei did not know the specifics of Mu-chan's strength, that one instance of Conqueror's Haki was enough to convince him. He did not expect that an unknown man would possess such extraordinary talent, which surprised him greatly. Mu-chan's strength must be quite formidable as well. Yash, let's set off. Luffy grinned widely and laughed heartily. At the Galongcod Square, King Neptune and the princes were bound in the square, surrounded by fishmen residents who were clenching their fists and praying for a miracle. The fishmen residents had great affection for the royal family, and now they were about to witness their execution, causing them much worry. Meanwhile, Mu-chan, White Star, and Jinbei were riding on the pet shark Camelo on their way to Galongcod Square. That's my father, White Star exclaimed, a smile appearing on her face. So you are safe and sound. Jinbei looked out, a bit surprised. Idiot, look closely, that one is fake. Mu-chan said irritably. It's ridiculous that something obviously made of balloons can be seen as King Neptune. Is that fake? Lord Mu-chan. White Star was slightly surprised. Well, upon closer inspection, it really is fake. It should be a trap set by Hodi and the others. Jinbei nodded seriously, hiding his embarrassment as he had also misread it earlier. Feeling a bit ashamed. Let's go directly to Jelonko Square. No need to waste time. Okay, let's start the execution. Captain Hodi, burn them at the stake. No, let's skewer them. Shut up, Hodi shouted at the rowdy fishman thugs. If we don't lure White Star out now, everything will be in vain. Don't you dare lay a hand on my sister. That child is not a warrior. How could she pose any threat to you? The fishman prince, Carambola roared. Carambola Prince. Do you think I don't know anything? To tell you the truth, the one I want to kill the most is that legendary mermaid. Hodi Jones sneered. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Humph. You don't need to pretend you don't understand anything. Regardless, I'll take care of her. Hodi Jones sneered disdainfully. Captain Hodi, look up at the sky. A fishman thug exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Oh, it seems to be falling into the trap. Ha ha ha. Hodi Jones laughed loudly. Father. Brothers, are you all okay? White Star shouted from a distance. Look, it's Princess White Star. Ah, why is Princess White Star back here? She shouldn't come. Princess White Star coming here is life-threatening. That damn Hodi Jones. The Fishman residents watching in Jelonko Square gasped, worried for White Star's life. Boom! Michael landed. And White Star, a Jinbei jumped down. Oh, Jinbei, you're here too. Ha! It seems like heaven is helping me. Today you all will die here. Hodi Jones's face darkened upon seeing Jinbei. Hodi, why are you doing this? Jinbei's eyes darkened, angrily looking at Hodi Jones. Why? To end this fallen kingdom, of course. Only we new immigrants are the future of Fishman Island. You guys who only know how to compromise with humans don't deserve to live in this world. Hodi Jones's long hair fluttered, his sharp teeth bared, and his eyes fierce. Now is the time for execution. Boom! The iron doors around Jelonko Square opened, and many armed fishman thugs came out, followed by a group of battered and dejected pirates. Who are those guys? The onlooking Fishman residents looked in surprise at the pirates that came out. 70,000 fishmen capable of using weapons. 30,000 human slaves caught in the sea this month, all transferred from a closed Fishman Street. A total of 100,000 outlaws. Oh, Jelonko Square was filled with 100,000 pirates, slaves, and fishman thugs. Dense and chaotic from a high vantage point, it looked like a swarm of ants running around. Ha ha ha. Now is the time for the new Dragon Palace Kingdom to rise. Hodi Jones spread his arms and laughed wildly. Hodi Jones, you will not succeed. You traitor. Our Dragon Palace Kingdom will not yield. King Neptune roared loudly. Oh, ha ha. Open your eyes and take a good look at this scale. Get to know my power well. I have been planning this since 10 years ago. No one can stop me. Not you weak and incompetent royal family. Not Jinbei, and not the Straw Hat crew. Let me tell you the truth about this Dragon Palace Kingdom. The queen you all love, Odoheim, was killed by my own hands. Hodi Jones's shocking words stunned everyone, and the noisy environment immediately fell silent. You killed Queen Odoheim. Is it true, Captain? The Fishman thugs were also shocked by this fact. The residents of the Dragon Palace Kingdom originally thought that Queen Odoheim was killed by human pirates. Since then, the hope of aligning with humans has broken. Ha ha. Back then, I paid human pirates to ignite the signature box through sniping, and I, taking advantage of the chaos, assassinated Odoheim. Then, I eliminated the hired human pirates and framed her. Hodi Jones said darkly. Hodi, I will never forgive you. King Neptune glared angrily and shouted. Hodi Jones suddenly shot out a droplet of water, hitting King Neptune's chest. King Neptune groaned. Father, she was too much of a nuisance, wasn't she? White Star. Hodi Jones's veins bulged on his face as he turned to look at White Star. Spouting nonsense about revenge against humans as a crime. Promoting friendly coexistence with humans all over the island. She almost let his scheme succeed. This kind of woman is simply too annoying. Your mother deserved to die, so I killed her. White Star tightly pressed her lips together, tears streaming down her eyes. I already knew. What? Everyone was shocked. White Star, what kind of conspiracy are you brushing off? You actually said you already knew I killed your mother? Hodi Jones said incredulously, angrily rebuking. Don't say so much nonsense to this madman. White Star. Mu Chun leaped onto the shoulder of the White Star and calmly said, Hey, Lord Mu Chun, how did you come out so quickly? Lord Mu Chun, who is this human? Do you seek death? Hodi Jones's face darkened upon seeing Mu Chun. It's not the Straw Hat crew, and there's never been any news about him. Who is this human? How could human come here? The onlooking Fishman residents were shocked. You really are hopelessly stubborn, choosing to rely on a human for help. It's truly foolish beyond redemption, Hodi Jones sneered. It seems that choosing to end this old kingdom and establish a new one was a wise choice. I'm just a kind passerby, merely displeased with you. Mu Chun arrived at the center position and smiled at Hodi Jones. Ha, you foolish human. You will regret the choice you made. Humans should be trampled under our feet, the fishmen. Hodi Jones laughed sinisterly. Just you alone? I have 100,000 subordinates in the new Fishman pirate crew. With this garbage, no matter how many there are, they are just food. Mu Chun sneered. Boom. A cannonball struck the center of the square, and smoke spread everywhere. A huge whale took advantage of the chaos and charged down from the sky, with Neptune and the others flying up from its back. Captain Hodi, King Neptune has been taken away. There are pirate ships in the sky. Nanny. Hodi Jones turned in surprise to look at Neptune and the others in the sky, while the Thousand Sunny rushed down amidst the chaos. The Straw Hat crew and I jumped off the ship and came to Jinbe's side. It seems you get along well with humans, Jinbe. I just can't stand scum like you. Hodi Jones gritted his teeth, looking at Jinbe with a dark expression. Get them. Kill them. At Hodi Jones's command, hundreds of thousands of pirate slaves and fishmen thugs roared and charged forward. TSK, TSK, TSK. I told you, these trash are useless no matter how many there are. A cold light flashed in Mu Chen's eyes, and the powerful conqueror's haki instantly spread out from him as the center. The pirate slaves and fishmen thugs charging forward suddenly foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and they fell to the ground one after another. This conqueror's haki is indeed incredibly strong, Lord Mu Chen. Jinbe had previously witnessed Mu Chen's conqueror's haki, and seeing it again now was still shocking as ever. Who is this? How can he possess conqueror's haki? Zoro looked at Mu Chen in surprise, while Sanji and the others explained Mu Chen's background to him. Hee, you really are impressive, Mu Chen. Luffy grinned, as he had originally wanted to use his conqueror's haki too, but now there was no chance. What's going on? Over half of them fell, without any attack. The remaining fishmen thugs looked at Mu Chen standing in front of them in shock. Let's finish this quickly. I'll leave the rest to you, Mu Chen said without looking back. Then, Mu Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hodi Jones, delivering a punch to his body. Boom! Hodi Jones instantly turned into a blur and flew backward, crashing into the surrounding wall, with stones and bricks flying everywhere. The broken bricks fell from above Hodi Jones as he sat inside a collapsed wall, spitting out blood. Captain Hodi! Hodi Jones pushed away the debris on his body, his eyes blazing with anger, and gathered a drop of water in his hand, fiercely throwing it towards Mu Chen. Water strike! Mu Chen condensed the armed color haki in his hand. When a high-speed flying raindrop appeared before him, he reached out and slapped it, causing the raindrop to change direction and pierce through the ground beside him, creating a pit. Not dead? Quite tough. Mu Chen's mouth curled up as he reappeared in front of Hodi Jones, his black fist striking continuously against Hodi's body like an impenetrable net, enveloping both of them in dust and fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Hodi Jones's subordinates turned to look at the two's position. They could hear the sounds but couldn't see the figures, feeling an unease in their hearts. Black rope great tornado. The fishermen's subordinates were instantly swept up by the massive tornado. Zoro held dual swords with a cold smile on his face. Being distracted during a battle can get you killed. Damn it. The fishermen's subordinates gritted their teeth and focused on dealing with the Straw Hat crew. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a great battle was about to erupt in the square. After a moment, Hodi Jones's body was covered in fist-sized dents, resembling a rag doll. Then, Mu Chen grabbed Hodi Jones's head and flung him toward the center of the square. Thud! The breathless Hodi Jones flew in from a distance like a broken kite, landing on the ground and sliding for several meters. Mu Chen walked out from the mist, unscathed except for a bit of dust on him. Captain Hodi! The fishmen under Hodi Jones were stunned, unable to believe what they saw, forgetting even to fight. Impossible. Captain Hodi has taken a large amount of deadly drugs. His strength must have increased significantly. How could he be beaten like this? Impressive, Lord Mu Chen, Princess Shirahoshi exclaimed, covering her slightly parted mouth with her pure white hands, her big eyes sparkling with amazement. Lord Mu Chen's strength is indeed unfathomable. Jinbe looked at the unharmed Mu Chen with a sigh. Although Hodi Jones was indeed not strong, after taking a large amount of deadly drugs and with the strong physique of fishmen, his endurance alone was considerable. Yet, how could he be beaten to such a state in such a short time? Plus, with the earlier use of Conqueror's haki, there was no news of him on the sea. Perhaps he is just a strong person who doesn't like fame and fortune, Jinbe thought. At that moment, a gigantic ship, as large as an island, slowly approached from afar. The shadow covered the sky, and it appeared imposing from a distance. That's the ship of promise, Noah. What's going on? Why is it moving? Who did this? King Neptune exclaimed in shock. This is bad. This is serious. What's wrong, father? Although it's sudden, why are you so flustered? That is just a remnant of the past, not something important. Prince Sharkstar, the merman, looked at King Neptune in confusion. No, that ship must not be moved at all. Until the day of destiny, it is absolutely not allowed to budge an inch. King Neptune exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. The Galongcod square was gradually shrouded by the Noah, instantly darkening. What is happening? Why is it so dark in the square? That's the Noah from Fishman Street? The crowd in the square gasped, looking up at the imposing giant ship. It was breaking through the bubble layer of the island. If the bubble layer bursts, the living area will be swept away by the water pressure before Noah crashes here. Meanwhile, Zephyr and others, who were coding the Neo warship, looked up at Noah with panic on their faces. Teacher Zephyr, what is going on? If that giant ship comes down, we'll definitely die. Benz, dressed in ninja attire, exclaimed in panic, looking at Zephyr. Zephyr's face darkened. This was something he hadn't anticipated. The warship wasn't coded yet. It couldn't move at all. And his strength couldn't stop the descent of this giant ship. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with dark lines. To be honest, he didn't know what to do now. This unexpected situation was beyond his imagination. Perhaps Mu-chan's Tremor-Tremor Fruit ability could solve it, but even if it shattered, the fragments of the giant ship would still fall onto Fishman Island. In that case, Fishman Island would still suffer damage, but it wouldn't sink entirely. Thinking of this, Zephyr immediately had the soldiers call the snail that Ein was carrying to notify Mu-chan. Compared to life and death, exposing Mu-chan's whereabouts on Fishman Island was no longer a concern. He wasn't afraid of dying. He just had many things left undone, and they couldn't die. In Galongcod Square, I don't know what that is, but we're doomed. Usopp covered his head, panicking. If we all get flattened, will this sea area turn red? Robin said calmly, her tone rather sinister. Quick, take shelter. Escape to the sea outside the island. The fishmen thugs rushed out of the square, and the onlooking fishmen also fled in all directions. A scream came from the sky, and the fishmen in the square looked up. Something was falling. Boom! A huge object fell from the sky, crashing down onto the fishmen thugs. You're one of Deacon's men, Mianjin. It hurts, I slipped. Mianjin cried out, holding his head, and then looked up at Noah shouting, Captain Deacon, I accidentally fell down. Quickly fill the ship, I don't want to die. Standing on the collapsed wall, Mu-chan calmly watched Noah. He really had forgotten about this. If he had known, he would have found that lecherous fishman to deal with first. Ein quickly arrived beside Mu-chan, looking serious, and handed him the snail. It's Teacher Zephyr. Oh, Mu-chan took the microphone, and the snail showed Zephyr's serious face. It's me. Mu-chan. Use the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's ability to shatter the giant ship in the sky, Zephyr stated directly, without any small talk. Mu-chan was slightly surprised to hear Zephy's plan. This would expose his identity. No need, there are other ways to solve it. What method? You better not be joking at a time like this. Trust me. Although Mu-chan can shatter Noah, what he desires more is to awaken White Star's ability to call upon the giant sea kings, which aligns with the reason he wanted to participate in this battle from the beginning. If White Star doesn't awaken her sea king abilities, bringing her into the fold later would just make her a beautiful vase. Zephyr held the microphone and remained silent for a moment. I believe you. Ein looked at Mu-chan with some concern. Although she didn't know what method Mu-chan was referring to, she trusted him. Afterwards, Mu-chan gave Ein a look that reassured her not to worry, and with a flash, he appeared on White Star's shoulder. White Star looked at Mu-chan on her shoulder, her large eyes filled with worry. Lord Mu-chan, it's okay, White Star. I have a way to solve this. Mu-chan reached out and patted Bai Xing's delicate face to reassure her. Hey, really, Lord Mu-chan? But I need your help. Just tell me what you need help with. I will do my best, Bai Xing said firmly. Do you remember those giant sea kings you called when you were a child? Mu-chan smiled and said, is there? Bai Xing tilted her head, pondering with a slight furrow in her brow. You have this ability. You need to believe in yourself. As long as you can summon those giant sea kings to help hold this huge ship, you'll be able to save Fishman Island. You must believe in yourself. Do you understand? Mu-chan nodded and said, okay, I will, Lord Mu-chan. Bai Xing firmly nodded in agreement. Go ahead, do what you should do. Thank you. Lord Mu-chan. Ha. Mianjin, it's impossible to save you now. Anything I send flying with my power will either be knocked down by something or will never stop until it hits the target. You will become a sacrifice along with this Fishman Island to commemorate the passing of Bai Xing. A broadcast came from the giant ship. It was Vander Decken. Don't. Mianjin screamed. Princess Bai Xing? Could it be that Noah was also thrown by Decken, like those letters and axes? Jinbei was surprised to hear Vander Decken's broadcast, and then turned to look for Bai Xing. Where's Princess Bai Xing? However, he could not see Bai Xing in the square. At that moment, Bai Xing was desperately swimming upwards, heading towards the deep sea. That's Princess Bai Xing. Noah is following Princess Bai Xing. It's the arc that the princess opened for questions. Wait, what if Noah crashes into Princess Bai Xing? Princess Bai Xing, hurry and escape. The Fishman residents looked at Bai Xing in shock and shouted anxiously. Where are you running, Bai Xing? Ha ha ha. You can't escape this time. Vander Decken laughed as he watched Bai Xing struggle to swim. That's Hodi, he has gone up too. Decken is still on the ship. Can't we do anything? The princess of a nation is risking herself for us. The Fishman residents looked at Hodi Jones, who had stood up and jumped back onto Noah. Damn, that guy is badly injured but has gotten back up. Jinbei gritted his teeth and said angrily, Where's Lord Muchun? Lord Muchun has gone up with Princess Bai Xing, Ain said as she approached Jinbei. In the water, the abilities of fishmen and humans are worlds apart. I hope Lord Muchun is careful. Jinbei looked worriedly in the direction of Bai Xing. I'll go help too. Luffy grabbed Sanji's raised foot, stretching his arm to prepare to fly up. Ain called out to stop him. No need, trust Muchun. He and Bai Xing will stop that giant ship. Straw Hat Kid, just stay here and deal with these fisherman pirates. Miss Ain is right. Luffy, don't be impulsive. Jinbei nodded in agreement. Is that so? Well, okay then. Luffy reluctantly let go and immediately charged towards the fisherman pirates. Ain looked up worriedly. Even though she believed in Muchun, he was a devil fruit user, and he would definitely suffer in the water. It was impossible not to worry. But now she couldn't do much, and that feeling of being unable to help Muchun made her very unhappy. Muchun instructed Bai Xing to continue moving upstream to the sea, while he jumped onto the Noah. He needed to deal with Vander Decken on the ark. Otherwise, even with the giant Sea King pulling it, Noah would still continue heading towards Bai Xing out of the corner of his eye. He caught sight of the disastrous Hodi Jones and couldn't help but curl his lip. That kind of injury didn't kill him. His recovery ability is truly astonishing. However, once he comes up, he could just snap his neck. What a piece of trash. Noah plunged into the deep sea, surrounded by a bubble layer, so there was still air inside the ship. Muchen's eyes flashed with a red light as he used observation hockey to cover the entire ship, searching for Vander Decken's location. Found it. Ha ha ha. My dear White Star, how does freedom taste? The sturdy walls of the hard-shell tower that have protected you for 10 whole years are no longer here. Will you die first from blood loss? Or will you be crushed to pieces by this giant ship? Vander Decken said with a sinister smile, holding several daggers in both hands. Now, I'll give you one last chance, White Star. If you give me the liquid S, I'll spare your life right now. Marry me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vander Decken immediately threw the dagger in his right hand. Whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Muchun appeared in front of Vander Decken, swatting away the dagger and looking at him with disgust. You really are disgusting. A sleazy idiot like you thinks you can aim for something way out of your league? Who the hell are you? What did you sneak up here? Vander Decken stared in shock at the Muchun before him. Someone here to take your life. Before he could finish his sentence, Muchun had already appeared in front of Vander Decken and grabbed his neck. Cough cough, you bastard. Vander Decken's face turned red as he was choked. Muchun forcefully crushed Vander Decken's hand and foot bones, causing him immense pain, and then continued to ignore him. Come out, you trash hiding in the shadows. Muchun calmly spoke towards the dark area. Hodi Jones, with a gloomy expression, huddled in the shadows. He initially planned to kill Vander Decken directly, then make Noah lose its ability to chase and crash down on a Fishman island, destroying this place that filled him with anger. But now Vander Decken had already been captured by this terrifying man, Muchun. Moreover, he had been discovered, which was the worst part. Damn lowly humans. Hodi Jones whispered. He immediately headed towards the sea, where he believed this lowly race could not compare to his great fishmen. However, a cloud of smoke rushed in at high speed, enveloping his entire body, leaving him dazed and causing his steps to falter. Is it poison? Hodi Jones's entire white fish face quickly turned a purplish red, stumbling 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. But damn it, I can't die yet. Muchun walked up to Hodi Jones, looking down at him with cold eyes. Then he stomped down hard, directly crushing Hodi Jones's entire head. After dealing with Hodi Jones, he turned and walked to the bow of the ship, where Vander Decken was still lying on the ground, crying and struggling. White Star, it's time. Call upon the giant Sea King. Muchun shouted loudly at Bai Xing. Hearing this, Bai Xing turned to look at Muchun's figure, nodded, and stopped. Muchun turned around and twisted Vander Decken's neck, causing him to die instantly. Noah began to slowly descend. Breathe, Princess. Shirahoshi saw Noah falling and took a deep breath, gripping her hands tightly as she called out loudly. Lord Muchun said I could call upon the giant Sea Kings, and I believe him. So, if you can really hear my voice, please save Fishman Island and make Noah stop. Make Noah stop. Shirahoshi's voice spread out and a massive figure swimming in the deep sea halted. It was the voice of Princess Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi is calling us. Let's go quickly. MMHM. In Jalanko Square. Look, Noah is going to fall. What happened? Why is Noah falling? Is His Highness the Princess okay? The Fishman residents looked in astonishment at the ever-enlarging figure of Noah, which was originally far from Fishman Island, and couldn't help but worry for Shirahoshi's safety. Did something happen between Lord Mu-chun and Princess Shirahoshi? Jinbei casually knocked away a Fishman thug and said with concern, "This ship is falling down, not pursuing Princess Shirahoshi. It must have lost the ability of the user." Ein thought for a moment and said, although she was unclear about the specific abilities of the target fruit, Mu-chan was already on Noah, and based on Ein's understanding of him, he must have dealt with the user. But she didn't know what method Mu-chan was referring to. If Noah couldn't be stopped in time, Fishman Island would likely be destroyed. Jinbei was very serious. Just trust them. There's nothing else we can do. The Fishman thugs in the square had already been dealt with by the Straw Hat crew, and everyone stood together looking up. Noah was gradually pressing down on the bubble layer of Fishman Island, and they couldn't help at all in the current situation. Wait, look, Noah has stopped. Ha ha ha. Although we don't know what happened, we are saved. We are saved. The people on Fishman Island were all ecstatic. Everyone was laughing heartily and cheering nonstop. It seems that Lord Mu-chun and Princess Shirahoshi really succeeded. Haha. Jinbei, who had been worried from the beginning, also laughed loudly, expressing his earlier unpleasant feelings. On the Inyo warship, Inyo soldiers were also embracing each other. The feeling of surviving a disaster was fantastic. A smile crossed Zephyr's serious face. It seems that allying with this kid isn't such a bad thing after all. They're really coming. Lord Mu-chun, look, they are really coming. Shirahoshi smiled and swam towards Mu-chun, leaning over the edge of the ship and pointing at the giant sea kings. Mu-chun smiled and nodded. Now that Princess Shirahoshi has awakened the power of Poseidon, if she wants to go to war with the world government, there will be even more opportunities. Thinking of this, Mu-chun couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Several giant sea kings, nearly the same size as Noah, bit the chains, firmly holding Noah in place. We have come in response to your call. Princess Shirahoshi, our power is your power. The giant sea kings looked at Shirahoshi, emitting a sound that only she could hear. Princess Shirahoshi, we have been waiting for your birth. Huh? Me? Shirahoshi looked at the giant sea kings with a slightly dazed and cute expression. Yes. This is a legend that has been passed down for a very long time. Every few hundred years, one of our kings is born in the form of a mermaid. You, from the moment you were born, are our king, finally awakened, the power to destroy the whole world. King Neptune gazed at the deep sea, murmuring to himself. In the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere of the banquet was lively, and everyone was celebrating joyfully. Ein pouted and was searching for Mu-chun's figure, worried that he might have fallen into the embrace of those enthusiastic mermaids. Really, where did he go? I can't see him at all. However, no matter how hard Ein looked, she would never find Mu-chun's whereabouts, because Mu-chun was currently in another quiet room, talking with King Neptune. So, does your excellency mean that you want Shirahoshi to help when you need it? King Neptune's gaze was fixed on Mu-chun. This man who saved the Dragon Palace Kingdom seemed to have a purpose for coming here. He just didn't know how he found out about Shirahoshi being the reincarnation of Poseidon. Yes, Mu-chun nodded. Could you tell me what exactly it is? After pondering for a moment, King Neptune inquired. The other party saved his country, and he was always willing to help his benefactor, but when it concerned his beloved daughter, he had to consider it carefully. Mu-chun smiled slightly upon hearing this, then extended his index finger and pointed upwards. As the king of Neptune, he naturally understood the meaning of Mu-chun's gesture. However, he did not expect that the ambition of the man before him was so great. Wanted to do what no one had dared to do for so many years. This was something he never anticipated. He did not immediately agree, but remained silent. Deep in thought, the silence between the two lasted for a few minutes, and then Mu-chun broke the quiet scene. Isn't your Fishman tribe always wanting to freely go out to sea and live a life without the fear of being captured as slaves? Princess Odoheim initially wanted to ally with the world government in exchange for freedom and equality, which is not wrong. But have you ever considered that without demonstrating enough power, any equality treaty is just a joke? The world government has stood in this world for hundreds of years, and no one can shake their position. Isn't all based on power? Only by instilling fear in others will they dare not oppose you. Seeking peace through war is universal anywhere. What use is a piece of paper? It can still be torn up. The mermaids and fishmen have been treated like slaves. And hasn't it always been because of the world government? The world government has been oppressing your tribe, causing you to be discriminated against and unrecognized. All of this is because they fear the birth of the Sea King and the destruction of their lofty powers. Only by overthrowing the current high and mighty world government, or the celestial dragons, can you truly obtain freedom and equality. Therefore, I want to ally with you and help you achieve true freedom and equality. King Neptune lowered his eyelids and listened silently to Mu Chen's words. Indeed, as long as those damned celestial dragons continued to treat the Fishman tribe as slaves, what use was an equality treaty? It would still be a worthless piece of paper. They simply could not resist the power of the world government. I want to know, what do you think of our tribe? King Neptune asked, staring seriously at Mu Chen. Mu Chen was taken aback, not expecting King Neptune to ask this. He had thought King Neptune would question him about why he wanted to help the fishmen. However, he still calmly responded, in my view, whether fishmen or humans, they are the same. It's just that the direction of evolution is different. The blood flowing through fishmen and humans is the same. This is beyond doubt. Both humans and fishmen can bear offspring. So what is the distinction of superior or inferior races? There are many different races in this world, but aren't they all still people? Humans discriminate against fishmen, and fishmen fear humans. Ultimately, it's because of the unknown. The unknown? King Neptune was puzzled. Yes, the unknown. The lack of mutual understanding. Fishmen have always lived in the deep sea, and this world is so vast that you can't possibly explore it all. Therefore, there are still many humans who do not know fishmen. These humans who have never seen a fishman, when influenced by the world government's propaganda, subconsciously believe that what they hear is correct. Fishmen are slaves, monsters. This notion is ingrained in their minds, passed down through generations. And you fishmen, because you seldom leave Fishman Island, which happens to be the only route into the New World aside from the Red Line, end up encountering many pirates. Consequently, most fishmen see only the pirates who burn, kill, and plunder. This leads to a generalization that all humans are evil and only seek to rob fishmen. This back and forth creates a situation where both sides feel the other is wicked, doesn't it? Mu Chen stared intently into King Neptune's eyes, his expression sincere. King Neptune sighed deeply, a series of past images flashing through his mind. Odoheim, Fisher Tiger, Jinbe, the Sun Pirates, the Arlong Pirates, and now Hodi Jones. To truly achieve equality, perhaps allying with this man before him was a good choice. However, he wondered what the man's true strength was, as the world government possessed a large number of powerful individuals. Just the three admirals were not an easy hurdle to overcome. Then, King Neptune looked at Mu Chen seriously and asked, I want to know what makes you think you can overthrow the world government? Mu Chen smiled slightly, gathering a white spherical shield in his hand and gently striking it in the air, causing the space to crack slightly. What is this? King Neptune looked at Mu Chen's hand in shock. The Fishman Island had been protected by Whitebeard for a long time, and he was well aware of Whitebeard's fruit abilities. Therefore, seeing the man in front of him possess such abilities was astonishing. Adding to this was the recent uproar about Whitebeard too. You're actually the one with a bounty of 5 billion, Whitebeard too. King Neptune's lips trembled, his chest heaving up and down. Mu Chen nodded. To gain Neptune's trust, he had to reveal some of his trump cards. Seeing Mu Chen nod, King Neptune slowly stroked his thick beard. I really didn't expect this. I was once under the protection of Whitebeard, and now the one who truly possesses Whitebeard's power still wants to help us. If it is you who has this power, I believe you can truly overthrow the world government. I agree to your alliance request. Mu Chen is the benefactor of the entire Fishman Island, with a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. He believes that this man before him will bring significant changes to the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Especially the strong confidence that flows from this man has deeply influenced him. Neptune decides to take a gamble and place his hopes and future on Mu Chen. However, I have one condition. Just as Mu Chen is delighted by King Neptune's agreement to the alliance, King Neptune changes his tone. This is only natural. Please speak. I hope that no harm comes to Shirahoshi. If you cannot achieve this, I will retract my previous statement. King Neptune looks at Mu Chen seriously, as a protective guardian. He does not want Shirahoshi to suffer any harm. Mu Chen smiled and said, unless I die, no one could harm by Xing Haha. Then let's wish us all the best. King Neptune laughed heartily. Forming an alliance with the Dragon Palace Kingdom and gaining the power of the sea god Poseidon is a huge step forward for Mu Chen. Once he absorbs the powers of Blackbeard and others, it will be time for him to overthrow the world government. In Dressrosa, everyone looking for trouble with Mu Chen gathered here. At the highest point of the island, in the royal city, Doflamingo lay on a sun lounger, shaking a wine glass in his hand with a wicked smile. Has that Whitebeard too shown up yet? Not yet. said Torpole, who was dripping with disgusting snot. Doflamingo, Admiral Fujitora, and Kizaru have arrived, and the Blackbeard pirates are about to land. Doflamingo grinned widely, his eyes obscure behind his glasses. If that's the case. Won't the Navy and Blackbeard fight first? Although it didn't lead them to fight Whitebeard too, it still feels good. Yes, Doflamingo, Torpole leered. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Doflamingo looked up, his face sinister. Looks like another trouble has arrived. Whoosh! A towering figure fell from the sky, standing before Doflamingo with a massive spiked club, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. Gugula, where's that kid who calls himself Whitebeard too? Kaido glared fiercely at Doflamingo from above. Seeing Kaido, Doflamingo immediately stood up respectfully, losing any earlier casualness. He was very afraid of Kaido, who was unpredictable and often killed his subordinates. As the supplier of artificial devil fruits under Kaido, Doflamingo knew that if he accidentally offended Kaido, he might not be killed, but would certainly be flayed alive. Moreover, Kaido's collaborator Caesar had already been killed, and the research on artificial devil fruits would stagnate. Kaido must be very displeased now. He hasn't shown up. No one knows his whereabouts. Boom! Kaido swung his spiked club down, creating a pit in the ground. Doflamingo jumped in shock and quickly explained, according to the previous route from Punk Hazard and the information provided by Caesar, his next stop is here. He just hasn't shown up yet. Now the whole world knows about his high profile, so he probably wouldn't dare come here for his life. Kaido's fierce gaze remained fixed on Doflamingo, making him break out in a cold sweat, fearing that if Kaido were displeased, he would unleash his wrath. Then, Kaido sat down and started pouring liquor into his mouth again, suddenly bursting into tears. Wah, wah, wah. His loud cries echoed throughout the royal city. Tears the size of fists splattered everywhere. Doflamingo was already used to this situation and was not surprised. Caesar, you died so tragically. Now I can't even avenge you. Doflamingo felt awkward hearing this. Kaido's display of grief for his subordinate was merely a reflection of his own displeasure. Did he really think Kaido was so sad about Caesar's death? However, Doflamingo was a very shrewd person, relying on his years of polished eloquence. He consoled Kaido with smooth words. If Kaido continued to make a scene, he would have no hope for this royal city. If the Navy learned that Kaido had also arrived here, they would really dismantle the country he had managed for so long. Perhaps Admiral Fujitora, who had an exceptionally strong observation haki in the Navy, already knew, but he would give this former celestial dragon a face and wouldn't rush in to capture Kaido. Of course, Kaido was not easy to deal with either. Doflamingo just wanted the Navy and the four emperors to fight amongst themselves. As long as the fire didn't burn him, he most wanted to watch the show. The more chaotic this world, the better. Burp. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido didn't care and fell asleep, not fearing anyone threatening him. He came here for the majority of reasons to drink too much and to find trouble with Mu-chun out of anger. Doflamingo sighed lightly, then grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing with cunning light. I hope you come here, Whitebeard too. He always felt a sense of crisis without killing Mu-chun. At the Dressrosa warship, a terrifying scar crossed the position of his eyes. Fujitora, dressed in a purple kimono and wearing a general's cloak, looked at the royal city with a smile. Looks like another big trouble has arrived here. Oh, it's the four Emperor Kaido. That's really frightening. Kizaru, sitting in a chair with his lips at an odd angle, looked surprised while trimming his nails. The intel says Blackbeard will also arrive here, but there is still no news of Whitebeard too. Fujitora turned around and smiled at Kizaru. Trouble keeps coming one after another. Why don't you smile, San? Take the lead and capture Blackbeard. He is quite famous in the New World. Kizaru said nonchalantly. A newcomer pirate with a bounty of 50 billion right after debuting is actually heavily inflated. The most important reason is that the world government doesn't know how he obtained the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. They witnessed Blackbeard take it during the Marineford War, and in the past 2 years, Blackbeard has continuously rampaged through the New World, occupying one territory after another and showcasing the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, which they are fully aware of. Now another user of the Gura Gura no Mi has emerged. If the world government can capture him and uncover the secret behind it, it will be a major discovery. The significance of this goes far beyond a 50 billion bounty. Of course, as the current Marine Admiral Akainu. The reason for sending these two admirals is that Mu-chun destroyed Punk Hazard, the island that secured Akainu's position as admiral, which he views as a provocation. Of course, the Blackbeard pirates are a very evil organization. I have a duty to eliminate them. Fujitora nodded with a smile and continued. But isn't Polysalino-san not planning to take action? Oh, one smile san is enough. If it really doesn't work, I will step in. Upon hearing this response, Fujitora shook his head with a smile. As a newly appointed admiral who just joined the Marine, he had heard a bit about his colleague's style and became even more convinced after working together now. This bureaucratic slacker. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard sat on his pirate ship, embracing several voluptuous women, laughing loudly. How long until we reach Dressrosa? Captain, at most 2 hours. The devil sheriff Raphael leaned on his gentleman's cane and said politely, That's good. What about that Whitebeard too? Is there any news of his arrival? Ha ha, not yet. Not yet. That kid isn't scared, is he? By distance. He should arrive at Dressrosa before us. Ha ha. Blackbeard smirked, but his curiosity about Mu Chun, who also possessed the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, was very deep. It is well known that each devil fruit ability only exists in one form. He had planned and struggled for many years to finally obtain this ability. And now another person with the same one appeared, which made him very unhappy. However, if he could find out why Mu Chun could possess the Tremor-Tremor Fruit ability, then his power would overshadow the world government. Capturing the title of Pirate King would be as easy as pie. However, according to intelligence, the Navy had already arrived at Dressrosa, and at least one admiral was stationed there. Should we avoid them for now? After all, our goal is Whitebeard too. Raphael smiled slightly, spinning his gentleman's cane back and forth in his hand. TSK, those Navy guys are just like a pack of hounds that come sniffing around. Let's avoid them for now. Blackbeard scoffed disdainfully. As a pirate hero who could bend and stretch, he didn't want to fight with the Navy Admiral right now. Although he wasn't afraid. But that wasn't his goal. If he fought with the Navy Admiral, the other 4 emperors would surely seize the opportunity to take advantage and snatch his territory. He didn't want to see the hard-earned land he fought for being taken away. The strength of the Navy admirals is well known, and the threat level is not something a rookie can compare to. As you command, Captain, Raphael bowed respectfully. However, while they wanted to avoid trouble, the Navy wouldn't let them off so easily. As they gradually approached Dressrosa, Navy warships rushed towards them from the distance. Captain, Navy warships ahead, shouted the lookout pirate. The other pirates on the ship immediately entered battle readiness, all exceptionally excited. The Blackbeard pirates were a group of reckless lunatics. When Blackbeard asked them to avoid confrontation, they had nothing to say. After all, he was the captain. But now that the Navy was coming to them, it was time to fight. Ha ha, since those blind idiots in the Navy don't know any better, let's make them afraid. Blackbeard pushed aside the enchanting woman beside him, standing up with a commanding presence. Oh, ha ha, Captain, the one on the Navy warship is the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora. It is said that his power is quite formidable. Ha ha ha, what do I care about him? Get ready, let's blow them to pieces. At Fishman Island, Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, Lord Mu Chun. Jinbei came before Neptune and Mu Chun, kneeling respectfully. Jinbei, rise, Neptune said with a smile. Now, dealing with a matter concerning the future of the Fishman race. For the strongest Fishman, there were some things Neptune would not hide from him. Of course, this was requested by Mu Chun himself, as he wanted to recruit Jinbei. Your Majesty, is there something you need from me? Jinbei asked. Yes, it's about Lord Mu Chun. Neptune nodded. Oh, Jinbei turned his gaze towards Mu Chun, slightly puzzled. Then, Neptune began to recount the earlier discussion with Mu Chun. Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Lord Mu Chun is so powerful. You really are that Whitebeard too. Do you really possess my father's ability? Mu Chun smiled slightly upon hearing this, and showcased the abilities of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit to Jinbei. Looking at the slightly cracked space around Mu Chun's fist, Jinbei's expression was filled with excitement. Is it really true? Do you really have a connection to Pops? Jinbei said seriously. It's not surprising that Jinbei was so serious. After all, Whitebeard had done a great favor for Fishman Island. As a chivalrous man who believes in repaying even the slightest kindness with a great return, Jinbei held a deep respect for Whitebeard. Back during the Marineford War, he even gave up his identity as a warlord of the sea just to help Whitebeard in return for his kindness. Now, with Mu Chun being the second generation of Whitebeard, he wanted to know what the relationship between Mu Chun and Whitebeard was. As for the other person who claimed to be Whitebeard's son, Weevil, he didn't pay much attention. After all, Weevil had been continuously slaughtering the remnants of Whitebeard's forces over the past 2 years, and he was simply unworthy. I consider myself half a disciple of Pops. Mu Chun told Jinbei the reasons he had previously mentioned to Zephyr. As for why the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't recognize him in the future. Don't ask, just know that he has been living in seclusion. Everyone has their secrets, right? I see. Jinbei nodded, agreeing with Mu Chun's statement. Then Jinbei, Come be my partner and help me. Musin looked at Jinbei and said solemnly. Jinbei nodded in response to Neptune's gesture, and without hesitation, he agreed immediately. According to Musin, he would help Fishman Island change its current situation and achieve its long-held wishes, which deeply moved Jinbei's heart. He would follow Musin all the way, assisting him, while also witnessing whether Musin would indeed do as he said. Ha ha ha, very good, we will definitely succeed. Ho ho ho, yes, it can definitely be realized. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. By the way, Lord Musin, I have something to clarify. As the laughter subsided, Jinbei said seriously. Mu-chan waved his hand and said, from now on, there's no need to call me your excellency, just call me by my name. You want to talk about leaving the BIGMOM pirates, right? Jinbei nodded and replied, yes, for the past 2 years. I have led the Sun Pirates to join the BIGMOM pirates, and now I need to go find BIGMOM and inform her. That crazy woman isn't easy to deal with. Going there alone will only lead to death. Mu-chan shook his head and said, she is on my kill list. You can join me when the time comes. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. She can't take anything from me. Jinbei laughed heartily. It's not that he didn't trust Mu-chan, it's just that he was a righteous person. For such a formal withdrawal, he would definitely go to explain it personally. He knew very well that Charlotte Linlin was a madwoman, or rather, all the 4 emperors except for red-haired Shanks were like that. It's easy to join, but to leave? Don't even think about it, without leaving something behind. All right, I believe you. Mu-chan smiled domineringly, exuding en overwhelming aura. However, there's no need to rush. I will go with you, and by that time, it will be her time to die. All right. Jinbei did not refuse again. Looking at Mu-chan's unparalleled dominance, he felt a strong sense of confidence that vaguely overlapped with Whitebeard. Hashigaki, see you next time. Mu-chan stood on Bai Xing's hand and smiled. Well, see you next time, Lord Mu-chan. Thank you very much for your help. Bai Xing will always remember your kindness. Bai Xing looked at Mu-chan with teary eyes. Reluctant to part. Remember to communicate more with those big friends, and don't always cry. I will remember that. Be sure to come find me. I will miss you. Don't worry, I will come to find you soon. Just remember our promise. Mu-chan waved his pinky finger in front of Bai Xing. Bai Xing's big eyes widened slightly, breaking into a smile as she also extended her pinky. The size difference between the large and small fingers was quite uncoordinated, yet very harmonious. It was not appropriate to take Bai Xing away now. He had many enemies. Although Mu-chan had strength, there would inevitably be times he couldn't take care of her. He had already agreed to an alliance with King Neptune, and when he needed Bai Xing's power, he would return to Fishman Island. Afterwards, Mu-chan jumped down from Bai Xing's palm and left Dragon Palace City with Ein and Jinbei to head towards the Inyo warship. Bai Xing tightly held the hand that made the pinky promise with Mu-chan, while her other hand waved continuously, her face filled with reluctance. Mu-chan has been staying in Dragon Palace City for 2 days, during which he has been bonding with Bai Xing. Of course, this is to better fight alongside Bai Xing in the future, not for any other indescribable reasons. However, this has caused Ein to look at him in a very strange way. For the past 2 days, he has been practically following him to the restroom. Mu-chan felt helpless about this. However, there are also benefits. At least the two have had in-depth communication. Ein glanced sideways at Mu-chan, watching him continually wave goodbye, and hurriedly pulled him away to leave quickly. Seeing this, Mu-chan didn't hesitate to reach out and pull her in, with AI and blushing as she leaned against his chest. Are you jealous? What do I have to be jealous of over a little girl? Et en eut softly. Although Bai Xing was big and white, her thoughts were indeed those of a little girl, very naive. She felt a vague sense of crisis, but she was also very confident in her own charm. Even though Mu-chan had been chatting and joking with Bai Xing these past 2 days, they hadn't been together all the time. Most of the time, he was just hanging out with her. Thinking of this, Ain's face turned even redder. Mu-chan chuckled and took a bite on her face, which made her pout in protest. Let's hurry back to the warship. Ein rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking this guy was really something. However, seeing Mu-chan so eager made her very happy as well. Jinbei, seeing the two ignoring him and being all affectionate together, could only smile helplessly. The Inyo warship was cutting through the waves in the sea. They had already been on the first half of the Grand Line for nearly a week. In the warship's cafeteria, Zephyr looked at the scene in front of him that felt so out of place with a helpless expression. Ahem. Zephyr coughed lightly, signaling the two in front of him to be mindful of the occasion. Teacher Zephyr, are you okay? Do you need medicine? Ein hurriedly stopped feeding Mu-chan and looked at Zephyr with concern on her face upon hearing his cough. Zephyr suffered from severe asthma and needed to take medicine regularly, which worried these students greatly. I'm fine. No need for medicine. Just too full. Zephyr waved his hand, saying that his stomach filled up quickly without even touching the food. As for the matters of young people, an old man like me can't meddle. But Ein, you should also be mindful of your image in this situation, you know? The other soldiers nearby laughed lecherously. Ein's face flushed slightly, and even with her previous authority as an officer, it seemed to vanish in front of this group of soldiers. It's all this guy's fault, making a fuss every night. Ein glared at Muchan with a red face. Muchan didn't care what others thought. He picked up food with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth, while using the other hand to offer food to Ein. Seeing this, Ein opened his little mouth and ate the food, feeling sweet in his heart. Zephyr sighed, realizing that he couldn't eat this meal anymore. He missed his wife who had passed away many years ago. Then, Zephyr put away his helpless expression and handed Muchan a newspaper, saying seriously, "Have you seen the latest major events published in the newspaper?" Muchan shook his head and took the newspaper, then began to read it in detail. The major event on the paper was about the battle between the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy in Dressrosa a few days ago. The newspaper had just released the follow-up results of that battle, and Muchan hadn't had the chance to look at it yet. The two sides fought for several days, and Fujitora's meteorite almost created a small island next to Dressrosa. During this time, the aftermath of the battle affected Dressrosa, leading to Kaido getting involved as well. The previously laid-back Kizaru had to take it seriously and personally fought Kaido, while Fujitora fought Blackbeard. However, the outcome was not beyond Muchan's expectations. The four of them only left heavily injured. The most important thing was that Kaido, this madman, disregarded everything and also took on Blackbeard. With his astonishing recovery ability, he withstood the attacks of the three and heavily injured them. In the end, Blackbeard was captured by Raphael in the chaos and flew away. Fujitora and Kizaru also had no intention of continuing the fight. Otherwise, Dressrosa would surely be destroyed. So, after having his fun, Kaido left directly. Overall, only Doflamingo was left crying. After all, such a battle among powerhouses caused significant destruction even with just a bit of collateral damage to Dressrosa. Doflamingo could only silently swallow his pain, as he couldn't provoke any of these three parties. This could only be said to be Doflamingo's self-inflicted consequence. He wanted to use the world government to help eliminate Muchan, but Muchan had not gone there and was living just fine. Muchan applauded this. Now that these people were heavily injured and had no time to deal with him, it was his turn to trouble Doflamingo. Next, let's head to Dressrosa and take down Doflamingo. Muchan's eyes gleamed with cold light as he let out a sneer. Good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in. Sign-in count. 7. You have received one chance for inheriting from the dead, and there are 7 days left until the next chance is replenished. Every morning, the mechanical announcement from the system is as punctual as an alarm clock, and Muchan has become accustomed to opening his eyes and getting ready to get up. Even if he had fought until late at night, he would still get up full of energy the next day. A soft voice complained as a delicate body squirmed in Muchan's embrace. Muchan gently embraced and kissed Ein's fair forehead, softly saying, "Continue to sleep, it's still early." The beloved woman, who was pregnant, slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, and after a moment, gentle snores could be heard. Then, Muchan quietly got up, covered her with a blanket, dressed himself, and stepped out. He greeted the soldiers on night watch and went to the deck to exercise. Although he could enhance his strength by absorbing the power of the dead, regular training was still necessary. Zephyr had also already gotten up and came to his side. Today they would arrive at Dressrosa. Muchan nodded at the words, remaining silent. "Do you really want to kill Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Zephy's question caught Muchan slightly off guard, but he soon nodded. Of course. He's taken over a lot of Whitebeard's former territory. I've said that I would restore Whitebeard's name, so I definitely won't let those people go. He wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that he planned to absorb the powers of those strong figures after killing them. In his previous life, Muchan had a deep admiration for Whitebeard, and after arriving in this world, the first power he absorbed was also from Whitebeard. It was such a coincidence. Helping Whitebeard take revenge was a vow he had made. Once you say something, you must do it. That's my way of the ninja. Cough, I got sidetracked. Why are you suddenly asking this? Do you actually feel sympathy for a pirate? Muchan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Zephyr shook his head. He certainly couldn't sympathize with a pirate. At this point, he wanted nothing more than to eliminate all pirates. It was only because of another identity of Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a former Marine Admiral and Marine instructor, Zephyr was aware of some confidential information. For example, Doflamingo was a former celestial dragon who became a pirate, which was a scandal that the world government could not allow to be publicized, and very few people in this world knew about it. Oh, a former celestial dragon. You know, Of course, otherwise, why would the world government be so lenient towards a mere pirate? Mu-chun let out a cold laugh. Zephyr, with the world government and the navy treating you like that, why are you still so afraid? Besides, helping you establish a new navy and overthrowing the world government is an inevitable process. Those world parasites should be killed. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression became complicated. Yeah, the current world government is just a bunch of parasites. It's nothing serious. The pirates and the current world government are the same. Only by completely overthrowing and re-establishing a new navy, strictly cracking down on pirates, can we bring true peace to this world. Then, Zephyr grinned and patted Mu-chen's shoulder with his massive mechanical arm. This made Mu-chen grimace and push Zephyr's mechanical arm away. Come on, don't you know I'm a devil fruit user? You still use a sea prism stone mechanical arm to pat me. Dressrosa is based on a certain city in Spain, a tropical island with a vacation vibe, known for love, passion, and being the land of toys. At Dressrosa port, the Inyo warship had already docked, and the disguised Mu-chun and Zephyr's group stepped off the ship. Shall we head directly to the royal city to find Doflamingo? Zephyr asked. Mu-chen nodded. After arriving here, Zephyr sent someone to find out if Doflamingo was on the island. Luckily, Doflamingo had not left this place. After all, Dressrosa had just experienced a great battle, and everything needed to be rebuilt, so Doflamingo was not running around. Of course, even if there were matters to handle in the outside sea, he would usually send his subordinates to deal with them. As the king, he would not go out unless it was something important. After all, here he was the king and could enjoy everything once he stepped outside. That was not necessarily the case. Then let's set off. Following that, a group of people headed towards the Royal Hill. At the Royal Hill, in the Don Quixote family's castle, Doflamingo, that former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr has just arrived in Dressrosa. Torbol, with his disgusting snot, gripped his cane and said, He. How did Zephyr end up here? Doflamingo asked with a wicked smile, swirling his wine glass in confusion. I don't know. Torbol shook his head. Then send someone to monitor them. Perhaps they're just passing by for supplies. Torbol nodded. Their family had no grievances with Zephyr. Logically speaking, Zephyr wouldn't be crazy enough to come here to cause them trouble. I've already sent someone, Doflamingo nodded, then his smile faded, and he asked with a gloomy face, by the way, is there still no news about Whitebeard too? He had an extreme dislike for Mu-chun, originally thinking that he would come here to cause trouble for him, so he had spread the news loudly. But Doflamingo never expected that those powerful individuals interested in Mu-chun would actually come. He wasn't afraid of Mu-chun coming to kill him. But something very annoying had also happened. Mu-chun hasn't arrived yet, and the Navy and Blackbeard have started fighting, almost tearing down his Dressrosa. Now, Doflamingo wishes Mu-chun would appear in front of him, so he could kill him to vent his anger. Not yet. He must be scared and doesn't dare to show up. Torpal's mocking expression was unabashed. I hope so. Go, find out that bastard's whereabouts soon. I can't be at ease until he's dead. Doflamingo crushed the wine glass in his hand, his face fierce. Yes, Doflamingo. Torpal nodded in response. Young master. A man in a black suit knocked and entered, bowing respectfully. Zephyr and his group are coming to the royal plateau. Oh, this is interesting. Doflamingo was slightly surprised. He had no dealings with Zephyr, and now Zephyr is coming directly here, looking quite aggressive. Then let's go welcome these friends. Yes, young master. The man in the black suit replied respectfully and turned to leave. I want to see what Zephyr wants to do here. Mu-chun and the others have arrived at the castle in the King's Heights. There's no complicated plan, just a straightforward and forceful approach to break in. I'll handle Doflamingo, and you can take care of his subordinates. Mu-chun looked at Zephyr and the others and said. Everyone nodded, with no objections. After dealing with the Don Quixote family here, it would be the turn of the other four emperors. Diamante and Gladius led their men out of the castle and looked at Zephyr from a distance, saying, Black-armed Zephyr, what do you want from our Don Quixote family? Mu-chun walked out with a cold expression. It was nothing serious, just here to kill. Diamante and Gladiolus immediately scowled, exuding killing intent, while the other subordinates raised their firearms, aiming at Mu-chun and his group. No matter who you are, you're seeking death. Sword, snake, sword. Diamante drew his western sword and swung it out, the blade moving like a serpent, attacking Mu-chun. An immediately picked up his firearm and shot, with a bang, deflecting the sword. Fire! Gladiolus shouted loudly, as his subordinates prepared to shoot. Mu-chun smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing, and the conqueror's haki surged forth. causing the subordinates of the Don Quixote family to immediately fall to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Is that Conqueror's Haki? Diamante and Gladius were shocked, and they immediately headed toward the interior of the castle. Muchen didn't intervene much and turned to signal to Zephyr and the others. He then crouched down, exerting force with his legs, and with a loud bang, a large pit opened up in the ground as he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, heading towards the highest point where he sensed a powerful aura through his observation Haki. Seeing this, Zephyr and the others made their way into the castle. Young master, Zephyr and the others have broken in. The man in the black suit rushed into the room where Don Quixote Doflamingo was, disregarding etiquette. I already know. Doflamingo had a wicked smile on his face, as he had also felt that powerful conqueror's Haki earlier. He didn't expect Zephyr's people to possess such qualifications. Suddenly, Doflamingo raised his right hand, extending his middle finger towards the window, and a thin line shot out like a bullet. String line. Bang! The window was instantly pierced by the thin line, and the glass shattered. Soon after, Muchen burst in, his chest covered in armament Haki, emitting wisps of white smoke. Who are you? Doflamingo squinted at the man in front of him, who was wearing sunglasses, a sense of familiarity washing over him. His gaze shifted to the cloud cutter in Muchen's hand, and Doflamingo's smile widened even more. You are that Whitebeard too, aren't you? Machuan's appearance has been deeply engraved in his mind during this time, and Doflamingo constantly wants to kill him, especially since a few days ago when Dressrosa was affected by the Great Battle. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Muchen took off his sunglasses, revealing a rather handsome face. Of course, with the iconic white beard and the swirling clouds in his hand, it was easy for people to guess his identity. But he didn't care at the moment. I didn't expect you, the second generation of Whitebeard, to come here on your own. Are you trying to make a name for yourself with me? That's really frightening. By the way, I still don't know your real name, Doflamingo said. Well, my name is Muchen. I just want to see if your eyes under those sunglasses are really beady, he replied. Muchen smiled and said, well, my name is Muchen. I just want to see if your eyes under the sunglasses are really small. Muchen smiled and looked around the luxuriously decorated room. Don Quixote Doflamingo really knows how to enjoy life. He has money and power and can have whatever he wants. However, Muchen wasn't lying. He was indeed very curious about what was hidden behind Doflamingo's sunglasses. In his previous life, when he read comics, no matter how fierce the battles Doflamingo faced, those sunglasses never fell off. Even when he was ultimately captured and escorted by the Navy, they remained intact, which piqued his curiosity. It was similar to the mask of Kakashi Hatake in Naruto, making one wonder what the face underneath actually looked like. It was like the allure of something partially concealed being more intriguing than something completely bare. You really know how to joke. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins. A dark line appeared on his face, and he looked at Muchen with a gloomy expression. Muchen shrugged, not believing it but thinking it didn't matter. After all, he could just kill you and take a look himself. Then come try. Doflamingo laughed furiously, his body rising violently, his palm open and claw-like. 5 nearly transparent fine lines slashing towards Muchen. 5 color lines. Muchen swung the Tsonyan blade with one hand to block the attack from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Immediately after, he clenched his other fist, a white energy sphere enveloping it, and struck at Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo's other hand, similarly covered in armament Haki, retaliated. The space where their fists collided tore apart, black and red lightning bursting forth. Hey! Muchen quickly retracted his fist, gripping the Tsonyan cut with both hands and swinging it down towards Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo raised his hands in time to block. However, Muchen sneered, twisting his wrist and swinging the Tsonyan cut horizontally. Doflamingo was taken aback and was struck in the waist by Muchen's sudden change of attack, sending him flying through the wall like a bullet. Muchen dragged the Tsonyan Chia with one hand and arrived at the wall's opening, looking down at Doflamingo, who was clinging to the wall with thin threads, and grinned. You look just like a gecko climbing the wall, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's veins bulged, and he shouted angrily, using all his strength to propel his body into the air. In midair, his right arm stretched back, and dozens of nearly transparent, thin threads shot out from his open palm. These threads then intertwined, forming a thick column resembling hair, which quickly extended backward and was then forcefully whipped toward Muchen. Super whip. Muchen's right hand, enveloped in a white sphere, struck towards the line pillar. Boom! The line pillar was instantly shattered, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. Then Muchen leaped forward, raising the Tsonyan cutter and bringing it down with force. using the speed of his descent to slash at Donkey Hodi Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. He couldn't dodge in midair at all. He was cut in half by Mu-Chen's strike. As he landed, Mu-Chen looked at the two halves of Doflamingo's body that had turned into white lines, feeling quite speechless. Doflamingo's ability to develop the fruit was indeed formidable. In this world, it seemed that only he could play with the string fruit to such an extent. The way he could create talking, combat-capable string clones, and connect strings to the clouds to achieve flight was something others would never think of. Not to mention his birdcage, which was even more outrageous. It could even cut off communication from the transponder snails. So, with the telephone line, you can also create a cutoff? This just shows that the devil fruits, especially the paramecia type, place the greatest emphasis on human imagination. In Mu-Chen's eyes, a red light flashed as he sidestepped Doflamingo's line shot. He turned to look at Doflamingo, who stood unharmed in the distance. Hee, you really are impressive, Mu-Chen. Your haki is strong, and your observation haki is not weak either. Doflamingo grinned wickedly at Mu-Chen. Hee, I guess you're doing okay. Mu-Chen smiled. Then, how about this? Before the words were finished, a powerful aura spread out from Don Quixote Doflamingo, targeting Mu-Chen. Boom! In an instant, two invisible forces enveloped the space between the two, spreading across the entire island. The two stood opposing each other, refusing to back down. When the conqueror's haki clashed, the space subtly erupted with red and black electric arcs, causing the surrounding buildings, trees, and rubble to shatter slightly from the pressure of the haki. The people of Dressrosa were in a panic. The conqueror's haki from both sides showed no restraint, and ordinary people suffer the consequences, losing consciousness with their eyes rolling back and foam at their mouths. Some who withstood the clash of the haki had dark expressions, their faces twisted in distress. Just a few days ago, this island was already disturbed by the battle between the Yonko and the admirals, causing chaos. Now again, are we not allowed to stay here? Should we leave this island? Hee, it seems that the previous conqueror's haki also came from you. But it's only natural for you to possess such qualities, Don Quixote Doflamingo said nonchalantly. Hee, even a showy clown like you has it. So why shouldn't I? Mu-Chen coldly smiled with a double meaning, looking for death. Don Quixote Doflamingo's veins bulged on his forehead, and his anger ignited. As a former celestial dragon, he had entered the world of ordinary people after his father, in a moment of madness, abandoned the lofty rights of being a celestial dragon. His father had good intentions, wanting to befriend the commoners and not oppress them, and he indeed never persecuted them. However, his father forgot that commoners could not stand against the celestial dragons. But how could a commoner who has abandoned the title of celestial dragon not be killed? The hatred towards the celestial dragons drove those commoners mad. Thus, Doflamingo felt the sensation of falling from heaven to hell from a young age, witnessing his mother suffer and die without anyone to save her. And he himself nearly got burned to death by those scum. The three of them were tied to the wall, surrounded by raging flames. His conqueror's haki emerged as a representation that a king would not bow to scum. With the help of his subordinates, he gradually took control of the underworld, became a warlord, and reclaimed the kingdom of the Don Quixote family. In the underworld, he became a middleman straddling both black and white, during which he always referred to himself as a clown. But that was also because in a deck of cards, the Joker is the king. He aimed to become the king of this world. And when Mu-Chen spoke his name in such a mocking tone, how could he not hear the implications? This was the reason for Doflamingo's extreme anger. Immediately, the two retracted their conqueror's haki, and Doflamingo leaped towards Mu-Chen, launching a whip kick. Mu-Chen threw a punch, shattering the space. Bang, bang, bang. The two continuously attacked each other, creating pits in the ground and walls. The clash between Song Yunxie and Bai Xian generated waves of shock, sweeping outward. Mu-Chen's arm bulged with veins as he pressed down hard. Crack! Doflamingo's legs buckled, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked open. Then, with an angry shout, Doflamingo forcefully pushed Mu-Chen away, gasping for breath. Both of them were injured. But in the face of death, these minor wounds were nothing. One must not be careless, Doflamingo said. In their earlier clash, he had been subtly suppressed by Mu-Chen, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. This made him even more cautious. The way he wielded the cloud cutter was reminiscent of Whitebeard in his prime, instilling fear in him. No wonder you call yourself the second Whitebeard. Compared to that brainless idiot, you resemble Whitebeard much more. Don't compare me to that moron. He doesn't deserve it. Mu-Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light as he said indifferently, that's true. That idiot and his greedy mother are completely insane. There's no reasoning with them. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and replied, Hee hee, there are plenty of madmen in this world. Aren't you one of them? Muchin sneered and said, Hee hee, that's true, but not all madmen are the same. I'm a rational person. So, are you sure you want to be an irrational madman? Whitebeard too. Doflamingo's mouth almost stretched to the corners of his eyes, with a hint of threat in his tone. Although he was wary of Muchin, he would not back down if it came to a life-and-death struggle. After all, there are always many unexpected twists in a battle for survival, aren't there? Muchin didn't respond. He picked up the Tsongyun cut, stomped hard on the ground, and flew towards Donkey Hodi, Doflamingo. He used his actions to tell Doflamingo that he would die today. Inside the castle, Zephyr raised his massive mechanical arm and slammed it down towards Diamante. Boom! Diamante was sent flying due to a moment of carelessness. Zephyr then turned, covering his left hand with armament hockey, and blocked Rao Ji's sneak attack from the side. Sneaking around is not good, Zephyr sneered. Ha, Zephyr, how dare you guys come to our Donkey Hodi family to cause trouble? You're truly seeking death. Rao Ji formed a shape with both hands and then spun rapidly, attacking Zephyr's eyes. Waist pain style, I strike. Zephyr raised his massive mechanical arm, covered it with armament hockey, and placed it in front of him to block Rao Ji's attack. Shattering tornado. Then the mechanical arm slammed down hard. And with a loud bang, Rao Ji was smashed to the ground, creating a huge pit and cracking the ground. The palm of the mechanical arm opened, and the cannon aimed at Rao Ji, a strong cannon shot condensed. Dunk dunk, tenton boys. A large figure appeared above Zephyr's head and slammed down towards him. Teacher Zephyr, be careful. Vines. Binzi shouted. A large number of vines quickly grew around Zephyr, heavily surrounding him. The resilient vines endured the pressure from Mahabai's, sinking down and nearly toppling Zephyr. Then the vines wrapped around Mahabai's and flung him away. Damn it! Mahabai's cursed as he got back up. Zephyr sneered, and the cannon on the mechanical arm fired a powerful shot. Shattering blast. Boom! Rao Ji let out a miserable scream as a huge wound appeared on his body, blood splattering everywhere. As Rao Ji screamed in agony, the ground beside him abruptly revealed the figure of Sei, or Pink. Seeing this, Zephyr quickly raised his mechanical arm to deliver another blow. Army flag. Diamante half-squatted and touched the ground, turning the ground beneath Zephyr's feet into light, floating fabric-like blocks. Zephyr's feet lost their balance due to the suddenly writhing ground, and Rao Ji was quickly pulled away from Zephyr by Sei or Pink. TCH, such a bothersome ability. The writhing ground returned to normal, and Zephyr's massive mechanical arm stabilized, curling his lip. He had originally been able to take out a cadre of the Don Quixote family, but missed the opportunity. As expected of the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Diamante said with a grim face. Even though he already knew that Zephyr was old, seriously ill, and had lost an arm to replace it with a mechanical one affecting his speed, his powerful combat strength was not something they could underestimate. Oomph. When I captured Roger and Whitebeard back in the day, you were still drinking milk. Zephyr scoffed. After so many years of fighting pirates, his experience was not something these Don Quixote family cadres could compare to. These people could bully some rookie pirates, but when they encountered strong opponents, they became much weaker. Hee hee. That is already a thing of the past. You are old, Black Arm Zephyr. Just like Whitebeard, who died in Marineford 2 years ago. Diamante laughed heartily, as one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking subordinates. If he could kill Zephyr here, it might elevate the Don Quixote family's prestige even further. Even if Zephyr was strong, he was now disheartened, and his strength could not compare to the past. They had a chance to kill him. As for the subordinates who came with Zephyr, after killing him, they would not be a match for these cadres. Of course, if Jinbei had come along, he wouldn't think so. Diamante thought about this and smiled even brighter, imagining step by step how their Don Quixote family would stand at the peak of this world, gaining higher power, greater prestige, and more wealth. Everything. You disgusting pirates. Your smiles are truly sickening. Even if I'm old, I can still deal with you. Zephyr said. Black Arm Zephyr, as far as I know. You have now been kicked out of the Navy and have become the so-called disgusting pirate you mentioned, right? Oh, no. It's because the Navy doesn't care about your face. You ran away in a panic. Diamante smirked, dripping with sarcasm. Zephyr's face instantly darkened, and killing intent was unabashed. That incident was the last straw that tipped the scales in Zephyr's heart, as well as the main reason for his change in attitude towards pirates and his utter disappointment in the Navy. Throughout his life, he had hunted countless pirates but had never killed a single enemy, being known as the non-lethal former admiral of the Marine headquarters. His wife and children were assassinated by pirates who infiltrated the Marine headquarters and the training ship he led was attacked by pirates. Except for Ein and Binzi. All his other students were slaughtered, and his right arm was directly severed. Then, a year ago, he learned that the pirate Weevil, who had severed his arm and killed many of his students, was recruited by the Navy to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He began to develop a profound dissatisfaction and distrust of the Navy, subsequently leaving it to form the Inyo Navy. All of this made Zephyr's original intention of not wanting to kill any pirates transform into the desire to exterminate all pirates in the world. These were the most painful scars in his heart. Cough, cough, cough. Zephyr, consumed by anger, was suddenly overtaken by severe asthma. Teacher Zephyr, Binzi, Siasu, and Ein were alarmed. Fearing he would have a relapse, Zephyr waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Teacher Zephyr, don't listen to these pirates' nonsense. He is deliberately trying to anger you and make you lose your rationality, Ein said worriedly. Zephyr chuckled softly. He certainly knew this. After years of fighting pirates, he had experienced many small verbal provocations. You are right. I am indeed utterly disappointed in the current Navy. However, we will soon establish a new Navy. At that time, I will not let a single one of you damn pirates go. Zephyr glanced at Ein, then turned his gaze towards Diamante and the others. A confident figure rose in his mind. Now that there was someone as powerful as Whitebeard standing by their side, what could not be overcome? Before his words finished, a sharp glint flashed in Zephyr's eyes. He suddenly stomped hard on the ground, causing it to shatter instantly, and he quickly appeared in front of Diamante. The speed that had originally been slowed down by the heavy mechanical arm surged sharply, resembling his younger self. Now it's your turn. Diamante's eyes widened in shock at the towering figure, and he hurriedly lifted his sword to stab forward. Boom! Pwah! Diamante's sword could not withstand Zephyr's heavy blow, bending and causing him to spit blood and fly backward. What? Such speed? Say, or Pink, and the others looked at Zephyr's sudden surge in power in disbelief. If they got distracted now, someone could die. Thrusting spear, tiger claw, assault. Shiozua, with his dark and rugged face, let out a vicious laugh, his 5 fingers clawing and continuously stabbing at Senior Peak. With his long arms, which were different from ordinary people, he could attack Senior Peak from a distance without needing to get too close. Puffed, puffed. Several bloody holes appeared in Senior Peak's back, blood gushing out. Then, Shiozua's leg muscles swelled, and he delivered a powerful whip kick. Bang, bang. Senior Peak was sent flying like a bullet, crashing through walls and sending debris flying. After kicking Senior Peak away, Shiozua did not pursue. He was very confident in his previous attack. Senior Peak would definitely not survive. He then headed towards Mahabai's. In high-heeled shoes that resembled a pistol, the merman Dalinji, with 2 horns on her head, hooked her right leg back and kicked towards Ian's head with the speed of gunshot. Ian quickly tilted her head to evade, flames of peach pink igniting in her hand as she swiped at Dalinji. Dalinji's eyes twitched. That strange flame shouldn't be touched. She quickly retracted her foot and nimbly jumped back. Hee, that was close, yikes. Dalinji grinned, curious. What kind of ability is that? Oomph. Are you an idiot? Ian raised her pistol and fired at Dalinji. She wasn't foolish enough to explain her abilities to her enemy. That would be asking for trouble. Dalinji nimbly dodged the bullets without getting annoyed. However, in close combat with Ian, he had to be careful to avoid that unknown ability, making it difficult for someone like him, who excelled in close combat, to fully unleash his skills. Seeing that it was hard to hit with bullets, Ian put away her pistol, her figure flashing as she rushed towards Dalinji. Swish! The peach-pink flames in her hand blazed as she slapped towards Dalinji. Startled, Dalinji squatted down to dodge, while simultaneously kicking out a sweep kick. Ian chuckled lightly, her palm snapping down. Gotcha! Just as Dalinji's foot was about to touch Ian, it suddenly shrank. She turned into a child the size of a 4-year-old, as if she had shrunk. Nanny! Dalinji stared at Ian, who had grown much taller, her arms now much shorter, her face filled with terror. Ian's gaze was cold as she reached for Dalinji again. The ultimate secret technique of the Earth Elder Fist, Battle Protection Fist. Lao Ji bellowed, his upper body muscles bulging, his height increasing several times. A stark contrast to his originally small and fat appearance. This move was a type of chi manipulation that stored the strength he had accumulated in his youth, restoring his power and technique to their peak, though it couldn't last too long. Ji's imprint. Lao Ji formed 8G shape with his hands and quickly charged at Zephyr, launching a powerful energy palm towards Zephyr's abdomen. Zephyr immediately reacted, his left hand coated in armament hockey, muscles bulging as he swung his fist to meet Lao Ji's palm. Boom! Zephyr was hit by Lao Ji, his body retreating, his feet like iron pillars digging into the ground, leaving two deep grooves. A faint G shape appeared on Zephyr's fist, with wisps of smoke curling. Lao Ji was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Zephyr to block it. This was my strongest move. Is that all? Zephyr grinned, his mechanical arm black as ink. His figure flashed as he charged towards Lao Ji. Then let us do it again. Ji's imprint. Boom. The moment their fists met, a shockwave erupted, sending debris flying around them. In this exchange, Lao Ji was no match for Zephyr. He was directly sent flying and crashed to the ground. Lao Ji stood up, his arms trembling slightly, cold sweat pouring down. Should I say it's not surprising that Black Arm is still strong? It seems you've regained your former might, Zephyr. Lao Ze Zima? Huh. I have indeed felt disheartened these years. My strength has regressed a lot. But now it's different. Zephyr laughed heartily. Lao Ji looked at Zephyr's towering figure. The previous look of despair completely gone. It was as if the once dominating Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, had returned. It seemed to have found hope now. Lao Ze Sumai. As an elder of similar age to Zephyr, they had interacted a lot in their younger days. Although Zephyr was not as famous as Garp in the Navy, the reputation of the non-killing admiral still struck fear in pirates. After all, capturing enemies alive is far more difficult than killing them. Of course, Zephyr clenched his fist, his eyes shining. Lao Ji was filled with a strong desire to fight, fire blazing in his eyes. Now, using the ultimate secret technique of the Earth Elder Fist, his body was as strong as in his youth. Even stronger, coupled with the many techniques he had honed over the years. He wanted to see if Zephyr was still the same as back then. Haha, then let me see if you still have the same momentum as before. Lao Ze Zhao. His muscles bulging even more as he charged towards Zephyr. Let us see. At that moment, the two old strongmen seemed to have returned to their prime. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided continuously, their hockey overwhelming, fists meeting flesh with every strike. As the battle intensified, Lao Ji's stored chi gradually depleted, and he began to fall into a disadvantage. Zephyr blocked Lao Ji's attacks with his left hand, then grabbed Lao Ji's head with his mechanical arm and slammed it into the ground. With a loud boom, Lao Ji sank into the ground. It seems I'm still stronger than you. Zephyr grinned, this long-awaited fierce battle gradually awakening the blood that had lain dormant for so long. Then you shall die. Crushing short strike. Zephyr lifted Lao Ji and slammed him down again, the explosives hidden in his mechanical arm detonating instantly. Boom! Zephyr released his grip, and Lao Ji's once mighty body had reverted to a small figure. His entire head exploded from the terrifying blast, dead beyond recovery. The castle shook violently. Zephyr stepped back from Lao Ji and quickly looked around to see what had happened. What is going on? Ian and the others came to Zephyr's side, on high alert. Is it Mu Chen's ability? Binzi asked. It doesn't seem like it. It should be the rock fruit user Pika from the Donkey Hodi family. Ian shook her head and then turned her gaze to Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, we should go outside. Staying in the castle is too limiting for us. Zephyr nodded. Then, the four of them ran towards the castle exit. Just as Zephyr and the others came out, the castle formed a gigantic humanoid shape. Binzi gaped in astonishment at the mountain-like figure that blocked the sky. So big, the rock giant raised its enormous fist and slammed it down towards another location. Boom! The ground shook violently. There were Mu-Chun and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Zephyr released his observation hockey to sense the past, and two powerful auras approached. Teacher Zephyr, let's hurry and help. Ayn said anxiously, although she believed in Mu-Chen's strength and that he could easily deal with Doflamingo as his woman. It was impossible not to worry in this situation. Don't panic. Mu-Chen's strength far exceeds our imagination. This rock giant just looks big. He has the ability of the Gura no Mi, and dealing with such a large target is a piece of cake. Zephyr said calmly. Just as Zephyr finished speaking, the ground trembled again, more violently than before, and the enormous rock giant began to crack from its arms, with fissures rapidly spreading across its body. In no time, it shattered with a loud crash, and chunks of rock began to fall. Zephyr and the others quickly moved away from the rock giant's position to avoid the falling debris. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Don Quixote family, who had just battled Zephyr and the others, also escaped thanks to Pika's advance notice. The two sides met, and a fierce battle resumed. Time rewound a few minutes. You made a very irrational choice. Doflamingo swung his strings, slashing at Mu-Chun, his face darkening. Even if you kill me here, the troubles that follow will come one after another. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I always follow through with what I say. If I say I'm going to kill you, I will definitely kill you. Quake! Mu-chan seized an opening. His empty fist enveloped in a white sphere as he struck towards Doflamingo's abdomen. The two were very close. Even though Doflamingo tried to dodge, he was still hit by the split space. Doflamingo's internal organs were injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, Mu-chan unleashed a vibrating whip kick. Doflamingo crossed his arms in front of him, and with a loud bang, he was kicked away like an arrow shot from a bow. Doflamingo then got back up, his arms trembling slightly. He had just barely avoided having his hand bones shattered by using the highest intensity of hockey. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest paramecia. Doflamingo said, destroying the world is easy. Even though he had not experienced the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit before, he had witnessed it during the Marineford War. With just a wave of his hand, it could trigger earthquakes and tsunamis, easily sinking an island. Punk Hazard was a clear example of that. The strongest? That's not necessarily true. There are many devil fruits with powers even stronger. It's just that Whitebeard made it famous. Mu-chan smiled and said, when it comes to destroying the world, many fruit powers can achieve that, but they are relatively rare and no one would be crazy enough to go that far. Just like natural disasters, as long as a natural type ability is developed to a certain extent, it can basically destroy an island or change its geographical and climatic features. For example, Punk Hazard was turned into half lava and half ice and snow due to the battle between Akainu and Akiji. Then there's the Float Fruit, which, in the hands of the Golden Lion, has been developed to an incredibly terrifying level. Just by lifting a few islands into the sky, it could easily destroy a country. Of course, the Tremor-Tremor Fruit can also easily destroy a country. However, Mu-chan has not gone insane enough to reach that level. Destroying the world offers him no benefits at all. If this world were destroyed, a barren world would be extremely boring. Mu-chan only wants to gain stronger power and then overthrow the world government. After all, he promised Zephyr and the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Indeed. The world government says you want to destroy the world, but that's just because they want to eliminate you, not wanting you to pose any threat to their authority. Doflamingo said, as a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo is very clear about the world government's nature. Once there is any existence that threatens them, they will eliminate it at all costs. O'Hara is a prime example. Bang! You damn bastard, come here. Suddenly, while the two were talking, a sharp and piercing voice came through. The castle shook violently, and a giant rock creature with an extremely disproportionate figure appeared, raising its enormous fist and directly smashing down towards Mu-chan. Doflamingo sneered and quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Mu-chan looked up, unfazed. Boom! A massive rock fist struck Mu-chan, causing waves of dust to erupt. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Anyone who dares to attack our Don Quixote family must die. Pika's sharp and comical laughter echoed from the rock giant. With a thunderous roar, Pika raised his fist, believing that the earlier attack had either killed Mu-chan or severely injured him. Well done, Pika, Doflamingo said. Pika had just arrived at the King's Heights and was furious to see Mu-chan beating his young master mercilessly. Without hesitation, he fused with the rock structures to transform into a gigantic rock giant and attack directly. However, as Pika raised his arm, he only found a deep pit below, with no sign of Mu-chan. Where did that bastard go? Pika exclaimed in surprise, not seeing Mu-chan. Above your arm, Pika, Doflamingo shouted. I must say, with such a big frame, your voice is really unpleasant. Nanny? Pika looked at his arm, where Mu-chan was standing steadily. Mu-chan just used the blind spot in his perspective to elementalize the gas fruit and evade the attack, then floated onto Pika's arm, while Pika didn't cover the rock giant with hockey. As a result, his attack was completely ineffective, and of course, he couldn't cover such a large area. Moreover, no one knew that Mu-chan possessed two devil fruit abilities at the same time. He didn't use it during the battle with Doflamingo either. He planned to use the gas fruit ability as a surprise tactic. Damn it, what's wrong with my voice? Pika's expression darkened instantly. He hated it the most when others said his voice was unpleasant. Didn't you hear me? I said it's very unpleasant. Mu-chan smiled and said, I don't know if it's because of Oda's jokes, but Pika's voice and his body are completely two extremes, not matching at all, and it's very harsh. In my past life, when I watched the anime, I laughed so hard, and now hearing it in person, I couldn't help but mock him a little. Damn bastard. Go die. Pika, furious, raised his other hand and slammed it towards Mu-chan. Unfortunately, with Pika fused into such a massive rock giant, he was just a target in front of the Tremor Fruit. Mu-chan slightly bent his knees, his right hand muscles bulging, a white energy sphere enveloping his fist. Then, he struck out at the massive rock giant's hand that was coming towards him. Boom! The space shattered, cracking open like a spiderweb, and the enormous rock hand disintegrated into rubble as soon as it made contact. But it wasn't over yet. The cracks in space rapidly spread out. The massive rock giant was directly shattered into pieces. The entire island trembled as if it had experienced a violent earthquake, with buildings collapsing one after another. Ah, an earthquake is coming. Run. The residents of Dressrosa were in a panic, desperately searching for places to hide. What's happening? Dressrosa has never had an earthquake before. The graceful Violet stood in the town, watching the buildings collapse, then turned to see the massive rock giant reduced to rubble, astonished. Did a battle occur at the royal plateau? Violet bit her lip, then formed an OK sign with her thumb and index finger, placing it over her eyes as she looked towards the royal plateau. Long-distance sight. What is this? Violet's mouth dropped open in shock as she looked at the scene before her, and excitement spread across her face. Don Quixote Doflamingo was actually being attacked, and the situation was quite dire. The chance to reclaim Dressrosa had arrived. Meanwhile, the Riku royal family and others were also astonished as they watched the royal plateau, their expressions filled with excitement. New Marine headquarters. Marshal's office. Brew. Doflamingo is fighting with someone in Dressrosa. The opponent seems to be using the Tremor-Tremor Fruit ability. Whitebeard too. A kind of bit down on his cigar with a fierce expression, giving orders before hanging up the transponder snail. Bang! Akainu slammed the table, magma dripping slowly from his body due to anger. Damn pirates. They didn't catch him in Dressrosa before, and now he shows up again. Oh, that Whitebeard too is really cunning. Kizaru, wrapped in bandages, casually trimmed his nails. Fujitora, also wrapped in bandages, sat in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he smiled and spoke. We can't send an admiral to capture him now. Or maybe you, Polisalino, can make a trip? Akainu turned his gaze to Kizaru, the implication clear. Oh dear, I'm currently injured and can't deal with that terrifying pirate. Kizaru widened his eyes slightly, feigning a pitiful expression. Fujitora chuckled softly, but didn't respond. Indeed, as Kizaru said, both of them were still recovering from their previous battles with Blackbeard and Kaido, and forcing Kizaru to go wouldn't guarantee success. It might even cost him his life. Damn pirates, I'll go personally. Akane took a deep breath of his cigar and stood up. Well, Fujitora and Kizaru were not surprised by Akainu's reaction. As a hardline representative of the Navy, Akainu's actions were very much in line with his character. That won't do, Sakazuki. You're the marshal now and can't leave the Marine headquarters so easily. Sengoku, with his graying hair, wearing a blue shirt adorned with maple leaves and beach shorts, walked in with snacks in hand. Now that he had stepped down from the position of Marine Marshal, Sengoku was quite carefree, completely unconcerned about his image. I'm a marshal now. I could do as I please. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu sat down, visibly displeased. Though he said that, as the Marine Marshal, he indeed couldn't leave casually, as there were always piles of documents waiting for him to handle. But he was furious, wanting nothing more than to personally lead the Navy to capture those damn pirates. Ha. Being a Marine Marshal is no easy task, Sakazuki. Luckily, I'm not one anymore, so I don't have to worry about those annoying things. Sengoku laughed heartily, without regard for his image. Akainu snorted coldly, unable to argue back. Moreover, even if he set out now, by the time he arrived, those pirates would have long escaped. The fastest Polisalino was also injured and couldn't act, and Green Bull wasn't here either. If he left, the other 4 emperors might hear the news and come to the Marine headquarters to cause a ruckus. When it's time to let go, you must let go. There's no need to rush. One must consider the future implications of their actions, Sengoku said with a serious tone. Akainu, as a newly appointed Marine Marshal, issued orders and measures that were all about confronting pirates head-on. While that was commendable, Sengoku still hoped Akainu could think more about the bigger picture, not just the immediate situation. I understand. A layer of dark fog covered Akainu's face, heavy as if it were about to drip black water. On the sea, a figure pedaled leisurely on a bicycle, leaving a narrow path of ice on the water. His direction was towards Dressrosa, where the battle was taking place. Alalala, it seems like there's a fight over there. Should I go take a look? Akiji, sporting a bit of stubble and wearing a dark gray coat, stroked his chin, looking lazy and murmuring to himself. Moments later, the shaking stopped. Such power could be easily unleashed with a single strike. How formidable. Doflamingo was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with complexity. Although that strike had shattered the rock giant, Pika was able to merge into the rocky ground, suffering minimal injury. Then, Muchun lightly landed and charged towards Doflamingo. The sharp black blade of the cloud-cutting sword slashed down towards Doflamingo. Ping! Doflamingo's black hands crossed like steel to block it, but the increasingly heavy force made him sweat profusely. It seems you're running out of time, Doflamingo. Mu-chun let out a cold laugh, and the shockwave surged into Tsong Yunxia, emanating from the blade's edge. Bang! Crack! The space shattered, and Doflamingo let out a low grunt, gritting his teeth to endure. Huh! Mu-chun shouted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles tensing all over his body. And the strength in his hands surged suddenly as he slammed down with Tsong Yunxi. Buzz! The cracks in space instantly widened, and the shockwave enveloped Doflamingo with a thunderous force, as if it could shatter mountains and rivers, seemingly capable of breaking everything. Continuous eruptions. Using the shockwave power again and again, the side effects of it were also affecting Mu-chun himself, but at this moment, it didn't matter. His physique was already very strong, and after continually absorbing the power of the deceased to enhance himself and become even stronger, he would have no fear of the recoil effect of the Doflamingo clearly did not expect that Mu-chun could unleash an even more terrifying power than before. Caught completely off guard, he was struck down by Tsong Yunxi, his hand bone shattered, a horrific wound appearing on his chest, blood gushing out, faintly revealing bones and internal organs. Mu-chun gasped for breath, his cold eyes watching the miserable state of Doflamingo lying on the ground. Young master, you bastard! A sharp voice came from behind Mu-chun as Pika emerged from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Raising the long knife in his hand and slashing down towards Mu-chun, a flash of red light appeared in Mu-chun's eyes, faster than Pika, as he gripped the Tsongyan cutter with both hands and turned to swing. Thud! Pika was struck in the chest by Mu-chun's slash, and his downward motion abruptly halted. Then, Mu-chun delivered a powerful kick infused with shockwave force, sending Pika flying like a cannonball, crashing into the rubble. Damn bastard! I want you dead! Hockey Thanta! Pika shouted angrily, sinking into the rocky ground. Then, 8 rocky tentacles emerged behind Mu-chun, surrounding him, and the tips of the rocky tentacles lunged towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun jumped up to dodge the attack, and Tsong Yunxia struck down fiercely at one of the rocky tentacles. Bang! The rock shattered, and Pika lost an arm to Tsong Yunxia's slash, blood gushing out like a flood. Pika covered the stump of his severed arm, looking at the anger in Mu-chun's eyes with a hint of fear. Our Don Quixote family will not let you go. Ha! From today onwards, there is no Don Quixote anymore. You can go to another world and slowly perform your family bonds there. Mu-chun scoffed. Don Quixote Doflamingo is on the verge of death. And you still mention the Don Quixote family? Weak individuals always have something to say. You bastard. Pika gritted his teeth, disregarding his injuries as he charged at Mu-chun once more. Spinning weapon attack. A plump figure dressed in orange, wielding a long knife, spun towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun did not raise his head, raising his hand to grab the long knife, his black hands gripping it tightly like iron pincers, while Baharo's entire body remained suspended in the air. Garbage kept coming one after another, truly a nuisance. His cold tone made both Baharo and Baby 5 feel a chill. Then, Mu-chun swung the long knife, transformed from Baby 5, sending Baharo along with it towards the charging Pika. Seeing this, Pika immediately braced himself, and the two of them were smashed to the ground together. What a terrifying guy. Baharo got up, his voice trembling. Damn bastard. Baby 5 quickly got up, raised her long legs, and transformed into a machine gun, her short-made dress failing to conceal her unique allure. The machine gun bullets rained down on Mu-chun, but in front of Mu-chun, who possessed observation haki, such gunpowder weapons were utterly unthreatening. Mu-chun raised the Tsongyan cut, his feet moving quickly, making it impossible for the bullets to hit him. He approached Baby 5 and the other two at lightning speed. Pika pushed Baby 5 and Buffalo aside, covering himself with armament haki to stand firm against the attack. However, his armament haki was no match for Mu-chun. Mu-chun's figure flashed, passing by Pika. Damn it! As the two separated, Pika could only utter this one phrase before his head flew high into the air. I told you, your voice is very unpleasant. I really hate it. Pika! Baby 5 and Buffalo exclaimed, then looked at Mu-chun with fear in their eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Buffalo's legs trembled as he slowly retreated. Baby 5, I need you to block him. Am I being needed? Baby 5's face suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson as she exclaimed in delight. Baby 5's personality is quite peculiar. She craves the need of others. Even if someone approaches her with ill intentions and expresses a need, whether it's a marriage proposal, borrowing money, or forced selling, As long as she perceives it as being needed, she will accept without hesitation. However, this is also related to the psychological trauma caused by being abandoned by her parents in the forest during her childhood. Okay, weapon transformation, missile girl. Baby 5 called out softly, and then her upper body transformed into a missile shape, which Buffalo quickly grabbed, spinning rapidly. Spin and launch. The missile that Baby 5 transformed and was flung by Buffalo, speeding towards Mu-chan. Mu-chan swung his fist towards Baby 5, causing the space to crack and the fissures to spread towards Baby 5. Boom! As soon as the missile transformed from Baby 5 touched the fissure, it was torn apart by the violent shockwave. With a loud bang, the missile exploded mid-air, creating a small mushroom cloud, and under the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, the surrounding debris was blown away. Mu-chan's hair was blown up by the gust of wind, and he stood like an iron pillar, not moving at all. As the smoke cleared, Baby 5, covered in wounds, lay on the ground, motionless. Mu-chan looked up and saw Baharo swiftly carrying the barely alive Doflamingo away into the sky. He then turned his gaze to Baby 5 on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head. What a foolish and pitiful woman, abandoned by her teammates without mercy. Holding on to the principle of eliminating the root of the problem, Mu-chan showed no mercy and quickly ended her miserable life. He wouldn't take her in just because Baby 5 was easily deceived. There's so many beautiful women in this world. Why bother? He wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in a behavior that could lead to being cuckolded. Wasn't unattractive enough? Damn it. He needed to leave this place quickly and help the young master heal. Baharo, seeing Baby 5 being killed without hesitation by Mu-chan, felt even more anxious. Hurry. Otherwise the young master wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Baharo used the fastest flying speed of his life and believed that Mu-chan couldn't fly up to kill him. Therefore, he was solely focused on saving Doflamingo. As for the other executives, they were not as important as Doflamingo. Even for himself, as long as Doflamingo could survive, any sacrifice was acceptable. But unfortunately, Mu-chan could indeed fly into the sky. Mu-chan crouched down slightly, and with a forceful step of his foot, a deep pit cracked open in the ground with a loud bang. Then, he shot forward like a bullet towards Bahafalo. Hearing the noise, Bahafalo turned around and saw Mu-chan's figure rapidly enlarging in his eyes, causing him to panic instantly. He hurriedly turned to evade Mu-chan's charge. Oof. Even if you can jump that high, I can fly and change direction at will, you foolish guy. Bahafalo mocked. However, the next scene made his eyes bulge out as if they were about to explode. How is this possible? The Mu-chan, who had originally been foolishly rushing upwards in Bahafalo's eyes, actually transformed his lower body into gas and quickly changed direction towards him. Aren't you a user of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit? How can you become elemental? And this ability belongs to Kaiser. Hee, nothing is impossible in this world. Mu-chan sneered, and with a flick of his hand, a gas lasso flew towards Bahafaro. Gas lasso. Bahafaro panicked, his limbs flailing, and was ensnared by the gas rope. Then, with a strong twist of his arm, Mu-chan sent Bahafaro soaring through the air in a half-arc, throwing him down towards the ground. Boom! Mu-chan landed and looked down at the blood-spitting Bahafaro. Cough, cough, how? How do you possess two kinds of devil fruit abilities? Bahafaro, who was on the brink of death, also wanted to know the reason behind it. Oh, you want to know? Mu-chan squinted and smiled. Fa Luo nodded slowly upon hearing this. Mu-chan smirked, revealing a sarcastic smile. Guess? Buffalo's eyes widened in anger, and he made a move to get up and fight Mu-chan. After being toyed with, he surprisingly had the strength to rise. Mu-chan chuckled and then swiftly beheaded Buffalo with a single strike. Immediately, Mu-chan walked towards Donkey Hodi Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground, struggling to breathe. Doflamingo glanced sideways at Mu-chan and gasped, hee, cough, cough, this world is getting more interesting. I never expected someone like Blackbeard to appear, possessing two devil fruit abilities. Hee, too bad I won't be able to see it anymore. Hee. Accompanied by Doflamingo's final laughter, Mu-chan decisively stabbed his heart. Ding. The host has one inheritance attempt left. A strong body has been detected nearby. Would you like to proceed with the inheritance? The cold and mechanical system prompt sounded, and Mu-chan confirmed that the dying Doflamingo was indeed the real one and not a clone. Mu-chan let out a breath and then burst into laughter. Inheritance. Ding. Character loaded. Host, Mu-chan panel. Donkey Hodi, Doflamingo strength. 67 constitution. 58 spirit. 74 agility. 61 abilities. String fruit. Armament hockey. Observation hockey. Conqueror's hockey. Body techniques. Evaluation. Due to minimal damage to the original body, your current inheritance degree is approximately 94. Remaining inheritances, 0. Feeling the more vigorous power within. The battle memories of Doflamingo flowed into Mu Chen's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Haha, I've become stronger. Doflamingo's panel is very strong. Although it can't compare to Whitebeard, it has definitely improved my strength further. Now, I am completely unafraid of the 4 emperors. Unfortunately, I can't inherit 100, but of course, damage is unavoidable in battle. Being able to inherit 90 is already enough. Mu Chen stood still, adapting for a while to the sudden increase in his own strength, as well as the threads of fruit. He extended his index finger, and a nearly transparent white thread stuck to Doflamingo's sunglasses. With a flick of his finger, the sunglasses flew into his hand. It's truly amazing that after such a long battle, they were still perfectly intact on Doflamingo's face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mu Chen looked at the sunglasses in his hand, then turned his gaze to Doflamingo's face. Very ordinary eyes, not beady eyes. I wonder if Doflamingo used hockey to cover these sunglasses during battle, as there isn't a single crack on them. Considering that Mu Chen had struck at his face multiple times, Mu Chen shook his head, dismissing these unnecessary thoughts. After crushing his sunglasses, he headed straight towards the king's heights. Zephyr and the others were still there, on the Inyo warship. Mu Chen lazily lay on the sofa, while Ian sat beside him with the obedient expression, feeding him grapes. It had been an hour since their battle with the Hodi family had ended. They had boarded the warship and left Dressrosa. The cadres left behind by the Hodi family in Dressrosa had all been eliminated. The remains of those cadres had all been collected by Mu Chen into the system space. Although these cadres were not strong, their devil fruit abilities might be useful in the future, so Mu Chen took them all. After all, he could absorb them every 7 days, and having an extra ability might come in handy unexpectedly. For example, the Toy fruit, which allows the user to stop growing and never age, maintaining a youthful and strong appearance forever. Although in this world, a normal person's physical condition continues to improve until around the age of 40. Mu Chen could enhance himself by absorbing the powers of the deceased. His original physical condition was so poor that it was hardly worth considering. So, it was very suitable for him, who wouldn't want to remain invincible. As for keeping Sugar, the legal lowly, Mu Chen stated that he is not a lowly enthusiast and directly allowed her to leave this world with just a moment of pain. After Sugar's death, all the residents of Dressrosa who had been turned into toy soldiers by Sugar returned to their original forms, and the entire nation wept bitterly. As for the Riku royal family, they had originally hoped to keep Mu Chen and his benefactors for rest. However, Mu Chen chose to leave without much hesitation. After all, the news of the battle here had surely already reached the Navy. Although they were not afraid of a Navy attack, they had just fought a great battle and needed rest, so there was no need to stir up more trouble. The Riku royal family could only express their regret, but would forever remember their kindness. However, not long after they set sail from the port, an unexpected guest arrived. Yes, it was Akiji, who decided to come to Dressrosa to watch the excitement. Time rewinds to that moment. Teacher Zephyr, someone is approaching, shouted a soldier standing on the lookout tower. Upon hearing this, Zephyr immediately ran out from the ship's hold and stood at a distance, gazing. Zephyr saw the visitor from afar, his expression complicated. No need to panic, let him come over. After a moment, Zephyr sighed and spoke. Ah la la la. So it's Teacher Zephyr, it's been a long time. Akiji stopped his bicycle, standing on the surface of the sea, looking up. I didn't expect it to be you, kid. Kazan, long time no see, Zephyr said. Come up. The two stood on the deck, silently gazing at each other. The soldiers silently watched the two, their expressions tense. After all, this was the former Marine Admiral Akiji, although he had already retired from the Navy. After a moment, Mu Chen and Ein stepped out, breaking the silence between Zephyr and the other. Are you two gazing at each other so affectionately? Ein chuckled, covering her mouth. Zephyr pretended to cough and shot an unhappy glance at Mu Chen. What the hell? Affectionate gazes? Is this old man overthinking? Or is this little brat just bad at talking? This is. Xingji looked at Mu Chen, noticing the completely different attire from the other soldiers, along with a vague sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it gradually matched a figure in his mind, and his expression showed slight surprise. The bounty of 5 billion for Whitebeard too? That's me. Mu Chen nodded. He didn't intend to hide it from Akiji, after all. He was no longer a Navy member, so there was no need. Moreover, the battle on Dressrosa would soon spread throughout the world, and others would know about his actions with Zephyr and the others. I really didn't expect you to be on Zephyr's ship, Akiji said. What's the big deal? We just happen to have a common goal. So we form an alliance, he replied. Mu-chan shrugged, then sat down on the sofa with Ein. You two continue your teacher-student bond. Don't mind me. Qingji scratched his head and decided not to interfere any further, then turned his gaze to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr didn't expect that the least likely person would actually leave the Navy. The sunglasses on Qingji's face completely obscured his gaze from Zephyr, but his tone revealed deep sentiment. Zephyr extended his left hand to touch the mechanical arm on his right arm and sighed softly. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. I originally thought I would spend my whole life in the Navy, even dying there. Qingji looked at the bulky mechanical arm on Zephyr's right arm, his expression complicated. The Navy really made a foolish decision. Zephyr shook his head and said, the current Navy is nothing like it used to be. The world government has extended its reach too far. Many matters are directly intervened in without any consideration for others. Especially after Sengoku stepped down and Sakazuki, that kid, became the fleet admiral. Sakazuki was originally pushed to the top because of the world government's intervention. In the eyes of the world government, the Navy is just their enforcer. They only need someone who can fight, a ruthless enforcer against the enemies of the world government. Qingji said expressionlessly, and our sense of justice is insignificant in the eyes of the world government. Yeah, just an enforcer, Zephyr said with a bitter smile upon hearing this. So, our departures were destined. Qingji's personality is relatively calm. He always leaves a way out for civilians who may pose a threat to the world government. He doesn't want to go to extremes. After all, he knows some of the underlying truths. This creates a serious conflict with the justice he has always upheld. However, Akainu is completely different. He is more like a soldier, strictly adhering to the orders given by his superiors, willing to make sacrifices without hesitation. The personalities and ideals of justice between the two, just like their abilities, are irreconcilable. When Sengoku was there to suppress them, it was manageable. But when Sengoku stepped down to elect a new fleet admiral, their conflict was immediately ignited. Neither wanted to be overshadowed by the other. Thus, they erupted into a fierce battle to win the position of fleet admiral. As for the loser, just look at how Qingji left the Navy now. However, if Qingji had won, Akainu might not have left, which could also be attributed to their personalities. Mu-chan sat on the sofa, looking at the two people in front of him, stroking his chin in thought. Perhaps he could bring Akiji on board? After all, one of them was a former admiral, and the other was a former admiral before that, both of whom left due to their discontent with the current Navy. This master and disciple really seemed to be in sync. Mu-chan nodded and said, since you two have such a mutual understanding, why not let Kazan join us directly? Both Kazan and Zephyr were taken aback by his words. Then Zephyr laughed heartily. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Come join us, Kazan. How about continuing to work with the teacher? La Kazan scratched the back of his head, finding it a pretty good suggestion. Following teacher, Zephyr felt nice too. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Zephyr stepped forward, patting Kazan's shoulder with his mechanical arm, filled with excitement. It's been a long time since the two of us fought side by side. Yes, teacher Zephyr, Kazan smiled, then turned his gaze to Mu-chan. But what are you planning to do by forming an alliance with Whitebeard too? Kazan knew that Zephyr's purpose in establishing the Enyo Navy was to eliminate pirates from around the world. But he felt that the alliance between Mu-chan and Zephyr was not merely about eradicating pirates. After all, could someone who was bounty hunted by the Navy and called himself Whitebeard too really establish a Navy? This puzzled him greatly. This kid called Mu-chan. We are preparing to establish a new Navy. Zephyr said, a new Navy? Yes. La. That really is a difficult goal. Although Kazan had thought of this goal, he still found it hard to believe. The Navy had the support of the world government, and how many strong figures were within it. Kazan, as a former admiral, was very clear about this, and he couldn't believe that Zephyr wouldn't consider it. If that were the case, they would truly be enemies of the world. Teacher Zephyr, is it too late for me to withdraw now? Kazan said. Upon hearing this, Zephyr shot a fierce glare at Kazan. Kazan, do you think that is possible? Seeing this, Kazan shrank back his head and chuckled helplessly. I was just joking, teacher Zephyr. He remembered that while he was learning from Zephyr, he used to get beaten every day. Although Zephyr cared for his students, he was really tough during training. According to him, getting beaten more during training would help them survive better on the battlefield in the future. So, now, when Kazan saw Zephyr glaring at him with that familiar look, even though he was stronger than Zephyr now, he still couldn't help but feel some psychological shadow. Of course, this was also due to Kazan's deep respect for Zephyr. But I want to know, why do you want to help teacher Zephyr establish a new Navy? After all, you're Whitebeard too. Kazan looked at Mu-chan and asked. It's simple. I can't stand the actions of the world government. If I want to overthrow the world government, I need to deal with their enforcers first, right? Muchen smiled and said. Qingji nodded and asked, so are you also a member of the Revolutionary Army? Muchen was taken aback upon hearing this. And Ein and Zephyr looked at him in the same way. They had never considered this situation before. After all, they had never heard about Muchen's past. He was half a disciple of Whitebeard, or so he claimed, and although Zephyr had already accepted his statement, Muchen had never said he was a pirate. It was all based on his preconceived notions, believing that Whitebeard's heir would certainly be a pirate. No, Muchen shook his head. After coming to this world, the first group he came into contact with was the Inyo Navy. After that, it was all about fighting and killing, and he never thought he would get involved with the Revolutionary Army. But thinking about it, it's actually quite good. If he wants to overthrow the world government, isn't that in line with the goals of the Revolutionary Army? With these good helpers, it will be even easier to kill those enemies later on. Akiji nodded and then casually sat down on the deck. Well, I think maybe we can go meet Dragon first. Dragon? What do you want to find him for? Zephyr asked, puzzled. Zephyr had a deep impression of his old friend's son. After all, when Dragon was in the Navy, that guy Carp was always bragging in front of them, saying that Dragon had exceptional talent and would definitely become an admiral in the future. At that time, it really seemed that way. He was exceptionally gifted, and they were all quite happy. After all, another strong individual would emerge in the Navy. However, things did not go as expected. Dragon ultimately chose to leave the Navy and established a revolutionary army that gave the world government a huge headache. Old man, have you really become this dull in your old age? Muchen said, Little ghost, what are you talking about? I am Ein's teacher, so you should at least call me teacher. Zephy's forehead twitched with anger as he shouted at Muchen. Upon hearing this, Ein's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, poking her fingers. Although their relationship on the ship was not concealed, Zephy's words gave it a different feeling. After all, Ein treated Zephyr as if he were her own father. Muchen helplessly rubbed his hair. All right. Oof. Seeing Muchen soften, Zephyr didn't dwell on it any longer. He then turned his gaze to Akiji, signaling him to continue. Akiji chuckled as he watched the scene and said, Since I left the Navy, I have been traveling the world, visiting many different countries. I have seen the people oppressed by the royal families and witnessed the process of the Revolutionary Army overthrowing those regimes. To be honest, after that, I thought a lot. The world government and the Navy have been pursuing Dragon and the Revolutionary Army since long ago. But it seems we have never understood Dragon's thoughts. Why does he insist so much, even unwilling to give up in the face of such a colossal entity as the world government? Zephyr nodded and said, That's true. Perhaps Dragon understands better than we think that as long as the world government exists, the Navy will eventually become rotten. After all, there are those celestial dragons who consider themselves gods, and the Navy's justice is to uphold the rights of the celestial dragons. Muchen opened his mouth and spoke. Qingji and Zephyr both looked at him with somber expressions. Indeed, those celestial dragons were like pests, their actions indistinguishable from those of pirates. The people oppressed by the celestial dragons had seen it all before, and even within the Navy, there were those who had been targeted by the celestial dragons and inevitably taken away. As the justice of the Navy, they could only silently endure in the face of the world government and continue to uphold justice. This is why Drago wanted to overthrow the world government. Only in this way could they better secure stability for the common people. Muchen said, Yes, that's why the world government considers them the biggest enemy. Akiji agreed and said, The Revolutionary Army has never been the enemy of the Navy. The ideologies of the two actually don't conflict at all. So, I want to have a face-to-face conversation with Dragon. Perhaps the Revolutionary Army could become our ally. Zephyr looked at Akiji, who had taken off his sunglasses and was unusually serious, and fell silent. Then let's go. Dragon should be very willing. Muchen smiled. Then, Muchen stood up and walked in front of Qingji, and the two exchanged glances. The Revolutionary Army is not easy to find, especially the leader, Dorag. Moreover, when the time comes, you two may also need to persuade some old friends in the Navy. After all, some Navy officers might resonate with your ideals. Muchen said. Seeing this, Zephyr also agreed with the plan. Indeed, rebuilding a new Navy is not an easy task. The current Navy has been operating for many years, and as long as they can bring over some core members, it won't be too laborious to establish. If they can persuade the entire Navy to resist the world government, then their support will be even stronger. At that time, they won't have to face the scene of old friends harming each other. Those who truly uphold justice make up the vast majority within Navy. Zephyr also doesn't want to slaughter those Navy members. That's true. Dorag is indeed very skilled at hiding, said Akiji helplessly. However, we can definitely find him, Akiji said seriously. Zephyr nodded, looking at his students with great satisfaction. The new navy should be freer, able to fully stretch justice and bring a peaceful life to the people. That is the true navy for the people. The current world government is just a stumbling block, and we can definitely achieve this. Akiji smiled upon hearing this. So, Teacher Zephyr, shall we go find Dorag now? Zephyr turned to Mu-chan, asking for his opinion. Mu-chan shook his head and said, I have other goals to address first. Qing-ji scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit helpless. Does that mean we need to act separately? Mu-chan thought for a moment and realized that splitting up was indeed a good idea. Next, he planned to look for BIGMOM, as he had promised Jinbei to go together and could not go back on his word. He then spoke up, let us split up. Jinbei and I will head to Whole Cake Island, and Akiji and Zephyr, you two go look for Dragon. Akiji was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Go to Whole Cake Island to find BIGMOM? What do you plan to do there? Kill BIGMOM. Mu-chan said calmly, huh? Are you sure? Of course. Mu-chan nodded. Qingji took a deep look at Mu-chan, feeling that he was a bit crazy. He actually wanted to run to BIGMOM's territory to kill her. Even the Marine admirals wouldn't dare to do that. However, he didn't say much. After all, everyone has their own thoughts, and they must bear the consequences of their choices. But is Jinbei here too? Why haven't I seen him? Qingji was also quite curious about Jinbei. Oh, he's sleeping right now. He's one of us now. Mu-chan said. Little ghost, you really have guts. Haha, but I believe in you. Zephyr was slightly surprised, then laughed heartily. After all, daring to go to the territory of the four emperors to kill someone is not something just anyone can do. However, Zephyr was quite confident in Mu-chan's strength. Someone whose power was comparable to that of the four emperors indeed had this kind of confidence. I will go with you, Mu-chan. Ein's gaze was firm, and his demeanor left no room for Mu-chan to refute. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you at that time. Mu-chan shook his head. Ein's strength was average, not particularly strong. Once the battle started, he wouldn't be able to take care of her at all. That lady's children were not easy to deal with. As for Jinbei, it was because he had promised to go together with him, and Jinbei's strength was very strong, so there was no need to worry about him. Upon hearing this, Ein lowered her eyes, feeling downcast. She felt deeply that her own strength was very weak, and that she couldn't help Mu-chan at all, which made her very unwilling. Mu-chan walked over gently, wrapped his arms around him, and whispered words of comfort. You don't need to rush now. As I told you before, develop your abilities well, and in the future, we will surely fight side by side. I will work hard, Ai-in said seriously, nodding her small face. Then it's settled. Mu-chan, when will you set off? Zephyr asked. There's no rush for now. Without a ship, it will be difficult for me and Jinbei to move, Mu-chan replied. Getting a ship is easy. This sea is full of pirates. We could just seize one when the time comes, Akiji said. At the new marine headquarters, the Seven Warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo and his subordinates have all been slaughtered. Now, Whitebeard, Mu-chan, and the Enyo Navy have left Dressrosa. Akainu listened to the soldiers reporting about Dressrosa, his face dark and sullen. Doflamingo's death was unexpected. He thought that with Doflamingo's abilities, escaping from there would be no problem. But it didn't seem matter. After all, the Seven Warlords were pirates. In his view, battles between pirates were normal. He had previously thought that Mu-chan was the only one there, but he didn't expect him to act alongside Zephyr. This was something he had never anticipated. Zephyr was originally a Marine admiral and a Marine instructor. Many of the officers in the Navy were his students. For example, he and Kizuru were students of Zephyr, and his prestige was very high. Initially, due to the world government's intervention in appointing Weevil as a warlord, Zephyr was forced to leave in disappointment. This was also a hurdle that Akainu couldn't get over. He considered it entirely his fault for not maintaining that last line of defense. Now that Zephyr and Mu-chan have joined forces, it would eventually spread within the Navy. When the time comes to capture Zephyr, it would definitely cause an uproar in the Navy. No one would genuinely want to confront a teacher who had once given them immense guidance, including him, Sakazuki. However, the world government would definitely not care about what the Navy thought. After all, Doflamingo was a warlord appointed by the world government and had once been a celestial dragon. To have such a figure killed by someone defined by the world government as the world's most evil person was a slap in the face to them. The world government would absolutely not let Mu-chan and Zephyr's group go unpunished. You can go, Akainu waved his hand, pulling down his hat to cover his expression. Kizaru, sitting beside him, continued to carelessly groom his nails, his expression unchanged, with no one able to see the look in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Zephyr Sengoku sat in his office, looking at an old photo in a frame. Snap, snap. Carp was beside him, constantly eating senbei, nonchalantly picking his nose. Sengoku, you're not the fleet admiral anymore. Why are you still like this? Just leave those troublesome matters to Sakazuki. Haha, I'm not like you, Carp. I have no idea what that old man Zephyr is doing now, Sengoku said with a smile, shaking his head. Haha, what else can he do? He's out there fighting pirates. I bet he's living better than we are. Carp laughed heartily. Indeed, the Navy owed him too much. World Economic News Agency. In the president's office, an albatross dressed in a tuxedo and top hat sat in the president's chair, looking excited. This was Morgans, one of the giants of the dark world. As someone who loved reporting various major news events, he couldn't stop smiling lately. Since Mu-chun claimed to be Whitebeard too and destroyed Punk Hazard on Fire and Ice Island, he was given an astonishing bounty of $5 billion by the world government. The highest bounty in history. Even the well-informed Morgans was shocked when he received the news. In his years of experience, he had never seen such an exaggerated initial bounty. Then there was the battle between the Navy and the 4 emperors at Dressrosa, which was also indirectly caused by Mu-chun. Now, as a well-known intermediary in the underground world, Joke, the 7 Warlords Don Quixote Doflamingo, was actually killed by Whitebeard to Mu-chun, and all of his subordinates were dead without exception. These were major events. Wow, haha, these are big news, non-stop big news. You are truly my lucky star. Whitebeard to Mu-chun. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement. During this time, due to these major events, the sales of newspapers skyrocketed. This was the most comfortable time he had experienced in years. We must report this and focus on the coverage. Remember, we must emphasize the fame of Whitebeard to Mu-chun, understood? We need to make sure the newspapers spread all over the world. Morgan shouted to his staff. He believed that Mu-chun would continue to do shocking things in the future. This was just the prelude. Within a day, reports about Mu-chun spread across the world. In the New World, Wano country, Onigashima, in a room filled with the scent of alcohol, Kaido, wrapped in bandages, kept pouring liquor into his mouth. Burp. Kaido burped and suddenly smashed a giant kanabo onto the floor. Bang! A member of the Beast Pirates jumped in fright. Kaido, this is what the newspaper reported. The pirates said, trembling, afraid that Kaido would smash him into a meat pie if he was displeased. Interesting, ha. An interesting little brat. I didn't encounter him before. But now he has killed a clown, ha. Kaido laughed loudly, then fixed his fierce gaze on the pirate. Tell me, now that the clown is dead, what should I do? I don't know, Kaido. The pirate shook his head in fear. No, don't. In the moment he shook his head, a giant kanabo appeared in his vision, and with a scream, he was instantly turned into mush. Jean, Queen, Kaido shouted toward the door. Yes, Kaido-sama. Yes, Kaido. Jean and Queen pushed the door open and stood before Kaido. I have something for you to do. Just give the order, Kaido-sama, Jean said respectfully. Before Kaido could speak, Queen quickly interjected. Are you asking us to take down Whitebeard too? Jean shot Queen an annoyed glance. If it weren't for the situation, he would have slapped Queen hard. How dare he interrupt Kaido-sama? However, Kaido didn't seem to mind much, completely different from his earlier demeanor when he killed his subordinate pirate. He was very tolerant of his calamities and flying six. Even if these people offended him with their words, he didn't care at all. After all, the strength of the calamities and flying six was formidable. In the Beast Pirates, strength is the absolute truth. As long as they have strength, the positions of the 3 disasters and the flying six can be exchanged at will. It's enough to defeat the person in the original position. As the leader, Kaido has taken this behavior to the extreme. After taking a swig from his jug, Kaido said, there's no need to bother with that little brat anymore. What you need to do now is more important. He had previously gone to Dressrosa to find Mukin merely because he was drunk at the time and acted on a whim. Now that Doflamingo is dead, in Kaido's eyes, it was simply because Doflamingo was too weak. In his view, the weak being killed is only their own fault. Jin and Quinn were slightly taken aback. They had originally thought Kaido would be furious and do whatever it takes to eliminate Mukin. However, they did not care. He was just a newly famous rookie. No matter how loud Mukin's reputation was, as long as he dared to come looking for trouble, they would definitely pin him to the ground. A cold glint flashed in Kaido's eyes as a chilling tone escaped his lips. The clown is dead, and it will definitely cause supply issues for Smile. I don't care how you do it, but you must minimize the subsequent impact. As long as the supply issue is resolved, I don't care who the second clown is. Do you understand? In Kaido's mind, the Smile Fruit is an incredibly important component, far more important than killing Mukin. Mu-chun can be killed at any time, but the Smile Fruit is a key part of fulfilling his ultimate dream. Nothing can replace it. There is no failure in this matter, if it really comes to that. Both of you know the consequences. If necessary, I allow you to do whatever it takes. Kaido's cold tone made Jin and Quinn shiver. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. Jin and Quinn nodded seriously. Doing whatever it takes means that they can mobilize the Flying Six, who are strong and ambitious, and look down on everyone else except Kaido. Jin and Quinn knew that being able to mobilize them indicated how much Kaido valued this matter. If they really failed, Kaido would definitely not let them off easily. Dressrosa. Rayleigh relied on his incredibly strong body to swim here across the red line. He wanted to meet Mu-chun, but unfortunately, he was late by many days, missing the battle between the Navy and the Four Emperors, as well as Mu-chun's defeat of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Now, he was sitting in a tavern, drinking alone in frustration. Really, why is everyone so anxious? I just arrived, and it's already over. Rayleigh looked at the newspaper, listening to the conversations of others in the tavern. If you had arrived a few days earlier, you might have witnessed one battle after another. Meteorites falling from the sky, dragons roaring in the air, and continuous earthquakes. The scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. A man sitting next to Rayleigh had a constantly changing expression, waving his hands and feet, showing Rayleigh the previous battles. It really sounds terrifying. Rayleigh smiled at the man. Sigh. Thankfully we have our great benefactor Mu-chun, who saved our country. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when we would be captured and turned into toys for the Don Quixote family to use. The man looked at the headline on the newspaper in front of Rayleigh with a face full of emotion, shaking the status of the Four Emperors. The king of a new era is about to ascend the throne. Inyo worship. An looked excitedly at Mu-chun, her mood extremely exhilarated. Mu-chun, hurry up. Mu-chun had a helpless expression as An dragged him out of bed. Couldn't he just have a good rest? Ever since Mu-chun said that they would be apart for a while, An had been fierce at night, leaving him feeling a bit sore all over. Even though his physique was strong now, he couldn't handle it. Is this what they mean by a cow that only gets worn out? So during the day, he just wanted to catch up on sleep. Now, An rushed over with a fresh newspaper, holding it up in front of him, urging him to get up and take a look. All right, enough pulling. Can I just get up? Mu-chun sat up with sleepy eyes and picked up the newspaper to read. New emperor ascends the throne. The fifth emperor of the sea. The strongest man inheriting Whitebeard will appear again. Mu-chun smashed his mouth, looking at the newspaper that boasted about his achievements, even bringing up things that never happened and writing them as if they were true. It made him feel quite embarrassed. What is this nonsense? Although his current strength can indeed match with the Four Emperors, he can't really be called the fifth emperor, right? It's important to know that the Four Emperors are not just about personal strength. Their influence, territory, and the fighting power of their subordinates are all essential. Without these, no one would acknowledge you as a Four Emperor. Strictly speaking, his only subordinate is Jinbei, and Zephyr's Inyo Navy is merely an alliance. It's not as exaggerated as the newspapers say. The former Marine Admiral Black-Armed Zephyr, a general under Whitebeard, to Mu-chun, Zephyr will probably want to fight him after reading this. Moreover, he only took down Doflamingo. Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? That Birdman Morgans really has high hopes for him. However, Mu-chun actually thinks Morgans has good insight. After all, he has the system. And as long as what he is about to do next is successful, Morgan's prediction might truly come true. I said, why are you so excited? Don't you know what kind of person that Birdman is? Even Zephyr is called my subordinate. He is your teacher, and you don't care? Mu-chun looked at Ein with annoyance. What's the big deal? Anyway, Teacher Zephyr has already agreed to ally with you. Others don't know, and when they see us acting together, won't they just think we're your subordinates? Ein had a look of obviousness on his face. Mu-chun raised an eyebrow. This is something that can't be said in front of that old man Zephyr. Otherwise, he might just show what it means to have a teacher's dignity. I'm just saying this in front of you, right? Ein stuck out his tongue playfully and said, then his tone shifted. You can't tell teacher Zephyr about this. Or else, haha. Mu-chun looked at Ein's innocent appearance and smiled as he patted her hair. Seeing this, Ein directly hugged Mu-chun's waist, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Mu-chun, I want. No, you don't want to. Mu-chun interrupted directly, refusing with words. However, it was of no use. The beauty in his arms was squirming around, and he was not a serious person. Congratulations, host, on completing today's check-in. Check-in count, 5. You have obtained 1 chance for inheritance from the deceased. There are 2 days until the next inheritance opportunity is available. The system's notification echoed in his mind. There was still 1 inheritance opportunity that had not been used, and in 2 days, there would be another chance. Mu-chun got up and stretched. He had been resting very comfortably these days. However, He was just a bit unaccustomed to not hugging something soft while sleeping. A few days ago, after seizing a pirate ship, Mu-chun and Jinbei parted ways with Zephyr and headed straight for BIGMOM's territory. He walked out of his room and onto the deck. Jinbei was already up early, steering the ship. "Good morning, Jinbei." "Good morning, Mu-chun." Mu-chun is completely clueless about sailing, but fortunately, there's Jin Ping, the experienced driver, who ensures that the sailing speed is very fast. "How much longer until we reach the 10,000 nations?" Mu-chun asked. "At this speed, we should be able to reach the territory of the 10,000 nations by tomorrow." Jinbei thought for a moment and said. Mu-chun nodded, then headed towards the dining hall. While eating, he contemplated whether to use this inheritance opportunity first. Although the strength of those cadres under Doflamingo wasn't strong and wouldn't contribute much to Mu-chun's growth, having an additional ability would still be quite nice. Rock fruit, flap fruit, weapon fruit, childlike fruit. In Mu-chun's mind, these abilities flashed by, but they wouldn't be much help when facing BIGMOM. Perhaps the toy fruit could have a surprising effect. Anyone touched would turn into a toy. This aspect is actually quite terrifying in battle. But if it were blocked by Haki, it shouldn't work, otherwise it would be invincible. Of course, this is just Mu-chun's speculation. When he faced Sugar before, he wasn't bold enough to experiment. So, he didn't choose to inherit the abilities of these people. For Mu-chun, having the Tremor-Tremor Fruit is enough for offense. This ability is best suited for close combat, and Mu-chun prefers to engage in hand-to-hand fights, where every punch counts. Previously, he inherited Caesar's abilities mainly because he valued the gas fruit's ability to transform and fly, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about fighting on the sea. If possible, inheriting the float fruit from Don Quixote Doflamingo would be even better. Although Doflamingo is old and weakened, it's uncertain whether inheriting his abilities would reflect his peak strength or his current state. Mu-chun still hasn't figured this out, and the system hasn't explained it either. After all, among the 3 people he has inherited from, only Whitebeard was in a weakened state. He doesn't know what Whitebeard was like at his strongest, and the system only considers the degree of physical deterioration in inheritance. If it were to inherit from the peak period, that would be incredible. During the battle with Doflamingo, he felt no pressure at all. However, this only indicates that Whitebeard's strength is indeed not comparable to Doflamingo's. But now, Doflamingo should be impelled down, right? He was forcibly dragged into a movie and defeated by Luffy 2 years ago. The subsequent Marineford War arc didn't mention whether he escaped again. Perhaps he could find a time to sneak in and take a look? Mu-chun stroked his chin, contemplating whether or not to take action. In just 2 days, there would be 2 opportunities, and among the BIGMOM pirates, Mu-chun had the most confidence in Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Katakuri. As long as he killed these 2 and inherited their abilities, he would truly be invincible. Kaido could be confronted head-on, and they could see who the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air really was. In the New World, Whole Cake Island. Mu-chun, we're approaching Praline's Island. Jinbei said to Mu-chun, who was sitting on the edge of the boat, bored and fishing. "Oh, are we almost there?" Mu-chun put away his fishing rod and walked over to Jinbei, gazing at a small island in front of them. The territory of the BIGMOM pirates is centered around Cake Island, with 35 islands arranged in a circular pattern like a star. Each island is governed by a minister, and each island is related to the minister's devil fruit ability or favorite dessert, with buildings on the island being directly usable. For dessert enthusiasts, this place is like a paradise. Of course, to live in Tato Land, one must pay a part of their lifespan to BIGMOM. However, this is subjective. As long as one does not live on Cake Island, the other islands governed by the ministers can be quite comfortable, without worrying about danger. And the food and accommodation are very unique. Charlotte Pudding, due to strategic reasons, allied with the Sun Pirates and was married off by BIGMOM to the vice captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, which is quite normal for BIGMOM, who enjoys political connections. Therefore, Charlotte Pudding is very close to the Sun Pirates and is essentially on Jinbei's side. Coming here now is to establish a foothold, as there are some plans that require her assistance. She is still an important part of the BIGMOM pirates responsible for monitoring the seas, and with her help, both infiltration and retreat become very convenient. Moreover, this small island has no other inhabitants, making it very suitable. As the ship gradually approached the shore, the Sun Pirates and Charlotte Pudding had already received the news and were waiting here. Captain Jinbei, Aladdin, with a red nose, a ponytail, and a silver trident on his back, excitedly waved at Jinbei. The other members of the Sun Pirates behind him also waved their hands in the same manner. Mu-chun and Jinbei jumped off the pirate ship and were immediately surrounded by everyone. Ha, Aladdin, everyone, no need to crowd around. Jinbei squinted and laughed, then introduced Mu Chun to the members of the Sun Pirates. This is Mu Chun, whom I mentioned to you before. Hello. Greetings, Lord Mu Chun. I've heard everything from Captain Jinbei. Thank you so much for offering help to our Fishman tribe. Aladdin smiled. You're welcome. I also need the help of the Fishman tribe. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, which is quite normal. Mu Chun nodded and said, no matter what, you saved our Fishman Island. And next you need to help us achieve true equality. You deserve our respect. Aladdin said seriously, then sighed and shook his head. I just didn't expect that Hodi would do something to harm Fishman Island, and Princess Odoheim was killed by him. It's truly hard to know a person's heart despite knowing their face. Jinbei said, Hodi has already been dealt with. Those things are in the past. Now it's time for us to fight for the future of Fishman Island. Captain Jinbei is right. We must look forward for the future of our Fishman Island. Oh, for the future of Fishman Island. Mu Chun smiled as he watched the group of fishmen cheering with joy in front of him. The fishmen had been oppressed for too long, treated like slaves by humans, except for those with a bit of strength to protect themselves. Most fishmen dared not come to the surface to experience the vastness of the world. Now, with Mu Chun's help, the fishmen could freely come out without being bound by others. The fishmen were undoubtedly skilled in naval battles, with a physique stronger than that of humans, and the sea was their advantageous battlefield. Unfortunately, they had always been oppressed by the world government, and there were very few strong ones among them, making it hard for them to hold their heads high. Shark, shark, shark. Charlotte Pudding smiled as she looked at her husband and companions, who were excitedly cheering. She felt very happy inside. After all, she was not valued in the big MOM pirates and felt no sense of family. There were very few siblings who treated her sincerely. This was mainly due to the presence of Big MOM, the greatest outlier. Big MOM had many children, but that was only because she wanted to create a nation with various races from around the world, hoping for peaceful coexistence without discrimination among them. Unfortunately, while Big MOM did have children from various races, her crazy and brutal personality made her children very afraid of her, fearing they might be mistakenly killed by her when her hunger pangs struck. Having too many children also made the relationships among Charlotte Pudding and her siblings quite ordinary, which was also influenced by their pirate nation status. There was no racial discrimination, but there were other types of discrimination, such as appearance and strength, and many others. The most obvious example in the original work was Charlotte Flamp. The brother she once admired, Charlotte Katakuri, was mocked after he removed his scarf, revealing his unusual mouth and teeth, and even after injuring himself, he was directly ridiculed as a monster and worthless. Pudding faced similar treatment, being a mermaid and weak. She was looked down upon by her siblings, which made her life in the family quite difficult. After being promised to Aladdin by Big MOM, she finally found warmth among her own kind, which made her completely indifferent to the Big MOM pirates. Let's go back and rest for a while. Jinbei and Lord Mu Chun must be tired from the boat ride, Pudding said. Yes, let us go back and hold a banquet to welcome Lord Mu Chun. Banquet. Let us drink, let us drink. The members of the Sun Pirates immediately shouted loudly. Mu Chun and Jinbei exchanged smiles. It was getting close to evening. It was time to rest well. There was no rush to take down Big MOM. They then followed the others towards the island's living area. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were shoulder to shoulder, drinking and extremely excited. In this world, regardless of who it is, whenever something happy happens, people gather together to hold a feast, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Mu Chun arrived in this world not long ago and has already experienced it twice. He enjoys this experience immensely and feels no rejection at all. After a night of revelry, the next day, Mu Chun sat down with Shunping, Aladdin, and Polini to discuss the upcoming attack on Big MOM. Mom is preparing to hold a tea party, and many big figures from the underground world will be attending. Polini said, a tea party? Huh? Mu Chun nodded and said, what is it specifically about? It's about the marriage between Sister Bryn and the third son of the Vinsmoke family, according to the original plot development. Next is the marriage between Big MOM and the Vinsmoke family. Sanji will be threatened and brought here to marry Charlotte Bryn. However, this is just a scheme by Big MOM. What she wants is to eliminate the members of the Vinsmoke family and then absorb Germa 66. In the end, it will be thwarted by the Straw Hat crew and Capone Beach working together. Speaking of which, in the original story, the Straw Hat crew was supposed to go to Punk Hazard and Dressrosa first. However, Punk Hazard was completely destroyed by Mu Chun, and Doflamingo was killed by him. I don't know where they are now. Zo probably won't be visited, since Momonosuke and Kinemon were previously at Punk Hazard, which Mu Chun sank and destroyed. The two of them are probably dead. so the Straw Hat crew won't go to Zou because of their relationship. However, Kinemon was casually killed by Mu-chan and Dressrosa. According to Pudding, Sanji will still be taking Whole Cake Island, but I don't know if Big Mom has sent Capone Beach to take action yet. But these matters don't concern Mu-chan. Big Mom's tea party is definitely going to fall through. When will it begin? Mu-chan asked. Next week. It seems that because Sanji is in the Straw Hat Pirates, Mama has already sent someone to capture him, Pudding said. The Straw Hat Pirates? Jinbei said, slightly surprised. Yes, the Black-Leg Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates. Jinbei, do you know those people? Pudding nodded. Yes. I didn't expect Lord Sanji to be the third son of the Vinsmoke family. They were also on Fishman Island recently and helped Fishman Island. After Jinbei nodded, he said worriedly, I wonder where Luffy and the others are now. Being targeted by the big MOM pirates is not a good thing. They can't fight back at all right now. Is that so? I hope they can escape from the people sent by big MOM in time, Aladdin said. Mama seems to have sent Capone Beach, the husband of Sister Chiffon, who is also a supernova from 2 years ago. Their strengths should be similar, right? Pudding said. She knew very little about the specific strengths of the Straw Hat crew and Capone Beach, having only read reports about them in the newspaper. Has the Vinsmoke family arrived at Whole Cake Island now? Mu-chan asked. No, they came once before, talked with Mama, and then left. They will only arrive before the tea party starts. Pudding shook her head. Mu-chan stroked his chin and lowered his head in thought. Seeing this, Jinbei and the others fell silent. Should they wait until the Straw Hat crew creates a commotion on Cake Island before taking action, or should they confront them directly? Although Mu-chan was very confident in his current strength and had no problem facing Big Mom, there were also powerful sweet commanders aside from her. If they were to be encircled, relying solely on Jinbei would definitely not be enough to withstand so many enemies. If he had brought Akiji and Zephyr with him back then, the operation would have gone much smoother. However, Akiji probably wouldn't agree so easily. After all, when he heard Mu-chan say he was going to kill Big Mom, he looked completely bewildered. The 4 emperors were not so easily killed, and he was quite pessimistic about Mu-chan's plan. So at that time, Mu-chan didn't persuade him further and directly told him and Zephyr to find Dragon. Akiji's thoughts were also quite simple. He joined Zephyr to help him create a new navy, and with Dragon's assistance, it didn't matter whether Mu-chan's operation succeeded or not. Of course, it would be best if it succeeded, as it would mean they would have a powerful ally. As for the Straw Hat crew, they probably hadn't split up yet, and the strong Zoro was also present. It was just unknown whether Trafalgar Law had allied with Luffy, as per the storyline. If he had, Law's fruit abilities might play a significant role. In that case, there was no need to rush. They could wait until the tea party began before taking action. Mu-chan raised his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Wouldn't that just add more uncertainty? Praline looked confused. Although she had no hope for Mu-chan's idea of killing Big Mom, she did not oppose it either. She had a vague understanding of Mu-chan's strength, only knowing that he had killed Don Quixote Doflamingo. But could Doflamingo compare to Big Mom? In fact, now would be the best time to act, as the stronger ministers were on their respective islands. During the tea party, all the ministers would gather together. Praline shook her head and said, although she did not know that this tea party was a plot to annex the Vinsmoke family, she was aware that the 3 sweet commanders and the ministers would be present. Once gathered, it would definitely be more unfavorable for Mu-chan. Even if they started fighting now, the 3 sweet commanders and the ministers would still receive news and come to support. However, it would take some time to reach Whole Cake Island, which is better than being surrounded from the very beginning. Once I start fighting Big Mom, it won't end quickly. If I go to her now, the 3 sweet commanders will definitely come to support, and Jinbei alone won't be able to hold them off. When it comes to the tea party, it would be a different story. Mu-chan smiled and said, what's different? Praline asked in confusion. Because Luffy and the others will definitely come to rescue Sanji, Jinbei said. He knew Luffy and the others well. He wouldn't easily give up on his companions. That's right. By then, with the Straw Hat crew helping to hold off the 3 sweet commanders, it will create an opportunity for me to fight one-on-one, Mu-chan said. But I wonder if Luffy and the others can compete with the 3 sweet commanders after 2 years of training, Jinbei said with concern. He had a good relationship with Luffy and the others and was optimistic about their future. However, they were still a bit inexperienced. In a few more years, they might be able to face the 4 emperors directly. But now, regardless of whether they intervene, Luffy and the others will inevitably face Big Mom. With his and Mu-chan's involvement, it would be more advantageous for Luffy and the others to rescue Sanji. Therefore, he didn't persuade Mu-chan not to involve the Straw Hat crew in piracy and enter the New World. Facing powerful foes at sea was an inevitable process. To grow, Some pain must be endured. The Straw Hat crew's strength is good. They should be able to hold off the three sweet commanders, Muchin said. According to his understanding of the original story, although Luffy defeating Katakuri had a significant element of luck, he could still seriously injure Katakuri relying on his burst of power. Then it's settled, Praline. Keep an eye on the movements at sea. As soon as Sanji is brought in and the Straw Hat crew appears, notify us. The Straw Hat crew is fighting with Brother Cracker, Praline said as she swam to Mu-chun, who was fishing by the sea. Oh, they started fighting? It seems our action needs to begin. Mu-chun stood up, stretching his muscles and bones as he spoke. It had been a week since he arrived on this small island. During this time, he had stayed here without leaving. Sanji was brought back just a day ago. The Straw Hat crew also arrived around the same time yesterday, but it wasn't until the day that they landed on Cake Island and caused a ruckus. On Cake Island, at the open-air wedding venue, the various bosses of the Dark World, invited by BIGMOM, were seated at the dining table. How did you, the funeral home operator, get an invitation? Asked the king of usury, Lucky Rufied. What? Can't a funeral home operator attend someone else's wedding? Replied Dragu, the boss of the funeral home, disdainfully. You, with your blood-soaked aura, have no right to talk to me, Rufied. Dragu, who was professional in collecting corpses, was quite sensitive to blood. For someone like Rufied, who made threats and committed murder, it was quite normal. Many of Draga's businesses came from him. Among the Dark World bosses sitting here, no one had the right to judge anyone. Don't be like that. You're such a petty man, Queen of Pleasure Street. Stussy covered her mouth and smiled at Dragu. There are plenty of petty people around. As long as the payment is made after the service, you and take care, right? Speaking of which, should I take care of you? Dragu looked at Stussy with a wicked smile. Haha, I'll pass. If possible, just take care of my sisters more on Pleasure Street. My sisters rely on you men for a living, Stussy smiled. As a spy for CP0 and the owner of Pleasure Street, she had seen many men like Dragu. Even if she wanted to kill him in her heart, she still maintained a smiling facade, making it seem very pleasant. What a pity, I really like someone like you. Dragu chuckled lewdly. On the other side, I'm so happy to receive an invitation this time. This wedding is big news. Injurma has quite a history with our agency, said Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, excitedly. But in the underground world, this isn't news, it's old news, said Gibson, the old brand in the warehouse industry, chuckling. Yeah, completely worthless news, nodded Yumi, the king of maritime transportation. Hey, no matter what, this is still big news. Morgans insisted. You were just obsessively reporting on that Whitebeard too before. You really hyped him up, Draga commented. Haha, after all, he brought me so much big news during this time. Of course, I have to praise him. I'll need him to keep bringing me big news. Morgans laughed. TCH, you're still the same, willing to say anything for the news, Rufied sneered. What I report is the truth, and people love it. My newspaper sales have been increasing. I see you were just jealous of me, Rufied, Morgans replied. Oomph. Those newspapers are worth less than the usury I sell, Rufied scoffed. Where's Ling Ling? Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? Stussy looked around, puzzled. Mom is currently meeting Jinbe. Please wait a little longer, Katakuri said beside her. Oh, all right, Stussy nodded. Please take your seats in the VIP area. A waiter bowed to the 5 members of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family sat in the middle, waiting for the wedding to begin. I really envy that guy Sanji. If I had known she was a beauty, I would have married her too, Yanji said. Marry Big Mom's daughter? Don't be silly, Niji replied. Don't forget, he's just a sacrificial offering. After the wedding, he'll be at Big Mom's mercy for life. Ichiji added. Reiju looked around at the seats, her expression serious. The Vinsmoke family was subtly surrounded by the Charlotte family, making this seat a target. However, Reiju felt indifferent about it, as she was disheartened by the Germa 66 nation, believing its existence was merely a calamity. Yet, she felt guilty about her only emotionally connected brother, Sanji, and was currently the only family member who sincerely hoped he could escape and live freely. There are countless monsters gathered here. It would indeed be comforting if they were allies. But thinking about having to face them as enemies sends chills down my back. Vito, with an extremely long tongue, lay against the door, astonished as he watched the Charlotte family's star ministers arrive at the venue. Boss, 2 individuals dressed as chefs, one tall and one short, walked out from the kitchen. Oh, is it over? Capone Beej looked over and asked, how is the situation down there? The chefs are holding a post-work banquet, making quite a ruckus, and the roads are blocked, as long as we block this place. No one can come up for the time being, said the shorter one, taking off his chef's hat and wiping his sweat. We've also completed the shielding of the Den Mushy communication. The venue is completely isolated, said the taller man. Very good, Capone said. Thanks for your hard work. Go change your clothes. He then looked at Luffy and the others inside him and roared with anger. Why are you still sleeping? Get up now. Inside the cake castle hall. Mama, mama, mama. It's time for the tea party to conclude the wedding cake. Big MOM danced with joy, and the furniture infused with souls also sang and danced along. For Big MOM, who loved sweets, hosting a tea party was her most anticipated moment. Every month, she would collect massive amounts of desserts from various territories under her domain, and if the quantity wasn't met, she would cruelly destroy them. Mom, Jimby wants to see you, Charlotte Perispero said after Big MOM stopped. Oh, Jimby, what does he want? Big MOM asked. Let him come over, she added. All right, Mom, Perispero nodded. The door opened, and Jimby walked slowly to Big MOM, looking calm. Jimby, what do you want from me? Big MOM asked. My most anticipated tea party is about to start. Big MOM, I came here to inform you that I want to leave the Big MOM pirates, Jimby said as he sat down, placing a wine bowl on the ground. Upon hearing this, the room instantly turned gloomy. The fact that Jimby chose to announce his departure right before Big MOM's most anticipated tea party made her extremely displeased. After a moment of silence, Big MOM opened her mouth wide, her face filled with dark lines, eyes glowing red as she stared at Jimby. Mama, 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 you want to leave, Jimby? Why, Captain? Don't go, Captain. Why do you want to leave? The cake homies on the plate said in surprise. Shut up. Then, Big Mom grabbed those talking cake homies and stuffed them into her mouth to chew. Why question someone who is leaving? Don't make a fool of yourself. I don't care about any reasons. As pirates, what's most important is to live freely, Big Mom said. However, you drank the joining sake before, and now you want to leave? What do you think that leaves my face as the captain? Jinbei, if you leave, I will lose a powerful fighter like you. Right, Jinbei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Big Mom leaned closer to Jinbei with a fierce expression. You have to lose something too. That's what it means to come to an end. Big Mom has never let those who want to leave her pirate crew go easily. Leaving behind some body parts is quite normal. Of course, choosing to leave behind her lifespan is something Big Mom prefers, and Jinbei frowned at her. Although he had already known this outcome beforehand. Bring me the roulette, Big Mom said. The cake homies looked terrified and shivered. A roulette marked with heads, hands, and feet was brought before Jinbei. Spin it, Big Mom said coldly, looking at Jinbei. Jinbei's face was grim, and he did not move. It seems that what Mushin said is true. Big Mom saw that Jinbei was sitting still, not making a choice, and then narrowed her eyes fiercely, glaring at him. Well, if you want to leave, you must make a decision. You wouldn't want to live burdened by infamy forever, would you? As long as you promise me not to act against anyone other than me, I will give you as much of my life as you want, Jinbei said. Lifespan? Well, I love lifespan. I see. It seems your desire to leave is quite firm. Rather than staying in a place you don't want to be, you might as well choose death. Well. Jinbei, can you tell me who you choose? Big Mom laughed heartily, her tone laced with sarcasm. Mushin, well. Who is that? Mom, that's the one recently reported in the newspaper with a bounty of 5 billion, touted as the 5th Emperor, Mushin. A cake homie explained from his side. Oh, it's that little brat. The 5th Emperor? Well, what a joke, Jinbei. I will not sympathize with you. Then prepare yourself, foolish one. Big Mom's face suddenly turned black and white, her eyes glowing red, grinning widely, looking down at Jinbei. Stay alive. Life. Jinbei looked defiantly into Big Mom's eyes, his black coat billowing slowly. The homies present all changed to a dark and terrifying expression, completely different from their earlier trembling appearance. Shouting loudly, the sound spread throughout the Cake City. People in the wedding venue turned their heads towards the hall of Cake City upon hearing this sudden sound. What is going on? Why did Mom suddenly use this ability? Members of the Charlotte family wondered. Is it Jinbei? Stussy said curiously. Just now, Katakuri mentioned that Big Mom was meeting with Jinbei, and now this sound suddenly comes out, indicating that Big Mom is extracting his lifespan. She was just curious why. Jinbei? Haha, this is big news. If I remember correctly, Jinbei is part of the Big Mom pirate crew, right? Now that Big Mom is using this move on him, what exactly happened? It's really exciting, Morgan said, looking thrilled. TCH, you guy, everything is big news. Rofeld scoffed. Haha, during the wedding, this kind of situation arises. Isn't that big news? The former warlord Jinbei offended his captain, the Emperor Big Mom, during the wedding, so Big Mom punishes him by taking his lifespan. Morgan stroked the tip of his beak and said, this title ISNT very eye-catching. We need to think of another one. The other Dark World giants looked at Morgan's as if it were a common sight. Big Mom looked at Jinbei in confusion. Why hasn't Tia's soul been pulled out? No soul coming out. Is this real? Facing Mom, he showed no fear at all. The homies were shocked. They had never seen such a situation before. How could this be? The man I am about to follow will bring us a bright future, a new king. How could I retreat before this old emperor? Jinbei's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted angrily. At this moment, I officially withdraw from the BIGMOM pirate crew. Thank you for your support all this time. Jinbei pushed his wine bowl in front of BIGMOM. This, is Jinbei fine? How is that possible? Jinbei's voice echoed through the sky, shocking everyone in the cake castle. This was unimaginable for the Charlotte family. After all, it was BIGMOM. Well, very good. Congratulations to you, Jinbei. BIGMOM laughed angrily and stomped down hard, shattering the wine bowl. Prometheus covered her head, resembling burning fiery hair, baring its fangs. Jinbei immediately stood up, ready for anything. He had withstood BIGMOM's soul spell, but BIGMOM would not let him go easily. Bang! Hey, you old hag. My companion has already stood up to your test. It's all over now. Do you still want to make a move? Muchin leaped down from the rooftop and approached Jinbei, smiling as he looked at BIGMOM. Are you the one who calls yourself the real Whitebeard too? Muchin, you, this little brat, are also called the Fifth Emperor? Ha ha ha. Let me see if you have the qualifications. BIGMOM's eyes glowed red. Her face twisted and fierce as she looked down at Muchin coldly. Napoleon. Yes, mama. The double-horned pirate hat above BIGMOM's head instantly transformed into a long sword, which BIGMOM grabbed with one hand and swung down at Muchin. Boom! The ground was instantly cleaved open by BIGMOM, a deep trench spreading outwards towards the hall. The people outside the wedding venue were immediately shocked. Katakuri stood up, staring seriously at the castle hall. Manga. He quickly rushed towards the castle hall. Dear guests, please do not panic. We will handle it soon, Perospero said as he approached the Vinsmoke family. The Charlotte family members sitting beside them stood up, subtly surrounding them. According to BIGMOM's plan, this was supposed to be a bloody marriage, and now these retainers were to keep a close watch on the Vinsmoke family. What's happening? Judge frowned, looking towards the castle hall. I don't know, maybe the Straw Hat crew is causing trouble. What a bunch of reckless fools, all for that useless Sanji. Yanji said, leaning back in a chair with his hands behind his head, speaking disdainfully. Reiju bit her lip, remaining silent. It was so obvious they were surrounding them, yet they were still so naive. Meanwhile, Capone Beej, who had already infiltrated the wedding venue, looked dumbfounded at the chaotic scene. The Straw Hat crew was still inside his castle and hadn't come out yet. Then he split off a clone from his castle and thought that, given the current situation, he needed to inform the Straw Hat crew. BIGMOM is fighting. Should we change our plan? Capone Beej emerged from the floor, urgently looking at Luffy and the others. Huh? Has Sanji come out yet? Nami asked, surprised. Capone Beej shook his head, having been waiting for BIGMOM to appear. Sanji still hadn't come out. Although I don't know who BIGMOM is fighting, we might be able to take advantage of the chaos. Law, holding a long sword, leaned against the wall and said calmly. After all, it was uncertain if the wedding would proceed smoothly. Once this opportunity was missed, they would be even more passive. That's right, Law is still allied with Luffy. Originally, he allied with Luffy to fight against the Emperor Kaido, conveniently taking revenge on Doflamingo. But unexpectedly, shortly after the alliance, Doflamingo was killed by Muchin. Then they continued to target Kaido according to their alliance's goal. However, recently, due to unforeseen circumstances, Sanji was threatened and taken away, and the original target shifted to BIGMOM, with Capone Beej joining them due to their common goal. All right, let's make our entrance and cause a ruckus, Luffy shouted excitedly. Since the captain says so, let's make our move. Zoro pushed the hilt of his sword with his thumb, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since you all have decided, let's act. Capone Beej nodded. He felt the same way. Now that someone was holding BIGMOM back, he could use some underhanded tactics from behind. Perhaps even kill BIGMOM. After all, his goal was to assassinate BIGMOM. Assassination means using any means necessary, utilizing everything available just to achieve the goal. However, the little tricks he had used in the wedding cake were no longer applicable. Capone Beej's consciousness returned outside and opened the door on his chest. Go! Oh! Suddenly, Luffy and the others leaped out one after another, and the Charlotte family's retainers looked shocked at the sudden appearance of the Straw Hats. The Straw Hat crew? Capone Beej, you actually betrayed us. Perospero's face darkened as he angrily shouted at Capone Beej. Betrayal? I never truly joined the BIGMOM pirates from the start. Capone Beej took a deep puff of his cigar and exhaled, the swirling white smoke obscuring his expression. However, his sarcastic tone made the veins on Perospero's forehead bulge. You will pay for your decision. Kill them. Perospero shouted fiercely, filled with murderous intent. Those who betray the Charlotte family are unforgivable. Another big news. The most excited person present was Morgans. He felt that in recent times, various major events and news had emerged one after another, making him feel as if he were living in a dream, full of happiness. This wedding was worth it. Mu-chun and Shinping quickly dodged Big Mom's furious strike. TSK, it really doesn't take much to provoke a murder. I guess it's true what they say about someone coming from rocks, Mu-chun said. Little brat. Come and take your life. Emperor, sword broken blade. When Big Mom got angry, she resembled a ghostly witch, exuding a terrifying aura. The giant sword in her hand ignited in flames as she swung it horizontally towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun held the Tsung Yun Xie in both hands, covered in armament haki and shock power, swinging and slashing at Napoleon's giant sword. Boom! The sharp blade made contact, causing flames and space to crack, and the ground instantly shattered, spreading like a spider web. A vast wave of air surged out from the collision. Whether it was furniture or walls, everything was blown away and shattered, and the castle lost its support, collapsing in an instant. Jinbei had already quickly left the area during their clash to avoid being caught in the aftermath. What he needed to do now was to stop the Charlotte family's people from interfering with Mu-chun. The castle, unable to bear the weight, had bricks falling from the ceiling of the hall. We're gonna die, the castle is going to collapse. Get out of the castle. The homies inside the castle were in a panic, running back and forth. Kid, Whitebeard's ability is pretty good. Huh? Big Mom sneered. The two blades continued to clash, neither side giving way. Mu-chun let out a light laugh, pressing down with its Sung Yun cut in his hand, and jumped up forcefully with both feet. Big Mom's giant sword Napoleon instantly lost its point of support and swung past Mu-chun. Seeing this, Big freed one hand to grab Zeus, the thundercloud, and bolts of lightning roared as purple lightning snakes shot towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun clenched his fist, enveloping it in a white energy sphere, and punched towards the thunder snake. Crack! The purple thunder snake was shattered by Mu-chun's shockwave, and the space fissure extended towards Big Mom's arm. Big Mom opened her mouth wide, her arm covered in haki, showing no fear. Her physical body was extraordinarily abnormal. The steel meatball was not just a saying. Even without the hardened haki, she could withstand most physical attacks. Then, she wielded Napoleon, the giant sword, with one hand and swung it towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun just threw a punch, suspended in the air, unable to retract his force, and was directly hit by Big Mom's slap, flying out like an arrow and breaking through the wall. Mama. Big Mom leaped onto the thundercloud Zeus, smashing the rocks that fell on her head with a punch, heading towards Mu-chun. As Big Mom left, the castle collapsed with a loud rumble. Jinbei. Katakuri looked at the collapsing castle, and Jinbei ran out from inside, frowning with a layer of black lines covering his eyes, and immediately took action. He had already predicted what was happening inside with his advanced observation haki, and now Big Mom was engaged in battle. What he needed to do was eliminate Jinbei in front of him and then go help Big Mom, killing the enemies who dared to offend their family. Machi Spike. Katakuri transformed his arm into Machi, wrapping it around his trident, and then his arm spun continuously as he flashed towards Jinbei to stab him. Plum Blossom Skin. Jinbei, just coming out, saw Katakuri attacking him and was slightly surprised. However, he quickly reacted, covering his hands with armament haki and crossing them to block in front of his chest. Jinbei was stabbed by Katakuri, sliding back a few steps before stabilizing himself. With a twist of his wrist, he grabbed Katakuri's trident and, in a shoulder throw posture, slammed Katakuri and his weapon to the ground. As expected of Lord Katakuri. You came quickly, Jinbei said. The other Charlotte family retainers were still on their way. But Katakuri was able to predict in advance with his superior observation haki and ran over early. Jinbei, I didn't expect you to be our enemy, Katakuri said calmly as he stood up, looking at Jinbei. The world is unpredictable, isn't it? You've taken care of me these past 2 years, and now we are enemies. Jinbei replied, Is that so? But I believe you understand the strength of our BIGMOM pirates. Was it the person who fought against Mama that gave you confidence? Katakuri said, the BIGMOM pirates are indeed strong, and BIGMOM's strength as one of the 4 emperors is undeniable, but Jinbei smiled. Then his expression turned serious. Filled with confidence, I believe in Mu-chun even more. Then there's nothing more to say. Before the words were finished, Katakuri moved extremely quickly, his arm transforming into a long machi, and then hardened with armament haki, attacking Jinbei. Machi horn, shark jaw, right fist. Jinbei crouched slightly, fists clenched at his sides, then stepped forward and punched out with his right fist. Bang! The two unleashed their powerful techniques, neither retreating, and the resulting shockwave was tremendous. Immediately, their hands turned into shadows of fists, like a storm. The battle between the two intensified. The major figures of the Dark World watched leisurely from the sidelines, seemingly unconcerned, as they observed the fierce battle in the venue. Who is that? BIGMOM is chasing after him. Gibson, with sharp eyesight, spotted a figure flying out from the side of the castle at high speed, with BIGMOM closely following. Oh, the other major figures turned their attention over. It's not Jinbe. Who is it? Stussy pointed with her chin, puzzled. That figure doesn't resemble Jinbe at all. I previously thought it was BIGMOM and Jinbe fighting, but it turns out to be someone else. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't expect someone else to be fighting BIGMOM. This is big news. Who is challenging the four emperors? Morgans looked impatient, eager to fly over and watch the battle. However, the wedding venue was also in chaos, and he was equally reluctant to leave. After all, this was the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, and the traitor of the BIGMOM pirates, Gang Beej, battling against the BIGMOM pirates. Such a major event would definitely sell a lot afterward. Thinking of this, he was almost drooling. Morgans, put away that embarrassing look. I see you were just jealous of me. Who is jealous of you? Want to fight? Who is afraid of who? Stussy covered her face, shook her head, and looked at these guys who were about to fight, helplessly. Then, she looked with interest at the ongoing battle scene. Mu-chan elementalized in the air, halting his backward momentum. What great strength! Mu-chan shook his head, still feeling a buzzing in his ears from the attack, infused with armament hockey from BIGMOM. However, his physical condition was quite strong, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. He now had a new understanding of BIGMOM's strength. Mama. Heavenly fire. BIGMOM stood on the thundercloud Zeus, coming in aggressively, grabbing the sun Prometheus with one hand, and a pillar of blazing fire shot towards Mu-chan. Mu-chan's elemental body nimbly dodged the fire pillars in the air. You little brat actually have two abilities? Just now, when she flew in from a distance. BIGMOM didn't pay much attention, but now seeing Mu-chan elementalize to evade her attack, she was somewhat surprised. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Mama. However, she was only a little surprised. After all, there was already Blackbeard who possessed two abilities before her. She was even more interested in why Mu-chan also had the ability of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. This has never happened before. Even the Smile Fruit that Kaido researched before was merely a Zoan-type ability and had significant flaws. It couldn't compare to the top-tier paramecia like the Tremor-Tremor Fruit at all. If she could uncover the secret behind it, then her power could grow even larger. Being arrogant is not important. What matters is the outcome. Mu-chan landed and said, Ma, isn't the outcome quite obvious? Do you really think that because you killed Doflamingo and were praised by the theory, you can actually kill me? BIGMOM laughed heartily, then changed her tone. Surrender to me, and I can betroth my daughter to you, and forgive your actions today. How about it? BIGMOM still had a good impression of Mu-chan's strength. If she could take him as a subordinate, that would be great for her. That's not necessary. I have no intention of being your son-in-law. Mu-chan smiled. Oh, so you choose death then? BIGMOM glared fiercely at Mu-chan, then go die. Elbaf's spear Wigaku. BIGMOM grabbed the giant sword Napoleon with both hands and swung it towards Mu-chan, unleashing a massive cylindrical sword energy that was invisible to the naked eye. Facing the overwhelming sword energy attack, Mu-chan showed no signs of retreat or evasion. He thrust the Tsung Yun-qian to the ground, spread his feet apart, squatted into a horse stance, and brought his fist to his chest, his muscles bulging. Just as the cylindrical sword energy was about to descend upon him, he grinned, glaring fiercely, and suddenly punched downwards with both fists. Bang! The immense shockwave shattered the space, cracks spreading outwards, affecting the cylindrical sword energy. Subsequently, the powerful cylindrical sword energy was instantly halted, vanishing into nothingness. After Mu-chan unleashed this strike, the entire Cake Island shook as if it had experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. Centered around Mu-chan, the island trembled violently. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and massive waves crashed onto the shores. The residents of Cake Island, both people and animals, suffered catastrophic losses. This strike was truly earth-shattering, its might boundless. It was like a natural disaster descending upon them. I didn't expect it to be my lucky star Mu-chan. This is big news. Morgans flapped his wings and flew into the sky, looking far towards Mu-chan and BIGMOM as the ground trembled. Damn, what's going on? Parasparrow looked at the intense earthquake, his face dark as if a drop of rain was about to fall. Is it the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit? One of the suite commanders, the long-legged beauty Charlotte Smoothie, slashed out a massive pink sword energy to push back Luffy, frowning as she said, "Could be that Blackbeard is fighting against Mama? That shouldn't be possible. Haven't he seen Blackbeard's subordinates come here? He wouldn't dare to cause trouble alone. It must be that Whitebeard too Mu-chun." Parasparrow shook his head. "Yeah, Mu-chun?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise after hearing Parasparrow's words. He and T heard that Mu-chun was here. If it really is Mu-chun, then that's great. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily. TCH, no need to worry about Mama over there. Mama can handle it. Let us deal with the Straw Hat crew first, Parasparrow said to Smoothie. Understood. Smoothie nodded, stepping forward with her long sword, aiming to slash at Luffy. Having absorbed moisture and grown gigantic, she was enormous, but her speed remained unaffected. Moreover, her swordsmanship was quite extraordinary. Rubber elephant gun. Luffy's right hand inflated, covered in dark armament hockey, and punched toward Smoothie. Bang! Wow. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit is indeed powerful. It can unleash such might in your hands too. Kid, you're not bad. BIGMOM looked at her kingdom being shattered in the dire state of Cake Island. A fierce killing intent flashing in her eyes. With such formidable combat power now, if given a few more years of training, he would pose a significant threat to the current emperors. Since he doesn't want to submit, then just kill him. Big Thoma moved swiftly, dropping from the sky, swinging her giant Napoleon sword. Mu-chun picked up the Tsung Yun Chia beside him and slashed back. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their powerful hockey colliding. The shockwaves continually shattering space and causing violent tremors. Before long, Mu-chun and Big Mom had fought from beside the castle to the center of Cake Island, destroying countless buildings along the way. The remaining crowd of pirates who had initially survived the earthquake's collapse were caught in the aftermath of Mu-chun and Big Mom's battle, leading to a surge in casualties. However, fortunately for them, most of these were members of the Big Mom pirates, and since this was Big Mom's territory, Mu-chun fought without holding back, completely unconcerned. As for Big Mom, she cared little for the lives of those people. As for the buildings, they could be rebuilt after Mu-chun was dealt with. Therefore, both Mu-chun and Big Mom unleashed their powers without reservation. At first, Big Mom completely looked down on this little brat who she thought was just trying to show off. Indeed, just trying to show off. Ever since Whitebeard died 2 years ago in the Marineford War and displayed his power to the world, many pirates imitating him began to appear on the seas. There were those like T-Beard and Peachbeard, who, using Whitebeard's reputation, continuously invaded the Grand Line and even the New World, becoming a nuisance in her territory. Previously, there was even someone claiming to be Whitebeard's biological son, Weevil, who continuously slaughtered Whitebeard's remnants on the seas, claiming it was to reclaim his father's legacy. Of course, many had sought to seize Whitebeard's territory, including her, Big Mom. Now, another one claiming to be Whitebeard too had appeared, possessing the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and Whitebeard's weapon. Tsung Yun Chia. When she first heard about it, she scoffed, not caring at all. But now, after they started fighting, Big Mom felt that Mu-chun's strength truly resembled Whitebeard's, his combat aura almost on par with Whitebeard's. Like a younger version of Whitebeard. It subtly made Big Mom feel as if she was battling Whitebeard again, except for their appearance being completely different. As old rivals, Big Mom and Whitebeard had fought many years together. However, he was ultimately not Whitebeard. Big Mom's massive figure moved with exceptional agility, dodging Mu-chun's jumping slash and coming to his back. The Napoleon sword in her hand drew a phantom, the flames on the blade elongated by her rapid swing, and she slashed down towards Mu-chun's back. Swish! Big Mom grinned widely, a cruel smile appearing. Just as Mu-chun turned around, she slashed him at the waist. His slightly panicked expression captured in her eyes. Ha ha ha! Kid, this is the price of your defiance. Snap! The two halves of Mu-chun's body fell to the ground. Mama! Big Mom laughed loudly, but in the next moment, her observation hockey went wild. A huge and terrifying sense of tearing came from behind her. Then, she was directly hit by this terrifying attack, instantly flying forward like a cannonball, crashing into a building far away, causing debris to scatter everywhere. Broken bricks fell from above Big Mom, and she lay face down in the collapsed building, buried under the rubble. Mu-chun stood where Big Mom had been, and the body that had been cut in half transformed into a white line. How could I possibly die so easily? Being too complacent is not a good thing. The figure that Big Mom had just cut was actually a line clone he had set up in advance, while his true body was hidden in the shadows, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to Big Mom. With a rumble, BIGMOM pushed away the rubble on her body and stood up with a gloomy expression. A terrifying scar stretched across her back, extending from her right shoulder to her lower left abdomen. Hit by the shockwave, her flesh was mangled, and blood gushed out like a dam bursting. As BIGMOM took steps forward towards Mu-chun, the muscles on her back contracted, and the torrent of blood suddenly came to a halt. TSK, 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 truly worthy of the steel balloon. What a terrifying physique. After I infused it with shockwave power and hockey, others would have died instantly from that hit. Mu-chun smacked his lips and said with a hint of surprise, "Little brat, you've angered me. I will definitely kill you today." The veins on BIGMOM's forehead bulged, and her massive body exuded a fierce killing intent. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her cold tone was as chilling as winter. As she spoke each word and took steps forward, an overwhelmingly powerful conqueror's hockey swept out, covering the entire Cake Island. Mu-chun sneered, and a similar aura erupted from his body. Boom! Two massive invisible auras formed two semicircles and collided violently. The airwaves swept through the sky, causing the heavy clouds above to stir. Black-red electric currents surged. At the center of the collision of the two conquerors' hockey, the ground cracked with shattered stones. Meanwhile, everyone at the wedding venue in the castle was shocked by this overwhelming conqueror's hockey, stopping their battles to look towards Mu-chun and BIGMOM. "It's actually on par with Mama's conqueror's hockey," Katakuri said with a serious expression. "Ha! After all, that's the man I'm following." Jinbei laughed in response. Having witnessed Mu-chun's conqueror's hockey before, but nothing compared to the grandeur of the current clash with BIGMOM, Katakuri was very wary of this. The intense fluctuations caused by Mu-chun's battle with BIGMOM had already spread to them, and now his conqueror's hockey was comparable to BIGMOM's. If he were to face Mu-chun, he would definitely not be a match for him. He knew this very well. With such strength, it's no wonder he dared to fight BIGMOM alone. However, what Katakuri feared the most was that BIGMOM might not be able to defeat Mu-chun. Although he thought it was unlikely, he couldn't shake off the worry. He was already aware of the reports about Mu-chun in the newspapers. How Punk Hazard was completely sunk, and he feared that if Mu-chun went wild, he might sink whole Cake Island as well. If that happened, the people from the BIGMOM pirates left on this island would definitely be doomed. After all, most of them were devil fruit users, and once a tsunami was triggered, even non-devil fruit users would die. He had clearly seen the Marineford War 2 years ago. When Whitebeard was enraged, Marineford was almost destroyed. If it weren't for Akiji freezing the sea, the Navy wouldn't have won that war. If they encountered such a scene, there would be no one to stop it. Not even BIGMOM. Katakuri frowned tightly. He needed to quickly deal with Jinbei and then help BIGMOM to eliminate Mu-chun. Unfortunately, Jinbei was very strong, and it was impossible to resolve this quickly. Jinbei had been just toying with him, and if the two really fought seriously, it would take a long time to finish. Now he could only rely on Smoothie and the others. As long as they dealt with the Straw Hat crew, they could help him or directly assist BIGMOM. Katakuri's mind raced quickly. Then, with a cold expression, he rushed towards Jinbei, swiftly arriving in front of him. Grilled rice cake. His right arm transformed into a square-shaped rice cake, compressed and heated by the friction of his armament hockey, then shot towards Jinbei like a rocket. With flames spewing from the back of the rice cake fist, moving at incredible speed, appearing before Jinbei in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Jinbei reacted quickly, his right hand striking toward the incoming rice cake fist. 5,000 brick fist. The powerful force smashed towards the rice cake fist. The strong Fishman karate technique directly shattering the rice cake fist, and the residual force of the punch surged towards Katakuri. A glint of cold light flashed in Katakuri's eyes. Now that they were very close, he couldn't dodge, so he used grilled rice cake again. However, this time he didn't launch it. Instead, he used the propulsion to collide directly with Jinbei's punch. Boom! The two forces collided, and the resulting airwaves swept through the surrounding buildings and debris. The sound of the explosion spreading far and wide, creating a deep pit where they stood. Then, Jinbei pulled back his fist, twisting his body swiftly for a more powerful spinning kick aimed at Katakuri's waist. 7,000 bricks spinning kick. But under Katakuri's advanced observation hockey, he anticipated the future and transformed his body into rice cake, allowing the soft rice cake to glide past Jinbei's foot. However, even though Katakuri avoided the direct hit, the powerful airwave generated by the kick still struck him, causing him to fly backward. But since he wasn't directly hit, he didn't suffer much injury. As Katakuri flew back, a barrage of rice cake projectiles covered an armament hockey shot towards Jinbei like bullets. Rice cake blade bullet. Seeing this, Jinbei let a droplet of water flow from his hand, then suddenly swung it out repeatedly, creating afterimages in the air, colliding with the incoming rice cake bullets. Water strike. Katakuri used one hand to grip the ground to stop his movement, then punched down into the ground. A black rice cake fist burst through the ground beneath Jinbei's feet and flew towards him. Jinbei's eyes flashed red, and he retreated. However, the rice cake fist changed direction rapidly in the air, continuing to strike towards Jinbei's face. Jinbei frowned, throwing out a punch to block the rice cake fist. However, the rice cake fist moved like a cunning snake, continuously changing direction and aiming for Jinbei's temple. Jinbei, seeing this, stood firm and threw a punch, instantly creating a 360 shockwave centered on him that knocked the rice cake fist attack down. Dang that bodhi feet! Jinbei was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a flexible and bizarre attack method. If it weren't for the Tang Grassbrick fist with its omnidirectional shockwave, he might have been hit directly. Indeed, combined with Katakuri's advanced observation haki, being able to predict how Jinbei would respond allowed him to change direction in advance. Coupled with the powerful propulsion and destructive power of grilled rice cake, if that attack hit, Jinbei would definitely be injured. Lord Katakuri's development of this fruit's ability is truly impressive. I sincerely admire it, Jinbei said. Katakuri indeed had a great talent for developing his abilities. A non-top-tier paramecia ability, combined with his advanced observation haki, allowed him to transform into rice cake before the enemy's attack landed on him, just like a Logia user. Moreover, he had developed the Machi fruit to its limits. With the properties of rice cake, he had accomplished everything imaginable. He could even launch parts of his body like bullets or cannonballs, using powerful compression to quickly shoot and cause damage with propulsion. Furthermore, Katakuri had awakened his fruit ability. This allowed him to assimilate surrounding materials into rice cake, making his attacks as powerful as a Logia user. When combined with armament haki, the attacks became even more ferocious. Additionally, the rice cakes created by the Machi fruit had strong adhesive properties. This is very advantageous for him when fighting against enemies, as it can effectively limit their movements. Unfortunately, he is somewhat afraid of moisture. Coincidentally, most of Katakuri's moves attack using the moisture in the air, and that bothersome stickiness has no effect on him at all. Katakuri finds this situation somewhat troublesome regarding Jinbei. He can only engage in a hard-hitting confrontation with Jinbei, and if he could trap him, it would be much easier to deal with. However, Jinbei is also quite troubled by Katakuri's advanced observation haki that allows him to foresee the future, which forces him to rely on passive counterattacks during the fight. Katakuri retracts his arm, stands up, and his cold face looks exceptionally fierce. Then, he violently throws off the scarf around his neck, revealing a hideous mouth that is unlike any ordinary person's, filled with sharp teeth and fangs, resembling that of a shark. Jinbei is slightly surprised at this sight. He has never seen Katakuri's mouth before and did not expect it to look like this. Those who don't know might even think Katakuri is a fishman. Katakuri shows a hint of dissatisfaction at Jinbei's expression. He hates it when others display surprise after seeing his mouth, as he was called a monster because of it when he was a child. Ugly, isn't it? Katakuri says coldly. Not at all, compared to us fishmen. Yours is actually quite good. I was just a bit surprised since I had never seen your mouth before. Jinbei shakes his head. The fact is, as Jinbei said, he has no disdainful thoughts. Is that so? Katakuri opens his exaggeratedly large mouth, and a large lump of machi is expelled from his mouth, dividing into 9 giant machi balls that hover in the air. Jinbei's expression becomes serious as he assumes the preparatory stance of fishman karate, ready for action. 9-headed machi. Then, the 9 giant machi balls coalesce into 9 giant square fists, which, after being covered by Katakuri's haki, rapidly extend toward Jinbei. Bang! Bang! The two's fist attacks create afterimages, forming an impenetrable web. Flowing machi. As their attacks pause, Katakuri steps forward, and a strange force quickly spreads out, turning the ground into soft, flowing machi that slowly traps Jinbei's feet. Jinbei looks down and finds it hard to pull his feet out, frowning as he speaks. Is this the awakening of the fruit? This is really troublesome. Then, the surroundings of Katakuri and Jinbei are assimilated by the machi fruit into the debris of buildings. Instantly, it transforms into thick machi strips, attacking Jinbei from all directions. Rain of machi. Jinbei is startled and quickly strikes forward with both fists. Dang that thy feet. Bang. Bang. Continuously using the Tang grass tile fist The 360 omnidirectional shockwaves deflect the Machi strips attacks, while Jinbei exerts force with his feet, shaking the ground, and a tremendous force emanates, causing the strongly adhesive Machi surface to lose its stickiness instantly. Sharp skin palm. Seeing this, Katakuri decides not to use the flowing Machi anymore. Immediately, Jinbei speeds toward Katakuri, engaging in close combat. If he stays at a distance, being continuously attacked by Katakuri's awakened fruit abilities would be dangerous. One careless move could lead to disaster. Katakuri also intends to fight up close, as those ranged attacks are ineffective against Jinbei. But in close combat, even if Jinbei's close quarters combat ability is incredibly strong, he believes he can definitely hold an advantage under his advanced observation haki. The two instantly become entangled, attacking at a rapid speed. Bang! Bang! Fists and legs collide. Jinbei is subtly pressured by Katakuri's advanced observation haki, slightly at a disadvantage. After dozens or even hundreds of exchanges, Jinbei is caught off guard by Katakuri, who lands a grilled Machi hit that sends him flying out. Cough cough. Jinbei gets up, coughs a few times, and spits out a mouthful of blood. Reaching to touch the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his injuries bleeding profusely. Katakuri is similarly injured, panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. Lord Katakuri's observation haki is truly impressive. I admire it greatly. To develop it to the point of foreseeing the future is indeed rare in this world. Jinbei smiles. Foreseeing the future and changing the future. In the end, if I encounter someone stronger than me or of similar strength, it can only allow me to launch unexpected attacks. It doesn't enable me to quickly resolve my opponent. Katakuri shakes his head. Since developing the ability to foresee the future with observation haki, it has indeed provided him with some advantages in battle. However, it only lasts for a mere 2 or 3 seconds. It doesn't change much, and using it continuously consumes a great deal of mental energy. This leads to poor endurance. Once he encounters a strong enemy, he can't keep it activated all the time. Otherwise, in the end, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage, running out of steam. The two take a brief rest during a lull in their conversation. However, Jinbei is here to stall him, and for Jinbei, the longer he can delay, the better. Because Mushin has already instructed him that as long as he can hold on until Mushin finishes dealing with BIGMOM and comes to support him, that would be sufficient. Whether Mushin can indeed kill BIGMOM, as he said, is not something Jinbei is concerned about. He just focuses on doing his part, and he firmly believes that Mushin can achieve it. For Katakuri, however, it is completely different. He feels an unshakable gloom in his heart, a vague sense of unease that urges him to urgently eliminate Jinbei and rush to support BIGMOM. Katakuri takes a deep breath, then suddenly charges toward Jinbei. Peerless sweet donut. As Katakuri moves forward, a giant white donut suddenly appears on the Machi ground. Then Katakuri's right fist strikes the white donut, unleashing the power of his haki. Monster Strength Machi. A massive Machi fist erupts from the center of the white donut, dark as ink, resembling forged steel. Seeing this, Jinbei positions his left hand palm outward and extends his right hand backward, grabbing a ball of water, then strikes toward the giant Machi fist. Fishman karaté secret technique, Burikuyon. Boom! Boom boom boom. The powerful techniques of Jinbei and Katakuri collide, creating a tremendous shockwave that cracks the ground inch by inch. Both of their moves are incredibly powerful, capable of easily sinking a warship. As the shockwave dissipates, Jinbei and Katakuri are both panting heavily, and then their figures flash as they engage in battle once more. That last move only exhausted their stamina without causing significant injuries, and for them, determining the victor is not something that can be resolved simply by unleashing powerful techniques. For warriors of their caliber, battling for 2 days and nights is not a problem at all. 10 minutes ago, at the wedding venue, high heat slash. Charlotte Oven's entire body turns red as if heated to high temperatures, and a large knife in his hand is covered in flames as he strikes down toward Luo. A half-spherical transparent dome was released from Law's hand, enveloping the entire wedding venue. Command stick. Then, with a flick of Law's middle finger, Owen vanished before Law's eyes, transforming into a small pebble. Meanwhile, Owen appeared in front of Charlotte Dafu, launching a fiery strike towards him. Watch out! Owen exclaimed in shock, quickly warning Dafu, who immediately retreated at high speed to avoid Owen's fiery slash. Damned ability. Owen stood in front of Dafu, looking at Law with a face full of resentment. Owen absolutely hated Law's op-op fruit ability. Once close, he would be teleported away, making it impossible to hit him unless using wide-area attacks. Three-sword style, 1080 Troubled Phoenix. A spiraling slash flew towards Dafu and Owen. Demon slash. The demon beside Dafu swung its long knife downwards to intercept the incoming strike, successfully blocking Zoro's attack. TCH, these guys are really tough to deal with. Dafu pouted. Command stick. Law waved his middle finger again from a distance, teleporting Dafu right in front of Zoro. The moment Dafu appeared, he was met with Zoro's cold, beast-like gaze and the two sharp blades that followed. Three-sword style, extreme tiger hunt. Uffed. Dafu had no time to react and was directly slashed by Zoro, two bloody wounds appearing on his chest and abdomen. In pain, Dafu covered his wounds and leaped back to avoid being hit again. Ha! Ha! Dafu gasped for breath as his demon ally came to his side, ready for action. Damn it, being teleported around like this makes it impossible to defend. Dafu cursed under his breath. But he was helpless now. Most of his stronger siblings were tied up, and sending weaker ones and was just feeding them to the enemy. Good coordination. Zoro's doing well. Law chuckled, looking over at Zoro from a distance. It's much easier to deal with you with this ability. Just a few more hits, and we can quickly eliminate most of the enemies. Zoro smiled. Hearing this, Law showed a bitter smile. His ability was also very physically taxing. Although his stamina was still decent, he couldn't overdo it. Therefore, Law had always been vigilant on the battlefield, ready to support his teammates while conserving his strength to assist in defeating enemies, avoiding direct confrontations. Overall, he was just a troublemaker on the battlefield. We need to eliminate Trafalgar Law quickly. Otherwise, our disadvantage will be too great, and it will be troublesome even with our numbers. Perospero's face darkened, his long tongue flicking back and forth in a rather strange manner. Demon Wind Foot, belly meat strike. Sanji, dressed in a white groom suit, kicked at Perospero's abdomen with a flaming, powerful kick. Candy Shield. Perospero immediately conjured a candy shield in front of him. However, the candy-made shield softened instantly upon contact with Sanji's heated foot. The hard shield became useless, and Perospero was shocked, quickly covering his candy cane with Haki to block Sanji's attack before jumping back. Sanji, you're part of the Charlotte family. Are you really going to attack us? Perospero said. Even though I really like Bruley, I can't just stand by while you attack my friends, Sanji replied, cigarette in mouth. Perospero narrowed his eyes coldly, subtly threatening. You should understand that becoming an enemy of the Charlotte family leads to only one outcome, death. No matter if it's your companions or anyone else, don't forget that. And your Vinsmoke family won't just stand by while you rebel. Perospero's words were not only directed at Sanji, but also aimed at the nearby Judge and others. He had originally planned to attack Judge and the others during the wedding, but the plan hadn't even begun when BIGMOM and Muku battled and moved away, and the wedding venue was thrown into chaos by the Straw Hat crew. Now, there hadn't been time to confront Judge and the others. As an advisor-type subordinate of the BIGMOM pirates, he wouldn't easily pass up the opportunity to utilize Judge. Anyway, once this farce is over, there will be plenty of chances to kill Judge and his crew. Judge's expression darkened upon hearing this. Sanji, retreat now, unless you want to force me to take action. He had no intention of showing any mercy to this failed product's son. Sanji took a puff from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. I've known what you BIGMOM pirates want to do for a long time. Judge, you idiots are the ones still in the dark. What are you talking about? Judge stared coldly at Sanji. Sanji, do you really want to provoke us now, you useless piece of trash? Yanji scoffed. You guys are truly hopeless idiots, Sanji retorted. You worthless brat. It seems I haven't taught you enough a lesson. Yanji said angrily. Enough. Sanji, while there's still a chance, retreat now. Judge shouted. Perospero was initially taken aback by Sanji's words, thinking he would reveal their plans, but to his surprise, the Vinsmoke family members were so disjointed that they weren't even prepared to listen to Sanji. Such a group of foolish people, still dreaming of using BIGMOM's power to dominate the North Sea. What a joke. Little did they know, they were pirates and backstabbing was second nature for pirates. Perospero laughed eerily, his long tongue flicking about. Reiju looked at Sanji, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She was the only one among the Vinsmoke children with feelings. Besides Sanji, however, unlike Sanji, she couldn't resist her father Judge's commands. She felt nothing about the destruction of Germa 66. In other words, she believed Germa 66 had no reason to exist. It was just a country of emotionless machines that knew only killing. But Sanji was different. She felt a connection to her brother and hoped he could escape and live the life he wanted, rather than being manipulated by the Vinsmoke family. So she was struggling with whether to reveal what she knew or remain silent. Huh. Reiju exhaled, her gaze firming. She had made her decision. Father, the original plan of the big MOM pirates was to kill us and occupy Germa 66. Reiju spoke up. What? Reiju's words shocked Judge beside her. Reiju, are you serious? Gaji furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Reiju. In contrast, Iji and the others displayed a completely different demeanor, remaining calm as if the person Reiju mentioned being killed wasn't them. This highlighted the drawback of Gaji's modifications on them. Although their physical bodies were altered by the bloodline factor to become superhuman, they lost many of the emotions that humans should possess. Even when faced with the threat of death, they were unable to feel fear. Reiju nodded, then slowly recited the words Sanji had told her earlier. Upon hearing this, Gaji's expression instantly turned as cold as winter, his gaze locked onto Perospero. So is this true? Although Gaji asked this question, deep down he already believed Reiju. In his eyes, Reiju would never disobey his command as a success. And indeed, Reiju did not deceive him. The original plan of the big MOM pirates was just as she stated. Seeing Reiju accurately recite their plan, Perospero no longer pretended. After all, they were not armed at the moment. To him, they were simply a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. So what? You Germa 66 wanted to use the power of our big MOM pirates, right? Mom has long been interested in your clone army, luring you here to lower your guard. Now you have no armed forces at all. Kukuku. All that awaits you here is a dead end. Perospero laughed heartily. Damn it, you bastards. I trusted you. Even in the dark world, there should be some sense of righteousness, right? Gaji shouted angrily. At this point, Father, there's no need for you to look like this. Just kill them, Iji said. Indeed, it's a pity that our weapons were taken at the entrance, and we don't have our battle suits. Yenji added. Is it because our demands were too extravagant? Niji said. Suddenly, the three of them burst into laughter. Gaji looked at his three sons with a face full of indignation. What's wrong with you? How can you still laugh in this situation? Reiju glanced at Gaji and thought, isn't it because you deprived them of their emotions? Then let's kill you. Yunji cracked his neck and, with a cold smile, charged at Perospero. Even without weapons and battle suits, they were fearless. Unfortunately, their strength was limited. Candy Wave. With Perospero's voice, a purple translucent candy syrup surged rapidly towards Gaji and the others. They were too close to Perospero to react and were trapped by this sudden attack. Or rather, aside from Yunji rushing forward, the other three did not make any extra moves, with Gaji still lost in his thoughts, making things even worse. Meanwhile, the pirates hiding in the shadows, keeping watch over Gaji and the others, rushed out, raising their firearms at them. Cuckoo. Just obediently become our flesh and blood. Germa 66, Perospero said, waving his candy cane. Damn it, if we had brought our battle suits, you wouldn't have it so easy. Gaji struggled and shouted. Battle suits? What are those? Your weapons? TSK, how could you plan to bring dangerous items to your son's wedding? Perospero replied. Damn it, you bastards. Reiju, Sanji exclaimed in shock upon seeing Reiju trapped, rushing over. What's that kid doing? Yunji, maintaining his forward momentum, was trapped by the candy and turned to look at Sanji. Reiju smiled warmly at Sanji's actions. Thank you, Sanji. Kukuku, how can I let you save them? Perospero sneered, flipping his hand to unleash a large amount of orange candy syrup, which then formed a massive candy statue with a bizarre female face and spikes at the bottom. Candy Virgin. Then, the candy statue suddenly grew larger, the spikes on the bottom descending towards Sanji. Demon Wind Foot, level 1 meat grinder. Flames wrapped around Sanji's feet as he dashed forward, leaping to kick the candy statue. Bang! The candy statue was instantly shattered into pieces, and Sanji landed and continued to run forward without pause. It's not over yet, Perospero said, swinging his candy cane. Boom! At that moment, two waves of Conqueror's Haki suddenly swept across the entire Cake Island, causing Perospero's face to pale and his movements to pause. The two waves of Conqueror's Haki clashed, indistinguishable between friend and foe, even shaking the ground beneath Perospero and causing a shockwave. Perospero furrowed his brow, bracing against the impact of the Haki as he hurriedly looked towards the direction of Muku and Big Mom. This is Mom's Conqueror's Haki, and there's another wave of Conqueror's Haki that is equal to Mom's. Who could it be? Perospero exclaimed in shock. He quickly realized that this wasn't the time to ponder that, and urgently turned to look at Sanji. But Sanji was no longer there. At that moment, Sanji had already reached Reiju and the others, the flames on his feet gradually burning, and the candy that had trapped Reiju and the others was shattered by the high temperature, restoring their freedom. Damn it! Perospero was furious at the situation, never expecting that the sudden wave of Conqueror's haki would ruin his well-laid plans. Ha! Sanji exhaled a puff of white smoke, looking coldly at Gaji in front of him. If it weren't for Reiju, he wouldn't have saved Gaji and the others. Sanji, Reiju looked at her younger brother, feeling grateful that someone so kind and loyal could emerge from their emotionless family. Sanji then pulled out several items resembling cans marked with numbers and tossed them to Reiju and the others. Where did you get the battle suits? Gaji asked, slightly surprised. Just take them, why so much talk? Sanji replied. Originally, according to the plan, these battle suits were supposed to be given to them by Nami and the others at the entrance. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Nami and the others didn't have the chance to hand them over, so they were given to Sanji. Heh, I didn't expect this kid to meddle, Yunji said as he took the battle suit. Perospero, you bastard, you won't be able to bind us so easily now. The Vinsmoke family is up next. Gaji's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Perospero, gritting his teeth. Then, Gaji and the others moved in unison, donning their battle suits. Their momentum was completely different from before. Then, Gaji and the others charged at Perospero. Seeing this, Sanji decided not to interfere any longer with their battle suits. They could unleash their true power, and Nami and the others would still need his support. Muchun and Charlotte Lingling are here. Charlotte Lingling walked towards Muchun step by step, looking fierce. Little brat, D. Charlotte Lingling roared, her speed completely unmatched by her figure. In an instant, she appeared in front of Muchun, swinging the Napoleon giant sword enveloped in flames. Emperor's sword, breaking blade. Muchun wielded the Songyun Chia in his hand, accompanied by as he swung it down, showing no signs of weakness. Bang bang bang. The two continuously swung their weapons, clashing against each other with great momentum. Heavenly fire. Suddenly, Charlotte Lingling's right hand ignited with roaring flames, overwhelming the area as the fire swept towards Muchun, engulfing his body. Muchun's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his right hand, a shock wave swept out, instantly shattering the flames in front of him. Then Muchun opened his mouth wide, and a stream of gas-like flames surged out, the eerie blue flames reaching extremely high temperatures, capable of easily melting steel. However, Charlotte Lingling showed no fear. Her large hands were covered in armed color haki as she struck towards the eerie blue flames, enveloping both the flames and Muchun within. Muchun saw this and closed his mouth, retracting his move. He then swung his arm, and a thick wall of lines covered in armed color haki suddenly rose from the ground between the two. Boom! The black line wall was directly smashed by Charlotte Lingling's palm, and Muchun charged forward from the shattered wall, raising his Songyun Chia to block the view with the wall and slashing down at Charlotte Lingling's face. Charlotte Lingling opened her mouth wide, and with her forehead covered in armed color haki, she smashed downwards, actually using her forehead to withstand Muchun's attack. Bang! The space shattered, and black-red lightning flickered due to the clash of armed color haki. Well. Charlotte Lingling showed no fear of Muchun's shockwave power, her powerful physique on full display. The injury to her back earlier was merely due to her carelessness. Then, Charlotte Lingling reached out with her large hand, and with Muchun in the air, unable to evade, she grabbed him and violently slammed him down to the ground. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit. Muchun spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flipped to the side, avoiding Charlotte Lingling's slash. He immediately got back up, dodging Charlotte Lingling's attack once again, and with a series of leaps, he distanced himself from her. Charlotte Lingling reached out her palm and slapped the ground, causing the chocolate surface to tremble and shake. Then, as if it had a life of its own eyes, a nose and a mouth suddenly appeared, and a giant arm reached out to strike down at Muchun. Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit allows her to continuously infuse all non-living objects around her with souls, making them fight alongside her, as if she were at war with the entire world, unleashing an endless array of techniques. Muchun was enveloped in a white spherical shield, delivering a punch that unleashed a shockwave that instantly shattered the chocolate giant's arm. Then Muchun stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath Charlotte Linglin to transform into white lines that rolled up like ocean waves, wrapping around her. In an instant, she was engulfed, forming a massive, twisted wave of white lines. Desolate wave, white line. Muchun then crossed his hands, and the huge wave of white lines suddenly tightened, exerting immense pressure on Charlotte Linglin. Boom! However, in the next moment, the twisted wave of white lines was shattered by Charlotte Linglin, causing her no harm at all. Her resilient body was no joke. An attack powerful enough to crush a mountain was completely ineffective against her. Charlotte Linlin roared, her eyes red as if about to bleed, and she stomped the ground, her tall and strong body shooting out like a cannonball. The Napoleon sword enveloped in flames and lightning, swinging down towards Muchun. The overwhelming momentum made it hard to breathe, and the terrifying power could be felt clearly even from dozens of meters away. Seeing this, Muchun dared not let his guard down, sinking his body as veins bulged on his arms, grabbing the Tsongyun cut and swinging it forward. Boom! The two razor-sharp blades clashed in midair. This earth-shattering collision distorted the space as flames and lightning scorched it, causing cracks to continuously spread out, with waves rapidly sweeping across. The powerful shockwave uprooted trees around them, and the ground beneath their feet was stripped away, turning the area into flat land instantly. With a crack, the ground beneath them couldn't withstand the pressure and broke apart, a wide fissure spreading out as if trying to split Cake Island in half. The already battered Cake Island, ravaged by Mu Chen's terrifying shockwave attack, was now further devastated, completely unrecognizable. As the residual waves dissipated, both retreated simultaneously. Mu Chen now had a new understanding of the strength of the four emperors. They truly were monsters without reason atop the sea. Charlotte Linlin also had a refreshed view of Mu Chen. Being able to fight her to this point without falling behind was quite terrifying for his age. Not to mention, in terms of personal strength, he undoubtedly stood at the peak of this world. There were very few people with such power in this world. Kid, you really are strong, Charlotte Linlin said. If I don't kill you, I'll have a headache in the future. No need to worry about later. If I kill you now, you won't have to worry at all, Mu Chen replied coldly. You little brat are really arrogant. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were about to burst. I'm not being arrogant at all. I'm simply stating facts, Mu Chen said. Then he thrust the Tsongyun cut into the ground, grabbing at the space in front of him, and with a surge of power, he began to pull the space down at an angle. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed. She had seen this move before. She immediately charged at Mu Chen, wanting to stop his reckless behavior. However, the ground beneath her feet tilted up, forcing her to leap onto Thundercloud Zeus. With a wave of her hand, a burst of flame shot out. Heavenly fire. However, when the flame reached Mu Chen, it bizarrely shifted, not touching him at all. The entire Cake Island shifted with Mu Chen's actions, the layers misaligning and undulating. It wasn't just Cake Island. Even the surrounding sea was affected. The cut surfaces were as neat as a sliced cake. Far away, in the battle at Cake Castle, Luffy and his crew, along with Charlotte's family retainers, halted their fight, stunned by the apocalyptic scene before them. Especially the Charlotte family members. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, chills running from their hearts to their toes. This was their family's important stronghold. Cake Island was the symbol of their BIGMOM pirates. Since they had settled here, no one had ever been able to destroy this island while they were still present. Get off this island! Capone Beej shouted to his subordinates. Big boss. Capone then transformed, instantly turning into a massive castle 80 meters tall, his tank treads rumbling as his subordinates escaped one after another into the castle. Stalakit, hurry in! Capone Beej shouted as the giant castle blasted a path forward at high speed. Nami and the others, who were relatively weaker, shook off their enemies and rushed towards Capone Beej, fleeing into the castle, each one terrified. What is going on? Nami said, sitting on the ground in a very unladylike manner. I don't know. It feels like the world is about to be destroyed, Usopp said, trembling. Is the world really going to be destroyed? That's so scary. Chopper hugged Usopp, shivering. It must be that person fighting BIGMOM causing this. It feels like the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, Capone Beej said. He had witnessed the Marineford War 2 years ago, where Whitebeard also used this move. At that moment, he felt like Marineford was going to be destroyed, and that kind of move was completely outrageous. His castle fruit couldn't create such a scene compared to that. He felt like he had eaten a fake devil fruit. We're all devil fruit users. Why can yours destroy the world while mine can only shoot cannons? Tremor-Tremor Fruit? That's no joke. If we don't manage to leave this island in time and get swallowed by a tsunami, we'll just sink to the bottom of the sea. But it shouldn't turn the sea red, right? Robin said with a smile. Ah, Robin, don't say such scary things right now. If it really happens like you said, it will be terrible, Nami exclaimed. By the way, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji haven't come up yet. And Law too, Chopper said, glancing at the others, alarmed. Beji, hurry and call them up, Nami urged. They got too caught up in the fight. I've called them many times, but they completely ignored me. Capone Beej shook his head. Helplessly, What do we do? Chopper said. Yo-ho-ho, Beej-san. Tell Law to bring those three over. Law isn't as impulsive as Luffy and the others, Brook suggested. Capone Beej nodded. He then shouted to Law, his voice booming. Law, come over quickly. We need to leave. Law glanced at the giant boss, then turned his attention to Zoro, who was locked in a fierce battle with Owen. Zoro, let's go. Zoro severed Owen's slash with a single strike, looking towards Law and the towering Capone, understanding instantly, and then leaped away from Owen and Doflamingo. Boom! Command stick. Zoro vanished in an instant from Owen and Doflamingo's view. Following that, Law also transported Sanji and Luffy away. Boom! As soon as Luffy appeared inside the big boss's lair, his outstretched arm slammed against the wall, nearly knocking down those nearby. Luffy looked confused, and Nami immediately rushed over and gave him a headbutt, almost getting knocked down herself just now. What is going on? How did I get here? I haven't had enough fighting yet. Luffy chuckled, looking unsatisfied. Zoro felt the same way. He had finally encountered two enemies he could fight hard against, and wasn't he done yet? Stop talking. The situation is critical. This island is about to be destroyed. If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck here forever, Capone Beej said. Luffy scratched the back of his head, realizing it was the only option. But this scene is just like 2 years ago at the Marine headquarters, Luffy said, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. 2 years ago, his brother Ace had died at Marineford. Yeah, it was caused by the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, Law nodded. Mr. Musin? He is really powerful, just like Uncle Whitebeard, Luffy said. Musin? Law's eyes flickered. He had an unresolved hatred with Doflamingo and had always wanted to kill him himself. Unfortunately, he was one step too late, but as long as he could kill Doflamingo, it didn't matter who did it. So, he had long wanted to meet the man who killed Doflamingo and thank Musin face to face. It's just that Musin's whereabouts had always been uncertain. Law had no idea where he was. Now they were on the same island, but unfortunately, they still hadn't met. Sanji stood by the window, looking outside with a complex expression. They should be able to leave on time, right? Are you thinking about your sister and the others? Nami asked as she approached Sanji. Sanji smiled but didn't answer. Why not let Law bring them in too? Nami suggested. Law was speechless. Was he just being used as a tool? However, he still looked at Sanji with a questioning gaze. Trafalgar, just bring Sanji's sister and the others in, Luffy said. He understood his crew's personalities very well. Since Sanji couldn't say it, he let himself, as captain, take charge. Scanning. Law nodded, then closed his eyes, releasing a hemispherical space to search for Reiju and the others. Command stick. In the blink of an eye, Reiju and the others appeared before them. When Reiju and the others appeared, they looked slightly surprised. They had just been fighting against Perispero and the others. So how did they suddenly end up in this strange place? Upon seeing Sanji, the reason became clear. Sanji, you really love to meddle in others' business, Yunji said, rolling his eyes. Hey, we're just trying to help you. Why are you like this? Nami retorted. Shut up, Yunji judge scolded, then said no more and took the lead to sit down in a corner. Reiju smiled at Sanji and the others, her eyes filled with gratitude. By the way, I think I found Jinbei, Law said, looking at Luffy. Jinbei is here too? Hurry and bring him in, Luffy said excitedly. Jinbei's battle with Katakuri was separated from Luffy, so he had no idea Jinbei was also here. Law nodded, and soon, the injured Jinbei appeared before them. Jinbei looked confused when he appeared, but upon seeing Luffy and the others, he understood. Jinbei, I didn't expect you to be fighting here too, haha, Luffy exclaimed. Yeah, I came with Musin to help block Lord Katakuri, Jinbei replied with a smile. He was well aware that the island was about to be destroyed, and he knew it was Musin's doing. Just now, he had been following Musin's earlier instructions, heading toward the seaside to prepare to leave the island. But he hadn't expected to be transported here. Meanwhile, the big boss opened fire, quickly heading toward the shore. At the same time, the Dark World Giants and the Charlotte family members were also heading toward the ship to leave the island. Dambrat! Charlotte Lean's eyes were red as she stood on Zeus amidst the thunderclouds, rushing toward Musin at high speed. Mu-chan stopped his actions, drew the Tsongyun Chia beside him, and directly elementalized, soaring high into the air. As the sea surface froze with Mu-chan's movement, it suddenly surged, sweeping down with enormous waves. The entire Cake Island was instantly submerged, leaving only fragments of the island floating on the sea. The strongest superhuman fruit capable of destroying the world lived up to its name, effortlessly obliterating an entire island. The people already on board were thrown into a panic by the surging tsunami. However, They used various means to stabilize the ship and avoided being swallowed by the wave. Don't even think about escaping. Little brat. Charlotte Lingling's face turned sinister, her pink hair standing on end. Then, Charlotte Lingling gripped the Napoleon giant sword with both hands and swung it fiercely, unleashing a sword chi even thicker than before. Elbaf spear, kingdom of power. The sound was earth-shattering, and the terrifying waves surrounding Cake Island were momentarily shaken by her roar, as if they were about to dissipate. Those weak individuals on the ship were stunned by her terrifying roar, their eardrums shattered, blood streaming from their ears, and they fainted with their eyes rolling back. The thick cylindrical sword chi spanned the heavens and the earth, its terrifying force seeming as if it would tear the sky apart, sweeping towards Mu-chan. Seeing this, Mu-chan did not dare to be careless. Elementalization might not necessarily block this move. This definitely contained advanced armed color. As the cylindrical sword energy approached, Mu-chan abruptly swung the Songyun cut in his hand, and the shockwave swept out, directly shattering the cylindrical sword energy. The waves rolled, crashing against the fragmented island, stirring up layers of spray. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly, infusing her soul into the waves beneath her. In the next moment, a giant wave dozens of meters high surged up, and on the vertical surface of the wave appeared a strange face with slanted eyes and sharp teeth, laughing boisterously. Then, suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, suffocatingly heavy. A fierce storm arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning. With a crackling sound and deafening roar, purple lightning fell like lightning snakes. The giant wave lifted Charlotte Lingling's massive body and instantly sent her soaring into the sky. In the somewhat dim environment, Charlotte Lingling's figure flickered between light and dark, and with her witch-like face reminiscent of a fairy tale, she appeared even more terrifying. Mamma mia, little ghost, you destroyed my cake island, ruined my tea party, and wrecked my wedding cake. Tell me, what kind of death should I send you to ease my heart? Charlotte Lingling's face was covered with black lines, and the 2 points of red light in her eyes were particularly striking. The giant wave carried Charlotte Lingling rushing toward Mu-chan, its momentum no less than the tsunami that Mu-chan had created earlier, overwhelming. At this moment, the might of the four emperors was fully displayed, crazy defiant, looking down on the world. Luffy and the others, who were just starting out, had never witnessed a true sea emperor. At this moment, cold sweat streamed down their bodies, especially the trio of Usopp, who were trembling and shivering in fear. Waves formed sea dragons, charging toward Mu-chan to bite him. Mu-chan stood on the wreckage of Cake Island, his gaze cold and indifferent, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The surrounding rubble and waves swirled ominously around him. At this moment, he resembled a king ruling over the world, his presence no less imposing than Charlotte Lingling's. As the sea dragon lunged to bite him, he lightly threw a punch, instantly shattering the sea dragon, which then fell away as mere seawater. In the next moment, Charlotte Linling stood on top of a massive wave, using the sea dragon's vision to block her approach, radiating immense power. Little brat, die for me. The blade, entwined with flames and lightning, slashed downwards, evaporating the falling seawater upon contact. The deafening monstrous sound caused Mu-chan's brow to furrow deeply. Charlotte Linling was truly a freak. Her monstrous sound could physically damage objects, and her physical strength could easily crush a small mountain. Coupled with her terrifyingly resilient body, hardened by advanced haki, it was hard to fathom how she was created. From a considerable distance, Charlotte Linling swung her gigantic blade, advanced haki radiating alongside flames, lightning, and sword energy, launching a fierce assault towards Mu-chan. Mu-chan had no intention of dodging. A cold aura rose in his eyes, and a smirk appeared on his lips. He suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to shatter. His figure shot towards Charlotte Lingling at an incredible speed, with his hands raised high, holding the end of the Tsongyun Xia. He leaped high into the air, exuding immense power. Falling moon slash. The blade of the Tsongyun Xia sliced downwards from above, its shadow resembling a crescent moon, subtly cutting through space as it landed on Napoleon's giant sword, causing the space to shatter. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, blowing Mu-chan's and Charlotte Lingling's hair back, causing their clothes to flutter. The blades of both fighters gradually pressed down, their advanced haki being rapidly compressed. The muscles in both Mu-chan's and Charlotte Lingling's arms bulged simultaneously, and the blades made contact in an instant. Boom! The compressed advanced haki burst open in an instant, followed by a deafening explosion, unleashing a shockwave even more ferocious than before. It surged forth, clashing with the previous shockwave, causing the stirred seawater to instantly expand outward. Centered around the two of them, an enormous concave, spherical surface on the sea emerged. The powerful collision of their attacks directly shattered the sea's surface. Under this overwhelming force, the turbulent sea was startled, retreating in fear. The pouring rain couldn't penetrate the area of several dozen meters around the two. The attacks once again canceled each other out, ending without any harm. Charlotte Lingling was incomparable to Don Quixote Doflamingo. In this world, Muchen had faced very few enemies, with Doflamingo being the only strong opponent before. However, at that time, Muchen hadn't fully exerted himself, unable to showcase his true power. As Muchen continued to battle Charlotte Lingling, he completely absorbed the powers he had inherited before, integrating them into himself and making his strength more transparent. Both of them were not seriously injured, except for the wound Muchen inflicted on Charlotte Lingling's back after feigning death with his line clone. However, she quickly stopped the bleeding with her incredibly strong physical condition, which did not affect her combat ability. Given their stamina, this battle between the two would not end in less than 10 days. Muchen stepped forward, and the power of shock continuously surged into his right hand, causing his right arm to faintly tremble. Then, a pitch-black armament hockey attached to it, making his fist seem as if it were forged from fine steel. With a single punch, it shook the heavens and the earth indestructible. Boom! Not a single crack appeared on his fist, and the giant waves surrounding Charlotte Lingling suddenly shattered. The waves, imbued with soul, could not withstand this invincible punch, turning into torrential rain. Charlotte Lingling was shaken by Muchen's punch, infused with advanced armament hockey and shock power, causing her internal organs to tremble and blood to flow from her mouth and nose. Fortunately, her resilient body was incredibly abnormal. Otherwise, this punch would have been fatal. Subsequently, without the support of the giant waves, her massive body fell, but she showed no signs of panic. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her blood-red mouth grinned widely. As a natural destroyer with astonishing combat talent, she instantly unleashed a colossal sword chi that pierced through mountains and seas from a distance. Elbaf's spear Wagwa. The rain and lightning falling from the sky were swept away by this huge sword chi, instantly forming a hollow, cylindrical shape that pressed towards Muchen. How powerful! I didn't expect this Whitebeard too to be this strong. This is Mom. After fighting with Mom for so long, I haven't been at a disadvantage. How terrifying. Wow, that's right, just like that. Amazing. You are my greatest lucky star. This is definitely world-shocking news. An excited voice, completely different from everyone else's, emerged. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, flapped his wings excitedly, his appearance a flurry of energy. This instantly made the children of the Charlotte family glare at him, their anger undisguised. This Birdman actually dares to support the enemy? Wasn't he invited as a distinguished guest by Mom? Do you believe we can push you into the sea to let you experience the harshness of society? Muchen and Charlotte Lingling have been fighting for almost a whole day, and still, there's been no clear victor. Every attack from both sides sweeps across the land like a force of destruction. The shockwaves from their earth-shattering battle have spread for dozens of kilometers, destroying numerous large ships, and some smaller scattered islands have been completely flattened. In this world, peak combat power can easily destroy a nation. Everyone present feels that the two of them are monstrous beings, making them feel humble. They're all human. Why are the two of you so abnormal? Are you going to let anyone live? This old white-bearded Muchen really didn't misrepresent himself. His strength is indeed worthy of being one of the 5 emperors. It's no wonder the world government made such a grand initial bounty of 50 billion, so incredibly powerful. The king of loan sharks, Rufide, looked shocked as he spoke to Morgans. When the exaggerated bounty from the world government and Morgan's newspaper were first released, the giants of the dark world thought it was just a joke. They believed that even if a newcomer had just emerged and killed Don Quixote Doflamingo, it wouldn't be that exaggerated. They thought that with their own financial power and influence, they could also rise to the peak of this world, looking down on those ants struggling to climb up beneath them. But after witnessing the true peak battle in this world with their own eyes, their small thoughts were directly suppressed deep within. No, they were completely erased. It's better to enjoy the rights within the realm of normal people. Why bother? Who would guard the territory they took? Just those trash under their command? Only beings like the ones before them, who are immensely powerful and capable of destroying a country alone, have the confidence to realize their ambitions. without strength matching those ambitions. They might as well wash up and sleep. Everything exists in dreams. And regarding all this, Morgans, as the president of the World News Agency, is the most authoritative to speak on the matter. He possesses intelligence capabilities that span the globe. Wherever there are people, he can know what major events are happening. He is clear about the strength of the top figures in this world. And the clearer he is, the more he dares not overstep. He has long since lost the desire to compete with these monsters. He just focuses on the news reports he enjoys, and in this field, he dares to claim second place, as no one would claim first. He had previously spared no effort in wildly reporting and boasting about Mu-chan. Now it seems that it is indeed a fact. Let's see who dares to say Morgans only brags and doesn't report the truth. After this battle, once he releases the news, it will further prove how good his foresight was. No one can surpass him in the field of news. The most shocking, however, are the children of Charlotte Lingling, those monsters who inherited her powerful genes from birth. In their eyes, their strongest mother is actually fighting a newcomer to this extent. Even Cake Island has been destroyed. If any of them went up, they would probably not withstand a single blow. Perhaps the sweet commanders could last a bit longer, but the final outcome would still be inevitable defeat. This world speaks with strength. For those stronger than them, they dare not entertain the thought of fighting. However, there are some determined individuals whose thoughts and actions are completely different, such as Katakuri, Luffy, Zoro, and others. They only face challenges head-on, continuously battling with those strong ones, continuously improving. In the future, there will surely be a place for them at the peak of this vast sea. The battle between the two continues unabated, with one wave not yet settled before another rises. This battle has far exceeded the imagination of everyone present. They have been engaged in an unending fight for 7 days and 7 nights. Mu-chan and Charlotte Lingling were both gasping for breath. Their bodies were covered in wounds of all sizes, looking like blood-soaked figures, and the surrounding sea had turned a deep crimson. Both had fought fiercely, refusing to back down. The battle would only cease when one side truly fell. Charlotte Lingling's seemingly endless soul fruit abilities transformed the ocean and stormy skies into her weapons. However, under Mu-chan's shock fruit powers, everything was relentlessly shattered. The continuous battle lasted for 7 days and nights, and the already damaged Cake Island had now been reduced to fragments sinking into the sea, leaving only the remaining pieces supported by their powers for the two to stand on. Surrounding them, the sea was littered with the wreckage of sea kings, the unfortunate bystanders caught in the crossfire of their attacks. Mu-chan stood on the plot marked by the white line, gasping for breath. His eyes already dyed red with blood, and everywhere he looked was a sea of crimson. The hair on his head was soaked with sweat mixed with blood, and Charlotte Lingling looked just the same. The two of them now resembled demons dragged out of a bloody hell, their eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. Ha ha ha, you're gonna die, crazy woman. Mu-chan's laughter was mixed with heavy breathing, his cold and ruthless gaze seemingly capable of piercing through space. Well, little ghost, I'm standing just fine here. Do you really think you have the strength to kill me? Charlotte Lingling laughed maniacally, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Not to mention anything else, her children were still watching nearby, with both of their stamina nearly exhausted. Why did Mu-chan have to kill her? I told you, you will definitely die next, Mu-chan declared. The members of the Charlotte family and the crew of Jinbei had not left the scene. They couldn't bear to miss a single moment of such a grand battle. However, what Mu-chan relied on was not Jinbei and Luffy, but his system. He still had 3 inheritance opportunities left to use. Once he inherited, he would restore his stamina. Even if he couldn't return to his peak, it would be enough. Sign-in attempts. 2. 3 inheritance opportunities from the deceased are available. There are 5 days until the next inheritance opportunities are replenished. The system has stored multiple powerful corpses. Would you like to proceed with the inheritance? Mu-chan activated the inheritance system and directly chose to inherit from the stronger physical body of Pika without any hesitation. Subsequently, a surge of power flowed into Mu-chan's body, advancing his strength further and restoring a significant amount of his stamina, at least a half. Ding! Character loading complete. Host, Mu-chan Inheritance Panel. Pika, Strength. 52 Constitution. 56 Spirit. 43 Agility. 48 Abilities. Stone Fruit. Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. Swordsmanship. Body Techniques Evaluation. Due to slight damage to the original remains, your current inheritance level is approximately 86. Remaining sign-ins. 2. because Pika was directly decapitated by Mu-chan. The inheritance level was slightly reduced. However, Mu-chan didn't mind much, as he hadn't thought too much about it at the time, and now it was just used to replenish stamina. Mu-chan, who was originally panting heavily, gradually slowed down, his chest no longer rising and falling violently. He relaxed his tired shoulders and smirked. Charlotte Lingling widened her eyes in disbelief. The Mu-chan, who had been half bent over, was now standing straight again. "What did you use, you guy?" Both of them were nearly out of stamina, yet Mu-chan seemed to have regained his strength. "Wasn't this bullying?" That's why I said you're doomed, for emperors." Mu-chan sneered, heavily emphasizing the title "for emperors" with a tone full of mockery. "Damn brat, go to hell." Charlotte Lingling propped herself up, veins bulging on her forehead, as if rejuvenated. Then, she grabbed the Napoleon Giant's sword again, swinging it to her shoulder. With a furious shout, a massive cylindrical sword energy shot towards Mu-chan once more. Elbaf's spear. National might. Seeing this, Mu-chan took a deep breath, the shockwave constantly pouring into his Tsongyun cut. The advanced armament color also continuously condensed. This was a move he had created through the synthesis of everything he had learned in this prolonged battle, and it was his strongest move at present. "Let me send you on your way with my strongest attack." His tone was calm and indifferent. Then he swung the Tsongyun cut fiercely, and a slash that shattered space emerged from the tip of the blade. The space was instantly cut in half. The world lost its color. Two incredibly powerful slashes collided. Boom! The cylindrical sword energy was instantly torn apart by the space, turning into nothingness, while the slash that tore through the void continued its ferocious momentum towards Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling's eyes widened in horror. She swung the Napoleon Giant's sword again, sending a cylindrical sword energy towards that terrifying space slash. However, it had no effect whatsoever. When Charlotte Lingling's sword energy struck the space slash, it was like a small stone tossed into the sea, creating ripples before returning to calm. Even so, Charlotte Lingling gritted her teeth, draining the last of her stamina, continuously unleashing her strongest attack in an attempt to extinguish that space slash. Elbaf's spear. National might. With a crack, two enormous arms fell to the ground. Then, blood poured out like a waterfall, forming a pool beneath Charlotte Lingling's feet. "What? Mom? How could this be?" Mom's arms were actually severed. The children of the Charlotte family gasped in shock, their mouths agape. The being they viewed as a goddess had her arms cut off, and the wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. Katakuri's face was shrouded in a layer of dark mist, his expression gloomy as if ink were about to drip from it. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he stood silently on the deck. The lingering sense of unease that had persisted since the battle began suddenly exploded at this moment. From the moment Mu-chan unleashed that space-shattering slash, he had already seen this scene. However, he couldn't change anything. He could only stand there and watch. Because even if he rushed in, he would only be cut in half by that slash, and his mother would still end up like this. This sense of powerlessness filled him with despair. What a terrifying slash. The people on the Thousand Sunny, including Jinbei, were equally shocked. Zoro furrowed his brows, silently watching Mu-chan in the air. This kind of slash was something he could never produce, no matter how long he trained. And it was unstoppable. This was the so-called steel balloon, who could withstand a hail of bullets without being harmed. Yet she had her arms severed. Capone Beej's mouth hung open, oblivious as his cigar fell to the ground. He had investigated Charlotte Lingling's physical body very thoroughly. Ordinary people could not inflict any injuries on her. Even the blades of the giant race would break upon striking her. And at that time, Charlotte Lingling was only 5 years old. Capone Beej had tried every means to stay by Charlotte Lingling's side for over a year and only discovered that her physical body became extremely fragile when she saw a broken photo of a nun. Besides that, very few could inflict injuries on her, let alone achieve something as difficult as severing her arms. Then came a thunderous sound. Charlotte Lingling's massive body crashed down, her arms completely severed, with a gaping wound from her left shoulder pointing directly to her lower right abdomen. A horrifying sight. The wound rolled out, bloody and mangled, exposing her shattered heart. The once strongly beating heart was now slowing down. Mom. The members of the Charlotte family were instantly in tears, heartbroken. Their invincible mother was defeated and was about to die. They couldn't accept it. She was dead. The 4 emperors had truly been killed. Luo and the others stared in shock at the heart-stopping scene. Witnessing this unprecedented battle had slightly extinguished their initial ambition to unite and kill the 4 emperors to gain a significant position in the New World. They felt exceptionally ashamed of their former self, who was eager to challenge the four emperors. If it weren't for Mu-chan appearing out of nowhere, they would probably have been completely annihilated by Charlotte Lingling. And now, they were astonished to see such a powerful Charlotte Lingling killed by Mu-chan. They were filled with respect. Ha ha ha. Jinbei laughed out loud at this moment, his excitement unabashed, his eyes reflecting Mu-chan's figure, now thoroughly satisfied. The future of their Fishman tribe looked even brighter. Mu-chan looked at the massive figure collapsing in front of him, its breath gradually fading, and laughed wildly. The rebellious appearance made everyone present realize that the great waves of the sea were truly about to rise. They would not believe that Mu-chan would stop moving forward. Then, Mu-chan continued to rush towards Charlotte Lingling without a moment's pause. He was determined to directly inherit Charlotte Lingling's power. Mu-chan arrived in front of Charlotte Lingling, her lifeless eyes gazing at the sky. The once overcast sky was gradually clearing up, and sunlight shone through the clouds onto the two of them. "Noon, where have you gone? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Charlotte Lingling's breath was weak, and tears slowly streamed down her eyes. In this moment of impending death, what filled her heart was the deep love and longing for the person she cherished the most. Ding! The host currently has 2 inheritance chances remaining. A powerful body has been detected nearby. Would you like to proceed with the inheritance? As the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Mu-chan's mind, Charlotte Lingling, the 4 Emperor BIGMOM died. Inheritance. Immediately, a power stronger than the initial absorption of Whitebeard surged into his body. The feeling of strength, as if he could crush mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, instantly captivated Mu-chan. Ding! Character loading complete. Host, Mu-chan Inheritance Panel, Charlotte Lingling Strength, 113 Constitution, 111 Spirit, 99 Agility, 101 Abilities, Soul Fruit, Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Swordsmanship, Body Techniques, Resilient Body. Strange Sound, Strange Strength Evaluation. Due to slight damage to the original corpse, your inheritance degree this time is approximately 83. Current remaining sign-ins, 2. As Mu-chan felt the battle experience of Charlotte Lingling flowing into his mind, he couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Ha ha ha, I'm stronger now. Who can stop me next? Charlotte Lingling's panel was undoubtedly powerful, with attributes breaking the 3-digit mark. It was truly formidable. Then, Mu-chan looked at his own body, where a bright, strange energy appeared before his eyes. He knew that this was the ability of the soul fruit, and that strange energy was the soul. Next, he glanced at the others far by the seaside. In comparison, the soul on his body was brighter and stronger. He had experienced the power of the soul fruit during his fierce battle with Charlotte Lingling. The ability to grant souls to inanimate objects was incredibly strong, especially the 3 most powerful homies in Charlotte Lingling's hands, which had caused him considerable trouble in battle. Flames, lightning, waves, storms, and earth seemed to have multiple fruit abilities. In Charlotte Lingling's hands, aside from not being able to elementalize, the power and might she unleashed were enough to rival those of a natural type. Moreover, she possessed 3 extremely strong physiques. Now, even if he stood there and let someone attack him, without using armament haki to harden, he wouldn't suffer any injuries at all. In fact, weapons striking him could be shattered directly. Plus, there was Charlotte Lingling's incredibly powerful swordsmanship. Elbaf Spear, Kingdom's Might. This was the strongest move of the giant race. The remaining members of the Charlotte family stood on the pirate ship, watching Charlotte Lingling lying motionless on the ground and Mu-chan walking toward her. Even in their grief and anger, they dared not rush forward to avenge their mother. After all, if even Charlotte Lingling was killed, they would only be walking to their own deaths if they approached. Even if Mu-chan's stamina was lacking, they didn't dare act recklessly. Now, they were only worried about whether Mu-chan would completely eliminate them. As for why they hadn't left yet, it was simply a matter of time before Mu-chan caught up to them. Moreover, they still needed to collect Charlotte Lingling's body. No matter how fearful they had been of Charlotte Lingling in the past, she was still their biological mother. However, Mu-chan now had no intention of slaughtering them. After all, his strength was already unparalleled. No one could compare to him. As for Katakuri, as long as he didn't provoke him, Mu-chan had no intention of killing him. Furthermore, the remaining members of the Charlotte family still had potential for use in dealing with the world government in the future. This was also a powerful fighting force. Subsequently, Mu-chan directly elementalized and flew towards Katakuri and the others. Upon seeing Mu-chan approaching, Katakuri instantly tensed up. Now that their mother was dead, as the strongest brother, he had the duty to protect his beloved siblings. Even if he had to die, he would do so in front of them. Mu-chan stood before Katakuri, looking down at him from a height. The residual imposing aura from the blood battle swept over them, causing the weaker Charlotte members to tremble and not dare to look up. Are you going to kill us? Katakuri tried hard to calm himself down. Mu-chan smiled slightly, and the Conqueror's haki surged towards the Charlotte family members. Katakuri gritted his teeth and unleashed his own Conqueror's haki to withstand it, but in comparison, he was at a significant disadvantage. The Charlotte family members behind him were all unsteady, swaying as if they might fall. One condition, Mu-chan said. Mu-chan knew that Katakuri was a smart person and understood what he meant. What conditions? Katakuri frowned tightly, gritting his teeth, trying hard to withstand Mu-chan's Conqueror's haki. When I need you to fight for me, you must respond without reservation, Mu-chan said. Katakuri was silent for a moment, then glanced at his unsteady younger siblings behind him. Okay. Mu-chan saw Katakuri nodding, smiled, and then withdrew his Conqueror's haki. Huh. The members of the Charlotte family immediately breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down on the ground, cold sweat pouring down. Their fear of Mu-chan suddenly surged. If he wanted to kill them, with that incredibly powerful Conqueror's haki, he could easily make them lose the will to resist. You must protect your younger brothers and sisters well. Before leaving, he said this and then headed straight towards Jinbei and the others without looking back. Katakuri silently watched Mu-chan leave, knowing that soon a group of crazy vultures would come to seize their territory. Katakuri brother. The younger siblings looked at Katakuri with concern. They weren't foolish and understood what Mu-chan meant. Mu-chan landed on the sunny, and Jinbei immediately walked over with a grin on his face, while Luffy and the others also approached, laughing heartily. Unlike the Charlotte family members who were frightened, Mu-chan was a former comrade of theirs, and in Luffy's eyes, he was a friend. Everyone chatted and laughed, feeling very happy. For Luffy and the others. With Big Mom dead, they no longer had to worry about the threat from the Yonko after retrieving Sanji. Glug glug. A loud rumbling sound came out, and Mu-chan helplessly rubbed his stomach. This battle had lasted 7 days and nights, and he hadn't eaten anything, even though he had inherited Big Mom's power. It couldn't change the fact that he was hungry. Ha ha ha. I'll go cook. Everyone burst into laughter. They were not like Mu-chan, as they had eaten during these 7 days. Let's have a feast. Luffy, a feast enthusiast, shouted immediately. Oh, haha. This is truly shocking news that will astonish the world. I need to hurry back to report this major event. Morgans laughed heartily, envisioning this issue's newspaper sales reaching an all-time high. Without delay, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Let's go too, and prepare to welcome the big waves on the sea. The other Dark World leaders exchanged glances and left on their ships. Stussy gazed deeply in Mu-chan's direction. After this, the world government would definitely pay more attention to him, and he might even become the top threat on their list. New Marine Headquarters. The sky was as clear as blue paper, with a few thin white clouds drifting lazily in the wind. A flock of white seagulls flew rhythmically up and down, flapping their wings to create a harmonious sound, their cheerful and crisp calls echoing occasionally. Inside the marshal's office, the solemn and silent atmosphere was completely different from the clear sky outside. Akainu held an intelligence report in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly, nearly able to crush a fly. On the table lay a newspaper, the headline in large, eye-catching letters visible from afar. Shock. One of the emperors of the New World has fallen. A new emperor ascends. Another wielder of multiple devil fruit powers has emerged. This headline was enough to grab anyone's attention, and Morgans put Mu-chan and Big Mom's battle at the forefront. Following that were his past experiences, sinking the entire punk hazard, saving Fishman Island, teaming up with former Marine Admiral Zephyr to annihilate the Don Quixote family, and battling Big Mom for 7 days and nights, destroying the entire whole Cake Island and ultimately killing her. A few events, but each one more jaw-dropping than the last. Morgans even dug up his exploits at Fishman Island, truly taking the news industry to the extreme. Akainu's perception of Mu-chan's strength had been raised to an unprecedented level, especially with the detailed report provided by Stussy, which showcased various details of Mu-chan's battle with Big Mom. Oh my, this Mu-chan is truly terrifying. Even Big Mom was killed by him, Kizaru said, leaning back with his legs crossed, holding the newspaper. The fear he expressed was not the casual kind of how terrifying or one after another supernovas, but genuine apprehension. It's important to note that even he wasn't sure he could single-handedly storm whole Cake Island and kill Big Mom. Of course, he had filtered out Jinbei, Luffy, and the others in his mind, considering their strength insufficient. Indeed, he is quite a formidable young man, Fujitora said, also holding the newspaper in front of his eyes. Though it was unclear how a blind man could read it. He wondered how Mu-chun had managed to possess multiple devil fruit abilities. According to the intelligence, the string fruit, the gas fruit, and the quake fruit, all of the previous users of the first two abilities had been killed by him. Therefore, it could be hypothesized that he had killed those individuals and absorbed their devil fruit powers. Thus, following this line of thought, he likely possessed even more than these three. After all, several ability users had perished at his hands in the Don Quixote family, and he might even have the soul fruit from BIGMOM. Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes and said seriously, the soul fruit ability is something the Marines have experienced extensively. After all, it was possessed by the Yonko BIGMOM, and we have ample intelligence regarding the soul fruit. It is precisely because we understand it that we are even more apprehensive. Coupled with Mu-chen's confirmed possession of the quake fruit, these two powerful paramecia abilities elevate Mu-chen's strength to a higher level. The physical damage of the quake fruit is arguably the strongest, and the soul-shattering damage of the soul fruit is unmatched by any other fruit. These two abilities make Mu-chen's attacks unparalleled in both physical and spiritual realms. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's analysis, everyone in the marshal's office fell into silence. If what Vice Admiral Tsuru said was true, once Mu-chun went on a rampage, continuously hunting down those with powerful devil fruit abilities on the seas to claim for himself, the Marines would eventually be unable to stop his advance. Furthermore, the high-ranking members of the Marines also possessed strong devil fruit abilities. If they encountered Mu-chun outside, they would also likely be treated as prey, right? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew heavier, almost suffocating. After a long while, Kizaru leisurely asked, so what should we do now? The world meeting is about to begin, and we don't have the energy to be distracted by this, Sengoku, sitting nearby, reminded as he munched on senbei. He was worried that Akainu would become obsessed and go to great lengths to capture Mu-chun. Also, we must ensure that the naval guards protecting the noble kingdoms are extra cautious, and we need to strengthen our defensive forces, Vice Admiral Tsuru added. I understand. Akainu, holding a cigar, let out wisps of white smoke. The cigar had burned down significantly, yet he hadn't taken a single puff. Mu-chen's combat power has made even the radical faction's leader wary. The intelligence reports about his ability to tear through space and annihilate all matter leave him uncertain whether he could defend against such an attack, even personally. Moreover, he possesses multiple fruit abilities, which is truly terrifying. Capturing him would require the entire Navy's top combat power to mobilize for a guaranteed victory. Anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral would just be cannon fodder. If the Navy's top powers were to be mobilized, the Navy headquarters would essentially become a facade, and the world government would never allow that. After all, the Holy Land Mary Geos and the Celestial Dragons still need these strong guards. And the other four emperors would definitely catch wind of it, ultimately reaping the benefits. Should we issue a higher bounty? Fujitora suggested. The amount of the bounty is meaningless to him. With news of the report circulating, who would dare to try and kill him? Sengoku shook his head. Just look at those emperors with sky-high bounties. No one dares to go after them, and bounties merely become a bragging point for pirates. Issuing those frighteningly high bounties is just a reminder for people around the world not to be foolish enough to seek death. It also shows the Navy's level of concern for them. But that's all it is. The four emperors have roamed the New World for years, and the Navy rarely takes the initiative to capture the powerful pirates of the New World. Of course, now that Akainu, a radical, has become Fleet Admiral, he has boldly established the new Navy headquarters in the New World, clearly intending to confront the powerful pirates they're head on. Akainu has only recently taken office as Fleet Admiral, and so far, he has only established the new headquarters. However, next, he will show his might to the pirates of the world, demonstrating his absolute justice. Regardless, increasing his bounty is absolutely necessary, Akainu said solemnly. Hearing Akainu's decision, Sengoku no longer tried to persuade him. After all, the current Fleet Admiral is no longer him. Then let's do it quickly. A flock of seagulls carrying news reports flew out to all corners of the world, quickly showcasing Mu-chen's reputation to everyone. At Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace, Neptune sat on his throne, carefully holding a newspaper that was much smaller than his hands, leaning in closely to read. Lord Mu-chun is indeed powerful. He even killed BIGMOM. For the past 2 years, Fishman Island has been under the control of the BIGMOM pirates, having to submit large amounts of sweets every month, which has given him a headache. But everything is different now, with Charlotte Linlin dead. He can openly announce that Fishman Island is under Mu-chen's protection. However, Muchin has no flag or emblem, which troubles him slightly. Shirahoshi's big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Neptune, eager for him to share the details from the newspaper. Father, please tell me the specifics. Haha, all right. Neptune said indulgently, looking at Shirahoshi. Ha, Muchun, I'm even more excited about you now. Blackbeard grinned widely, revealing his incomplete teeth. His ability to possess multiple powers is due to his unique physique. Moreover, the Yami Yami no Mi allows him to absorb the abilities of the deceased, which fits perfectly. Thus, he has spent many years lurking in the Whitebeard pirates, just to seek the Yami Yami no Mi. Now, a Muchun who is very similar to him has appeared. Blackbeard is no fool. From the information reported in the newspaper, he can analyze that Muchun can absorb the abilities of those he kills for his own use, which piques his curiosity. However, Muchin's strength makes him apprehensive, especially since he killed Charlotte Linlin. Blackbeard has no absolute confidence in being able to kill this natural destroyer, let alone Muchun. Ever since he obtained the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi, he has become somewhat arrogant, but he is not foolish enough to be overconfident. He won't undertake tasks he isn't sure about. Captain, BIGMOM is dead. Should we go for a piece of the pie? Ha! Raphael covered his mouth, his pale face making his smile even more eerie. Haha, of course. We are pirates. Blackbeard laughed heartily. It's completely normal for pirates to rob each other's territory. Just like 2 years ago, when Whitebeard died, the territories he occupied were instantly contested by the powerful pirates of the New World. After Charlotte Linlin's death, the same situation will occur, without the strength of an emperor to hold them down. The remaining members of the BIGMOM pirates will be hunted down by enemies, just like the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and their occupied territories will be almost wiped out. The BIGMOM pirates occupied many territories, and many of the islands and nations that Whitebeard protected were consumed by them. However, now Katakuri and the others have no energy to manage that. What they need to do is to defend the BIGMOM pirates base, Tato Land. Of course, if it really comes down to it, Katakuri won't fight to the end. For him, his brothers and sisters are the most important. However, they still need to seize territories and capture people. If they can recruit the children of the Charlotte family, that would be even better. That's a whole group of combat power. Huh. Blackbeard showed a sly expression and glanced at Raphael. Also, we need to strengthen our intelligence network to ensure we know the whereabouts of the Soul Fruit as soon as possible, and then get our hands on it. Although he isn't sure if Muchan will absorb the Soul Fruit, it doesn't hinder Blackbeard's desire for this fruit. After all, 2 similar fruit abilities have already appeared. Raphael performed a gentleman's bow and laughed along with Blackbeard. You and Shiryu should go take a trip. As you command, Captain. On a picturesque island in the New World, a large group of people was loudly drinking and having a great time, a completely different atmosphere from other Emperor pirate crews in the New World. This is because red-haired Shanks is deeply influenced by his captain, Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The entire crew is small, operating an elite system where each crew member is a top-tier pirate of the New World. Moreover, due to Shanks' generous and carefree personality, treating his subordinates equally, the entire crew is united and filled with a joyful atmosphere. At this moment, red-haired Shanks sat casually on the ground, a rosy glow on his face, right hand holding a large barrel of wine, continuously pouring it into his mouth. Oh, this wine is really good, red-haired Shanks said with satisfaction, not bothering to wipe the wine stains left on his chin from drinking too quickly. Ha ha, Captain, you're amazing. You finished that whole barrel in one go. Yasop sat beside him, giving a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Captain, let's have another barrel. The other crew members laughed uproariously. All right, let's have another barrel. Red-haired Shanks grabbed a nearby barrel of wine with one hand and raised it to his lips for another drink. Beckman shook his head with a smile, bought a fresh newspaper from the Seagull News vendor, and sat down to read, with a bounty notice from Muchan tucked beside it. Beckman caught sight of the eye-catching headline, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then gestured to Shanks. Understanding the hint, Shanks quickly finished a large barrel of wine, swayed a bit, and waved his hand at the crew members who were still causing a ruckus, saying, let's continue later. Captain, check out the latest newspaper. Beckman handed over the newspaper. The crew, seeing Beckman approaching with the paper, quieted down and waited patiently for Shanks to finish reading. Oh, what's the exciting news? Shanks took the newspaper and started reading. After a moment, he remarked with a slightly serious expression, a great storm is brewing in this sea again. Yes, the Emperor BIGMOM has been killed. Next, the pirates of the New World will be at each other's throats again. Beckman nodded in agreement. The crew members, hearing Beckman's words, were incredulous, even spilling their drinks without realizing it. BIGMOM, is dead? Jesus was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned to one of disbelief. Shanks nodded, lifting his bright eyes as if he could see through space, looking off into the distance. Captain, what should we do next? BIGMOM asked. For the past 2 years, after Whitebeard's death, the pirates of the New World had gone mad. As Shanks' right-hand man, BIGMOM knew well that his captain had a deep obsession with maintaining balance in the New World. Although he didn't know why, as long as Shanks wanted to do it, the crew would not utter another word of complaint and would simply follow Shanks. Let's go meet this Mu-chun who killed BIGMOM, Shanks said, then laughed. But before we set off, let's continue our unfinished feast. Oh, ha ha ha. Captain, another barrel. Ha ha ha. Sure, I can handle 10 more barrels. Ha ha. In an instant, the whole scene erupted into joyous chaos again. In the New World, Wano country, Onigashima. Wah 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 wah. Lin Lin, you actually did. Wah wah wah. A loud cry echoed throughout Onigashima. As someone who had come out of the Rocks Pirates alongside Charlotte Linlin, having a love-hate relationship for decades, and who had a vague romantic connection with her, Kaido's tears flowed like a rushing river. Although he said this, his face showed a pained expression. However, his subordinates did not think the same, having seen Kaido's erratic behavior many times before. Who knows if it's a case of the rabbit mourning the fox? But they dared not show such expressions in front of Kaido. At this moment, it was best to keep their distance to avoid misfortune. However, the serious and responsible Jean stood beside Kaido, waiting for his command, as Kaido's previous order regarding him and Queen had yet to be completed. Jean. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Send someone to take over Lin Lin's territory. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Jean respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Wait, Kaido suddenly said. Jean immediately stopped and returned to stand before Kaido, awaiting further orders. Tell Lin Lin's children to submit to me. Kaido took a large gulp of wine and squinted his eyes as he spoke. Understood, Mr. Kaido. Go. Kaido waved his hand and continued to lock himself in his room to drink. Mu-chun. A hint of ferocity appeared in Kaido's eyes as he murmured. What an arrogant little brat, the slayer of emperors. The newspaper and Mu-chun's bounty notice that were set aside were torn into a pile of shreds. People all over the world held a copy of the newspaper. The fall of an emperor was a matter of great significance, comparable to Whitebeard's death in the Marineford War 2 years ago. The battle at Whole Cake Island revealed its brutality through countless photos in the newspapers, and a before and after comparison of Whole Cake Island was enough to illustrate everything. Moreover, the sight of Charlotte Linlin with her severed arms and horrific wounds made countless people realize that since Whitebeard's death 2 years ago, this world was set to experience severe upheaval. It felt as if it had returned to the scene when Pirate King Roger announced the arrival of the Great Pirate Era. In 2 years, 2 emperors had consecutively died. An old generation was giving way to a new one. BIGMOM's territory was already beginning to turn into a sea of blood. Even though Katakuri and others were still around, it did not stop these profit-driven, lawless pirates from rushing forward one after another. The New World had become tumultuous. This was an inevitable outcome, just as it had been over the past 2 years. Meanwhile, the Navy was preoccupied with the World Conference, having little energy or time to manage the situation, nor could they. After all, the Navy's power in the New World was pitifully small compared to the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, even though the new Marine headquarters was located in the New World. Just as Whitebeard had said before his death, one day in the future, someone will appear who can bear the weight of this centuries-old history and challenge this world. And the world government was indeed worried that someone would destroy their lofty power. The appearance of Mu-chun signifies the beginning of all this. The world government believes that Mu-chun will destroy this world. Therefore, the propaganda against him is as malicious as it can be, sparing no effort to portray Mu-chun as one of the 2 most evil individuals in the world. However, for those bloodthirsty pirates, none of this matters. What they care about is reputation and wealth. On an island in the New World, flames are raging, and the sounds of desperate screams can be heard from time to time. The once prosperous town has now become a sea of fire. Corpses lie scattered on the ground, with blood slowly flowing from their cooling bodies, like streams converging into the ocean, reflecting the flickering flames blown by the wind. In the midst of the inferno, the entire town suffers from relentless devastation, resembling a hell on earth. This is common in this world. Hey, do you know the whereabouts of Marco? A man with a long, thin, crescent-shaped white mustache on his lips, a stout figure, and holding a naginata, is shaking a lifeless corpse with one hand while asking. This unusually built man is Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed Whitebeard II, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. encouraged by a woman who claims to be his mother. Miss Bakken, he has been relentlessly hunting down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates over the past 2 years, trying to reclaim his father Whitebeard's legacy. Weevil's strength is indeed formidable under Marco's leadership. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates not only have to fend off Blackbeard's pursuit, but also remain vigilant against sudden attacks from Weevil. This forces Marco and others to scatter and hide. Foolish child, he's already dead. How could a corpse answer you? Said a short, elderly woman dressed in a leopard print coat, wearing sunglasses and heavy makeup, standing beside Weevil. Oh, Weevil nodded, casually dropping the corpse, and then walking toward the man huddled in a house, trembling in fear, grabbing the man's neck with his large hand. The moment the man was choked, Weevil's immense strength crushed his cervical vertebrae, killing him instantly. However, Weevil was completely unaware and continued to inquire about Marco's whereabouts. After shaking the lifeless body a few times, his severely underdeveloped brain finally realized the man was dead. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he turned his attention to the mess of newspapers scattered on the table. His small eyes fixated on a photo of Mu-chan in the newspaper, and he grabbed the paper, walking over to Miss Bakken, causing a bounty notice to slip down. Mom, this is the other guy who also called himself Whitebeard too. Weevil waved the newspaper in front of Miss Bakken. Is this a new newspaper? Let me see. Miss Bakken took the newspaper and began to read it word for word. Did he actually kill BIGMOM? Miss Bakken said in surprise. Then a wrinkled old face broke into a sinister smile. Mom, what does the newspaper say? Weevil squatted in front of Miss Bakken, asking. The Yonko BIGMOM has been killed. Oh, did Mu-chan do it? Weevil pointed at Mu-chan's photo. When Weevil saw Miss Bakken nod, he exclaimed, Mom, I want to find him. Didn't he say he was also my father's successor? Then we could take revenge for Dad together. Foolish child, we have more important things to do now. Miss Bakken threw down the newspaper and walked into the house to start collecting valuables. What could be more important than avenging Dad? Weevil looked down at Miss Bakken's back and asked in confusion. Miss Bakken immediately turned around and struck Weevil's foot hard with her cane, which was covered in hockey. It hurts, Mom, Weevil shouted, covering his foot. Miss Bakken looked up at Weevil and said coldly, You must listen to your mother. Revenge is worthless. Now that BIGMOM is dead. We need to reclaim the territory that your father Whitebeard lost to BIGMOM. Of course, this can also be considered revenge for your father. I'm sorry, I understand now. Mom, Weevil said pitifully, looking down. Yes, you are the biological son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. You have Newgate's bloodline. You are his true heir, Whitebeard too. From now on, don't ever mention looking for that fake Whitebeard to Mu-chan again, understand? Mom is doing this for your own good, Miss Bakken said sternly. Miss Bakken does not want to encounter Mu-chan, who can kill the Yonko Charlotte Linlin. After all, the reports in the newspaper indicate that Mu-chan has been killing those pirates who previously seized Whitebeard's territory under the pretext of avenging Whitebeard. She and Weevil have not only slaughtered the remnants of Whitebeard, but have also continuously occupied Whitebeard's territory. If they were to encounter Mu-chan, she would not be foolish enough to think that Mu-chan would spare her, and Weevil would definitely not be a match for Mu-chan. All right, let's go take revenge for your father. Let's reclaim his territory. Miss Bakken's eyes were filled with endless greed. In the new era, the Navy's G5 branch. As one of the few branches established by the Navy in the New World, the G5 branch is an unusual Navy, with most of the station sailors being ruthless individuals. Their actions are always self-serving, and brutal acts such as slaughtering pirates are common. If they weren't wearing Navy uniforms, their behavior would resemble that of a group of pirates. However, in the New World, if they aren't ruthless enough, this branch would have already been destroyed by rampant pirates. Since Akainu moved the Navy headquarters to the New World, and 2 years ago when Smoker and Tashigi voluntarily transferred here, the Navy's operations have become much more restrained. In the base commander's office, a man wearing a beige checkered coat, sunglasses, and with a piece of meat pie stuck to his cheek, Base Commander Virgo, sits in a chair holding a brand new bounty notice with a newspaper on the table. A chilling killing intent emanates from Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses. The photo on the bounty notice is none other than Mu-chan. His blood-stained yet handsome face, with eyes filled with icy killing intent, looks down disdainfully. Below the photo is a brand new title, The Emperor's Slayer. A series of dizzying numbers follows the name. Virgo did not bother to examine the bounty amount for Mu-chan. His eyes filled with killing intent remained fixed on Mu-chan's face. He then ripped the bounty notice to shreds, letting the paper fragments fall to the ground. I swear I will definitely kill you, Mu-chan. A low growl escaped from his teeth like that of a beast, exuding a terrifying aura. As the commander of the G5 branch, Virgo's true identity is an undercover agent placed in the Navy by Don Quixote Doflamingo many years ago. Through the newspaper reports, he learned that Mu-chan had killed Doflamingo and completely annihilated all the Don Quixote family members left in Dressrosa. For Mu-chan, he was extremely angry, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Now, seeing newspaper reports and bounty notices related to Mu-chan, Virgo was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to kill, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. His loyalty to Don Quixote Doflamingo was unparalleled. Even if Mu-chan killed Doflamingo and Charlotte Linlin, he was not afraid at all. He wanted to personally kill Mu-chan to avenge his young master. Unfortunately, to Mu-chan, he was just a small insect, not worth Mu-chan's attention. On the Sabeti archipelago, in a tavern in a certain area, a group of exceptionally noisy outlaws surrounded and watched as the tavern owner just posted a brand new bounty notice. "This Mu-chan is really abnormal," said a bald, muscular man, stroking his smooth forehead. "Yeah, when the first bounty was 50 billion, I thought it was because the Navy's brain was squashed by a door to issue such a high amount," said a man with a hooked nose standing next to the bald man. I thought so too at that time," said another short man. "I didn't expect he really has the ability," the hooked nose man remarked. "This is a bounty of 55,500,000,000. Wow. If it weren't for the fact that Mu-chan's previous bounty was 50 billion, I might have counted one less zero and thought it was 500 million, said the bald man. Now it seems that this bounty amount is very fitting for Mu-chan's identity and strength. After all, he is capable of killing a Yonko, which is not an exaggeration, especially since he possesses multiple devil fruit abilities, making him even more terrifying. This should count as the highest bounty, right? The short man said. Yes, even considering the first bounty, no one in this world can surpass him. Of course, this only counts those who are still alive, and now it's even higher. Even if you erase 50 billion, it's enough to rampage in the first half of the Grand Line, said the hook-nosed man. In the first half of the Grand Line, someone like Mu-chan, who just debuted not long ago, will be considered a supernova with a bounty over 100 million. And a bounty of 500 million would also make a name for itself in the New World. Now, with 55,500,000,000, such a monstrous amount, no one can imagine this is a newcomer. By the way, does anyone still remember the bounties of Whitebeard and BIGMOM? The short man asked. 50,460,000,000 and 43,880,000,000, the hook-nosed man said, rubbing his nose. This amount is quite reasonable. But thinking about it still feels unrealistic. After all, this Mu-chan is a newcomer. The short man nodded. Haha, if you go and kill BIGMOM, the Navy will give you this amount too. The hook-nosed man glanced at the short man dismissively. BIGMOM is already dead. There's no way she can come back for me to kill, the short man murmured. However, this group of people was gathered very close. And even if the voice was small, they could hear it. Instantly, disdainful glances fell on the short man. The short man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Those gazes stung him, and his face instantly turned red. If you really have that ability, then go kill the other Yonko too. A charming, magnetic female voice came from behind the group of men. Immediately, everyone in the tavern burst into laughter. Damn woman, who are you? The short man glared at the woman with angry, reddened eyes, but the next moment, he wilted, awkwardly fanning himself a few times and flattering. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize to you. TSK, useless man, the woman said, dressed provocatively, with her long red waves cascading as she turned her head. Yes, you are right. The short man bowed humbly and smiled. Ah, Mu-chan is a real man. I really want to have an intimate encounter with him, the woman said, her eyes dreamy and her voice full of temptation. But this group of men dared not show any lewd expressions. After all, this was this year's supernova. They wouldn't last a few moves against him, and his methods were exceptionally bloody. Upon arriving at the Sabeti archipelago, he had already killed many pirates. On Tree Island No. 13, in Shaki's bar. You came back so fast. Shaki looked at Rayleigh, who had just pushed the door open, slightly surprised. Rayleigh smiled, walked to the bar, and glanced at Shaki with a somewhat eager look. Shaki rolled her eyes at Rayleigh, then took a glass and poured some liquor, placing it in front of him. Ah, your liquor is still the best. Rayleigh drank half of it directly, looking refreshed. I heard you went to Dressrosa to find that Mu-chan. Did you meet him? Shaki asked with a smile. Don't mention it. I was late, Rayleigh said, looking regretful. Did you see the latest newspaper? Shaki asked. Rayleigh shook his head. He had just swum back from the sea. Where did he have time to read the newspaper? Then Shaki took out a newspaper and handed it over. Rayleigh took it, glanced roughly at it, and had a look of disbelief on his face. This little guy really knows how to stir things up. Yeah, Now his name is spreading everywhere on the sea. It seems that the storm of the new era Roger talked about is really fierce, Shaki said. Are you going to look for him again? Forget it. My old arms and legs can't take the hassle anymore. It's enough to just watch, Rayleigh said, smiling as he finished the remaining liquor, then got up to leave. Put on my tab. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh quickened his pace. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the island that was destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates in the original story had not yet been discovered by anyone. This Mu-chun is really strong. Even the Yonko have been killed by him, said Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, as he chewed on the newspaper. Don't worry about him. We have no conflict with him, Dragon said calmly. We have more important tasks now. Sabo shrugged. Indeed, he was just a pirate and had nothing to do with them. Their target was the world government. It was only because Mu-chun had a slight connection with his deceased brother Ace. After all, Mu-chun was acting under the banner of avenging Whitebeard and possessed Whitebeard's devil fruit powers and weapons, so he was interested in paying attention to him. A Revolutionary Army soldier holding a din-din machine knocked on the door and walked in. Chief, Zephyr of the Inyo Navy and former Marine Admiral Akiji want to speak with you. Dragon was taken aback. Zephyr and Akiji were both former Marines, and the Marines had always been capturing their Revolutionary Army, making them nominal enemies. Even though Dragon had always been at odds with the world government, the Marines were the violent arm of the world government, a fact known to all. However, after a moment of silence, Dragon still reached out to take the din-din mushi. After all, only Revolutionary Army members could contact here. It's me, Dragon said as he picked up the receiver. Subsequently, the din-din mushi transformed into a heavily made-up form with large eyelashes. Ah, Dragon, Zephyr and Akiji asked me to contact you. Came Ivankov's voice from the din-din mushi. Long said calmly, although he didn't know how Zephyr and the others found Ivankov. But the fact that they could contact him here meant that Ivankov had already confirmed the specific situation of Zephyr and the others. Long, we haven't been in touch for a long time. The phone bug instantly transformed into a figure wearing sunglasses with a determined face, and then Zephyr's voice came through. Indeed, after all, we revolutionaries are a thorn in the side of the world government and the Navy. So, what do you want from me? Long did not want to reminisce with Zephyr and said directly, You little brat are still the same? I want to ally with the Revolutionary Army. Zephyr laughed heartily, then said seriously. Hearing this, Long narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. The Revolutionary Army is the enemy of the world government and the Navy, and you used to be part of the Navy. Why should I trust you? The Revolutionary Army had already obtained detailed information regarding Zephyr's departure from the Navy. Zephyr's relationship with the world government and the Navy had deteriorated, and after establishing the Inyo Navy, he was determined to eliminate pirates worldwide at any cost. Long was well aware of this. However, with the former Admiral Akiji still around, Long could not guarantee that the two of them were not undercover agents sent by the world government to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army. I want to establish a new Navy, and the first step is to overthrow the current world government, Zephyr stated. Long fell silent and did not speak. After leaving the Navy, I have been traveling around the world, hoping to find the path I want to take in the future to contemplate whether my justice is correct. This time, the voice coming from the phone bug was Akiji's. During this journey, I have witnessed many things that I'd seen often when I was in the Navy, but this time I truly understood many things. Was everything I did before really justice? Some Navy personnel even colluded with pirates, doing harm to civilians, and the Navy could not control these at all. When Akiji said this, his tone was very somber. After a pause, he continued, I participated in the O'Hara incident, where innocent civilians were mercilessly slaughtered under the world government's orders of better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one go, and that devil's child was also let go by my own hands. At that moment, I began to question my justice. The Navy's justice should be about protecting civilians, not harming them. I had nothing to say when scholars who violated the laws established by the world government were arrested. But the slaughter of those innocent civilians is what I cannot tolerate the most. By the end, Akiji's tone was completely different from his usual laziness. It was filled with seriousness. The justice that the Navy often spoke of did not protect those who should be protected, but instead always protected the world government and the celestial dragons, those damned parasites, who are countless times more despicable than pirates. Zephyr gritted his teeth, his tone filled with anger. So, are you disappointed with the world government now? Long asked, yes. The world government is like a leech continuously sucking the blood of civilians. In the past, we did not see clearly and just executed our own justice. But now, I see it clearly. To truly protect civilians with justice, the current world government must be overthrown and rebuilt, Zephyr said solemnly. However, That's still not enough to convince me, Long replied. I didn't expect you to be so cautious, Long, Zephyr sighed slightly. Of course, if I weren't cautious. The Revolutionary Army would have been wiped out long ago, Long said. Sigh, since that's the case, then forget it, Zephyr said regretfully. Akiji shrugged. Since this couldn't persuade him, there was nothing they could do. It's fine, Teacher Zephyr. Anyway, Mu-chun is very strong. With him here, our goals can definitely be achieved. I'm comforted. Yes, that's true, Zephyr nodded. Mu-chun really killed Charlotte Lin-Lin, which surprised him greatly. Mu-chun? Are you talking about the one who killed the Yonko BIGMOM? Ivankov asked, looking very surprised. I nodded proudly. That's our man, capable of killing Yonko. Mu-chun is your ally. Ivankov asked in astonishment. Yes, didn't I mention it? Zephyr replied. Of course not. Long said. Are you still there? You heard that, right? Ivankov picked up the microphone. If Mu-chun really is an ally of Zephyr and the others, this battle strength cannot be easily overlooked. Yes. I heard. Long's group was also very surprised. Should we reconsider? Sabo suggested. After all, the Revolutionary Army's actions will directly declare war on the world government, and with Mu-chun's participation, the Revolutionary Army's actions will be much smoother. This was also what Long was considering. However, the upcoming actions were extremely critical and allowed no room for loss. Long was a man who considered many aspects. He had to be responsible for the comrades who were following him to start a revolution. He did not know whether Zephyr and Akiji could be trusted, and this was crucial, seeing Ivankov's expression and long silence. Zephyr immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to push for the alliance. In fact, our alliance with Mu-chun was proposed by him to persuade me. Moreover, we genuinely want to overthrow the world government and establish a new navy, Zephyr said solemnly. Long listened to this and fell silent for a moment before speaking. I will consider it further, and I will contact you later. Hearing this, Zephyr and the others knew that Long would not agree so easily. They just needed to wait. After all, when they declared war on the world government later, Long would definitely find out. By then, the Revolutionary Army would certainly come to help them. For now, it was enough to convey the idea of the alliance. After 2 days of spreading, the name of Mu-chun has become known to everyone in this world, completely different from when the Navy first issued a bounty on him. At that time, everyone only knew that Mu-chun was trying to vindicate Whitebeard by using the title Whitebeard too, and most people were just there to watch the excitement. But now, his reputation is widespread, with a title different from Whitebeard to the Emperor's Slayer, being mentioned by more and more people. On the sea, many powerful figures are known by titles that overshadow their real names, such as Whitebeard, BIGMOM, Beasts, Blackbeard, and Red-haired. Few people would directly call them by their names. Pirates struggle for their lives at sea, all for the sake of fame, and a prominent title is the motivation that drives these pirates to fight. If Mu-chun were to raise his arm and call out on the sea, he would definitely have 100 responses, with followers eager to join him, quickly becoming a massive force. This is the tremendous benefit that fame brings, which captivates pirates immensely. The sunlight. After indulging in food and drink at the banquet, Mu-chun plunged into the dream sea and slept for 3 days and nights, as if trying to make up for the 7 days of missed sleep. He was completely unaware of the events happening in the outside world. The worst off were naturally Katakuri and his group. Over the past few days, they had been continuously fending off pirates who bore a grudge against the BIGMOM pirates, and this was only the beginning. Blackbeard and Kaido's men had yet to arrive. However, this was of no concern to Mu-chun. He had said all that needed to be said when he left. As for how many from the Charlotte family would ultimately remain to assist him, that was uncertain, but based on what Mu-chun understood of Katakuri's character, he would likely prioritize his own family. Mu-chun got up and stretched his slightly stiff muscles from sleeping too long. This time, after the battle with Charlotte Lin-Lin, he had gained a lot. He had pushed the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit further on the original foundation of Whitebeard, making the Tremor force more restrained and the attacks even more terrifying. Combined with the emission of armament hockey, that slash that tore through space could extinguish any attack. Moreover, inheriting Charlotte Lin-Lin's various abilities made his strength even greater. Now, when he used that space-slicing attack, he could definitely cut Charlotte Lin-Lin in half. Not just sever her arms or partially penetrate her body. After stopping his exercise, his stomach growled again, and he helplessly patted his belly. It seemed that with increased strength, his appetite had also skyrocketed. Before going to sleep, Mu-chun consumed a massive amount of food, not only finishing all the supplies stored by the Straw Hat crew, but also having Jinbei catch several sea kings from the sea for him to eat in one go. After that, he walked out of the room while casually summoning the system to check how long it would be until the next inheritance opportunity. Sign-in times 5. There is already one chance for the deceased inheritance, and there are still 25 days until the next inheritance count is replenished. Has the number of sign-in days for the inheritance increased? It actually takes a month. Mu-chan looked at the subtitles in his mind with surprise, repeatedly confirming them carefully. It really wasn't just his eyes playing tricks on him from too much sleep. It was true. What is going on with this system? Mu-chan asked the system. However, this broken system only spoke during the daily check-ins, and when it detected the death of a powerful being. Otherwise, it was as silent as a mute, with no sense of presence at all. Furthermore, there was no panel about Mu-chan himself. The panel of the deceased only appeared during inheritance, which was quite rudimentary. Is it because my strength has increased too much? That shouldn't be the case. Since I am inheriting the powers of deceased strong beings, I definitely wouldn't foolishly inherit those of weaker ones, right? But it's also possible to start from weak to strong step by step. After all, I didn't know what kind of luck I had when I first directly inherited Whitebeard as powers. I soared to the top in one go. Looking at it this way, I must have great fortune. If this continues, as I become stronger in the future, the number of inheritances will also increase, which means I'll have to consider my choices more carefully. However, it's good that the system can store the corpses of the deceased. I can take my time to choose, but this also makes it easy for the selection anxiety to kick in. Mu-chan rubbed his chin, his eyes lowered in deep thought. Suddenly, a frail body bumped into him, interrupting his contemplation. Mu-chan quickly reached out to catch the person, and a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him. A few strands of hair, damp with droplets, clung to her forehead, while a white bathrobe wrapped around her curvaceous figure, with glistening beads of water adorning it. Mu-chan stared at the captivating scenery in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. It's so white, so big. Could you let go of me? Robin noticed Mu-chan staring at her and smiled. Ahem, sorry. Mu-chan awkwardly released his grip, the lingering elastic sensation in his hand leaving him with a sense of reminiscence. He had been lost in thought and hadn't paid attention to the path. Robin shook her head with a smile. It's fine, we just happened to be at a corner. I didn't notice either. Although the earlier scene would have been enough to make some shy girls blush, Robin had been adventuring alone for many years and had developed a mature mindset early on. She could easily handle such small situations. However, Mu-chan's intensely aggressive gaze had made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mu-chan smiled and said, I'll go find something to eat then. After sleeping for so long, I'm hungry again. Okay, Robin nodded. She had seen Mu-chan's appetite. He could eat even more than Luffy. She wondered how his stomach was so big. Did strong people have particularly large appetites? After that, Mu-chan leaped over Robin and headed towards the dining room. Robin glanced at his back a few more times before heading to her room. Just a little interlude. In the dining room, Sanji, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Before Mu-chan even walked in, he heard Luffy's loud voice demanding meat. You just ate a lot while I was away from the kitchen, didn't you? Are you hungry again so soon? Sanji shook his head in helplessness. Hee. I don't care. I'm hungry again anyway. Luffy grinned widely, looking as if he was challenging Sanji. Jinbe, seeing Mu-chan enter the dining area, smiled and said, Mu-chan, have you had enough sleep? Yeah, I think I've slept for 3 days, which is a bit long. Now I'm starving, Mu-chan replied, patting his belly as he sat down on a chair. Huh, then let us wait for Chef Sanji to cook. It's almost time for a meal anyway. Should I go catch some fish? Jinbe suggested. Sure, I think I could eat a whole sea king, Mu-chan laughed. Hee, Jinbe, catch more so I can eat more. Luffy clapped Jinbe on the shoulder. Jinbe chuckled, and then left the dining area to catch fish. He never refused a request from his friends. Hearing this, Sanji shook his head with a smile. As a chef, it's the most basic quality to ensure the diners are full. After sailing for several days without landing on an island to replenish supplies, they could only rely on fishing. Soon, the group finished a boisterous meal. And Mu-chan really enjoyed this kind of scene, joyful and carefree. With a friend like Luffy, who was passionate and simple-minded, it was easy to fit into the group. After the meal, Mu-chan went to the edge of the ship, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. Where to next? Should he go directly to Blackbeard or Kaido? However, without the eternal pointer for either Wano country or Blackbeard's territory, he truly didn't know how to get there. The last time he went to Wano, it was easy because Jinbe was with him. Speaking of which, he had been in this world for a while. And aside from killing or being on the way to kill, he hadn't truly experienced the various island sceneries and national customs of this world. This world's magnetic field was unusually chaotic, with windless zones and the red line dividing the entire planet, making the seasons on each island very peculiar. Moreover, the technological era varied greatly from island to island. For instance, the prehistoric island where dinosaurs roamed. and Luffy's hometown in the East Sea clearly belonged to a medieval world without advanced technology, while Water 7 was able to create sea trains and even Vegapunk, the Einstein of the pirate world, had invented various black technologies. Furthermore, with his current strength in this world, he could be said to be quite dominant, as long as he wasn't being beaten up by all three admirals at once. But if it came to that point, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Mu-chun, Law walked up beside Mu-chun. Mu-chun came back to his senses and greeted Luo. Luo looked at the vast ocean with a deep gaze and said, "I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." Mu-chun was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the feud between Luo and Don Quixote and understood in his heart. He smiled and said, "You're welcome." Luo looked a bit surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to ask why?" Mu-chun shrugged and said, "Well, what is it for?" He didn't actually care much about the feud between Luo and Doflamingo, but he couldn't say that he knew the reason behind it. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, in this world, very few people knew about the hatred between Luo and Doflamingo. Maybe only his crew might know. Luo rolled his eyes with a look of helplessness. "Originally, I was planning to kill Doflamingo with Luffy and the others. But not long after, you killed him. Doflamingo was someone I had to kill." Luo rested both hands on the railing, looking at the shimmering sea surface. "Oh, that's a pity. You didn't get to kill him yourself," Mu-chun said. "It's fine, as long as Doflamingo is dead. It's just a small regret." Luo shook his head and said, "Where are you going next?" Me? I was planning to kill Blackbeard or Kaido. But unfortunately, I don't have their exact locations," Mu-chun replied. "The Slayer of Emperors, that really suits you," Luo chuckled. "What is that?" Luo looked at Mu-chun with a puzzled expression, realizing that he had been sleeping for the past few days and knew nothing about what was happening outside. He then explained, "It's something the Navy and newspapers reported about you, and it gave you a title." Mu-chun touched his hair. "So my previous Whitebeard too is gone?" "Not exactly gone, just an additional title for you." Luo smiled and said, "And besides, there was already a self-proclaimed Whitebeard too before you. You wouldn't want to share the name with him, right?" That guy's just a brainless idiot. When outsiders mention Whitebeard too, who would think of him?" Mu-chun scoffed. "That idiot is also on my death list." Luo nodded, very much agreeing with what Mu-chun said. Weevil's strength is indeed very strong. But unfortunately, he doesn't have much brains and has a greedy mother. He claims to be Whitebeard's real son, yet he constantly hunts down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and keeps occupying the territories that Whitebeard once protected. Compared to Mu-chun, this Whitebeard too is completely two extremes. Now the general consensus among outsiders is that Mu-chun is indeed Whitebeard's heir. "By the way, come be my son." "Ahem, do you want to join me?" Mu-chun turned to look at Luo, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Luo turned in surprise to look at Mu-chun. Be his son? Phew. No. Join him? To be honest, given Mu-chun's current influence and strength, if he personally invites someone to join, it's not that it would be surprising, but it would be enough to feel proud. Although Luo hadn't spent much time with Mu-chun recently, he could tell that Mu-chun was a relatively easygoing person. Compared to the 4th Emperor-level powerhouses he knew, Mu-chun could be considered a very easy-to-get-along-with leader. Luo scratched his nose, puzzled, and asked, "Why do you want to invite me to join? You don't know much about me, right?" In Luo's view, that's how it was. Although he had become a warlord in the past 2 years and had his events reported in the newspapers, that was still from a side perspective, and his strength wasn't particularly strong. However, Luo didn't know that Mu-chun was a traveler. Although Mu-chun's understanding of Luo wasn't comprehensive, it didn't prevent him from liking this character, of course, purely in admiration. Luo's medical skills combined with his fruit ability were very strong. Moreover, the surgical fruit could have unexpected effects in certain situations. This back and forth made Mu-chun even more eager to bring Luo into his team. "Does that even matter?" Mu-chun said. "You're quite casual," Luo remarked. "Come on, even though I don't have a ship right now, and my only companion is Jinbei, don't hold it against me." Mu-chun grinned and extended his hand in front of Luo. Luo scratched the back of his head. He wasn't really bothered, and besides, who would hold it against him? Hearing Mu-chun say such things, Luo felt he was joking. Who would hold it against someone who could kill a 4th emperor? Wouldn't that be foolish? However, now that his enemies were dead and he had no other goals, he originally wanted to take down the 4th emperor. But now he believed joining Mu-chun was also a good choice. Then Luo extended his hand and shook hands with Mu-chun, saying, "As long as you don't mind me." "Huh, how could that be possible?" Mu-chun laughed. Luo smiled, withdrew his hand, and said, "Previously, I formed an alliance with Luffy. We originally wanted to take down the 4th emperor together, but now that I think about it, our strength is clearly insufficient. Indeed, you guys would just be seeking death against the 4th emperor now?" Mu-chun nodded. Luo's mouth twitched. Even if we are indeed much weaker compared to you monster-level existences, do you have to be so blunt? Can't you give me some face? Mu-chun laughed and patted Luo on the shoulder. Don't be too discouraged. With your talent, if you practice for a few more years, you can definitely stand at the peak of this world. Luo helplessly shook his head. While it was true that he could become stronger with a few more years of training, others would also improve. Although he was still very confident in himself. Recalling the fierce battle between Mu-chun and Charlotte Lingling, he felt that the process of reaching that peak would be exceptionally arduous. Jinping. Mu-chun noticed Jinping walking out of the cabin and called out. Mu-chun, what's up? Jinping approached and asked. This is our new member, Mu-chun said, pointing to Luo. Oh, welcome aboard. Jinping smiled broadly and reached out to shake hands with Luo. Please take care of me, Luo said earnestly. Haha, of course. We'll be companions from now on, Jinping replied with a smile. By the way, my crew members. Luo's gaze turned to Mu-chun. He wouldn't abandon those brothers who had shared hardships with him. Of course they count. I'm really short on people right now, Mu-chun said. If you call out outside now, there will definitely be a steady stream of people wanting to follow you. Luo felt very helpless about Mu-chun's claim of needing people and thought. Don't you consider your current influence? Well, that would only attract some undesirable folks. I'm not interested. Mu-chun shook his head, his expression showing clear disdain. Oh, by the way, you know about the Inyo Navy, right? Mu-chun asked. Luo nodded. He was well aware of the events that had occurred over the past 2 years, especially since he had been striving to become one of the 7 warlords during that time. He had some understanding of the competitors for the position. The former Admiral Zephyr, due to the world government recruiting the injured Weevil and slaughtering his disciples, left the Navy and established the Inyo Navy. He had heard about this back then. Moreover, the sensationalist Morgans had directly published this naval scandal in the newspaper. When Mu-chun and the Inyo Navy attacked Dressrosa previously, the newspapers had stated that Mu-chun and the Inyo Navy might be in cahoots, which Luo also believed. However, this time Mu-chun came to the Land of Nations with only Jinping and did not see Zephyr and others, which puzzled Luo. So he straightforwardly asked, what is your relationship with the Inyo Navy? I'm allied with Zephyr, Mu-chun replied. So the newspapers weren't wrong. Why didn't you bring the Inyo Navy to deal with BIGMOM this time? Luo asked. Zephyr went with Aokiji to find the Revolutionary Army. We were just acting separately. Mu-chun explained, not intending to hide anything from Luo. After all, Luo had already agreed to join him, and he trusted that Luo's character would not lead him to do anything harmful. Acting separately, the Revolutionary Army? Luo nodded, then started to ponder. Wait, Aokiji. Luo looked at Mu-chun in surprise. Is Aokiji also an ally? Mu-chun allied with Zephyr, looking for the Revolutionary Army or something like that is understandable. But what the hell is Aokiji doing? He was a former Marine Admiral. Well, Aokiji is a good student of Zephyr, so it's normal that they hit it off and spark some chemistry. Mu-chun said with a smile. That's not normal at all. Luo expressed his disbelief. Zephyr's Inyo Marine has been targeting pirates, but in the eyes of the world government and the Marines, they are essentially a pirate group. However, Aokiji joining in completely defies understanding. Speaking of which, what are you trying to achieve by allying with the Inyo Marine and Aokiji? Luo had a feeling that their alliance was aimed at overturning the entire world, especially with what Mu-chun just mentioned about Zephyr and the others going to find a revolutionary army. Are they planning to take action against the world government? Luo's mouth slightly opened, showing a look of disbelief. Mu-chun smiled and gave him a knowing look, as if to say you're very clever. Luo, seeing this, turned to look at Jinbei, who also had a cheerful expression. This. Before, Mu-chun had saved Fishman Island, and after that, Jinbei had followed Mu-chun. This leads to the thought that the Dragon Palace Kingdom has also allied with him. Let me take a moment. Luo is a bit skeptical about life. He thought that joining Mu-chun was to help him ascend to the position of the new Yonko. But he didn't expect that Mu-chun didn't care about just being a Yonko. He aims to become the king of the entire world. Such ambition is truly not something an ordinary person can aspire to. However, thinking carefully, if he really can bring down the world government and those celestial dragons who call themselves the descendants of the creators, it would be an unprecedented event that changes the entire world. Moreover, his hometown, the white town of Flevens, suffered a massacre after all its residents contracted Amberley disease. And the culprit behind the destruction of his family was indeed the world government. He is very clear about this. It's just that he didn't have the strength to fight against the world government and the Navy before, but now it's different. Mu-chun's strength is something he has witnessed with his own eyes, along with the Inyo Navy led by Zay Fa, plus Qing Ji, the Fishman tribe, and the Revolutionary Army. If they truly want to confront the world government, they definitely have the confidence to do so. If they succeed, our reputation will surely spread across the world and endure through time, even surpassing that of the Pirate King. A glint of brilliance flashed in Luo's eyes. As a pirate, no one would not want a reputation that is renowned for generations and unmatched by anyone. This is true even for someone like Luo, who is solely focused on vengeance. We can definitely do it. Mu-chan stood on the railing, looking out at the vast ocean, exuding an air of dominance over the world. Jinbe and Luo exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Yes, they can definitely do it. When Luffy and the others heard Jinbe and Luo's laughter, they were a bit confused. Jinbe was understandable, but they had never seen Luo laugh like that. Throughout this time together, they had always thought of Luo as a cold person. Especially the crew members who had been with Luo for a long time were agape in shock. Is this still their captain? Captain, what's wrong? Are you sick? A polar bear fur tribe member named Beepo, wearing an orange jumpsuit and acting a bit clumsy, ran over and placed his paw on Luo's forehead, looking worried. Luo helplessly swatted Beepo's paw away. I'm fine. Yeah, that's good. I just heard you laughing so loudly and thought you were sick, Beepo said, grinning widely, his small eyes squinting into slits. You this guy. Luo shook his head. He knew that his laughter just now was quite out of character, so it was normal for Beepo to be confused. But seeing Mu-chan's confident and powerful demeanor and thinking about the big events to come, he couldn't help it. Beepo, from now on, we will follow Mu-chan as our captain, Luo said to Beepo. Is this true? Beepo exclaimed, mouth agape in surprise. Seeing Luo nod. Beepo immediately bowed to Mu-chan. Please take care of us, Captain Mu-chan. Mu-chan looked at Beppo's silly appearance and couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to be so reserved. Beppo scratched the back of his head and grinned. Then, Beppo excitedly called out to the members of the Heart Pirates, explaining that Mu-chan had become their captain. The members of the Heart Pirates all had expressions similar to Beppo's upon hearing this. Nighttime. In the dark blue night sky, countless bright stars twinkled like diamonds, dotting the vast expanse of the heavens, beautiful as if painted on a canvas. Mu-chan lay on the sun lounger, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the night sky. The night sky is beautiful, isn't it? Came Robin's voice from beside him. Mu-chan turned his head to look and smiled, yeah. Robin sat down on the chair next to him, looking up, her beautiful eyes reflecting the twinkling stars. Seeing this, Mu-chan didn't say anything. After all, there was a bit of awkwardness between the two during the day. I heard what you said to Robin during the day. You wouldn't want to kill me to keep me quiet, would you? Robin smiled. Huh, how could that be? Mu-chan was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. He wouldn't care if Luffy and the others heard those words on his ship. Has Aokiji really allied with you? Robin asked after a moment of silence. In Robin's mind, Aokiji was a man who brought her deep shadows. Whether it was the death of her childhood friend Saul at Aokiji's hands, or the fact that he let her go while continuously pursuing her, these were things Robin could never forget. Yes, Mu-chan replied. Are you really going to war with the world government? Those people are not easy to deal with. Years of fleeing had instilled in Robin an idea of the world government being invincible. Even after meeting Luffy and the others, that thought still lingered in her mind. And hearing that Mu-chan wanted to overthrow the world government made her want to talk to him. The world government is hard to deal with, but I'm strong too, and I have people to help me. I'm not going to charge in alone. I wouldn't do such a foolish thing, Mu-chan said, looking at Mu-chan's confident smile. Robin couldn't help but recall the scene of Mu-chan fighting Charlotte Linlin. Powerful, confident, resilient. And the momentum when he unleashed an attack that shattered space made her believe that Mu-chan could really do it. Can I ask why? Robin inquired. What's there to explain? I just simply dislike the world government, and it just so happens that someone shares my thoughts, so we decided to join forces, Mu-chan shrugged. You really do act on a whim, truly deserving to be a great pirate, Robin said with a smile, shaking her head. Well, since we live once, we should be free and unrestrained. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength, Mu-chan replied. That's true. In this world, strength is everything, Robin said, thinking of her hometown O'Hara and the scholars who wanted to uncover the truth of history. Because they lacked enough strength, they were directly condemned and slaughtered by the world government and the Navy, unable to resist at all. Speaking of which, hasn't O'Hara always been searching for the interpretation of the blank history? Mu-chan asked. Yes, that's why O'Hara was destroyed. Now I'm also searching for the truth of history, Robin replied. Inheriting the dreams of those scholars? Mu-chan said. Speaking of which, the truth of history is definitely recorded by the world government. Perhaps we won't even need to reach Laugh Tale to know it, Mu-chan smiled. Haha, Then it seems that if you succeed, my dream might also come true. Robin said, looking at Mu-chun and smiling. According to the guidance of historical texts, there would definitely be blank history at Laughtail. However, reaching Laughtail was not that quick, and Robin and the others still didn't know how to get there. Well, speaking of which, your destinations are the same. But Luffy is very lucky to meet you, the only person in this world who can interpret the historical texts. Otherwise, Luffy would never reach Laughtail in his lifetime. Mu-chun said, Huh, is reaching Laughtail related to the historical texts? Robin asked. Yes, since you're a beautiful lady, I'll tell you, Mu-chun smiled. Thank you then. Robin sat up straight, waiting for more. To reach Laughtail, you need to gather 4 special, red historical texts. And then you can know the final coordinates based on the guidance, Mu-chun said. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I tell Luffy and them, they will definitely be very happy, Robin said, quite surprised. So, Mu-chun's statement about Luffy's good luck made sense. Besides her, no one else could understand the historical texts. Then it's up to you to tell them. Thank you, but I've never seen the red historical texts, Robin said, tapping her chin in thought. Actually, you had the chance to see them once, but you just missed it, Mu-chun smiled. When? Robin tilted her head in confusion. Was it at BIGMOM's Cake Island? The places where they encountered Mu-chun were only 2. The historical text at Fishman Island that she had already seen was not read. It was merely an apology letter written by someone named Joy Boy, so it must be Cake Island. That's right, Mu-chun nodded. Oh no, if I tell this news to Luffy, he'll definitely be very sad, Robin said, her big eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. Well, you still have time to turn back now. If you wait too long, it might not be possible, Mu-chun said. However, what awaits you, then will be a great battle. I suggest you sneak in and make a copy. After all, you only want those words, Mu-chun advised. That's indeed a good choice. Thank you, Robin said. No problem. There are still 3 more to find, so take your time. I believe you can find them, Mu-chun said. As for the 2 from Kaido and Zo and the last one whose whereabouts were unknown, he felt that with Luffy's extraordinary luck, they would surely find out later. There's nothing to be done. The Child of Destiny is just that amazing. However, he didn't envy it. After all, he had no interest in becoming the Pirate King. Then I'll go tell Luffy and the others now. Thank you, Mu-chun, Robin smiled. Just as Robin left, Jinbei arrived. So, where are we headed next? Jinbei asked Mu-chun, as he was unaware of what Mu-chun planned to do next after dealing with Charlotte Linlin. Mu-chun touched his chin, resting one hand on the back of his head, lying on the sun lounger and gazing at the twinkling night sky. Do you know the location of Wano country? Or Blackbeard's location would be fine too. Jinbei chuckled upon hearing this, realizing that Mu-chun was specifically targeting the 4 emperors, truly worthy of the title Emperor Slayer. However, he shook his head, as he also wasn't clear about the locations of either. If needed, we can go look for them. The eternal pointer to Wano should be available for purchase. Is that so? Then let's wait for news from Zephyr first, Mu-chun said. All right. The next day, Mu-chun said goodbye to Luffy and his crew as he boarded Law's submarine. Luffy and the others were extremely excited after hearing the news from Robin last night. They were all jumping around, and Luffy immediately decided to turn around and head to Cake Island overnight. However, Nami directly refused him, saying that traveling at night was very dangerous, especially in the unpredictable weather of the New World. As they sailed on, it was indeed true that they were in the New World. The climate changed rapidly, and the severity was nothing compared to the first half of the Grand Line. One moment, it was sunny with a bright sun, and the next moment, they had to prepare for the devastation of a fierce storm. Fortunately, Law's ship was a submarine, which could dive into the sea to avoid the storm. Mu-chun curiously looked at the high-tech submarine, equipped with its own propulsion system, able to navigate without relying on sails. The person who created such a ship in this world, Wolf, who took in Luo, was truly talented. Speaking of talents, Frankie was indeed a peculiar one, able to use cola as an energy source to power various devices. This was far beyond mere black technology. To Mu-chun, cola was just a drink for happy couch potatoes, but in Frankie's hands, it was like oil. After all, it was all drawn by Oda, the manga artist who didn't understand One Piece. In this world, anything bizarre could happen. As the submarine sailed on, a dazzling golden light appeared before it, one that even fierce storms could hardly obscure. The golden glow covered the entire sea area, with colorful beams of light shooting into the sky, brilliant and eye-catching, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. A massive ship, as large as an island, slowly navigated through the ocean. While the huge size of the ship was astonishing, the glaring golden hue emitted by the gold illuminated by the light made it seem even more extravagant and wasteful. Above the enormous hull, the words Great D Solo shone brightly in the light, as if it wanted everyone sailing on the sea to see its name from several kilometers away. The sound of a magnificent song echoed from the giant ship, as if one were approaching a dance hall. Shall we go take a look? That's the largest entertainment center in the world, a treasure trove for the wealthy, Jinbei said to Muchun. Let's go and experience this place where gold is everywhere. Muchun smiled and said, this is the place run by the richest person in this world. There's no reason not to check it out. Besides, I haven't enjoyed anything since coming to this world. I've been fighting all the time. By the way, do you have any money? Luo interjected. No. Muchun shook his head, realizing that even after killing 2 wealthy people in this world, he hadn't considered looting their possessions. Luo saw that Jinbei also shook his head and was speechless. How could one go to Gulen Tezelo without any money? Aren't you rich? Muchun patted Luo's shoulder and laughed. I don't have much money for you to squander, Luo said helplessly, accepting the fact that he had such a boss who spent his younger brother's money. It's fine. Money is meant to be spent, otherwise it's worthless. You're the boss. You call the shots. Or you could borrow some from Tezelo. After all, he has so much gold, he won't miss a bit, Muchun said, stroking his chin and looking at the giant golden ship. The submarine slowly approached the most extravagant entertainment venue. Beppo and the others looked up at the dazzling giant ship. Mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock and amazement. From a distance, it was already intimidating, but up close, the enormous ship seemed endless. And the visual impact was truly indescribable. Compared to the Heart Pirate submarine, the Great Tesoro was like the difference between an ant and an elephant, extremely exaggerated. What a huge ship, and it's really covered in gold, Beppo exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, gazing at the Great Tesoro. This place was not only the largest entertainment venue in the world, but also an independent country recognized by the world government, where very few would dare to start a fight. After all, even the lofty celestial dragons would come here to have fun. So the world government had its influence here as well, Luo said. Well, after all, Tezelo could open a casino in this predatory new world. If he weren't capable, he would have been devoured long ago, Muchun remarked. As a billionaire who owned 20% of the world's berries, the gold he possessed was enough to drive everyone in the world mad. However, Tezelo was a smart person who understood that spending money could achieve great things. He would annually give 5 billion berries to the world government and the 4 emperors to gain their protection. This golden city seemed to be ruled by him alone, but the various influences behind it were significant. Even the greedy 4 emperors would not easily attempt to kidnap Tezelo. The fact that he was willing to share immense profits, rather than hoard them for himself, was enough to earn respect. Of course, the awakening of Tezelo's gold fruit was crucial. If he hadn't developed the fruit's abilities to awakening, he wouldn't be so wealthy, unless he was willing to continuously squeeze out gold from his body without rest. Turning stone into gold, this dreamlike ability was something every greedy person wished to possess. As the submarine sailed into the entrance of the Golden City, the dark tunnel lit up with lights, and streams of gold dust were sprayed out. This extremely luxurious welcome scene left Beppo and the others even more shocked. In a short time, the yellow submarine was covered in a shower of gold dust, appearing golden under the lights, as if it were made of gold. I suggest you jump into the sea to rinse off later, Muchun said, looking at Beppo and the others who were joyfully bouncing under the gold dust. Huh? Why, Boss Muchun? Beppo asked. As long as you don't want to turn into gold, it's up to you, Muchun replied. Turn into gold? Wouldn't I become a gold bear? That would be even cooler. Beppo grinned. Muchun helplessly shook his head and said nothing more. After all, as long as Tezolo's mind wasn't messed up, he wouldn't come to provoke him. You're really a fool, Luo said helplessly, as he also noticed that the gold powder was problematic. By the way, Luo, can you use your ability to extract the gold powder from their bodies? Muchun asked curiously. It's a bit difficult, Luo replied. If it's a bit difficult, that means it can be done. Then extract the gold powder from their bodies. It's a good opportunity to train your ability. Muchun patted Luo's shoulder and smiled. That will tire me out, Luo said with a dead fish expression, but he didn't refuse. After all, he was also worried if there was gold powder in Beppo and the others' bodies. Although Muchun mentioned that jumping into the sea for a bath would work. Since Muchun had already suggested he train his ability, there was no point in saying more. For now, his strength was still very weak, and the opponents in the future would definitely not be small fries. If he couldn't keep up with Muchun, he wouldn't have the face to continue following him. As the submarine reached the end of the passage, a dazzling light caused Luo and the others to instinctively shield their eyes with their hands. After their eyes adjusted to the bright light, Beepo and the others stared in awe at the shocking scene before them. Not only was the giant ship luxuriously built with gold, but the environment inside the ship was even more outrageous. Everywhere they looked, there was gold, gold floors, gold buildings, gold sculptures, and even the fountains spouted golden water, making the entire water surface glitter. Rows of ships were docked at the port, whether merchant ships, noble ships, or pirate ships. They were densely packed and countless. The port was bustling with people, most of whom had shocked expressions, as if they were country bumpkins entering a big city. Some pirates even sneakily scraped off the gold from the walls. They never expected this golden city to be such an astonishing place. Jinbei also wore a shocked expression. "Haven't you been here before?" Mu-chun asked curiously, as Jinbei had been in the New World for so long and should have visited here. Jinbei shook his head, saying he had only heard of it before and had never actually set foot here. He had no interest in gambling and entertainment. He had only heard people talk about it when he was in the Whitebeard pirates. "Then let's relax a bit while we're here and have some fun," Mu-chan said with a smile. "Okay," Jinbei nodded. In a huge room, there were thousands of small screens set up on the massive walls. Through the surveillance snail spread throughout every corner of the Golden City, various corners of the city could be clearly displayed here. A man dressed in a dark green suit, with a green tie and a small stature but a notably large head, stood in front of the surveillance screen. "It's the Kingslayer Mu-chun. How did he get here? I need to report to Lord Taizolo immediately." The oddly shaped man was surprised to see Mu-chun and the others piloting the submarine toward the port. This man was Tanaka, a cadre under Taizolo, who was deeply trusted and specifically responsible for the security of the Golden City. Then, Tanaka's whole body directly sank into the ground. Moments later, he quietly emerged from the floor of a room, bowing respectfully as he spoke to a tall man sitting on an extravagant sofa. "Lord Taizolo, the Kingslayer Mu-chun has arrived at Gulen Taizolo." The tall man was dressed in a flamboyant pink suit, with a bright red rose pinned to his chest, a shiny golden ring on his finger, and wearing purple-tinted glasses over his green, slick-back hair. Golden star-shaped earrings sparkled under the light. He was none other than the ruler of this golden city, Guild Tesoro. "Oh, he has come here? We must give a proper welcome to our famous Kingslayer," Taizolo said, swirling his wine glass, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then he snapped his fingers. "Bakala, go, and treat him well. Make sure he has a great time in my golden city." "Yes, Lord Taizolo." As they exited the port, Mu-chun looked at the welcoming girls everywhere. It was clear that Taizolo knew how to catch a man's eye, as beautiful girls were always around to accompany those who came to enjoy themselves. As Mu-chun and the others walked into the Golden City, they soon heard the sound of high heels approaching them. Shortly after, a woman dressed in a sexy black long dress, exposing a large area of delicate skin, wearing purple sunglasses and with wavy peach-colored hair covering her enticing back, walked towards them. Adorned with moon-shaped golden earrings, she exuded a mature and sexy charm. Slowly approaching Mu-chun and the others, the woman took off her sunglasses, slightly bowed, revealing ample curves and a smile that felt refreshing. "Welcome, Lord Mu-chun and everyone, to Gulen Taizolo. I am Bakala, specially responsible for welcoming distinguished guests." Mu-chun looked at the woman in front of him, exuding infinite charm, and couldn't help but feel emotional. People like Taizolo, who are wealthy, really do live comfortably. In Golden City, there are countless beautiful women to behold, especially this capable aide of Taizolo, who is particularly eye-catching. Moreover, she is an extremely special, superhuman-type devil fruit user, the luck fruit. Eating this fruit could potentially change one's fate. At the very least, no one has ever won against baccarat in gambling. And luck is a mysterious thing. After all, being able to connect with fate in any world is a high-end endeavor of the utmost sophistication. Mu-chun nodded towards Bakara. This time they came to Golden City to have some fun, not to cause trouble. "All right, please follow me. Lord Taizolo specifically instructed me to take good care of you all. We have prepared the most luxurious suites for you to rest in," Bakara said with a smile. "Okay, lead the way," Mu-chun replied. After being on the ship for so long, it's best to have a comfortable rest. Bakara elegantly turned slightly, extended her hand, and gave a slight bow, making a gesture of invitation to Mu-chun and the others. Mu-chun took the lead, and, under Bakara's guidance, the group boarded the impressive turtle-powered car. To be honest, this world really has all sorts of strange things. Using a bunch of muscular little turtles for power is quite creative. "Oh, the seat is so soft. It's so comfortable to sit on." Beepo, full of energy, was bouncing around in his seat. Of course, this Turtle S-Class is a high-end turtle car powered by upper-class gentleman turtles, Bakara said with a smile. Bakara was very proud of Beepo's praise. There aren't many places in this world that have such high-end turtle cars. As Bakara drove the Turtle S-Class, he introduced various luxurious entertainment facilities along the way. The wide road was paved with gold, and everywhere you looked, there was gold. Whether it was rivers or building bricks, only the gold Emperor Tesla could afford such extravagance in this world. Even the golden town of Sky Island, Shandora, couldn't compare. Even Enel, who gathered all the gold from Shandora, could only build a relatively large Arc Maxim, which was covered with a lot of wood. Compared to this golden city, it could be said to be quite shabby. The various shops, hotels, restaurants, and casinos they passed were countless, and Muchin couldn't help but marvel. Corruption, luxury, squandering. But I love it. This is truly a dreamland. Beepo's eyes sparkled. Hearing this, Bakara smiled and said, "This is just the ordinary area. There are even more prosperous entertainment facilities ahead. Speaking of which, how big is this ship?" Pecan, wearing a hat with the word penguin on it, asked curiously. "The Great Desoro is 10,000 meters long," Bakara said proudly. "In this world, the only ship that could compare to the Great Desoro is probably the Horror three-masted ship of Gecko Moria. But the Horror three-masted ship was also modified from a floating island and can't be compared to the Great Desoro, which is entirely made of gold. 10,000 meters. How exaggerated." The members of the Heart Pirates were all gaping, completely unable to imagine it. "Ha! The Grand Tesla has hotels, shopping centers, amusement parks, swimming pools, arenas, and so on. Whatever entertainment facilities exist in this world, we have them all," Bakara said. "Are there pretty she-bears here?" Beepo asked shyly, a blush rising to his face. Bakara was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled. "There are she-bears, but whether they're pretty depends on your perspective." "Really? Where?" Beepo asked eagerly, causing Law to cover his face in exasperation, looking like he was at a loss for words. "Ah, then we need to go to the arena," Bakara chuckled. "Captain, let's go to the arena," Beepo said excitedly to Law. "Shut up." Hearing Law's reprimand, Beepo instantly wilted, as if he had lost his dreams. "Don't worry. We're almost to the high-end area. Lord Muchun, your rooms are in the most luxurious part of the high-end area. After that, you can play however you want," Bakara said. As the powerful Turtle S-Class carried everyone through a towering city wall, a luxurious high-end area came into view, far more extravagant than the ordinary area. The high-end area was completely made of gold, every brick and tile, while the ordinary area, though also filled with gold, only had some gold decor to differentiate it. Even the beds and toilets were made of gold. Sleeping, eating, and using the restroom were all done on gold. Of course, expenses in the high-end area will be very high. This truly shows that Tesla is very clever. The high-end area is specifically designed to serve the dignitaries and wealthy classes, while the ordinary area is where common pirates enjoy themselves. In this world, those in power like to distinguish themselves from the commoners, preferring not to share entertainment with them. Especially the celestial dragons, who call themselves descendants of the Creator, believe that the air of the lower world is polluted and would never coexist with those commoners. Moreover, if a lawless, fearless pirate offends a celestial dragon, Tesla would have a hard time explaining. And he might even have to spend a lot of money to appease the world government and the celestial dragons, which is not what Tesla wants to see. "The rulers here really do love gold," Jinbei remarked as he looked at the city filled with gold. Even someone like Jinbei, who wasn't particularly interested in gold, couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have so much gold. Naturally, Lord Tesla's love for gold surpasses anyone else in this world. He constantly collects gold from all over to build his dream golden kingdom, Bakara said with a smile. As the Turtle S-Class reached a massive building towering hundreds of meters high, Beepo looked up in awe. Wow, what an extravagant building. The dazzling golden light reflected off everyone, making them look as if they were made of gold. This is the pride of Grand Tesla, the world's first 8-star luxury hotel, the Rioro, where every brick and tile is made of gold, Bakara said proudly. "Amazing. Everything is made of gold. It's simply luxurious," Beepo exclaimed in shock. Muchan stroked his chin, surveying the building. If he robbed Tesla, he would have endless money to spend. He shook his head. It wasn't necessary, as he had no immediate use for money. However, perhaps he could come to Tesla for some funds when he needed them in the future. Just then, a loud and powerful sound of a door opening interrupted Muchan's thoughts of robbing Tesla. Everyone looked up, and a giant golden door, several meters high, slowly opened on the Golden Hotel. Following that, several beautiful girls dressed in revealing outfits gracefully descended the grand golden staircase, as if they were on a fashion show. As these lovely girls approached Muchan and the others, a sudden rain of gold began to fall from the sky. Then, beams of light illuminated Mu Chun and his companions from the luxurious hotel. Soon after, a welcoming song played, creating an extravagant atmosphere. Wow, this welcome ceremony is too grand, Beibo exclaimed excitedly, looking immensely proud. He knew this was all thanks to their leader Mu Chun. Otherwise, their heart pirate crew would never have such treatment. However, Mu Chun was puzzled about Tezulo's intentions, as pedestrians around the hotel were all looking in their direction. Who are those people? Why are they being welcomed so grandly? I wish I could be welcomed like that. Please, with you like this, just getting into the high-end area is already not looking down on you, from Tezulo. You think you can expect such treatment? I was just saying, is it really necessary to say that to me? Are we still friends? Just because we're friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Can't you see who the person in the middle is? Huh. Let me see, it's actually Mu Chun, the one who killed the Yonko BIGMOM and has a bounty of 55 billion. What? It's him. That fierce guy is here too. I wonder what he's doing here. Could he be here to rob the Golden Emperor? Robbing the Golden Emperor is no easy task. I've heard he has the world government and the Yonko backing him up. Alright, now it's 3 emperors left. That's hard to say. After all, he even killed BIGMOM. I don't think he fears those people. That's true. Let's get out of here. If we keep watching, we might get into trouble. Yeah, let's go. The crowd around the luxurious hotel quickly dispersed after seeing Mu Chun, but soon after, cheers rang out. The ruler of the Golden City, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, flamboyantly emerged from the main door, singing and dancing. Then, Tesoro slightly bowed on the steps and opened his arms warmly as he approached Mu Chun. Welcome, the renowned slayer of Emperors Mu Chun. I have prepared such a grand welcome ceremony for you. Are you satisfied? The onlookers were filled with curiosity, wondering what unknown relationship the Golden Emperor had with the Slayer of Emperors. It's okay, just a bit too exaggerated. I prefer a more low-key approach. Mu Chun smiled and replied, is this guy afraid that no one knows he's here? Is that so? Then next time you come, I'll try to keep it low-key. Tesoro nodded, looking as if he understood. However, he silently complained about Mu Chun's words. You like being low-key but still went and killed the Yonko BIGMOM? Since that incident, who in the world doesn't know your name? Mu Chun? I wanted to see the slayer of emperors ever since you became famous. Come on, let us go inside and have a good chat. Tesoro enthusiastically put his arm around Mu Chun's shoulder and led them into the luxurious hotel, making it seem to outsiders like they were long-lost friends. Mu Chun took a step forward, withdrawing his arm from Tai Zolo's grasp, feeling a slight chill. This guy came on strong with a buddy-buddy approach. Does he like men? I'm not into that. Tai Zolo, seeing this, was not offended. He maintained a smile and stepped back, continuing to introduce the various facilities of the luxurious Hotel de Rioro. The ruler of the Golden City, the Golden Emperor Tai Zolo, received the renowned Emperor Slayer Mu Chun with grand pomp, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire Golden City, causing a stir. Everyone was talking about what would happen between Mu Chun and Tai Zolo. At this moment, on the top floor of the luxurious Hotel de Rioro, in a hall that spanned over 1,000 square meters, everything was adorned with gleaming gold and various precious gems, showcasing luxury and extravagance. This highest point was shaped like an oval sphere, surrounded by high-strength transparent glass, providing a panoramic view of the entire Golden Tai Zolo. And even the distant sea could be glimpsed. As the members of the Heart Pirates entered this lavish hall, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Priceless paintings, sculptures, and other artworks were neatly arranged in suitable positions. Seeing the wide-eyed expressions of Beibo and the others, Tai Zolo's lips curled slightly. This was the charm of money. In this world, with enough money, anything was possible. You can choose your own rooms. Feel free, Tai Zolo said, pointing to a row of extravagantly decorated rooms. Beibo and the others looked at Luo and Mu Chun with shining eyes, waiting for their orders. Seeing this, Mu Chun smiled and said, go ahead. Since our wealthy Tai Zolo is so hospitable, let's not be polite. Oh yeah. Beibo and the others immediately ran towards the room upon hearing this. Luo had a look of embarrassment on his face, standing next to Mu Chun without leaving, and Jinbi did the same. You two should go as well. Tai Zolo seems to have something to discuss with me, Mu Chun said to Luo and Jinbi, then turned his gaze towards Tai Zolo. Yes, I indeed want to chat with Mu Chun. You don't need to be polite, just enjoy yourselves at Gulen Tai Zolo said with a smile. Then, Tai Zolo snapped his fingers, and Bakara immediately came to his side, waiting for orders. Bakara, instruct everyone to give each distinguished guest 50 million chips, so they can have a good time. Yes, Lord Tai Zolo, Bakara replied respectfully with a bow. 50 million each? That is quite a generous offer, Jinbi said in surprise. It's nothing, just a small amount of money. What's important is that everyone enjoys themselves, Taizalo said. Then, thank you, Lord Taizalo, Jinbi nodded. He realized that Taizalo clearly wanted to win over Mu-chan. After all, Mu-chan was now a figure on par with the four emperors in the New World. And, given Taizalo's character, he would definitely not be stingy if he could buy protection with money. Subsequently, Jinbi and Luo nodded at Mu-chan and walked towards the luxurious room. After all, Mu-chan had mentioned that they were here to relax and have fun, so they no longer felt restrained. In the huge conference hall, Mu-chan and Taizalo sat on two white sofas inlaid with gemstones, leaning against the glass edge, overlooking the entire Gulen Taizalo. Welcome, Mu-chan. Taizalo raised his wine glass and gestured towards Mu-chan, welcoming him again. It's a coincidence. I came to see this golden city. Mu-chan raised his wine glass and took a sip. Haha, speaking of which, the fact that you killed BIGMOM surprised me greatly. You know, the four emperors have been dominating the New World for many years. Who would have thought there would come a day when one could be killed? Taizalo said, no one can dominate forever. Stronger people will always emerge. Didn't the former rulers also fall one after another? The current four emperors are just four young punks in this era, Mu-chan replied. Mu-chan smiled and said, that's true. The Pirate King, Gold Lion, Whitebeard, and so on, these strong figures will eventually be replaced by later generations. After all, people will grow old. Taizalo nodded and then laughed. Now it's your turn to be the overlord. Even though the intelligence I've gathered shows that your power isn't that great, your strength is enough. For a strong overlord, power is easily obtained. Even without my appearance, there will be others. Talented people will always emerge in every generation. Mu-chan replied, ha ha ha. What a good saying, talented people will always emerge in every generation. I didn't expect your insight to be so profound. Taizalo laughed. In Taizalo's mind, most pirates were uneducated and only knew how to fight and kill, which made his perception of Mu-chan even more different. I'll be straightforward. You must be aware of the situation in my golden city. So, I will give you 10 billion every year to gain your support. Taizalo did not continue with pleasantries. His principle was to buy protection with money. Moreover, he believed that no one would dislike money. In this world, having money allows one to do as they please. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated, but at least no one would be foolish enough to mess with him. Oh, you trust me that much? Mu-chan said with a smile. Of course, I have a good eye for people, Taizalo replied. I'm now considered an evil person heavily promoted by the world government. Aren't you afraid they'll cause you trouble? Mu-chan asked. What does that matter? The world government has to give me some face. To me, the world government and pirates are no different, Taizalo said, even more detestable. The celestial dragons destroyed his beloved, and his hatred for them ran deep. Now that he possessed 20% of the world's belly, even the celestial dragons had to give him some consideration. The world government and navy could also be commanded, and this refreshing experience further reinforced his theory of the supremacy of money. Mu-chan nodded upon hearing this, not being pretentious. It was a great thing to have a wealthy fool giving him money. As for whether Taizalo would ask him for help later, that would depend on his mood. It's fantastic that you can agree, so let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Seeing Mu-chan nod in agreement, Taizalo smiled, raised his wine glass, gently clinked it with Mu-chan's, and then drank it all in one go. I won't take up your time any longer. I hope you have a good time in Gulen Taizalo. Taizalo stood up, gave a very gentlemanly nod to Mu-chan, and then left. Afterward, Mu-chan played with the wine glass, looking at the city illuminated by the dim lights, his eyes deep. The sound of the phone bug rang, and Mu-chan picked it up to answer. The only ones who would contact him were Zephyr and others. Hello, it was Zephy's voice. Where are you now? I'm in Golden City, Mu-chan replied. Golden City? How did you end up there? Zephyr asked in surprise. I just happened to come across it and decided to have some fun. How's it going on your side? Mu-chan said. Agreed. A smile appeared on Zephy's face through the phone bug, but upon hearing that Mu-chan was in Golden City, he didn't directly mention the dragon's name. That's good. I didn't expect you to find them so quickly. Mu-chan nodded. Yeah, quite lucky. I just happened to meet people from the first half of the Grand Line. Zephyr said. Let's talk when we meet. Where are you now? Still in the first half of the Grand Line? Mu-chan asked. No. We've already arrived in the New World. Zephyr replied. Is that so? You guys are really fast. Where should we meet? Mu-chan inquired. Just keep having fun in Golden City. We'll come find you soon. Zephyr said. How are you getting here? The location of Golden City isn't that easy to find. Mu-chan questioned. That's true. Golden City looks like a city island, but it's a giant ship. being pulled around by 2 giant sea turtles. The log pose is of no use here. To reach this place, aside from luck, you need the life card that Taizuo Luo gives to those VIPs as an invitation. Zephyr explained. Kazan happened to be there a while ago, and Taizuo Luo gave him a life card. Zephyr continued. That's great. I can relax here too. Muchen smiled. Haha, you little brat. You caused quite a stir in the sea not long ago. I really didn't expect you to actually kill BIGMOM. Zephyr remarked. Then it's settled. I'll wait for you to come. Muchun said. Wait, let me talk to Muchun. Just as Zephyr was about to hang up the phone bug, Ein shouted anxiously. Seeing his disciple like this, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It really proved that saying right. A girl should not be kept too long. Ein was like a daughter in Zephyr's eyes. Afterward, Ein snatched the phone bug and headed straight to her room, causing Zephyr and the others to laugh heartily. Muchun and a few others enjoyed themselves in the Golden City for 3 days. Zephyr and the others had not yet arrived, but according to Zephyr's estimate, they would arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Baka Allah had been following Muchun closely as instructed by Taizuo Luo, occasionally using the luck fruit to help Muchun improve his luck, allowing him to have more fun. Otherwise, Muchun would have lost everything by now. During Baka LA's companionship, it was discovered that Muchun's gambling skills were very poor, and his luck didn't seem to be great either. No matter what he played, he lost 9 out of 10 times, leaving Baka sweating profusely. Muchun also felt that mysterious luck entwined around him, which made him very interested in Bakara. Bakara, are you sure you don't want to join me? Muchun said. I'm sorry, Lord Muchun, but I still want to follow Lord Tezelo. Bakara politely declined. For the past few days, Muchun had been inviting her from time to time, and she had smiled and rejected him each time. If it weren't for her unwavering loyalty to Tezelo and her unwillingness to betray him, she would have accepted long ago. After all, Muchun was very handsome, powerful, and had a very easygoing personality, which perfectly matched Bakara's taste. What a pity, Muchun shrugged, not feeling angry. After all, it was just a question. It would be great if she agreed, but it was fine if she didn't. He was just a bit interested in the luck fruit ability. He never had the idea of killing Bakara to obtain it. There was no need for that, as he wasn't someone who enjoyed unnecessary killings. Moreover, when it comes to luck, I'm a transmigrator, the absolute protagonist of a novel. Would I lack such a thing? Are we going to continue playing, Lord Muchun? Bakara smiled. Well, forget it. Just a little thrill is enough. There's no need to be obsessed. Muchun shook his head. Lord Muchun has a strong heart. You should know that those who come to the Quran Tezelo Casino to play are full-fledged gamblers. They won't leave until they've lost everything, Bakara said. Well, I'm just not that interested. But don't you hope for more of those people to come? That way, you can make a fortune, and if they can't pay their debts, you can force them to work for you, Muchun said. Hee indeed. But isn't running this entertainment venue just make money? That's normal, Bakara said. Muchun glanced at her, smiled, and didn't say much more. Making money is one thing, but cheating with the luck fruit is another matter altogether. Here, when someone wins a large sum of money, it's time for Baccarat to take the stage, and one can easily imagine what will happen next. Speaking of which, Taizolo and Baccarat's abilities are indeed a perfect match. One can create vast amounts of gold, and the other can manufacture good luck, making money as if printing banknotes. I wonder what kind of incredible luck Taizolo had to obtain the luck fruit. This is like a standard waste material story in a novel, starting with a useless character filled with hatred who gains a fortuitous encounter, and then it's 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Let's go and explore other places. By the way, where are Luo and the others? Muchun asked. Lord Luo and Lord Beibois are by the beast fighting arena, and Jinbei is at the theater. As for the others, they're scattered around the casino, Baccarat replied. Muchun nodded, not expecting that Luo and Beepo were still holed up in the arena. Ever since Beepo heard from Bakara that there was a female bear in the arena, he had ignored other entertainments and headed straight there. Luo, worried about Beepo's safety, followed him. Later, as Luo said, Beepo fell in love at first sight with that female bear, which left Muchun both amused and exasperated. It's important to note that the female bear was a real bear, while Beepo was from the fur tribe. The two couldn't possibly connect. Muchun couldn't understand what was going on in Beepo's head. Moreover, he had told Beepo about his race, but Beepo still stubbornly fell for the female bear, believing that since they were all bears, there was no reason they couldn't be together. Lord Muchun, where are we going next? Are we going to find Lord Luo and the others? Bakara asked. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the arena yet. Let's go take a look. Muchun said that he had also been to the theater where Sanji was, but found it incredibly boring and left directly. He never expected that this blue fat guy would actually enjoy watching opera performances. Everyone has their own hobbies. Please follow me. Bakara nodded and then took Mu-chun directly to the Colosseum. The Colosseum here in Taisolo is an oval-shaped structure that looks just like the Roman Colosseum, and it is entirely built of gold. However, after staying in the city for 3 days, Mu-chun had gotten used to it. After all, everywhere was made of gold, which had made him aesthetically fatigued. When he first arrived in this golden city, it was indeed eye-catching. After all, he had never seen such a massive amount of gold. But now he was almost sick of it. His eyes were filled with golden yellow, and there was a pitiful lack of other colors. He couldn't understand how much Taisolo loved gold. The battles here were not just ordinary beasts, but involved various races including humans, fishmen, giants, beasts, and so on. As long as you could keep winning, you could earn a substantial reward. This was run by the wealthy Taisolo, with each prize starting from hundreds of millions. Moreover, there were valuable items in the market offered as prizes, such as devil fruits. This excited the crazy pirates who were after money and power, making them eager to participate regardless of their dignity. The nobles also loved to come here to watch these bloody and brutal duels, and some even trained powerful slaves to participate, leading to a competitive spirit among the nobles, making them even more enthusiastic. In short, this place is a favorite spot for a group of desperate fighters and nobles. The former fight for money, while the latter do so for vanity. Mu-chun and Bakara arrived at the arena. Whether it was excited roars or sighs of disappointment, it was all around. This was a place where betting was allowed, and most of the spectators who came here would place bets on the competitors they favored. Mu-chun looked around, but did not see Luo and Baibwa, which made him curiously glance at Bakala. Seeing this, Bakala covered her mouth and smiled, explaining, "Lord Baibwa is backstage. He has been pursuing that female bear." Mu-chun shook his head helplessly and then followed Bakara to the VIP seats. Just as he sat down, a host stood on a high platform, enthusiastically introducing the contestants for this match. The two contestants about to face off are a dark horse, the Bull Warrior, who has already won 4 consecutive matches. Oh, and the Bull Warrior's opponent is a newcomer named Beepo. Mu-chun looked at Bakara with a puzzled expression. As the host introduced them, a tall man wearing a bull face mask and Beepo entered the arena one after the other. As soon as the Bull Warrior stepped into the arena, he twisted his neck and loosened his shoulder muscles. Meanwhile, Beepo appeared focused, bouncing around in a silly manner, constantly throwing punches and kicks at the air, intermittently making sounds like What's going on? Mu-chun looked at Bakara with a confused gaze. Bakara also seemed puzzled, but with an apologetic look. She bowed to Mu-chun and said, "I'll go ask. Please wait a moment, Lord Mu-chun." Mu-chun nodded and did not blame Bakala. After all, Baibwa's appearance on stage must have been approved by Luo. After a few minutes, Luo came to Mu-chun's side, followed by Bakala. Seeing Mu-chun's questioning gaze, Luo also sighed helplessly. Baibwa was insistent on going on stage, claiming it was to showcase his bear charm in front of the mother bear he liked. Mu-chun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this. Baibwa was really something. It was just a female bear. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? Why not just buy the bear directly? Mu-chun said, "Sai can be bought, but Baibwa insists on going on stage. He says that buying the female bear he likes directly would be an insult to his love. He wants to win the bear's heart through his own strength." "Sai, there's nothing I can do about it." Luo sighed again. Seeing Baibwa so enthusiastic, Luo really didn't have the heart to dampen his motivation. What else could he do? Anyway, Baibwa's opponent wasn't that strong, and Baibwa could handle it quite easily. Thinking of this, and seeing Baibwa's silly appearance downstage, he helplessly shook his head again. Mu-chun listened to Luo's words and didn't say anything further. After all, Baibwa had already entered the arena, and he couldn't call him back now. Let's see how Baibwa performs in front of his goddess. Mu-chun laughed. As the two chatted, Baibwa and the Bull Warrior began their fight at the host's command. The Bull Warrior, with his muscular build, looked quite powerful. In comparison, Baibwa appeared a bit chubby and clumsy, and the audience expected him to be thoroughly beaten by the Bull Warrior. With a loud shout, the Bull Warrior charged towards Baibwa like a tank, opening his muscular arms to hug Baibwa fiercely. Although Baibwa didn't seem like a speedster for a polar bear, he was still a member of the fur tribe and had decent martial arts skills. "Ioyo," Baibwa shouted, using a somewhat strange catchphrase in the eyes of the audience. However, he quickly executed a spinning kick that landed squarely in the Bull Warrior's abdomen, sending him flying back. This left the audience in shock. After all, who would have thought that a newcomer to the arena could take on a dark horse who had won 4 consecutive matches? Especially since the Bull Warrior's previous fights had been very entertaining to the audience. After being kicked away by Beibois, the bull warrior quickly got back up and wiped the blood from his mouth. He didn't expect this polar bear to be so formidable and strong. This was to be expected, although Beibois was somewhat of a mascot in the Heart Pirates, akin to Chopper, with a comically low bounty of 500 berries. He had accompanied Luo into the New World and helped him achieve the position of a warlord of the sea. Without some real strength, he would have long been dead. While Beibois' strength might seem trivial compared to true powerhouses, he could still easily handle someone like the bull warrior, which was why Luo didn't strongly oppose Beibois' eagerness to participate in the arena. Of course, there were still some stronger individuals in the arena compared to Beibois, and it was unlikely that a newcomer like him would face them right away. After all, this was Tizolo's territory, and Tizolo had clearly instructed his subordinates to let Mu Chun and the others enjoy themselves in the Golden City. Those in charge who lacked insight would not last long under Tizolo. Luo had also agreed with Beibois to only fight once, as he didn't want Beibois to become a laughingstock. The arena was, in a nice way, a place to watch various strong fighters duel, but in a harsh light. It was merely a spectacle for the nobles to watch beasts tear each other apart. Beibois, with his simple-mindedness, didn't care about losing face. But Luo was someone who valued his reputation. He also didn't want Mu Chun to be embarrassed. After all, Luo and the Heart Pirates were under Mu Chun's command. As a dominant figure in the New World, their disgrace reflected poorly on Mu Chun. However, seeing that Mu Chun didn't seem to mind much, Luo felt a bit more at ease. On the ground, Beibois saw the bull warrior charging at him again and struck a funny pose like a golden rooster standing on one leg. Then, he launched himself towards the bull warrior with incredible speed. The bull warrior, noticing this, raised his arm and threw a punch at Beibois in midair. Beibois, undeterred, spun in the air and executed a whip kick directly aimed at the bull warrior's head, hitting him squarely. The bull warrior was sent flying and landed hard on the ground, unconscious. Ay-yo-yo! Beibois landed and struck a few silly poses, even wiping his thumb across his nose. Oh, who would have thought? Beibois is actually so powerful, delivering a clean and swift flying kick that took down the bull warrior. It seems we have another new dark horse in the arena. The host shouted passionately into the microphone. This fight didn't even last 2 minutes before it ended. However, during the brief encounter, the host described Beibois and the bull warrior's actions in great detail, making the audience excited. Yet, there were also those who had bet on the bull warrior, loudly cursing him, which was a common occurrence among gamblers in the arena. Beibois, flattered by the host's praise, turned red and shy, fidgeting like a little girl. By the way, what race is this polar bear? I thought I heard him talking earlier? That's not clear, but there are all sorts of bizarre races out at sea. Having another talking polar bear isn't that surprising. Speaking of which, I've seen humanoid animals that can talk, just like this polar bear. Isn't it a zoan fruit user? TCH, you lack knowledge. This polar bear is from the fur tribe, which is quite mysterious. I even saw one on the territory of the former Emperor BIGMOM, a talking lion who was a cadre in her pirate crew. They say it's part of the fur tribe. I've gained some insight. The audience found Beibois, who looked like a zoan fruit user but was actually from the fur tribe, to be quite intriguing. Mu Chun watched the somewhat boring battle in the arena, not understanding why those noble spectators were particularly fond of it. Perhaps it was because they lacked strength themselves, but enjoyed the bloody and brutal scenes as a way to vent their own dark sides. However, this didn't really concern Mu Chun. Everyone has their own preferences, just as he enjoys appreciating beauty. Right now, he was in a hot spring, and he had to say that soaking in the hot spring was truly a pleasure, especially the feeling of being surrounded by surging waves. It was intoxicating. It allowed him to release the overwhelming energy he had accumulated over time. He didn't stay in the arena for long before leaving. As for Luo, he was still stuck there, entangled with that persistent Beibois who insisted on staying close to the female bear. Mu Chun walked out of the hot spring with a refreshed expression, wandering around leisurely. He had been here for a few days, played enough, and was now feeling a bit bored. Speaking of which, the news about Mu Chun being in Gold City had long reached the Navy. However, the Navy did not rush over to provoke him. After all, Mu Chun's strength was well known, and as long as the Navy wasn't foolish, they wouldn't come to confront him at such a critical moment during the World Conference. As for Blackbeard, Kaido, and others, they also seemed to adopt an attitude of not wanting to be troubled by him. Right now, both their factions were busy competing for Charlotte Leanlean's territory, with constant minor conflicts. The New World was already in chaos, with one of the 4 emperors falling, and Mu Chun had no intention of seizing territory. However, Fishman Island had openly stated that it was under Mu Chun's protection, and naturally, this was something that Neptune and Mu Chun had agreed upon. Mu Chun had no objections. as he was now in an alliance with the Ryugu kingdom. Although Mu-chan didn't have a flag and hadn't directly declared it himself, Kaido and Blackbeard had not dared to challenge this situation, even though Fishman Island seemed to hold great interests and was a tempting prize. It was the entrance to the New World, right below the Holy Land, Mariewa. The two factions were not close to that area, and seizing it would not yield good results, so they simply gave up. There were plenty of territories in the New World. Why cling to that one? Many pirates, however, were undeterred, thinking that since BIGMOM had fallen, the Charlotte family was too preoccupied to care. The claim that the Ryugu kingdom was under Mu-chan's protection seemed baseless to these pirates, and the huge profits attracted them like moths to a flame, leaving Neptune in a constant state of distress. Nevertheless, Neptune had mentioned this matter to Mu-chan, and Mu-chan agreed to visit. After all, with a blue chubby friend who cared for the Fishman race by his side, he would help out both emotionally and logically. However, they had to wait for Zephyr and the others, so he hadn't gone yet. But Neptune wasn't as desperate as it seemed. After all, the royal guard of his kingdom was not to be underestimated. As long as it wasn't a major pirate, those small fry were merely annoying in large numbers. Moreover, with the World Conference approaching, the Navy had sent Garp over, and soon it would be the end for those greedy and reckless pirates. Garp would not show mercy to pirates, nor did he hold any prejudice against the Fishman race. In Garp's eyes, aside from pirates and those scummy celestial dragons, he treated everyone equally. His sense of justice had always been focused on protecting the common people. Just as Mu-chan was wandering around, he noticed ordinary people visiting Gold City, kneeling one after another. A large, scarred slave was crawling on the ground while carrying a person dressed in what looked like a spacesuit, moving forward. TSK. He didn't expect to see a celestial dragon here. Mu-chan squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the celestial dragon who was surrounded by guards ahead. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen these so-called descendants of the Creator since arriving in this world. They were high above the entire world, arrogant and tyrannical, believing themselves to be invincible and could have whatever they desired. Moreover, the tragic events of capturing slaves originated from the celestial dragons. In fact, the world government had abolished slavery hundreds of years ago, but it was the celestial dragon's fondness for slaves that caused the issue. Additionally, the ruler of this golden city had a deep-seated grudge against the celestial dragons. Mu-chan glanced at Bakera beside him with a strange expression. Speaking of which, Tizolo kept her close and trusted her so much because Bakera had once loved Tizolo. But in the end, was it because she resembled Stella, who was tortured to death by the celestial dragons? A case of nostalgia? He couldn't help but wonder what Tizolo thought every day as he looked at Bakera. Lord Mu-chan, the celestial dragons really enjoy visiting Gulen Tizolo, so they often come here. Bakera didn't notice the strange look in Mu-chan's eyes. She only explained to him about the arrival of the celestial dragons. What she was most worried about was that those foolish celestial dragons wouldn't cause trouble for people like Mu-chan. It would be best if they didn't meet. Otherwise, with Mu-chan's reckless personality, he might directly kill a celestial dragon here, and that would create trouble for Gulen Tizolo. Even if Tizolo could say a few words to the world government and the five elders, the fact that a celestial dragon died here would be unavoidable. So even if Tizolo despised the celestial dragons, he wouldn't act recklessly and still maintain a good appearance. Thinking of this, Bakera humbly pleaded with Mu-chan, "Please, Lord Mu-chan, do not kill the celestial dragons here. I beg you." Mu-chan smiled upon hearing this. "What if the celestial dragons come to provoke me? I will do my best to arrange things so that the celestial dragons won't meet with you and Master Mu-chan," Bakera said. "Well, since I've been having so much fun here these past few days, I'll hold back a bit. I won't kill them just because it feels good to see the celestial dragons unhappy," Mu-chan replied. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Mu-chan. Next, we will arrange more entertainment that you and the others enjoy," Bakera said with a slight bow. Mu-chan nodded, by the way. What has Tizolo been up to these days? Tizolo hadn't met with Mu-chan recently and hadn't held any performances. He had just arranged for Bakera to stay by his side. "Master Tizolo has been busy these days. Please forgive him," Bakera said, her face full of apology. Mu-chan waved his hand. He was just asking casually. As for what Tizolo was doing, he didn't care, as long as it wasn't plotting anything against him. However, given Tizolo's shrewd and smooth personality, it was unlikely he would do something like that. Time flew by, and it had been 2 days since the celestial dragons arrived. During this time, as Bakera said, their group had not encountered anyone from the celestial dragons, except for the moment Mu-chan first saw them. Although Mu-chan wouldn't mind killing those scum, As he mentioned, he had been enjoying himself in Golden City these past few days. Jinbe and the others were also very happy, so he didn't cause trouble for Bakera and Taizolo. This also relieved Taizolo, even though he wished the celestial dragons would die. He didn't want them to die on his turf, as he still wanted to enjoy the thrill of using money to curry favor with the world government and the Navy. Muchen also received the news today that Zephyr and the others had arrived. He had originally thought about inviting them to stay and have some fun for a few days. However, Zephyr and Qing Ji have now found their goal and are full of enthusiasm, appearing dedicated to their cause. So Muchen didn't say much. Well then, I look forward to your next visit, Muchen. Taizolo had disappeared for a few days, but now that Muchen is about to leave, he has stopped hiding. Muchen nodded. This place is indeed nice to visit occasionally. You don't have to spend a penny, and the services are very attentive. It's true that Taizolo really knows how to treat people well, right? Everyone sat comfortably on the submarine, feeling quite pleased with their days of fun. However, Babel looked worried and dejected. How should one put it? Was it that the female bear didn't fancy him? Or were they just like playing music to a cow? Anyway, in Babel's heart, he felt like he had experienced a breakup. Babel, enough already. Didn't we say you're from the fur tribe? You can't just like every female bear you see, Luo said helplessly. He hadn't experienced any entertainment for days. He was just watching Babwa. I'm sorry, Captain, I understand. Babwa said with a face full of grievance. Ha ha, Babwa, you're really making the captain worry. Look, the captain hasn't had any fun these days, Xiaoqi laughed. Yeah, this Golden City is such a great place. I really want to come here often, Pei Jin said with a look of reminiscence. Luo looked at Xiaoqi and Pei Jin's expressions, his face twitching. These two bastards just let go after arriving in Golden City, not considering his role as the captain, having to help keep an eye on Babwa, this fool. However, although Luo often complained about these two, he was very indulgent towards Babwa and the others. For him, they were not just crew members, but like family. All right, we should set off now, Muchen said with a smile. Okay, boss Muchen. Soon, Muchen and the others took the submarine to the side of Zephyr's Neo warship. Ian excitedly stood by the railing, waving at Muchen. As soon as they boarded the Neo warship, Ian eagerly rushed into Muchen's embrace, and Muchen smiled as he held Ian tightly. All right, you two young ones, save the affection for later, Zephyr said with a laugh. Hearing this, Ian's cheeks turned slightly red, but she didn't continue to cling to Muchen. Instead, she obediently stood beside him. Mukuchen briefly introduced Luo and others to Zephyr and Qing Ji. Although Luo is a pirate and currently a warlord of the sea, Zephyr and Qing Ji didn't feel uncomfortable. They politely nodded as a way of acknowledging him. After all, he is Mukuchen's ally, and they are in a partnership now, which requires combat power for their upcoming goals. However, Luo's crew felt uneasy upon seeing Qing Ji, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though Mukuchen had already informed them, the deep impression etched in their minds was not something easily erased. This is Admiral Qing Ji. They had witnessed his strength during the Marineford War, not just some ordinary Navy officers. On the other hand, Zephyr and his crew didn't have such a vivid impression. They had only heard of him. Now, thinking about working alongside the former Marine Admiral Qing Ji made them feel as if they were dreaming. This could certainly be something to boast about among peers for a long time. However, they weren't foolish. Anyone could see that Mukuchen and Qing Ji were planning something significant. Ah, your strength truly impresses me, Qing Ji said with a smile. Well, it's just SOSO. If I didn't have this strength, I wouldn't dare boast about helping Zephyr establish a new navy, Mukuchen replied. That's true, Qing Ji nodded. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Let's go inside and talk. Zephyr laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood. After all, the stronger Mukuchen's strength, the higher the chances of achieving their goals. Establish a new navy? Xiaoqi looked at Luo in disbelief. Didn't I mention it to you? Luo replied flatly. Xiaoqi and the others immediately shook their heads like a rattledrum. Captain, you only said you would follow boss Mukuchen, but you never mentioned anything about establishing a new navy. Plus, us pirates helping to establish a new navy? Who would believe that? It would be a laughingstock. Well, now you know. Oh, by the way, our target is the world government, Luo said with a smile. The world government. Captain, you can't be joking, right? Going against the world government means fighting the navy. Of course not. Otherwise, why do you think Qing Ji and the others would ally with Mukuchen? And if this major event succeeds, what do you think will happen to us afterward? Luo said, if we succeed, our reputation will be unmatched. Beepo's little eyes sparkled. If that were the case, wouldn't all the mother bears in the world refuse him? I never expected we would get involved in such a major event. Jiang Balu said, his eyes shining. He was a celestial dragon slave, saved by Luo 2 years ago, and he despised the world government and celestial dragons. If this plan succeeded, it would mean the end for the celestial dragons. Luo's mouth curled into a smile as he watched his excited comrades. He felt the same way. If they missed this major event, it would be a lifetime regret. In the captain's quarters, which had been turned into a meeting room, Muku-chun, Zephyr, and Qing Ji were gathered together, discussing recent events. Speaking of which, at first, that brat dragon was very cautious and didn't agree to us right away. Fearing we were undercover agents sent by the Navy, Zephyr said. Oh, so what made him agree afterward? Muku-chun asked curiously. It's all thanks to you. Zephyr smiled at Muku-chun. Me? Muku-chun was puzzled. He had no connection with Dragon or the Revolutionary Army. So how was he involved? Well, Zephyr recounted what happened that day. Listening to Zephyr's narration, Muku-chun shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect that the world government's negative propaganda against him inadvertently lowered Dragon's guard towards Zephyr and Qing Ji, allowing their alliance to progress. Moreover, the main reason was Muku-chun's strength, which was what Dragon wanted for cooperation. After all, the Revolutionary Army would soon be taking significant actions against the world government. What did Dragon say? Muku-chun asked. He said he wants to speak to you directly, Zephyr replied. Then, Zephyr took out a bug-proof transponder snail and placed it on the table, looking at Muku-chun and asking, shall we contact him directly now? Mucha nodded. Now it all depends on the specific actions of the Revolutionary Army. Then, Zephyr directly dialed the number that Dorag had left for him. After a moment, Dorag's voice came through. Is this Zephyr? Yes. I've already met up with Mu-chun, Zephyr said. Hello, Dorag. Mu-chun took the microphone and spoke. Hello, Mu-chun. I didn't expect Zephyr and the others to actually ally with you. What surprise, Dorag said. Although he had seen in the newspapers that Zephyr and the others had acted with Mu-chun, his cautious personality still prevented him from directly trusting Zephyr and the others. Of course, nothing is impossible in this world, right? The world government can collude with pirates, so why can't I ally with Zephyr? Mu-chun smiled. That's true, but I still want to know why. Dorag nodded and asked, why help Zephyr establish a new navy? I can only say that I need the strength of Zephyr and the others. Our goals are both against the Navy and the world government, and I think Zephyr is quite pitiful. So, I'm just helping a lost old man who has lost his faith, Mu-chun said with a smile. You little brat, who are you calling pitiful? Who's the lost old man? Zephyr frowned, glaring at Mu-chun. Ha, lost old man? That's really fitting for Zephyr. Dorag chuckled and shook his head. Well, let's skip the small talk. Everyone wants to take action against the world government. Anyway, I'll just focus on fighting, and as for the various issues after overthrowing them, that's up to you all, Mu-chun said. By the way, after the Revolutionary Army overthrows the world government, have you thought about how to manage the entire world? I'm really curious about what you will do. Will you become dragon slayers who eventually become dragons? Or, as you say, truly bring peace and happiness to the world? Perhaps leaders like you do have true goodness in your hearts. But it's hard to guarantee that those below won't have ulterior motives, right? Mu-chun asked. Although the current world government is indeed rotten, it cannot be denied that it plays a significant role in maintaining stability in the world. Even though pirates roam freely, the world government has never truly aimed to eradicate all pirates. However, that is also impossible. As long as there is oppression, those who are desperate will choose to become pirates. Unless the current world government can truly harden its heart to carry out a major reform of the celestial dragons, allied nations, and various dark forces, there will always be places of oppression. But that is completely impossible. The world government has been at the top of the world for 800 years. The highest power center of the world government, the Gorosei, is also elected from the celestial dragons, and above the Gorosei is the true ruler of the world, Sama, who sits on the empty throne that the world does not know about. This is the current deadlock of the world government. It cannot be broken. Mu-chun's words not only left Dorag in silence, but also left Zephyr and Akiji, who were sitting next to him, in the same state. Yes, human hearts are complex. Dorag initially witnessed the oppressed people they incited to revolt, killing the royal nobles, only to turn around and immediately become a new oppressive noble class. This is the greed that exists in human hearts. To be honest, we didn't encounter what you mentioned at first. At that time, I deeply doubted whether what I was doing was good or bad. I caused great sins, and the uprising I incited indirectly led to many deaths. Dorag paused and continued. However, someone has to bear the sins to do these things, and I am that person. In doing anything, there is no way to avoid paying a price. As for what you said about what we will do after overthrowing the world government, I feel very ashamed to say that I cannot guarantee perfection. After all, in this world, where there is light, there will be darkness. Where there is justice, there will be evil. The two are inseparable. So, I can only say that I will do better than the current world government. Dorag said at the end, his tone revealing immense confidence. Zephyr and Akiji exchanged glances, both showing expressions of relief. Yes, no one can guarantee perfection, but if we can minimize flaws, that would be the best. It seems you're already well prepared for what comes next. TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I say you truly care for the common people? Muchin smiled. Also, Dorag is a smart person. If he hadn't made complete preparations, he wouldn't have dared to overthrow the world government. That would only make him look foolish. So what about now? Do you have any actions against the world government? Muchin asked. We, the Revolutionary Army, have been preparing for many years. And now we have a very good opportunity, Dorag said. The World Conference? Yes, we, the Revolutionary Army, are going to officially declare war on the world government there. Dorag said. TSK, TSK, TSK. You Revolutionary Army have been hiding for so long, and now you are really going to fight the world government with real weapons. I wonder how much specific intelligence you have on the world government? Muchin asked. Of course. We won't foolishly go to the stage without proper preparations. I don't know if you have heard of the true ruler of the world government. Dorag said. True ruler? Zephyr and Akiji were puzzled. The rulers of the world government? Isn't it the Gorosei? Who else could it be? The ruler of the world government is not the Gorosei, Muchin said. Huh, then who is it? Zephyr looked surprised. Imsama, Dorag said. Imzama? I've never heard of that. Zephyr and Akiji frowned. They were former marine admirals who could meet the Gorosei, and those 5 old men were useless. The entire world government had to listen to them. But they had never heard of Imsama mentioned by Dorag. Imsama has always been hidden behind the scenes, and the Gorosei are merely the public face that this behind-the-scenes figure has pushed forward to control the world government. Many important decisions are actually made by Imsama, and very few people in the world know of their existence. Besides the Gorosei, almost no one knows. I only learned about it by chance, Dorag said. Upon hearing this, Zephyr and Akiji were deeply shocked. They truly did not expect that the person they had always believed to be the ruler of the world government was merely a facade. Oh, by the way, that empty throne is actually the throne of Imsama. Muchin smiled. What? Zephyr and Akiji were once again shocked. Isn't it ironic? The empty throne, which symbolizes peace and is unoccupied, actually has someone sitting on it, the king of the world. Muchin sarcastically said, What do you think will happen if the royal families of the member states find out about this? Zephyr and Akiji both knew what would happen. A throne crafted by 20 kings 800 years ago, symbolizing the noble ideals of equality and non-dictatorship of the world government, would actually have someone sitting on it, looking down upon the world. Isn't this a slap in the face to those member states? The true meaning of this empty throne is for the real masters of the world government to sit on it. Doesn't that imply that there are indeed true kings in this world? The world government is completely mocking the member states, and each time a world conference is held, it is open for the royal families of those member states to visit. This is treating the royal families of the member states like fools. I never expected you would know this. It seems I underestimated you. Dorag was quite surprised to hear Muchin's words. He only learned about this by chance during an infiltration of the Holy Land Mariewa. But everyone has their own secrets, and Dorag would not pry further. You found out by coincidence, so I could too. Muchin chuckled and didn't elaborate further. However, what he knew was limited. He didn't even know what lordom looked like, or whether they were male or female. So, do you want to tell those allied nations about this, Dragon? Zephyr asked in a serious tone. If this matter were announced at the World Conference, the kings of those allied nations would definitely not let the world government off easily. But then again, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. You wouldn't be that foolish. The world government would never admit it. Zephyr had long experienced the shamelessness of the world government. Indeed, without absolute evidence, those kings of the allied nations won't believe what we revolutionaries say. They would rather see us dead. Dragon laughed and said, I also don't expect those royal families to side with us against the world government. They aren't stupid. The overwhelming power of the world government has long been ingrained in their minds. So, it's just you revolutionaries and us directly fighting the world government, then? Zephyr nodded. Yes, what we revolutionaries lack is high-end combat power. Once we confront the world government, we will face the strong forces within the Navy and CP, Dragon said. The high-end combat power within the Revolutionary Army was limited. Apart from Dragon, who could stand at the pinnacle of the world, the rest were slightly weaker. Even if Dragon fought with all his might, he could only deal with two of the top powers in the Navy at most, and that would be very difficult. The world government had many top-tier strong individuals. Even though Sabo and others were strong, they wouldn't stand a chance one-on-one. Not to mention the numerous mid-tier and low-tier powers the world government had. That being said, our inclusion has greatly strengthened our side, Zephyr smiled. Indeed, however, this time our revolutionaries are formally declaring war on the celestial dragons, Dragon said, so it's best to avoid fighting the Navy as much as possible. The number of strong individuals in the Navy was significant. Even Dragon wouldn't dare to say he could win against them. The Navy was unavoidable. The Gorosei had the Navy tightly under their control. Muchan mercilessly dispelled Dragon's unrealistic naivety. The Navy, Zephyr murmured. To be honest, neither he nor Akiji wanted to fight the Navy to the bitter end. After all, there were friends among them. Moreover, the Navy was just shackled by the world government. Most in the Navy harbored a sense of justice, albeit with differing ideals. However, perhaps we can incite those in the Navy who disagree with the celestial dragons and the world government. Muchan said, looking at Zephyr and Akiji. Zephyr and Akiji pondered who among them could be swayed. However, whether it was Carp, Sengoku, or Akainu, these individuals still held some reservations about the world government. They couldn't leave the current Navy because that would mean betraying their own sense of justice. Especially Akainu, who was completely unmovable. He could never stand against the Navy and the world government, and once war broke out, he would definitely not hold back. Akainu was the epitome of a soldier, never disobeying any orders from superiors. That was why the Gorosei believed Akainu was the most suitable candidate to be the fleet admiral. He was obedient and showed no mercy to the enemies of the world government. To be honest, inciting the Navy is a bit difficult. We can't avoid it, Zephyr thought. There are some who could be swayed, but there are very few and won't decide the key. As long as the higher-ups are still there, the Navy won't collapse. In fact, I've thought about this too. It's indeed difficult, but we have to try, right? Dragon said. Then let us make it so the Navy has no time to intervene, Muchan suggested. Is that even possible? Dragon shook his head at this. He had considered that too, but such a thing was simply impossible. Of course it's possible, Muchan smiled. Dragon and Zephyr were taken aback. Did Muchan intend to hold off the entire Navy by himself? That was even less likely. Although they knew Muchan was strong, the Navy was no pushover. If surrounded and beaten, Muchan would probably find himself studying and impelled down. If the Navy can't intervene, can you take Mary Geos? Muchan asked. Dragon pondered for a moment. Muchan wouldn't say such things without reason. Since he mentioned it, he must be confident in stopping the Navy's support. Yes, but how do you plan to do that? Very simple, find pirates, Muchan smiled. Pirates? Did you want to ally with the remaining 4 emperors to launch an attack on the Navy headquarters? Zephyr and Akiji looked at Muchan in shock. Such reckless actions were terrifying to even think about. Whether it was Blackbeard or Kaido, they would definitely be very supportive. These two thrived on chaos. Only Shanks might waver, as he had maintained a balance in their impression over the years. However, if the situation was set, Shanks might just get involved. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Shanks was still a pirate. At that time, the Navy headquarters would face the combined forces of the 4 emperors. Just imagining that huge battlefield sent chills down one's spine. Such a thing had never happened before. What? Are you reluctant to part with the Navy's glory? Muchan looked at Zephyr and Akiji, his eyes deep. Zephyr and Akiji exchanged glances, opening their mouths, but unable to speak. The Navy's glory? They indeed felt reluctant. Even though they had left the Navy, they still had lingering feelings for it. During their silence, Dragon timely spoke up. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices are certain. I, Dragon, have long been prepared to bear the sins and move forward. Are you two still hesitating? Do you not want to accomplish great things? Yes, some sacrifices are necessary. Zephyr smiled sadly, but then his gaze became firm and his voice deepened. However, if we truly succeed, there will be plenty of opportunities to reclaim the Navy's glory. Akiji looked at his teacher, and his complex expression gradually became resolute. The current Navy had long been shackled by the world government. Without breaking the old, there could be no establishment of the new. Only by completely freeing themselves from the current world government could they truly implement justice. However, this would greatly increase the threat of pirates. At that time, those pirates might take advantage of the chaos and attempt to overthrow the new government. Dragon reminded them. He wasn't trying to cause trouble, just stating the potential consequences. Yes, that is indeed possible, We cannot expect those greedy pirates not to aspire to become the king of the world, Zephyr nodded. He knew pirates too well. They were greedy and untrustworthy. Every derogatory term could be applied to them. Don't worry. The Navy won't fall easily, Mu-chan said. If the Navy were that weak, it wouldn't be the largest violent group on the sea. Moreover, in the end, I will make sure those guys remain there forever. Mu-chan chuckled coldly, recalling that they had agreed to take down Blackbeard and Kaido. He would not go back on his word. In that case, you could be in great danger. Although you are very strong, you must be prepared to be besieged, Zephyr reminded him. Don't worry until the last moment. No one knows what will happen. Besides, do you think Blackbeard or Kaido would let me go at that point? Mu-chan replied. These treacherous pirates won't be honest. They'll act like friendly allies when they come. But if they really break through the Navy headquarters, that's when the knives will come out. And we can't guarantee that these guys won't trip us up halfway through. These pirate emperors are just waiting to monopolize the new world and become the pirate king. Indeed, they would love to have one less competitor, Zephyr nodded. Anyway, by that time, I'll try to buy some time. As long as you can quickly take down the world government, the outcome will be certain. The Navy won't be able to deal with you. And you will also be able to support the Navy headquarters, allowing for a natural alliance against the pirates. Sometimes I really can't tell whether you're a pirate or a Navy officer, Aokiji laughed. What kind of pirate would go to such lengths to help them establish a new navy? Although I don't know Mu-chan's specific purpose. He is definitely gaining a lot from this process. Perhaps he wants to absorb those powerful devil fruit abilities? Mu-chan's motives are indeed, as Aokiji guessed. But it's not just about the fruit's ability. He can also absorb various powers from the deceased. Therefore, Mu-chan is truly eager for chaos. Once a great battle erupts, he won't care about much. Whether it's pirates or the Navy, they're all his potential targets. Does his identity still matter now? Mu-chan laughed. It is indeed the case. Justice and evil are inherently indistinguishable in this world, often just a matter of perspective. Aokiji sighed softly. History is always written by the victors. No one knows if the current world government was on the side of evil 800 years ago. After all, that blank 100 years is something the world government has worked hard to conceal, even at all costs. They say that 20 kings established the world government. But who knows if those 20 kings were once rebels, or if they were 20 pirate crews? Of course, it's also possible that they overthrew a corrupt regime like the current revolutionary army. However, over these 800 years, they have become blinded by power, leading to their corruption now. It's as I said earlier, dragon-slaying heroes eventually become dragons. But no one can know these past events now. Mu-chan said, perhaps we will have to wait for Robin to interpret the historical texts and publish them. However, maybe Mariewa holds the truth as well, but it might be embellished. No one can know everything that once was, excluding the ruling powers of the world government. Perhaps the giants might know. After all, giants have an average lifespan of 200 to 300 years. 800 years ago was just a matter of the current younger generation's grandparents. Unfortunately, giants are tribal and prefer to stay in their homes, rarely venturing out. It's unclear if giants have a habit of recording history. Perhaps they don't. After all, giants appear to be a group of simple, strong individuals who value power. Of course, valuing power is also the theme in this world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Simple and brutal, without the fluff. Whether it's the world government, the Navy, or the pirates, they all act this way. Without power, who would listen to your theories? That is quite a bold hypothesis. Mu-chan, your thinking truly isn't limited to what ordinary people consider, Drago remarked, with Zephyr and Aokiji nodding in agreement. Very few people think this way, as the status of the 20 kings has been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds over 800 years of propaganda. Just like how few would rebel against the tyranny of the celestial dragons, most just endure it. Even someone like Drago, who leads a revolution, feels this way. It's just that the world government is too corrupt and the Navy cannot truly protect civilians. No one would think of such speculations. Well, let's spread some thoughts. There might be a possibility that holds the truth. After all, the world government has been covering up that blank history, which raises suspicion. Mu-chan shrugged his shoulders. After all, he wasn't born and raised in this world. He had only been here for less than half a year. Moreover, in his previous life, keyboard warriors would spout opinions left and right, and after seeing so much, it's natural to have such thoughts. Zephyr shook his head. Such bold ideas were hard for someone like him, who had served the Navy and the world government for decades, to comprehend. Besides, he was a hot-blooded and naive person who dedicated his life to justice. So it was even less likely for him to doubt whether the world government was formed by rebels or something like that. In his heart, Even if the world government had committed many acts that did not align with his sense of justice, at least they were still fighting against evil. Regardless, the truth will eventually come to light. What we need to do now is to bring down the celestial dragons who are high above the world, so that we can bring true happiness and stability to the common people, Dragon said solemnly. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the ancient weapons? Muchen asked. Ancient weapons? I really don't know much about them, just that they can destroy the world, Zephyr replied, shaking his head. I don't know a bit about this, but not much. The world government has been searching for one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, for many years. However, in the most recent incident, the blueprints in Water 7 were burned, Akiji said. I learned about that back then too. Also, Crocodile had been lurking in Alabasta for many years for Pluton. It is said that there was information about Pluton there, but in the end, no news came out. Dragon nodded. Mu-chun, are you trying to find the ancient weapons to deal with the world government? I do have that thought, after all. They are said to be capable of destroying nations, Muchen replied. The current Poseidon of this generation is Princess Shirahoshi, and Mu-chun has already allied with the Ryugu kingdom, so this major weapon of mass destruction is in his hands. Moreover, regarding the fact that Shirahoshi is the Sea King, besides Mu-chun and Neptune, basically no one else knows. Therefore, if Shirahoshi were to summon those giant Sea Kings to strike the red line where Mary Geos is located, it would basically hit its target every time, and the world government would have no way to stop it. Speaking of which, it was mentioned in the original work that Poseidon would have a guide to fulfill the promise between Joy Boy and Fishman Island. However, specific information about it is unknown. It is only known that Joy Boy wanted to help Fishman Island establish a living island on the surface of the sea, allowing the Fishman race to live freely on the ocean. In that sense, he really seems to be like the person who would succeed Joy Boy. No wonder Neptune chose to trust him, Mu-chun pondered while stroking his chin. Ancient weapons are hard to find, and the information about them only exists in historical texts. We spent some time with Nico Robin before and did not find any leads on ancient weapons, Dragon said. The Revolutionary Army has always believed that Robin is the light of the revolution, as she can interpret historical texts and reveal those histories to the Revolutionary Army, providing them with significant trump cards against the world government. And in the 2 years, Robin did indeed help the Revolutionary Army interpret the historical texts. However, they did not find any information about ancient weapons. I know one of the ancient weapons, and it is actually our ally, Mu-chun said. Huh, you know? Zephyr and the others were slightly taken aback. They truly hadn't expected that. Mu-chun hadn't told Zephyr and the others about Shirahoshi yet, as he believed that it was a last resort. If it were revealed too early, someone might end up being unfavorable to Shirahoshi. If possible, Mu-chun still didn't want the innocent and naive girl to be harmed. Well, in any case, that is also a last resort if we cannot deal with the world government. Mu-chun nodded. The ancient weapon Pluton has not been acquired by the world government, but there is still the uncertain factor of Uranus. Mu-chun speculated that Uranus is likely in the hands of the world government. After all, the world government, or rather the celestial dragons, have been able to carry out various actions that displease others in this world where strength is paramount, especially since they themselves do not have particularly strong power. Yet, people do not dare to provoke the celestial dragons, mainly out of fear that provoking them would lead to attacks from the Navy. But why does the Navy not dare to resist the celestial dragons? It should be known that the Navy is the strongest organization on the sea. Don't mention justice or military funding. The conflict between the Kainu and the Gorosei is quite serious. Moreover, there are people like Fujitora and Smoker in the Navy who openly resist the world government, which indicates that the Navy and the world government are not harmonious. Yet, despite being a world government that many people are dissatisfied with, it has ruled the entire world for 800 years. The most likely reason is that the celestial dragons hold some absolute power that allows them to act with impunity. And this absolute power could very well be the celestial dragon's national treasure, Uranus, which is also in the hands of the true master of the world government, Lordum. So, do you think the world government might also have ancient weapons? Dragon asked. Yes, Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons, Mu-chun nodded. This is hard to believe. Zephyr's pupils slightly contracted. This possibility is quite high, isn't it? What gives the world government the right to rule the world? Is it relying on the Navy or CP? Mu-chun looked at Zephyr and said, You must know that although the Navy is filled with justice in their hearts, there are still those who do not obey the world government. The celestial dragons have done so many things that go against justice. Haven't you ever thought of arresting these evildoers? Zephyr sighed deeply. Indeed, we have thought about it. But we have always been suppressed by the marshal. We simply cannot defy orders. Zephyr remembered how impulsive he had been in his youth. If it weren't for the constant persuasion from the former Marine Admiral Steelbone, he would have long since thrown all those damn celestial dragons into Impel Down. There is no one in the Navy who doesn't dislike the celestial dragons. Their existence tarnishes their justice, and yet they cannot resist. That is the most frustrating thing. I don't know if you are aware of the celestial dragon's national treasure, Mu-chan said. I have heard of it, but the world government has kept it strictly confidential, so we have no way of knowing the specifics. Do you think this national treasure is the ancient weapon Uranus? Drago asked. Yes, this was actually told to me by Doflamingo. Mu-chan smiled and replied. Of course, this was complete nonsense. Who could know about the conversation between him and Doflamingo besides himself? If you don't believe me, go talk to Doflamingo. Oh, tell me more, Drago said, slightly surprised. The Revolutionary Army had long known that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon, but they didn't expect him to share this with Mu-chan. However, he didn't doubt it. According to what Doflamingo said, if he obtained the Ope no Mi and combined it with the celestial dragon's national treasure, he could rule the entire world and become the king of the world. Mu-chan said, some of this information, you should be aware of the key points, right? The surgery fruit? It said that when developed to its extreme, it can grant others the ability to achieve immortality. Dalarge slowly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Doflamingo's strength isn't that great, and gaining immortality won't give him the power to dominate the world. So, this requires a combination with the national treasure of the celestial dragons. Akiji frowned and said, so? This also indicates that this national treasure is powerful enough to rule the world, which just happens to align with the ancient weapons mentioned earlier. Mu-chan nodded and said, let's go back to what we just mentioned about Lordum. Do you think it's possible that this Im has been alive for the past 800 years? 800 years? It's quite possible. After all, the Operation Fruit can grant eternal life, which has been confirmed by the world government, Drago said. Living from 800 years ago to now is truly shocking. It's unimaginable for a person to live that long and continue to rule the entire world, Zephyr sighed. He is now in his 70s, with a frail body, and he could only live another 10 years at most, which would be a favor from heaven. And for an immortal person, having lived for so long, how strong must their power be? So, according to Don Quixote Doflamingo, using the national treasure of the celestial dragons must require eternal life to support it, meaning that using this national treasure comes at the cost of consuming one's lifespan. Mu-chan said, if it costs lifespan, then the power of this national treasure is truly unimaginable, Drago lamented. In this world, there's a way to obtain temporary power at the cost of lifespan, and it is often very strong, enough to allow one to cross that barrier and challenge seemingly unbeatable foes. For example, the destined child of this world, Monkey D. Luffy, mentioned when he first developed Gear Second that it would consume his own lifespan. Furthermore, he was saved by Ivankov after being poisoned by Magellan in Impel Down, at the cost of decades of his lifespan. If this continues, Luffy will definitely die young, unless law arranges for him an eternal life operation, exchanging life for life. However, that possibility is very low, and with Luffy's personality, he would likely not agree. Therefore, if we were to go to war with the world government and the celestial dragons, this must be carefully considered. No one knows the exact abilities of Uranus the King, and based on the name, it might be related to natural disasters. Mu-chan smiled and said, by the way, Dorag, what is your fruit ability? Many sea fans have speculated about Dorag's fruit ability based on some of the powers he has demonstrated, such as the Paramecia weather fruit, the Logia wind fruit, and the Zoan mythical beast Qinglong fruit. These are all possibilities. However, Kaido's fruit is already of the divine dragon type, so the possibility of it being a Zoan type is relatively small. We'll find out eventually. There's no need to dwell on what my ability is for now. Dorag replied with a smile. But based on your speculation, if Uranus the King is related to natural disasters, there's indeed a great possibility. Natural disasters can easily destroy the world. Just look at the severe weather in the New World. Once you encounter it at sea, no matter how strong you are, you have to survive. The former sea overlord, the Golden Lion, was strong enough, right? He could have eliminated Roger in the Battle of Itver. But he encountered a storm at sea and ended up with a ship's rudder stuck in his head, becoming the Golden Rooster, leading to his defeat. No one can fight against nature. In that case, wouldn't the world government be invincible? Zephyr frowned. That depends on the specific conditions for using Uranus the King, and it can't be used continuously. Otherwise, how could the New World be occupied by pirates? If they could just summon some natural disasters, they wouldn't be able to keep their strongholds, and they would think it's just their bad luck, Mu-chan said. That's true. Man-made disasters can be foreseen and prevented, but natural disasters are unpredictable. If they suddenly hit you, what can you do? So, We need to be prepared to face Uranus the King, Mu-chan said. Various signs in the original work indicate that the possibility of Uranus the King being in the hands of the world government is very high. By that time, even Mu-chan wouldn't know what kind of scene it would be. That battle would definitely be a global war. As long as we make preparations in advance, we won't be flustered when the time comes. At least we'll have some mental readiness, right? Akiji said, if we have some mental preparation, no matter what Uranus the King's specific abilities are, it won't be too bad when the time comes. Well, in that case, we need to replan our strategy. Dorag nodded and said, that's your concern. My opponents are the Navy and the pirates. If I achieve my goals, I will also rush to support you, Mu-chan said. By that time, after Mu-chan truly absorbs the powers of Kaido, Blackbeard, Akainu, and others, he believes he will be able to confront Uranus the King as well. All right, then it's settled, Dorag said. Dorag has been lying low for so many years to fight against the world government and the celestial dragons. And the power of the revolutionaries should not be underestimated. By the way, are you planning to declare war directly in front of the member states at the World Conference this time? Do you want to give the world government a good slap in the face? Mu-chan smiled and asked. According to the plan, it will be executed that way. It's also a beginning, Dorag replied. That's fine, but when your people go over, don't be too impulsive. Conserving strength for the final battle is the best strategy. Mu-chan reminded. In the original work, during the World Conference, Sabo and others directly fought against the two Navy admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, due to Kuma's reasons. In the end, their lives were uncertain, so Mu-chan reminded Dorag to avoid losing a few strong fighters. Mu-chan also did not plan to follow to marry Geos, because as soon as he made his presence known, it would directly trigger the final battle. At that time, he would definitely face the full force of the Navy headquarters and the CP organization, although he did not know how far the new Navy headquarters was from Mary Geos. It couldn't be too far, perhaps it was close to Mary Geos. After all, Mary Geos is the base of the Celestial Dragons, and the five elders wouldn't agree to have such a powerful force far away from them. Well, I will make them act cautiously, Dragon nodded. He also didn't want to make a mistake at such a critical moment. Thinking about it, sending Sabo would indeed be impulsive given his personality. It seems he needs to be reminded more before the action starts. Or he could ask Harasa to keep an eye on him, so as not to delay the important matter. All right, you go execute your plan, and I'll go talk to Kaido and the others. I believe they will be very interested, Mu-chan sneered. Okay, let's stick to the plan and contact each other later. Dragon said, Then, Mu-chan directly hung up the transponder snail and looked at the two in front of him, who were still questioning their lives. Mu-chan smiled and patted Zephyr's shoulder. Old man, there's still many things in this world that you don't know. No need to be so surprised. Upon hearing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow and jokingly scolded Mu-chan. You little brat, you really have no respect for your elders. Don't you know about respecting the old and loving the young? Mu-chan shook his head and replied, I'm now the most notorious person being heavily promoted by the world government. How can respecting the old and loving the young fit my character? TCH, you little brat. All you know is to talk back, Zephyr scoffed, then sighed, but you really are impressive. Of course, I always deliver on my promises, Mu-chan smiled. Alawantai, indeed. Your strength now should be much greater than mine, right? Qing Ji stroked his chin, comparing his own strength to Charlotte Lingling's. He thought it was impossible to kill her. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't defeat Charlotte Lingling, but it would be very difficult to kill her. How about we have a little competition? Mu-chan's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. He had never fought against a top-tier nature-type powerhouse like Akiji before. Although it wouldn't be a life-and-death battle, at least it would give him combat experience against nature-type abilities. After all, in the Navy, the two powerful figures, Akainu and Kizuru, are both nature-type users. And once the final battle begins, he would have to face them. Let's forget it. I was thinking of resting a bit longer. Akiji scratched the back of his head in a lazy manner. He could see the fighting spirit in Mu-chan's eyes and didn't want to get beaten up for no reason. Although it wouldn't go that far. He was just feeling lazy. Still resting? You've been resting for 2 years already. Come on, let me see just how strong the nature type really is, Mu-chan said. Kazan, don't try to back out. You're my proud disciple. Don't embarrass me. Let me see which of you two is stronger, Zephyr said, patting Akiji on the shoulder and glaring at him as if to say that if he didn't step up, he would be disrespecting him. Fine. But we can't fight on the sea, right? Although I don't really mind. Akiji sighed helplessly. If they fought on the sea, his freezing ability could create a large ice surface for them to stand on, but Mu-chan's fruit ability would eliminate that ice surface once they started fighting. Then it's up to you. I don't really care, Mu-chan shrugged and said. Let's find a deserted island. The new world is full of unpredictable changes, Zephyr said. Sure. Both Mu-chun and Akiji nodded. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Akainu listened with a gloomy expression to the report from his subordinate. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Yes. The intelligence personnel in Gold City are very sure that the person is indeed former Admiral Akiji. The reporting sailor nodded. You can leave, Akainu said. Yes, Admiral. The sailor saluted and then turned to leave. Moments later, Sengoku walked in. I heard Kazan is with Zephyr. Sengoku sat down in the chair without hesitation and took out some snacks to eat. I wonder what that guy is thinking. Akainu nodded, furrowing his brows, and scolded in a low voice, a former admiral actually colluding with pirates. It's a disgrace to justice. Sigh. Kazan must have his own thoughts behind this. Sengoku shook his head and sighed softly. Akiji was originally a highly regarded candidate to succeed Sengoku as Fleet Admiral, and Akiji's philosophy was very suitable for the position. He wouldn't be as impulsive and radical as Akainu. However, Sengoku couldn't do anything about it, as the world government favored Akainu as Fleet Admiral, and he couldn't resist the orders. Nevertheless, Sengoku had great faith in Akiji. Whether Akiji left the Navy or not, his sense of justice would not disappear. Allowing Akiji to leave was merely to let him clear his mind. Moreover, the conflict between Akiji and Akainu was well known within the Navy. He did not agree with Akainu's sense of justice, believing it to be too extreme and would distort the Navy's justice. With Akainu becoming Fleet Admiral, he would undoubtedly use his concept of absolute justice to decide many matters. It should be noted that Akainu's idea of justice involves using any means necessary to achieve his goals, and Akiji, as an admiral, certainly could not disobey the Fleet Admiral's orders. This way, Akiji would be forced to carry out tasks he did not agree with. So, Sengoku couldn't stop Akiji's departure. Zephyr has already confirmed that Mu-chun is his ally. Now that Kuzan has joined them, with these people coming together, they are bound to create some major events. Don't forget, that's Mu-chun. Akainu would never let his guard down against Mu-chun, the pirate who could kill Charlotte Linlin and wanted to take revenge for Whitebeard. That is natural. A sense of vigilance is necessary. By the way, I heard about the proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system from Isho earlier. I heard you weren't very pleased? Sengoku said. During the recent Dressrosa incident, the Navy sent Fujitora and Isho to wrap things up, and it was during that time that he discovered the many oppressive actions done by the Shichibukai, Doflamingo, against the citizens. If the Don Quixote family had not been eliminated, none of this would have been known, which made him deeply feel that the Shichibukai system had sheltered many dirty deeds for pirates, leaving him feeling ashamed. However, if Mu-chun were to find out, he might just laugh it off. The king of Dressrosa, Riku, was indeed a kind-hearted ruler, but under his leadership, the country's economy was extremely backward and impoverished. It should be noted that Dressrosa was a world power 800 years ago, ranking among the best in terms of economy and military strength worldwide. Under the Riku family's rule, it had fallen to such a low state that they could barely pay the heavenly tribute. And what about Doflamingo? Under his rule, Dressrosa's economy and military strength had greatly improved. Of course, he did go too far. His rule was oppressive, and any dissenting voices within the country would be ruthlessly silenced. After all, he was a pirate. The mentality of pirates is such that resistance leads to death. So, there are pros and cons to both sides. It all depends on one's perspective. From the point of view of someone like Fujitora, who stands for justice, oppressing the citizens is wrong. And those citizens and loved ones turned into toys would view Doflamingo as a tyrant. But they also fail to think about how much better life has become in Dressrosa over the years. Now that the kingship has returned to the Riku family, one wonders what will become of the country that Doflamingo painstakingly managed for so long. Given the current situation, abolishing the Shichibukai system is a very unwise choice. Akainu snorted. Although Akainu also disliked the Shichibukai system, he was now the fleet admiral and couldn't afford to be narrow-minded. He needed to think about how to enhance the overall combat power of the Navy and how to better combat pirates. The Shichibukai could still provide some advantages for the Navy. At least they could be used as cannon fodder in front of the Navy when facing Yonka-level pirates. Therefore, Akainu, with the mindset of utilizing waste, was still not very agreeable to the idea. Sakazuki, it seems you're gradually adapting to the position of Fleet Admiral. I am quite pleased, Sengoku said with a smile. Based on Akainu's previous style, he had thought that Akainu becoming Fleet Admiral would mean he would spare no effort in attacking pirates, which would only make the Navy's situation more dire. However, after Akainu became Fleet Admiral, Sengoku did not expect this hardline figure to also leave some room and consider the overall situation. I am the fleet admiral now. Of course, I have to consider the bigger picture. Akainu scoffed, dissatisfied with Sengoku's remarks. I'm not a reckless person. I have a brain, you know? Regardless, I do not agree with abolishing the Shichibukai system right now. A storm is already brewing at sea, and our navy can't withstand too much turmoil. The enemies we face now are different from before. Blackbeard and Kaido have been causing trouble, and I have a feeling they will make a big move soon. Moreover, there is now an even greater variable, that pirate Mu Chun, who is always unpredictable. Moreover, he is also involved with Zephyr, which is the biggest source of unease. Akainu took a deep puff of his cigar and exhaled a large ring of smoke, his eyes filled with seriousness. After seeing the intelligence on the actions of the great pirates in the New World, he couldn't shake off a vague sense of unease. Perhaps those damned pirates were plotting some strategies against the Navy. If the Seven Warlords were to be disbanded, we would have to split our forces to deal with these pirates. If we happen to encounter Blackbeard or Kaido, and if Mu Chun and the others take action, it will be disastrous. Sigh. It's true. Ever since Whitebeard's last words 2 years ago, the already turbulent sea has become even more chaotic. Over the past 2 years, the pirates in the New World have been acting like madmen to seize territory, and now that BIGMOM is dead, their craziness has only intensified. Sengoku sighed and said, "Well, it's good that those damn pirates are fighting among themselves. I'd be happy to see that. It would be best if they fought to the death, and we could just sweep them clean, putting an end to it all." Akainu replied, "After all these years, don't you understand these pirates' thoughts? There's no way they would really fight to mutual destruction. At most, they would just have some skirmishes. They are quite shrewd, but there is still one exception." Sengoku smiled. "Well, if Mu Chun could really take down Blackbeard and Kaido, I would be very grateful to him and would gladly help him find a good place to stay and impel down," Akainu said. Perhaps it really is possible." Sengoku chuckled. In Sengoku's view, this possibility was quite high. Didn't Team Mu Chun clearly state his intention to avenge Whitebeard when he first debuted? And he has indeed been doing this ever since. Don Quixote Doflamingo and Charlotte Linlin are both pirates who seized territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard after his death. As for the main culprit behind Whitebeard's death, that would be Blackbeard, who stepped over Whitebeard's corpse to ascend to the position of Yonko. If you say Mu Chun doesn't want to kill Blackbeard, how could that be possible? From Sengoku's perspective, that's how things are. But the Navy also needs to be cautious. After all, Whitebeard died in Marineford. If Blackbeard is the main culprit, then the Navy is the biggest accomplice. Whitebeard's death is inextricably linked to them. However, what Sengoku finds most incomprehensible is Mu Chun teaming up with Zephyr and Akiji. Especially Akiji, who was a general that contributed during the Marineford War 2 years ago. Although Akiji was mostly idle during the battle, so was Kazuru. The one who worked the hardest was Akainu Sakazuki, who pierced through Whitebeard's chest and abdomen, further exhausting Whitebeard's already battered body. Otherwise, wouldn't Blackbeard's brother have crushed Whitebeard? Thinking of this, Sengoku looked at Akainu with a strange expression. If Mu Chun doesn't come to take down Akainu, Sengoku won't be able to do it 100 times. If Akainu wasn't currently holed up in the heavily guarded Navy headquarters, Sengoku would have every reason to believe he would directly confront Akainu for a major battle. What kind of look is that? Akainu felt a chill from Sengoku's gaze, thinking, what does this old man want? Ahem, no, huh? Sengoku laughed heartily, grabbed some sunbae, and started eating. He then waved the sunbae in front of Akainu, asking, "Do you want some? Don't just smoke all the time. It's bad for your health. You're starting to look just like Carp now." Akainu took a puff of his cigar, completely indifferent to the sunbae. Can a Navy admiral not smoke cigars? Cigars are standard for the Navy. Well, perhaps not being an admiral has made him a lot more relaxed, not having to worry all the time. Sengoku was happily eating sunbae, and his newfound love for this sweet snack was actually something that Carp had provoked out of him when he was still an admiral. Every time Carp made him angry, Sengoku would directly eat all of Carp's sunbae, and after getting used to it, he ended up loving it. Fuel guy. Akainu snorted softly. Sakazuki, as someone who has been through it, let me tell you one thing. As your status rises, your sense of responsibility gradually increases. The higher you go, the heavier the responsibility. The expansion of power increases responsibility, but responsibility can also evolve into a strong constraint, causing many people in high positions to become the very thing they once despised. Sengoku said earnestly, "So, seeing your changes now brings me great comfort. I hope you can continue to progress in this direction. TCH, stop with the nonsense. Just do your job as the Grand Inspector properly," Akainu said. "Well, isn't that what I'm doing?" Can't this Navy Admiral be inspected by me? Sengoku's small eyes glanced sideways at Akainu, but he didn't stop eating the senbei. Akainu sighed helplessly and shook his head. The Grand Inspector sounds nice, but it's just a position to oversee the work of various Navy departments. Bluntly speaking, it's a leisurely job for Sengoku to retire. However, regarding Sengoku now turning into a slacker resembling Carp, not just Akainu, but the entire Navy is utterly helpless, yet they can't say he's done anything wrong, making it impossible for them to deal with him. Mu-chun and the others arrived at a small deserted island where no one lived, so they didn't have to worry about the aftermath of the battle affecting anyone else. Former Admiral Akiji was going to have a fierce battle with Mu-chun, and it was going to be quite a spectacle, Peijin said. I wonder who is stronger between the two? Shachi asked curiously. Is that even a question? Of course. Mu-chun is stronger. After all, he killed the Yonko BIGMOM. That battle is still fresh in my mind, Peijin replied. Well, that is true, but Akiji, as a former admiral, is also not to be underestimated, Shachi nodded. Anyway, we get to watch a big battle. I'm so excited, Babe was said enthusiastically. When they first heard that Mu-chan and Akiji were going to fight, they were quite surprised and thought there was some conflict. But upon hearing it was just a spar, their interest in watching the spectacle surged. By the way, Captain, are we watching from here? It's a bit far. We can't see clearly, Peijin said, stretching his neck from the Enyo warship to look towards the center of the island. Although the island was small, they were at the coast and couldn't see the battle between Mu-chun and Akiji clearly. What? Do you want to observe up close? Law glanced at Peijin and said irritably, don't forget who these two are. Law felt that even being at the coast could be dangerous due to the aftermath of their battle. I'm just joking, I don't want to die. Peijin chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Just as well, Law shook his head. Teacher Zephyr, who do you think will win? Binz asked Zephyr beside him. However, before Zephyr could answer, I'm proudly said, of course it's Mu-chun. Binz couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Do you have any other answer besides that? Just enjoy the show. Both Kazan and Mu-chun are strong, and it's just a spar, not a life-and-death battle, Zephyr laughed. Although he said that, he still favored Mu-chun. After all, someone who could kill Charlotte Linlin must be stronger than Akiji. Binz nodded, gazing at the positions of Mu-chun and Akiji in the distance. Alala, Mu-chun, be gentle, Akiji said, scratching the back of his head, and then a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Mu-chun's strength was formidable, that much was clear. However, he was very curious about the gap between them. No need for such pleasantries. Let me experience the power of a top-tier Logia user, Mu-chun said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot, his figure flickering and appearing in front of Akiji, a massive black fist aimed at Akiji's face. Alala, going straight for the face? Akiji showed no sign of underestimating him, transforming into ice and shattering to avoid Mu-chun's punch. Then Akiji's palm opened, and an extremely cold, freezing air surged towards Mu-chun. Mu-chun grinned, twisting his body and launching a whip kick. Seeing that Mu-chun was completely unconcerned about his freezing air attack, Akiji also kicked back at Mu-chun with his leg wrapped in haki. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and Akiji frowned slightly, feeling the strong power. A slight pain coursed through Akiji's leg, indicating that his haki was at a disadvantage. But that was normal, as most of Akiji's strength came from his devil fruit ability. Even though his haki was strong, it couldn't match Mu-chun, which was reasonable. Can a mage compete with a warrior? Akiji transformed into ice and floated backward, re-solidifying his body and forming an arm, sending an ice bird flying rapidly towards Mu-chun. Ice bird. Mu-chun did not dodge or evade. Instead, he directly swung his fist to shatter the ice bird. Then, a white energy ball gathered around his fist, and he punched into the air towards Qing Ji's direction. Ice shield, ice arc. With a light shout from Qing Ji, an ice shield instantly formed on the ground in front of him, blocking his path. Boom! The moment the ice shield formed, it was directly shattered. Qing Ji did not dare to be careless. His figure flashed, and he quickly moved away from his original position. The space directly shattered from the ice shield, spreading out and quickly covering Qing Ji's location. Qing Ji's body was touched by the crack and instantly shattered into ice blocks. Although he was not seriously injured, Qing Ji felt a hint of fear. If he hadn't timely elementalized, this shattered space would have caused him significant harm. Alala, you're really impressive. I didn't expect you could shatter space from a distance like that, Qing Ji said. Well, it's just some gains from my battle with Charlotte Linlin. Mu-chun replied with a smile. This concentrated shockwave power released at a distance can have unexpected effects, but also has its drawbacks. As long as the speed is fast enough, one can dodge it. La Ching, Ji extended his hand towards Mu Chen's position. And then 3 ice spears instantly formed in the air before him, shooting towards Mu Chen at high speed. Frost Dual Thorn Spear. Mu Chen's figure flashed, moving at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qing Ji, while the 3 ice spears shattered into thin air, turning into ice fragments. Mu Chen gathered a white spherical shield in his hand and delivered a punch directly to Akiji's abdomen. Akiji instantly activated his elemental transformation, and after being hit by Mu Chen's shockwave, his entire body shattered into ice fragments. Subsequently, a fierce wave of freezing air engulfed the surroundings, instantly turning the environment around Mu Chen into a frozen world. Whether it was plants, rocks, or the ground, everything was covered in white. The nature element is indeed difficult to deal with. Mu Chen smacked his lips, watching the slippery Qing Ji, who was as elusive as an eel, feeling that his punches lacked any real impact. As long as Qing Ji elementalized in advance, he could effectively dodge Mu Chen's attacks. Qing Ji's figure condensed from behind Mu Chen, and in the blink of an eye, a flurry of ice birds silently shot towards Mu Chen's back. Mu Chen turned around and threw a punch, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the ice bird into fragments. Then, Mu Chen's right leg transformed into a white line, covered in armament hockey. The white thread instantly became as hard as black steel. Immediately, Mu Chen swung his right leg. The black thread shot out rapidly towards Akiji. Super Strike Whip. Akiji exhaled a breath of freezing air, condensing an ice sword in his hand, then coated it with armament hockey, slashing at the black thread coming from Mu Chen's kick. Bang! The ice sword made contact with the black thread formed by Mu Chen's right leg, instantly freezing it. Mu Chen chuckled lightly, and from his right leg, which had turned into a thread, broke the ice seal and continued to whip towards Akiji without losing momentum. Akiji looked a bit surprised, jumped to dodge Mu Chen's attack, and the ice sword in his hand was shattered. I know you're a wielder of multiple abilities, but if you can stack them like this, it's truly impressive, Akiji said. His freezing ability was completely ineffective against Mu Chen's, which seemed to counter it. And Mu Chen was unafraid of the ice sealing ability, as they could easily shatter it. Of course, as long as he covered his body with armament hockey, the freezing ability would also be greatly weakened. Well, it's fine, but you keep dodging like this. It doesn't hurt at all, Mu Chen shrugged, sounding quite helpless. Isn't that how Logia users are? If you don't take advantage of your ability to become elemental, that would be foolish, Akiji replied. That's true, but it's still quite frustrating, Mu Chen said. And we're just sparring. Do you really want to keep dragging this out? With our stamina, we won't finish in less than 10 days or half a month. Upon hearing this, Akiji scratched the back of his head, realizing it was indeed the case. However, to engage in close combat with Mu Chen, he wasn't that foolish. That would be asking for trouble. The ability was extremely advantageous in close quarters. All right then, Akiji thought for a moment, took off his sunglasses, and his eyes filled with seriousness. It's better to take this seriously. If this continues, Mu Chen might genuinely get annoyed. And that would be troublesome. That's more like it. Mu Chen smiled upon seeing Akiji finally ready to fight seriously. Then Mu Chen moved swiftly, pushing off the ground with force and charging towards Akiji. Seeing this, Akiji no longer maintained his distance to engage in long-range freezing attacks. He didn't move his body or activate his elemental form, but instead stretched out both hands towards the charging Mu Chen. Then, a large amount of freezing air rapidly spewed from his hands, continuously forming numerous tiny ice shards in front of him. These tiny ice shards then gathered together like a snowstorm and surged towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled slightly. As he moved forward, he raised his fist and swung it forward, the shock wave sweeping out, causing the space to crack open and spreading towards the blizzard formed by tiny ice shards. The ice shards that rushed towards him in the air were all shattered. Qingji watched as Mu Chen approached him, leaving behind a trail of broken ice fragments, like a storm of snowflakes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Ice formation, accompanied by Qingji's voice. The ice shards that had fallen around Mu Chen seemed to come to life, continuously gathering towards his body. Mu Chen reacted quickly to the situation, stamping his feet hard against the ground. The ground instantly shattered as if struck by a powerful blow, and an invisible shockwave spread out from around him, forming a ring-shaped airwave that swept toward the incoming ice fragments, directly turning them into powder that scattered in the air. Seeing this, Qingji was not discouraged. He waved his hand, and layers of frost surged toward Mu Chen like ocean waves. Frozen time capsule. Muchen looked at the white wave without any fear. As he continued to rush forward, a white line wall suddenly emerged from the ground ahead, blocking his path. In the blink of an eye, the frosty wave slammed against the white line wall. Subsequently, the ice-encased white line wall shattered, with chunks of ice shooting towards Qingji. Qingji was completely unafraid. He was made of ice and did not flinch or evade the ice shards. With his eyes fixed on the broken ice wall, he activated his observation haki to search for Mu Chen's figure. But he did not see Mu Chen coming from behind the ice wall and had no idea where he had gone, so he could only remain on high alert, ready to respond at any moment. Just as Qingji was searching for Mu Chen's figure, he felt a slight pain in his temple. Without turning to look, he directly activated his elemental transformation. Then, his head was pierced and shattered by a swift dark shadow. The headless body of Qingji extended its right hand, aiming at the direction from which the shadow had attacked, and an ice bird shot out rapidly. Next, Qingji reformed his head, his fist covered in armament haki, and he swung it toward the right. Bang! Upon contact, the space shattered, and Qingji frowned tightly. Although his fist was covered in armament haki, the flesh and bone on his fist were still slightly torn apart. Ah, that really hurts, Mu Chen, Qingji said. This level of damage is completely nothing to you, right? Mu Chen grinned. Such injuries were merely a minor annoyance for a battle-hardened warrior like Qingji. He was just slightly complaining. Then, Mu Chen suddenly unleashed a whip kick, which Qingji also countered with his right leg. After that, Qingji opened his mouth, and a chilling frost emanated from it. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. This method of attack was somewhat annoying. He then directly stretched out his large hand, as dark as ink, and slapped towards Qingji's mouth, letting you spit casually. Qingji's eyes twitched, and he quickly retracted his head. Zephyr and the others were still watching, and if he were to be slapped, he would have no face left. With one slap missing, Qingji immediately retreated backward. Engaging in close combat with Mu Chen was not conducive to his abilities. As he retreated, Qingji quickly conjured 3 ice spears in front of him, grasping one tightly and forcefully throwing it towards Mu Chen. Frozen 2-pronged spear. Mu Chen's footsteps did not move. He quickly grabbed one of the ice spears and hurled it towards Akiji. The other 2 ice spears pierced through his body, leaving 2 gas-like holes. Then, as he threw the ice spear, he opened his palm toward Akiji, and a bluish-green flame shot out like a laser beam. Gas gun. Akiji flicked his hand, instantly forming an ice shield in front of him. Ice shield, ice arc. When the bluish-green flame touched the ice shield, it immediately turned into water vapor. Seeing this, Akiji leaped forward, his 5 fingers spread out toward Mu Chen. Then, 5 ice pillars shot out from his palm. Ice ball. Seeing this, Mu Chen directed the azure-blue flames from his palm towards the ice pillar coming at him. The ice pillar melted into water upon contact with the flames, proving completely ineffective. Ah, my ice is restrained by your flames. Qingji landed and looked at Mu Chen with a bit of helplessness, showing no intention of dodging the flames as they swept across his body, dispersing into vapor. Ice does have a bit of trouble when it encounters flames. Speaking of which, you must have been quite annoyed when fighting a Kaido, right? Mu Chen directly retracted the blue flame, his figure flashing as he struck out with his fists and feet like a raging storm. Qingji condensed an ice sword in his hand, responding while engaging in combat with Mu Chen. It does have some truth to it, but there's nothing we can do about it, right? We have to fight at least once. Indeed, ice and fire are incompatible. Both of you have very poor compatibility in terms of personality and ability, Mu Chen said with a smile. Qingji shrugged, not disagreeing. They indeed had a lot of conflicts. Then, Qingji waved his hand, conjuring a wave of frost that swept towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen saw this, and also threw a punch, the shockwave directly shattering the icy wave. For a moment, he was blocked by ice shards. Everything around him was a white blur. As the shockwave dissipated, an ice bird hidden within the shattered waves shot towards Mu Chen, turning everything in its path into ice blocks. When the ice bird reached Mu Chen, he threw another punch, and the powerful impact of the ice bird collided with a white spherical shield surrounding his fist, exploding into ice shards. Bang! Soon after, Qingji appeared with an ice sword in hand. Mu Chen was not surprised, but rather delighted, rushing towards Qingji. This is how it should be. Close combat is more fun. The figures of the two blurred into afterimages, constantly colliding. Mu Chen and Qingji's speed was so fast that it was hard to see. Beepo's little eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched the fierce battle from afar, wishing he could join in. However, that was just a thought. If he fought either of them, he would definitely be defeated in one move. Yeah, they're amazing. But it still feels like Mu Chen's battle with BIGMOM was more shocking, Pekin said, nodding. You don't think about it. Last time it was a life-and-death battle. Of course, they fought without holding back. Now it's just a spar, there's no need to go that far, Shachi retorted. That may be true, but it's just not satisfying to watch. Pekin chuckled, and then asked Law, Captain, can you see their movements clearly? Law shook his head, finding it hard to see, and even using observation hockey was difficult to catch. Watching Mu Chen and Qingji's battle, Law couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He wondered when he would be able to reach such a level of combat. His physical skills weren't very strong. He mainly relied on his devil fruit abilities. Although he held a sword, his swordsmanship wasn't very strong. He only carried it for convenience in using his abilities. It seems I need to practice my physical skills more in the future. Otherwise, if I encounter such physically strong enemies, once I can't keep up, I'll just be passively beaten. Plus, I can't neglect my hockey. I shouldn't focus solely on developing my devil fruit abilities, Law murmured to himself. The captain can't see clearly either? I thought the captain would be able to, Pekin said, shaking his head. Upon hearing Pekin's slightly disappointed tone, a tick mark appeared on Law's forehead as he clenched his jaw and glared at Pekin. What's wrong? Do I have to see clearly? Your tone makes me want to hit you. Pekin noticed Law's dark expression, shrank his head, laughed awkwardly, and distanced himself from Law, no longer daring to tease his captain. TSK. That Kuzan kid is completely suppressed by Mu Chen's armed hockey. I'll have to have a good talk with him later, Zephyr said, stroking his chin, his eyes fixed on Mu Chen and Qingji's figures. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru were all proud disciples taught by Zephyr. Originally, both Akiji and Akainu had decent training in hockey. At least they weren't as pitiful as Kizaru, who solely focused on developing his devil fruit abilities. However, now, compared to Mu Chen, they were completely suppressed, which brought back Zephyr's teaching habits. Thankfully, this Kazan kid isn't like Borsellino. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for me, Zephyr said. Speaking of which, doesn't Mu Chen use a Naginata? I heard that slash that cuts through space is terrifying. Even someone as physically strong as BIGMOM can't withstand it. I really want to see it, Zephyr said. Yeah, that slash is indeed terrifying. When I saw it at the scene, it felt like it could cut the entire world in half. Law recalled the scene, feeling a bit uneasy. Ha, that really is impressive. It's a pity we weren't there, but I'm sure there will be opportunities to see it later, Zephyr said. Mu Chen hasn't even used the Naginata, and he can still trade blows with Qingji barehanded. If he brought it, wouldn't Qingji be no match for him? Beepo said. Well, it can't be said like that. As a strong person, it doesn't matter whether they have a weapon or not. Moreover, Mu Chen isn't purely a swordsman. Whether he has a sword or not doesn't affect him much. Especially since he has the shock fruit ability, Zephyr shook his head. Even a swordsman, as long as they reach a certain level, can wield powerful sword intent even barehanded. Oh, Beepo nodded, somewhat understanding. Mu Chen sidestepped Qingji's ice sword and took advantage of the opening, delivering a rapid old-school punch. Qingji had no time to react, and his face took a heavy blow, causing his tall body to directly fly sideways. Huh. Qingji exhaled a breath of freezing air, covering the ground beneath him, and after sliding several meters on the ice, he came to a stop. He then got up and rubbed his swollen and painful face, using the cold air in his hand to gradually reduce the swelling. You really aim for my face with every move. Reminding me of some past events I'd rather forget, Qingji said, looking at Mu Chen in the distance with a somewhat resentful tone. Is it really necessary to be so shameless? Can't you show a little consideration? There are still a lot of people watching over there. Ha. Hearing your voice makes my fist unconsciously go towards your face. You can't blame me for that. Mu Chen laughed. What's wrong with my voice? Is it unpleasant? It shouldn't be, Qingji said helplessly. No. Come and learn to say something like Takizwa Rorida. Mu Chen said. What is that? Qingji tilted his head, looking at Mu Chen in confusion. You can imitate me. It's no big deal, Mu Chen smiled. Sigh, you have no sense of humor at all. Mu Chen shook his head, sounding a bit disappointed. I have the feeling you're thinking of something unpleasant, Qingji said, lowering his eyelids. Mu Chen shrugged and said, It's just asking you to say one of Dio's classic lines. It won't cost you anything. Go on. Before he finished speaking, Mu Chen crouched down, reached out to touch the ground, and smiled at Akiji. Akiji frowned slightly, becoming vigilant, unsure of what Mu Chen's action meant. The ground trembled with a rumble, and Akiji whispered, An earthquake? Is it caused by the Tremor-Tremor Fruit? But it didn't feel like the kind of shaking power was emanating. Then, in Akiji's eyes, a massive figure made of rock and earth rose from the ground. On its broad back, several giant, sharp icicles shot up toward the sky, and two huge arms, made of brown rock, were completely mismatched with its size. Its lower body was also made of brown rock. However, compared to the gigantic arms, its body appeared relatively small, with a grotesque head that was much smaller than its entire body, featuring a pair of glowing red eyes and a large mouth filled with rocky teeth. Its body was covered with massive spikes made of rock and frost, giving it a fierce and powerful appearance. A rock giant, over 100 meters tall, appeared before Aokiji. Aokiji looked at the towering rock giant with some surprise. Is it the soul fruit of BIGMOM, or the rock fruit of the Donkey Hodi family? He had already suspected that Mu-chan could absorb the fruit abilities of those he killed, and now seeing this rock giant, he was even more convinced. Oh my, that's quite impressive. If those abilities out at sea saw you use a different fruit ability again, they probably wouldn't dare to face you, Aokiji remarked. So, is this the ability of the soul fruit? He looked at the rock giant, which had a strange eye and mouth appear on its face, resembling the homies he had seen from BIGMOM before. Moreover, with the rock fruit, Mu-chan would need to merge into it, rather than standing behind this rock giant. As for those other abilities out at sea, if I encounter someone strong, I might be interested. Mu-chan nodded and smiled. Mu-chan did not oppose Aokiji's statement. After all, this was a combination of the soul fruit and the rock fruit, utilizing the abilities of multiple fruits, which Mu-chan had discovered recently. As for other ability users, Mu-chan would not just kill one to absorb their powers. Now that the number of days he had inherited increased, he did not want to waste his inheritance opportunities. Alala, if you encounter someone you're interested in, that would be unfortunate for you. You shouldn't be interested in my abilities, right? Aokiji said. Haha, you never know? Mu-chan replied with a smile. That would indeed be unfortunate. Aokiji shook his head. If it were a top powerhouse like Aokiji, Mu-chan would be very interested in inheriting his power. However, they were allies now and got along well, so Mu-chan did not have the heart to act against a friend. After all, if he truly ended up against the entire world, alone, what would be the point of living? Here we go. Mu-chan laughed loudly. As his voice fell, the giant rock golem took a massive step forward, directly stomping down towards Aokiji. Aokiji let out a low shout, extending his arms. And two chilling ice pillars emerged from his arms, rapidly expanding and rushing towards the giant golem's enormous foot. Ice Age. The ice pillars made contact with the giant golem's foot, spreading rapidly. Then it quickly spread upwards, freezing the golem's legs, waist, chest, and head, completely encasing the giant golem in ice. Alala, it seems your toy isn't that great, Aokiji smirked, looking at the frozen and stiff giant golem. That is hard to say. As Mu-chan's words fell, the ice layer on the giant golem's surface cracked, and with layers of ice shards falling off, the giant foot suddenly stomped down towards Aokiji's position. Boom! The entire isolated island shook violently from the force of the stomp. Then, the ground was directly crushed into a massive pit. Alala, I really didn't expect it. It can still move. Aokiji raised an eyebrow, watching the broad rock shadow looming over him as it approached. However, he had no intention of dodging. After all, it was too massive, and there was simply no time. Moreover, such an attack without the use of haki would have no effect on a Logia-type user like him. It was just a bit embarrassing to be trampled into ice shards in front of everyone. However, as a top powerhouse who had roamed the seas for many years, he had experienced this kind of thing to some extent. Boom! The giant rock foot stomped down, and under Mu-chan's direction, it ground its foot in place. That rock golem is huge. Is this another fruit ability of Mu-chan? I've never seen it before, Bepo exclaimed, staring at the tall figure standing on the small, isolated island. Compared to the small island, it looked like a person standing in a tiny room. It looked incredibly intimidating, and this was very similar to BIGMOM's abilities. Pekin also exclaimed in shock. It should be BIGMOM's soul fruit ability. That means Mu-chan's ability to absorb the fruit powers of the deceased is indeed real. Law nodded. He had his suspicions earlier, but hadn't asked Mu-chan directly. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was certain. Moreover, this also explained why Mu-chan possessed the Tremor-Tremor Fruit ability. It was likely due to using a special fruit power similar to Blackbeard's. However, he wondered what specific fruit this ability was. As someone born and raised in this world, he couldn't possibly think of something like a system being a bug. Law naturally thought it was a special devil fruit ability. After all, there were precedents. So, if Mu-chan keeps absorbing devil fruits, won't he become even stronger? Bepo asked in surprise. The thing about fruit abilities is that having more doesn't necessarily make you stronger. To become a strong person, one's own qualities are the right path. Whether it's fruit abilities, swordsmanship, or martial arts, if you don't have a good body and enough stamina to support it, everything is just a mirage. Zephyr said, looking at Beepo with disdain. Moreover, as long as one's hockey, martial arts, and physical qualities are strong enough, even without fruit abilities, one can still become a top powerhouse in this world. People of Zephyr's generation, like Carp, Roger, Rayleigh, and Shanks, all felt the same way. However, it wouldn't be right to say that devil fruits are bad. As long as you're lucky enough to obtain a powerful ability, you can rise to the top in one go. Furthermore, abilities like the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and Ice Fruit can reach world-destroying levels if developed to a certain extent. This is difficult for those who rely solely on martial arts unless they reach the pinnacle. That's true. Many strong people on the sea don't rely on devil fruits to stand at the top. Law nodded, fully agreeing with Zephyr's words. Haha, you kid, I really like you. If only Paulicelino would think like you, Zephyr said, grinning widely, his eyes revealing a sense of mentorship. Even though Zephyr had left the Navy, he still cared deeply for his former disciples, regardless of their relationships. You're too kind, Zephyr, Law smiled and said. Look, that rock golem has directly stomped Aokiji under its foot, and even ground its foot a bit, haha. Beepo exclaimed, pointing towards the rock golem and laughing heartily. Haha, it's true. And just now Aokiji was slapped by Mu-chan and flew out. His face is a bit swollen, and now he's being stomped down. I don't know why, but I just want to laugh. Pecan exclaimed, laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, linking arms with Beepo and Shachi, bouncing around as if the rock golem was them. As pirates, seeing the once feared admiral being trampled like this was quite refreshing. Even though Aokiji had left the Navy and was now their ally, it was still fun to watch. Shut up. You three, seriously. Law shouted at Beepo and the others. Can't you see Zephyr is looking at you with a dark face? If you want to get beaten, just say it. Oomph. Zephyr let out a cold snort and shot a sideways glare at Beepo and the others. Gah. Beepo and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies stiffening as they slowly turned to look at Law with pitiful expressions. Law completely ignored the three troublemakers, not wanting to engage with them any further, and focused intently on the battle. The Earth Giant moved its massive foot away, looking down at the shattered ice fragments scattered over the large pit below. Then, far away, a gust of cold wind blew, and Akiji's body slowly materialized on the frozen ground. He certainly didn't want to be stepped on again. The loud laughter of Beepo and the others had reached him, and even with his thick skin, he couldn't withstand it. Ah, this is a bit troublesome. Aokiji scratched the back of his head, his frost-covered cheeks showing a troubled expression. Ha ha ha, Aokiji, if you can't dodge next, you're going to be in trouble. Mu-chan leaped onto the Earth Giant, grabbing a protruding rock and laughing. Could it be? Aokiji felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. He saw the Earth Giant take a few steps forward, raising its gigantic rocky fist and crashing it down towards Aokiji. Aokiji's eyes widened, and he quickly transformed into ice, merging into the frosty ground. This time, using elemental transformation wouldn't cut it. Aokiji saw that the enormous rock fist was pitch black, like forged steel. Covered with haki from Mu-chan, Aokiji materialized behind the Earth Giant, opened his mouth to exhale, and an ice sword formed in his hand. He didn't stop as he had before. The moisture in the air continued to crystallize into ice. Soon, a massive ice sword, measuring 60 meters, appeared in his hand, like an ant holding a sword. However, this gigantic ice sword felt perfectly coordinated in Aokiji's grip. Aokiji held the 60-meter ice sword as if it were an extension of his body, swinging it down towards the Earth Giant. Bang! The massive ice sword struck the Earth Giant's back with tremendous force, causing the giant to stagger a few steps from the impact. It's really hard. It didn't cut in at all, Aokiji muttered. Despite this, Aokiji continued to swing the massive ice sword like a hammer, relentlessly pounding the Earth Giant. Boom! 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 Just as Aokiji was about to lift the giant ice sword to strike again, the Earth Giant suddenly twisted its upper body and raised a huge hand to slap down at Aokiji. Aokiji was startled and quickly dropped the giant ice sword, transforming back into ice and merging into the frosty ground. He had thought the towering Earth Giant would be slow and wouldn't have time to turn around, allowing him to attack from behind. But he had never expected it could twist its body like that. Wasn't that unfair? However, Aokiji quickly realized that this was a puppet made of earth. It couldn't be treated like a normal person. A normal person twisting their waist like that might just injure themselves. But for this earth lump, turning and twisting was a piece of cake. In fact, Even if the Earth Giant were to be cut in half or dismantled into pieces, it could probably reassemble itself in no time. Produce. It could be covered with haki from Mu-chun, which could effectively harm a Logia user like him. Aokiji found this thought quite headache-inducing. He really didn't know how strong Mu-chun's haki was to be able to cover such a large rock. Aokiji sighed, saying it's not bad, I suppose. Pretty good. Mu-chun replied with a smile. The Earth Giant swung both fists at Aokiji again, repeatedly smashing down at his location like a torrential storm. The immense force struck the ground, causing the small island to tremble as if it were experiencing a continuous and violent earthquake, with large rocks being shaken into the air. The waves surrounding the small island crashed against the shore, surging violently as if they wanted to swallow the island whole. If this keeps up, won't the island be smashed through? Pekin gulped as he watched the ferocious scene. If they had been on the small island watching the battle, they would have been in trouble. Absolutely, and the surrounding waves are being affected by the tremors. There shouldn't be a tsunami, right? Shaki's face turned pale. They were right by the shore. If a tsunami hit, it would mean capsizing and drowning. Last time on Cake Island, due to Mu-chun, they encountered the fiercest tsunami of their lives. Just thinking about that scene made him fearful. If it hadn't been for the experienced Jinbei, they would have surely perished beneath the waves. Don't worry, it's not that exaggerated. Captain Mu-chun will hold back, Law said, shaking his head at Pekin and Shaki's expressions. Just as Law finished speaking, the enormous Earth Giant indeed ceased its attacks. In front of the Earth Giant appeared a deep pit, with massive cracks spreading from the pit's edges, covering the entire small island, nearly splitting it apart. A large rock was pushed aside, and Aokiji's voice emerged from within. At that moment, Aokiji looked quite disheveled, his clothes torn and covered in dust and frost, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and injuries on his body. That was really impressive. I couldn't dodge at all. Under the Earth Giant's relentless assault, Aokiji had no space to evade. Initially, he tried various ice attacks to defend, but they had no effect at all. In the end, he had to cover himself with haki and fight back against the Earth Giant. This experience was something Aokiji had never encountered before. His freezing abilities were completely ineffective against the Earth Giant, and even some of the ice attacks that struck the giant did nothing. They could only slightly delay its onslaught. If it were Mr. Garp, he would surely have some insights on dealing with an enemy like a mountain. Aokiji couldn't help but recall Garp's straightforward and brutally powerful attack style. Garp was a man who could smash through 8 mountains just to train his fists. Ha ha ha, Aokiji. How about it? Can you continue? Mu-chun called down from atop the Earth Giant. Of course. It took a lot of effort to get pumped up. How could I give up halfway? Plus, if I'm beaten up like this and you're completely unscathed, that would be embarrassing, Aokiji replied, taking off his tattered coat and cracking his neck. That's good. Mu-chun smiled. I wanted to take it easy on you when you were dodging so slickly earlier. Now, I need to beat you up a bit to relieve my frustration. Otherwise, I wouldn't be Mu-chun. Aokiji's entire body turned into white frost, sweeping outwards in a massive wave. In an instant, the entire small island transformed as if it were hit by a once-in-a-millennium blizzard, the cold wind howling, suddenly turning from a summer island into a winter island covered in frost. The onlookers on the shore immediately began to tremble. Wow, it's so cold. So cold, so cold. Yeah, it looks like Aokiji is serious now. This feeling is really nice. A voice that stood out from the crowd emerged, and Beepo stretched out his arms to feel the cold wind. I really envy you, Beepo, Pekin said. Hee hee. Beepo scratched the back of his head, looking shy. Look, another giant has appeared, Shachi shouted in surprise. Beepo and Pekin hurriedly looked towards the island. They saw a giant made of ice appearing in front of the Earth Giant, completely covered in white, also adorned with icy spikes, but its body looked relatively well-proportioned. Wow, I didn't expect you to create a toy too, Mu-chun laughed. Ah la la, if the height doesn't match, I can only take it passively. Aokiji's voice came from inside the ice giant. He didn't want to continue being beaten by Mu-chun, who really gave him no face. Ha ha, bring on, Mu-chun laughed. As Mu-chun's words fell, the Earth Giant swung its massive fist towards the Ice Giant, which also swung its fist back fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The two enormous giants struck each other back and forth, each impact shaking the isolated island violently. The scene looked like a battle between two Gundams, fierce and powerful, with every punch landing hard. The Ice Giant suddenly wrapped its massive arms around the Earth Giant, smashing it directly to the ground, then sat on top of it, lifting its two giant arms to punch down repeatedly on the Earth Giant. The Earth Giant's arms were tightly locked by the Ice Giant's legs, unable to move, and could only watch as the Ice Giant's fists kept landing on its head. "Ah la la, this feels pretty good," Akiji said with a smile. "Now it's your turn after you kept hitting my face earlier." Unfortunately, after only a few punches, the Earth Giant lifted its legs, locking them under the Ice Giant's armpits, preventing the Ice Giant's arms from continuing to strike. The two giants engaged in a contest of strength, neither willing to back down. The moment the Earth Giant was overwhelmed by the Ice Giant, Mu-chan used the ability of the Rock Fruit to burrow into the ground and reappeared in the distance. Mu-chan smacked his lips, looking at this bizarre philosophical scene, unable to help but reveal a hint of strangeness. "I didn't expect you to be such a Kazan. Akiji, that Ice Giant is essentially a manifestation of Akiji's true body, so it can be said to be Akiji himself. However, the Earth Giant is different. It's not Mu-chan himself, but rather shaped from a fragment of his soul attached to it. The Earth Giant has its own thoughts, but it can perfectly obey Mu-chan's commands." This eye-piercing scene made it completely impossible for Mu-chan to look directly at it. After a brief struggle between the two giants, the arms of the Earth Giant, which were locked under the legs of the Ice Giant, suddenly broke apart, connecting at its waist, and fiercely struck upwards at the Ice Giant's body. Boom! The Ice Giant, caught off guard by the sudden attack, relaxed its strength for a moment and was inadvertently knocked down to the ground by the Earth Giant's leg. The situation between the two giants instantly reversed. The Earth Giant opened its ferocious mouth, and its massive fist slammed directly into the Ice Giant's face. Boom! Boom! The featureless face of the Ice Giant was continuously struck, resulting in cracks appearing all over. Then, the Earth Giant clasped its hands together and raised them high, crashing them down. Boom! The Ice Giant's head was directly smashed to pieces. However, this method of smashing heads had no effect on the Ice Giant made of ice. In the next moment, the Ice Giant emitted a chilling and piercing frost that enveloped the Earth Giant, causing its body to freeze momentarily. Then, the Ice Giant clenched its fist, gathering power, and delivered an overwhelmingly powerful attack to the chest of the Earth Giant. The Earth Giant soared high into the air, its gigantic body crashing down to the ground with a boom, creating a massive pit. The Ice Giant quickly got up, leaped, and brought one of its large feet crashing down onto the Earth Giant. The cracks spread like a spider web, causing the entire isolated island to shake violently. Subsequently, the already burdened isolated island began to disintegrate. The Inyo warship was sailing across the ocean, having just left that small isolated island not long ago. Mu-chan lay on a sun lounger, basking in the sun, looking relaxed and carefree, while next to him lay a salted fish, Akiji. After the small isolated island was directly cracked by the foot of the Ice Giant, the two of them stopped their sparring. However, once back on the warship, Akiji had been gloomy and resentful. There was nothing Mu-chan could do, so he grabbed Akiji's face and hit him, just like the Ice Giant had his head smashed by the Earth Giant. The small island directly disintegrated because Akiji, in anger and embarrassment, had stomped down without any reservations. "So, are you going to directly find Blackbeard or Kaido?" Akiji asked. "Yeah, I have the Eternal Pointer for Wano and Hive Island. As for you and Zephyr and the others, you don't need to come along. Go find Dragon instead," Mu-chan replied. The Eternal Pointers for these two places were obtained from Tezolo back in Golden City. Okay, Akiji nodded. They were already somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of uniting pirates, so it was best if they didn't have to go. However, to overthrow the world government, this was a necessary move. After all, relying solely on their own strength and that of the Revolutionary Army was still somewhat inadequate against the world government. Then we'll contact each other through the snail. Dragon should be starting to take action soon, Mu-chan said. Yeah, the World Conference is about to begin. Akiji's eyes revealed some complexity. In past World Conferences, as an admiral, he had to act as a guard and escort the royal families of the allied countries to the Holy Land Mary Geos. Now, they were about to face the world government directly, and battle was unavoidable. He wondered if he would run into former comrades. Mu-chan stood up, patted Qing-ji on the shoulder, and then left Qing-ji alone to continue basking in the sun. He walked into the restaurant, smelling the enticing aroma of meat, making his stomach growl. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw a graceful figure busy at the stove, and a smile appeared on Mu-chan's lips. I am hungry. Is the food ready? Mu-chan approached and wrapped his arms around Ayn, resting his chin on her shoulder as he gently asked. Just a moment, it's almost done. Don't move your hands around, Ayn said irritably, turning to push Mu-chan away and pressing him down onto a chair. Just from the smell, I can tell it's delicious, Mu-chan said, resting his palm against his cheek with a smile. Of course. I've been practicing this whole time, Ayn said, with one hand on her hip and the other waving a spatula, lifting her delicate chin, looking quite charming. You made great progress. Muchin gave a thumbs up in praise. Have I not made progress? You should know that when I first excitedly cooked for Muchin, it was truly unbearable, completely inedible, and the strange smell could make one cry. Now that we can smell the aroma, that's already quite good. As for the taste, once it's in the mouth, one could only say it's swallowable. Then just sit tight and wait. You can eat soon. Ein turned back to continue cooking, humming a cheerful tune. After about 10 minutes, Ein sat across from Muchin, supporting her chin with her hands. Her mouth curving into a smile, her big eyes like crescent moons watching Muchin devour his food. Being able to watch her beloved eat the food she made brought her the greatest happiness in that moment. Once all the food was gone, Muchin leaned back in his chair, looking satisfied. Ein, we'll have to separate our actions again next. Upon hearing this, Ein pouted, but she didn't throw a tantrum to follow Muchin. As a qualified supportive partner, her role was to unconditionally support her man. Don't worry, we'll soon be able to live leisurely together, Muchin said with a smile. I nodded happily. Time passed, and Muchin, Jinbei, Luo, and others had been traveling for 3 days on a submarine heading to Wano country. The weather in the New World was quite unpredictable. Fortunately, the submarine could dive underwater to avoid various natural disasters on the surface. Speaking of which, since speculating that the Uranus was in the hands of the world government and was related to natural disasters, Muchin looked at the bizarre magnetic field and weather of this world, and couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the King Uranus. The Grand Line was like a belt directly dividing the entire world, and coupled with the red line that surrounded the world, it formed a cross-section. Moreover, within the Grand Line, compasses were completely useless. One could only rely on the magical recording pointers to record the magnetic field before heading to other islands. Especially in the latter half of the New World, it was even more outrageous, requiring 3 pointers to accurately reach the next island. The weather was incredibly harsh. A clear, sunny sea could suddenly be swept by a storm in an instant. A small sea whirlwind could transform into a terrifying sea tornado in just 2 to 3 seconds. If one couldn't connect this to the possibility of the King Uranus controlling natural disasters, then it would be a waste of the imaginative brain that was tormented by keyboard warriors in the previous life. Along the way, apart from encountering a submarine diving into the sea during a storm, they basically hadn't encountered any unexpected events. However, now it was different. As a lonely little boat appeared in the distance of the submarine. Captain, there seems to be something ahead. A crew member responsible for inspecting the surroundings shouted to Luo on the deck. What is it? Luo asked. It looks like a small boat, like a coffin board. But I don't see anyone, the crew member said while looking through a monocular telescope, feeling a sense of familiarity. Let me see, Luo said. He then took the telescope thrown over by the crew member and looked into the distance. This seems to be Hawkeye Mihawk's ship, Luo said in surprise. Nanny, the world's #1 swordsman? What's he doing here? The crew members were all surprised by Luo's words. Forget it. It doesn't concern us. We have no past with him, Luo said, casually tossing the telescope back to the crew member. Should we tell Boss Muchin? Beibo asked. Just tell him, Luo nodded. All right. Beibo excitedly ran toward the cabin, but Muchin had already come out. Seeing Muchin, Beibo's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Boss Muchin, ahead is the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Should we go up and greet him? If it were before, Beibo and the others might have directly avoided Hawkeye Mihawk upon seeing him. After all, it was said that this man would chop down any ships that got in his way. But now it was different. They had the incredibly powerful boss, Muchin, on board. Beibo was even hoping to see the battle between Muchin and Hawkeye Mihawk. After all, Muchin also wielded one of the 12 supreme blades, the Tsungyun Xie, and his swordsmanship was strong, theoretically making him a great swordsman as well. He was very eager to witness a duel between such great swordsmen, especially after watching Muchin's 2 previous battles. Beibo had come to enjoy watching fights between strong individuals. Hawkeye Mihawk? Muchin was somewhat surprised. According to the original plot, at this point in time, Mihawk should be on the dilapidated and eerie Kuraikan Island, living a shameless cohabitation with the ghost girl Perona. How do you end up here? Moreover, even if I change some of the plot, it shouldn't affect Mihawk, right? Muchin walked to the bow of the boat, looking at the small skiff ahead. On the coffin-like skiff lay Mihawk, whose tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing eagle-like yellow pupils. He then stood up and looked towards the submarine. The two exchanged gazes from a distance. After a moment, Mihawk revealed a faint smile, drew the black sword Yuru, one of the 12 supreme blades, from his back with its chaotic and intricate design, known as the strongest black sword in the world. Then, Mihawk swung forward, unleashing a massive green sword aura that sliced through the waves, heading towards the submarine, or more precisely, targeting Mu-chun at the bow of the submarine. Hawkeye is attacking us directly. What should we do? It would be terrible if the boat capsizes. The crew members who saw Mihawk unleash the sword aura immediately began to panic. Seeing this, Mu-chun raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed to be aimed at him. "Lend me your sword." Before his words fell, regardless of Luo's reaction beside him, Mu-chun directly drew out the ghost cry he was holding. Then, he similarly slashed out a huge blue sword energy. Boom! One blue and one green. One horizontal and one vertical. The two massive sword energies collided in the sea. After a moment of stalemate, they exploded, sending a wave of air spreading out, causing the sea to roll, and the submarine and small boat swayed unsteadily on the violently fluctuating surface. He blocked it. Mu-chun has blocked Hawkeye's sword energy. So powerful. Of course, how could they forget the terrifying spatial slash Mu-chun had used before? They certainly hadn't forgotten. It was scary to think about now. The crew watched the long-range confrontation between Mu-chun and Hawkeye, filled with excitement. "Are you Mu-chun?" Mihawk said calmly. "Yes, Hawkeye Mihawk." "Such a warm welcome right from the start," Mu-chun replied. "For a man like Mihawk, who was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life, greeting someone with a plain attack, right upon meeting, was something Mu-chun could understand. After all, once Mihawk encounters someone he is interested in, it would be like this. Mu-chun had inherited the sword techniques of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, although he could not compare to a great swordsman like Mihawk. Executing basic sword energy slashes was still within his capability. Moreover, Mu-chun was very interested in Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. If he could have a match, that would be even better. He was eager to know what level his swordsmanship was at. Then let's have a match. Mihawk's eagle eyes fixed on Mu-chun, filled with fighting spirit. Here, Mu-chun smiled. Since Mihawk wanted to fight, that was great, but they were currently at sea, making it difficult to fully unleash their abilities. Mihawk paused for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly reacted and smiled. "Then let's find an island." "All right." Mu-chun nodded, then pointed to the submarine beneath him and said, "Your little coffin is too slow. Come aboard." Following Mu-chun's instructions, the submarine headed towards Mihawk. After securing the small boat, Mihawk jumped onto the submarine, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Mu-chun. "How come you're here?" Mu-chun asked curiously. "Why can't I be here?" Mihawk replied, puzzled. Mu-chun scratched the back of his head. He couldn't exactly say he saw him on a One-Piece manga at Kuraikawa Island, right? Mihawk smiled and said, "I saw your report in the newspaper, and I was very interested. So I came to the New World to find you. Didn't expect to run into you so coincidentally. So that's how it is. That really is quite a coincidence." Mu-chun nodded. Mihawk nodded, showing no intention of continuing the conversation, and went to sit down by himself. For him, the goal of going to sea had been found, and since Mu-chun also wanted to fight him, there was no need for further discussion. After all, as a cold person, he did not have a habit of engaging in pleasant conversations with others. Only the way of the sword was his eternal pursuit. Everything else was just fleeting. Beepo and the others looked at Mihawk with great curiosity, but didn't dare to disturb him. After all, he was the world's #1 swordsman, and they were not even worth a few cuts from him. However, from the earlier conversation, those who didn't know them might think they were old acquaintances. After all, how could two people who just met have a conversation like that? As if they were old friends? Soon, the submarine, towing the small boat, sailed on, searching for a landing island. After half a day's sailing, they finally spotted an island. The island was made of steel, with earth, trees, rocks, etc., and it was snowing year-round, covered in snow, a strange island composed of steel and ice. However, in this world, such peculiar islands were everywhere. Perhaps being an adventurer in this world would be a very good choice. This is Iron Skin Island, Kaido's territory. After Mu-chun and his group stepped onto this peculiar island, Luo explained, "Kaido's territory? What a coincidence," Mu-chun said. "But it's normal. It's close to Wano. So it's not surprising that it's occupied by Kaido. Moreover, there's steel everywhere here. It's probably an important resource site for Kaido's armory. This place is quite good. It's just right for our duel," Mihawk said, stomping his foot on the ground, producing a dull sound of steel clashing. "Ha indeed. Luo, you guys go gather supplies. We'll head over there," Mu-chun said to Luo and the others, then turned his gaze to Mihawk and led the way out. Then we won't be able to see Boss Mu-chun and Hawk Eyes fight," Beepo said, his eyes wide with frustration. Luo tapped Beepo's head with the handle of his knife and said helplessly, "They won't finish that quickly. After we gather supplies, we can come back to watch." All right then. Beepo nodded, then pulled Luo towards the town. Captain, let's hurry up and gather supplies so we can come back sooner. Beepo was very enthusiastic about his role as an onlooker. Seeing this, Luo shook his head helplessly. Why the rush? This is Kaido's territory. We still need to be careful. Mu-chun and Mihawk arrived at a deserted clearing, standing apart from each other. Mihawk lowered his arms that were crossed over his chest and slowly drew the black sword. Knight from his back, gripping it with both hands as his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. The newspaper said you could unleash slashes that could tear through space. And I find that very interesting. Although it is due to the fruit's ability, when I saw your previous slashes with my own eyes, I knew that it was definitely not just a simple fruit ability attack. Indeed, that move was something I only mastered after a long battle with Charlotte Linlin. Mu-chan said with a smile. Then let me witness it. Before his words fell, Mihawk casually unleashed a sword energy slash. A massive green, sword energy, rushing towards Mu-chun. This effortless and artistic attack was merely a simple basic attack for Mihawk. Mu-chun's Songyun cut also slashed out a blue sword aura. Soon after, the two sword auras collided with each other, and like the moment two waves meet at sea, they held each other for a moment before exploding apart. At the moment of the explosion, Mu-chun suddenly stomped his foot and quickly charged towards Mihawk. The Songyun cut, covered in armament haki, slashed down at Mihawk. Mihawk did not dodge. He swung his black sword knight. Boom! The entire sky seemed to be cleaved in two, and a massive rift filled with swirling winds and clouds appeared at the center. At this moment, it felt like the apocalypse had arrived. The residents of Iron Skin Island looked up at the sky, their mouths agape in shock. Wow, wow, wow. Boss Mu-chun and Hawkeye have started. What a terrifying scene. Captain, hurry up, hurry up. If we miss this, it will be a huge regret in life. Beppo looked at the enormous rift in the sky, his impatience evident as he grabbed Law's hand, completely disregarding his objections, and rushed towards the town. A few crew members exchanged glances and quickly followed Beppo's lead, eager to witness the duel between Mu-chun and Mihawk. On the open ground where Mu-chun and Mihawk stood, a series of thunderous collision sounds erupted. The chaotic and fierce sword energy stirred the airflow, flying in all directions, with the steel-forged ground marked by countless blade scars and iron trees severed in half. A powerful vortex of airflow spun on the ground, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach or even see clearly. At the center of that vortex, two figures darted swiftly, their forms appearing like afterimages. A black-bladed cross greatsword with a chaotic blade pattern clashed against a long-handled, broad-bladed naginata that, while seemingly ordinary, exuded a hint of dominance, continuously colliding back and forth. Each clash of blades produced countless black-red electric snakes. The scattered sword energy, accompanied by a piercing wave of air, tore apart the steel-forged ground, split the sky in two, and devastated the iron forest in patches. Bang! The supreme great knives in their hands connected, generating black-red lightning as their eyes met, igniting intense battle intent, with excited smiles at the corners of their mouths. Not bad, Mihawk said with a slight smirk. Mu-chun smiled slightly upon hearing this. Since the beginning of the battle, he had only used the Songyun cut without utilizing any fruit abilities. He wanted to have a duel with Mihawk, just to gauge the difference between himself and the world's greatest swordsman. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was indeed inferior to Mihawk. However, there was nothing to be ashamed of, as swordsmanship was only a part of his overall strength. If he truly unleashed his full power, defeating Mihawk would be a piece of cake. The two exchanged smiles, and the blades of their supreme great swords were entwined with black haki, with strands of electric serpents flowing, and then they collided fiercely once again. Boom! Boom! The overwhelming pressure of the haki clashed between the Songyun cut and the sharp blade of the Black Sword Knight, creating a forceful oppression. Gaps were constantly squeezed out between the blades, clearly not touching each other. But that invisible and terrifying energy continuously compressed the air in between, producing muffled sounds. The battle between Mu-chun and Mihawk reached a higher level of intensity. Amazing air currents swept out from both Mu-chun and Mihawk, sweeping across the surroundings and crashing into the steel-forged earth and trees, producing piercing sounds of tearing. The fluctuations from the battle between Mu-chun and Mihawk had long been known to the people on Iron Skin Island, but no one dared to come and watch. After all, this was Kaido's territory, and the beast pirates who remained on the island had informed Kaido, who was in Wano from the very beginning. It was best to leave such a monster, one they couldn't provoke, to their boss to handle. Boss Kaido, Mu-chun and Hawkeye are fighting on Iron Skin Island. A pirate reported from a distance, lying on top of a steel mountain, speaking into a transponder snail. Huh? Mu-chun and Hawkeye are fighting on my territory? Kaido's eyes widened like copper bells, and his voice boomed like rolling thunder through the transponder snail. Why yes, the reporting pirate stammered, frightened by Kaido's tone. Kaido squinted and said, just keep an eye on them. He then hung up the transponder snail, not planning to confront Mu-chun and Hawkeye directly. Although Iron Skin Island was an important resource for Kaido, he didn't impulsively rush over. While Kaido considered himself invincible in one-on-one combat, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, and appeared to be a brute, he was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite sharp-minded and very rational. After all, how could he have occupied Wano for so many years and traded large quantities of weapons with the world government? Now that Mu-chun had come to his territory, based on Kaido's understanding of Mu-chun, he was definitely here to kill him. Moreover, he would undoubtedly soon arrive at his base in Wano. Going over there alone now would be an unwise choice, but once he reached Wano, it would be different. With so many subordinates, they could surround and overwhelm him. Kaido was also considering whether he could recruit Mu-chun. He had always welcomed strong individuals to join. In fact, if Mu-chun joined the Beast Pirates, Kaido would not hesitate to offer him the position of second-in-command. The battle continued for a long time, from day until night. Law and others had already arrived, comfortably watching as bystanders. The battle between top swordsmen is truly a feast for the eyes, Jinbei remarked. As a former peer, Jinbei actually didn't know much about Mihawk. Everything was just hearsay, and the few times he had seen Mihawk fight were during the Marineford War 2 years ago. However, at that time, Mihawk hadn't fought with his full strength. He was just going through the motions. But now, seeing the prowess of the world's #1 swordsman, he could only say it was well-deserved. Boss Mu-chun is also very strong. Being able to hold his ground against Hawkeye for so long without using any devil fruit abilities means that Boss Mu-chun is also a great swordsman. Beepo exclaimed excitedly. The world of the strong is truly unattainable, Pecan said, his eyes flashing with a strange expression. Ever since encountering Mu-chun, they had witnessed one monstrous battle after another. Moreover, they would continue to see such inhuman disparities, which left them feeling utterly despairing. However, they were also quite self-aware, knowing they should just play the role of good underlings and leave the monsters to deal with each other. Ha ha ha, of course. Do you think we don't know your qualifications and strength? Shachi joked. TCH, you're no different from me. You have no right to talk. Pekin pouted and shot Shachi a glance. I wonder how much longer their battle will last. Bartolomeo said. It won't end anytime soon. With their level of strength, it won't be over in just a few days. It's a battle of stamina and will, Law said. That's true, Bartolomeo nodded. The last time Mu-chun and Akiji ended so quickly was because that small, isolated island couldn't withstand it, but this time was different. Mu-chun did not use the abilities of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit in such an exaggerated manner, and this island, as Mihawk initially said, was indeed very suitable for their duel, with steel forged everywhere, durable and resilient. The dark curtain fell, and the dim moonlight spilled over the land, reflecting a faint glow from the smooth, shiny surface of a steel. Mu-chun and Mihawk's figures continuously intertwined, the clash of blades accompanied by explosive sounds. The two became more excited as they fought, with the night having no effect on their performance. Bang! The blades met. Mu-chun lifted his arm, brushing aside the Black Blade Knight, the collision lasting only a moment. As Mihawk's Black Blade Knight was deflected, he exerted force with his arm, the black blade swinging down in a follow-up attack. Mu-chun leaped back, evading the strike. Let's see this move. Mu-chun held the handle of its own yin sword in front of his shoulder, and strands of sword energy quickly gathered on the blade. Then, with his arm muscles bulging, he let out a low shout and swung it fiercely forward. Elbaf's spear, the might of the kingdom. A terrifying cylindrical sword energy tore through the air, racing straight towards Mihawk. Such powerful swordsmanship. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement upon seeing Mu-chun unleash this incredibly powerful sword technique. Although for a great swordsman like Mihawk, who had reached the realm of simplicity and essence, flashy sword techniques held no meaning, he did not resent them. On the contrary, experiencing the powerful sword techniques of others allowed him to comprehend their essence and absorb it into himself, elevating his own sword path to greater heights. This was why Mihawk continuously sought out those he deemed sword masters to duel and spar, making his own swordsmanship stronger. Mihawk's sword intent surged, slightly bending his knees. With the black blade, Yoru, resting in front of him, he then swung out a strike towards the fierce, cylindrical sword energy. A more restrained green, sword energy flew out compared to before. Boom! The two powerful sword energies collided, instantly erupting with a strong shockwave that dissipated into the air. It seems that even such a powerful move is still being blocked by you. Truly worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman, Mu-Chin said. A very strong move. Mihawk replied with a slight smile, accepting Mu-Chin's praise. After that, the two did not waste any more words and collided once again. The continuous sound of metal clashing persisted for 3 whole days. In this area, even the steel was forged but still suffered devastating damage, with sword marks everywhere and the steel ground riddled with deep ravines. At the most chaotic center, Mu-Chin and Mihawk were both covered in injuries, panting heavily, yet the fighting spirit in their eyes remained strong. This is the last move, Mu-Chin said. If they continued to fight like this, given their physical stamina, they could last a few more days, but the outcome would definitely be hard to determine. However, this does not mean that Mu-Chin's swordsmanship could match Mihawk's. It could only be said to be slightly inferior. Nevertheless, Mu-Chin's physical condition was extremely strong, allowing him to bridge the gap, and the two would surely end when their stamina was exhausted. Moreover, Mu-Chin still needed to find Kaido, Blackbeard, and others. Now he had a clear understanding of the level of his pure swordsmanship, so there was no need to waste time. All right, Mihawk nodded. The last move that Mu-Chin spoke of was certainly the space-slicing move he had been looking forward to for a long time. Although assisted by the fruit's ability, it did not hinder Mihawk's interest. Mihawk took a deep breath, his sharp eagle eyes fixed on Mu-Chin as his powerful sword intent and momentum continued to rise, standing there like a blade poised to strike. Mu-Chin looked at Mihawk's current state, a grin spreading across his face. The power of shock surged continuously into the Tsungyun cut in his hand, and the advanced arm color was also constantly condensing. The sword intent and sword momentum around him skyrocketed to their peak in an instant. Ha ha, come on, let me see your strongest move. For the first time in their battle, Mihawk let out a hearty laugh. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Immediately, both of them struck out with their strongest slash of their lives. In an instant, the world lost its color. 2 days have passed since the battle between Mu-Chin and Mihawk, and the submarine is sailing on the sea with Mu-Chin and the others. Even after 2 days, Beppo and the others are still excitedly gathered together, discussing the fight between Mu-Chin and Mihawk. Hee, Captain Mu-Chin is really strong, especially that last move. It almost destroyed the Iron Island. Pekin said excitedly. Yeah, that move even made Hawkeye lose. If this gets out, Captain Mu-Chin would be known as the world's #1 swordsman. Beppo grinned widely. But Captain Mu-Chin said he isn't Hawkeye's match in swordsmanship and doesn't qualify as a pure swordsman. That last move was also made possible by his fruit ability. Shaki said. True, but Captain Mu-Chin was able to fight Hawkeye purely with swordsmanship for 3 days. No matter what, Captain Mu-Chin is now the #1 swordsman in my heart. Beppo said proudly. That's for sure. We feel the same way. Pekin and Shaki nodded in agreement. Mu-Chin can be said to have taken shortcuts to defeat Mihawk. Without using his fruit abilities, he would definitely not win against Mihawk in swordsmanship. Mihawk has devoted his entire life to the sword, only aiming for the pinnacle of swordsmanship. That final strike gathered all the essence of his life. Just that one strike is enough to stand proudly at the top of the world. His strength is on par with that of the 4 emperors and their commanders. Well, you guys, are you still discussing this? I've already said that I'm not a pure swordmaster. Hawkeye is the one who truly deserves the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Mu-Chin sat leisurely on the edge of the boat, fishing while listening to the comments of Beibo and the others, shaking his head helplessly. Boss Mu-Chin, you killed the 4 Emperor BIGMOM, and then defeated Akiji and Hawkeye. In this world, you are undoubtedly the #1 in the world. Beibo said with a smile. Pirates, Navy, Shichibukai, the top powerhouses among them are no match for Boss Mu-Chin. You are definitely the #1 in the world. Peijin said. Mu-Chin listened to Beppo and the others flattering him, smiling helplessly, and decided not to bother with them anymore. The world's #1? It's better to be humble in life. Although he could indeed be considered invincible in one-on-one battles now, it's still better to keep a low profile. Such titles are useless if one's strength isn't solid. However, it has indeed been spread across the sea that he defeated Hawkeye and Mihawk. Their battle was widely publicized by Morgans, boasting that Mu-Chin is the new world's #1 swordsman. However, people on the sea have become immune to the shocking events brought by Mu-Chin, and those with clear eyes can see that Mu-Chin is not a pure swordsman. They're just thinking about which strong opponents Mu-Chin will defeat next. 2 days later, Mu-Chin and his group finally arrived at Wano country. The reverse-flowing waterfall currents elevated the entire island of Wano high above the sea surface, making it look like a platform rising from the water. There are only two ways to enter Wano country. One is to let a carp pull the boat upstream, which is extremely dangerous and could easily lead to shipwreck and loss of life. The other is to enter the submerged harbor through a cave that runs through the waterfall and then lift the boat up with a crane. However, this location is heavily guarded by Kaido's forces. This advantageous terrain makes Wano easy to defend but hard to attack, and even the Navy cannot enter. Moreover, Wano country is not a member of the world government and is in a state of self-isolation. The people of this country, due to Kaido's years of tyranny, are mostly starving, often hunting the seagulls that deliver news as prey. Thus, even the new seagulls rarely visit here, leaving Wano completely unaware of external matters. This makes Kaido's rule even more unchallenged and solid. How we get up there? Beppo asked in surprise, staring at the peculiar reverse-flowing waterfall. To go up, we would need to rely on the carp, but the process is very dangerous. If we encounter hidden reefs during the ascent, it would be hard to avoid them, Law said while looking at Muchun. To be honest, Law was also very troubled by this reverse-flowing waterfall, as the current was strong and the carp would be difficult to control. Whether they could get up depended on luck. It really is very dangerous. One mistake could lead to shipwreck and loss of life. Jinbei nodded and said, "No wonder even the Navy finds it hard to set foot here. Even for an experienced sailor like Jinbei, it would be tough to ensure a safe ascent." "Don't worry, I have a safe way to get up," Muchun said, looking at the sea current with a smile. "Since the captain has a safe way, it will be much simpler," Law nodded. Then, Law and the others curiously watched what Muchun would do. They saw Muchun partially elementalize, floating above the sea surface, and his hand reached into the water. Then, the waves seemed to come alive, standing up like a tsunami, with eyes and a mouth. Under Muchun's instruction, it lifted the submarine and moved towards the reverse-flowing waterfall. Seeing this, everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I forgot that Muchun has the power of the Soul Fruit, Jinbei said with a smile. The Soul Fruit is indeed convenient. As long as it is given a soul, it can go anywhere, above or below, Law remarked. Muchun turned back and floated to the submarine. Hearing what Luo said, he smiled and replied, "Your surgery fruit can also achieve that." Luo's eyelid twitched, and from his perspective, it looked like he was at the top of a waterfall flowing against the sky. He sighed softly, unsure if he could open such a large domain, and that would drain my stamina. Of course, he didn't say the second half of the sentence. Otherwise, Muchun would see him as a lazy person. Muchun patted Luo's shoulder and said, "Then keep working hard and exercise more. Your abilities are quite physically demanding." Seeing Muchun's slightly strange expression, Luo's mouth twitched, and he could only muster a reluctant okay. It felt like there was some deep meaning in your tone. "Are you implying that my stamina is lacking?" Pikun and Shaki covered their mouths and snickered, while Beppo looked completely confused. When Luo shot them a glare, they immediately stopped laughing and turned red in the face. "Definitely need to train my stamina more. As a man, I can't afford to be lacking in anything, especially not stamina. I absolutely cannot be looked down upon." The submarine was lifted by the waves, moving upwards, completely ignoring the turbulent reverse waterfall. Soon, the submarine surged into the inland sea of Wano country, heading towards its islands. I've heard that the customs and culture of Wano country are quite nice, but there is very little information about this country at sea. I only know it's a country of samurai and have no idea if there are beautiful she-bears there, Beppo said eagerly. "Even if there are, they wouldn't look at you." Beppo, ha ha ha, Pekin mercilessly mocked. "How is that possible? I will definitely chase after a beautiful she-bear," Beppo shouted. Luo looked at Beppo, who was lost in thoughts about she-bears, feeling a headache, and could only ignore the antics of this group of jokers, coming to Muchun's side to talk about the information he knew. After Kaido occupied Wano country, it was transformed into the largest weapon production country at sea, with even the world government engaging in significant arms trading with them. Luo knew this information because of Doflamingo. As his greatest enemy, Luo was aware of various trades related to Doflamingo. Coincidentally, Kaido was Doflamingo's biggest boss. Whether it was the artificial devil fruit smile or various arms deals, there were profound connections between the two. However, in Kaido's view, Doflamingo was merely a middleman. Without Doflamingo, he could find someone else to take his place, just to change a person. But it was different for Doflamingo. Without Kaido, his interests would be greatly reduced. Pirates who could achieve the level of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could be said to be very high-end. Muchun said, among the original 4 Emperor pirates, plus the newly appointed Blackbeard who replaced Whitebeard. Only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could break free from the typical pirate mindset, directly establishing a nation or occupying a country. Truly becoming a pirate emperor, the benefits were unimaginable, especially Kaido, who could engage in covert dealings with the world government. This meant that if the world government wanted to deal with Kaido, they had to consider the subsequent impacts, and it was also difficult to conquer Wano country, which made the world government more cautious. As for Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Blackbeard, they didn't have so many twists and turns. Whitebeard only cared about his sons. Although he was very strong and originally occupied the most territory, he was just a free pirate, living on a Moby Dick and rarely setting foot on land. His wealth came only from collecting protection fees or robbing some clueless pirates, making him quite poor, and even Whitebeard himself was a great benefactor, donating his own treasures to those poor and underdeveloped towns and nations. Of course, this was just his character. He was a truly free-spirited pirate. Red-haired Shanks was actually quite similar to Whitebeard's situation, collecting protection fees and drifting at sea, holding feasts when something happy happened, belonging to the type that feeds the crew well. The red-haired pirates were greatly influenced by Pirate King Roger, loving adventure and treasure hunting. As for Blackbeard, he completely emulated the style of the former sea overlord, the Rocks Pirates, and could even be considered a version of it. Whether it was occupying Pirates' Nest Island or relying on strength to subdue his subordinates, his source of wealth came from plundering countries and seizing merchant ships. In short, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are models of reaching the pinnacle of life, exuding an air of high status. Indeed, their methods are extremely impressive. Although they rely on violent suppression to rule a country, this is also because they are pirates who never consider unnecessary soft tactics, as long as they instill fear. No one dares to resist. Luo nodded and said, in a sense, even Doflamingo mimicked the actions of these two, using violent means to govern a country. But this is also very efficient. In the early stages, it is easy to suppress dissenting voices. As for long-term considerations, don't forget they are pirates. Pirates don't care about that much, as long as it aligns with their current interests. Moreover, having a country belonging to one's own pirate crew and possessing loyal and powerful subordinates ensures that the pirate crew will not immediately face disintegration after the leader's death. This is why, after Charlotte Linlin's death, Katakuri can still lead his siblings to persist. Although it cannot compare to the original situation, at least they can still hold on a Whole Cake Island. A country occupied by pirates, I wonder how it compares to Whole Cake Island. Jinbei sighed and said, generally, the lives of the citizens in a country occupied by pirates are not good. Dressrosa looks very beautiful on the surface, but underneath, who knows when they'll be turned into toys and forced to work, and everything about that person will be forgotten. Whole Cake Island is similar. The residents have their lifespans taken by Charlotte Linlin as a form of rent, and the residents of Cake Island are the most dangerous, always worrying about whether Charlotte Linlin will go berserk and eat people. As for Wano country, this is the third country Jinbei has seen. I wonder what the scene will be like there. With someone like Kaido, one can imagine what it would be like. It has been transformed into the largest weapon production country. Since weapons are to be produced, labor is inevitably needed. As for where those laborers come from, there is no need to elaborate. Muchin said flatly, that's true. The Beast Pirates have a lot of pirate members, and they will definitely keep exploiting and oppressing the citizens of this country. Jinbei nodded and said, just looking at Kaido's character and style, his subordinate pirates will definitely not be any better. That's just the nature of pirates. Luo said calmly, there are rarely any pirates who do not plunder civilians. Jinbei lamented. Although Jinbei is also a pirate, he is not a purely traditional pirate. He only joined because of the bond with his elder brother, Fisher Tiger, who founded the Sun Pirates. Characters like Luffy and others not plundering are just exceptions. However, they act according to their preferences. If they see something they dislike, they will just fight, regardless of who you are. Jinbei's style is more akin to that of chivalrous hero. Before becoming a pirate, Jinbei was the captain of the Ryugu Kingdom's guards, in some sense, a civil servant living off the world government. After all, as long as it belongs to a member nation of the world government, theoretically, the military forces of the state can also be managed by the world government, which means they are under the overall command. A conscientious civil servant with a fixed salary goes to sea to become a pirate, then becomes a warlord of the sea and returns to being a civil servant, and finally withdraws from the warlords. It can be said that Jinbei's experiences are quite dramatic. His love for his country and his race makes him very unhappy with human pirates. After all, Pirates often sneak into Fishman Island to capture mermaids and sell them to wealthy nobles who have nowhere else to spend their money. Therefore, even though humans look down on fishmen, he still feels a lot of sympathy for the countries oppressed and occupied by pirates. Living freely and doing whatever one wants. Isn't that what pirates do? And are we the same now? We just go and take what we want. And for the perspective of the common people, the Navy, and the world government, we are pirates, said Mu-chun. Yes, that's what pirates are. And we are also pirates. Jinbei sighed. As long as we do what we believe is right, it doesn't matter what our identity is. Mu-chun raised his hand and patted Jinbei's arm, intending to pat his shoulder directly. But unfortunately, he wasn't tall enough, and raising his arm too high looked strange. Jinbei smiled and didn't continue the topic, because they could already see the shores of Wano country. On Onigashima, in a room filled with the fragrance of alcohol, Kaido was sitting cross-legged on the floor, resting his left elbow on a short table, his fist supporting his cheek, eyes closed, face flushed, and breathing slowly, clearly having fallen into a deep sleep. His right hand held a giant gourd of alcohol, the mouth of the bottle open, and the rich scent of alcohol wafted through the air. It was obvious that Kaido often got drunk and fell asleep. A pirate messenger rushed to the doorway, and upon seeing Kaido drunk and asleep, he swallowed hard, looking hesitant. Is there something you need from Mr. Kaido? The messenger pirate felt relieved when he heard a voice coming from behind him. Immediately turning to look at the person behind him, respectfully saying, Yes, Lord Jean. Tell me, Mr. Kaido is sleeping, so don't disturb him, Jean said flatly. Understood, Lord Jean. The patrol soldiers reported that Mu-chun and his group have arrived in Wano country. The messenger pirate quickly explained, as if he had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. If he told Jean this, he wouldn't have to wake Kaido up, as Kaido's morning temper was quite bad, and he couldn't handle it. Mu-chun. Jin's brows furrowed tightly, his expression serious. For the beast pirates, Mu-chun's arrival in Wano country was not good news. Were they now? Jin's eyes fixed on the messenger pirate as he asked. The messenger pirate shivered and respectfully replied, They have already landed in Shimotsuki and are heading towards the flower capital. You may go, Jean said, and the messenger pirate immediately left. Jean knocked on the open door. Even though Kaido was asleep, he still maintained good manners. Mr. Kaido. Jean approached Kaido, his voice not particularly loud. However, Kaido still slowly opened his eyes, looking at Jean, who was respectfully standing in front of him, with bleary eyes. What is it, Mr. Kaido? Mu-chun has arrived in Wano country and is currently heading towards the flower capital, Jean said, lowering his head slightly. It seems he's already here, Kaido said as he got up and stretched his shoulders. He had already guessed that Mu-chun would definitely come to Wano when he heard about him being on Scrap Iron Island. Then let me go and say hello. Before he finished speaking, a massive figure broke through the roof and shot into the sky. Jean watched Kaido fly away, not surprised, as he understood Kaido's personality very well. He then turned and left the room. Since Mu-chun had already arrived, they needed to prepare their countermeasures. Mu-chun and his companions have already landed on the island, but they are unaware of their exact location and have not seen anyone to ask for directions. Although Mu-chun has memories from before his crossing, the land of Wano is quite large and divided into several regions, making it difficult for him to determine where they are. They can only head towards the center of the island, as the flower capital is in that direction, and they're sure to find it if they walk a bit. Moreover, Mu-chun has not deliberately hidden their tracks, believing that Kaido must already know he is here and that someone will come looking for them. This place is indeed desolate, with destruction everywhere. Jinbei looked around, seeing the ruined buildings, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Given the beast pirate style after occupying this place, they must have carried out a bloody suppression, killing anyone who dared to resist, and it is certainly abandoned now. Law said, No need to reminisce, let's go. It won't be long before the beast pirates come looking for us. Mu-chun took the lead and headed straight towards the highest peak in the center of the island. Only Mu-chun, Jinbei, and Law came ashore. As for Law's crew, their strength was insufficient, so Mu-chun left them on the submarine to guard the ship. Mukai came to Wano country not only to find Kaido's alliance to attack the Navy headquarters, but the process would definitely not be that simple. So it was convenient for the three of them to act together, and Jinbei and Law had enough self-defense capability. Speaking of which, Jinbei's kimono outfit. I wonder if it has spread from Wano. After all, Wano is modeled after an island nation, and in this world, there aren't too many people wearing kimonos outside of Wano. The three of them continued on their way when suddenly, they all looked up at the sky at the same time, where a powerful aura was coming from. It's here. Mukai calmly looked up. Is this feeling Kaido? Law stood ready. Yes, I didn't expect Kaido to arrive first. I thought it would take some effort to see him, but this is very much in line with Kaido's style, Mukai said with a smile. A thick layer of dark clouds spread from afar, slowly enveloping the area where Mukai and the others were. The clouds seemed to press down, dark and heavy. Occasionally, deafening thunder roared, and dazzling lightning flickered within the clouds. The entire sky suddenly darkened. At this moment, from the distant end of the clouds, a vague, thick, elongated shadow appeared. As the lightning flickered, it vaguely emerged, as if treading through the dark clouds, gradually approaching the location of Mukai and the others. As the thick shadow got closer, several bolts of lightning struck down. They saw a figure covered in blue-green scales, with a head and back adorned with black mane, and 2 flowing whiskers dancing in the wind. For curved, forked horns grew on its forehead, with 4 legs and claws, and a fork-shaped scar on its abdomen, its body surrounded by flames and lightning, weaving in and out of the clouds. This appearance truly lives up to being one of the 4 emperors, Mukai remarked. For someone who was originally from Fudi Empire before crossing over, he still held a deep love for the totem beliefs of his country. Now, seeing a dragon here, even though it was a human transformation, it didn't hinder Mukai's happiness. However, Oda giving Kaido the fruit prefix as the fish fruit really lowered the prestige instantly. Can you imagine a Magikarp evolving into a Gyarados? Looking at Kaido now gives a similar feeling. Boom! The purple lightning snakes flowed back and forth in the clouds. The dragon-shaped Kaido emerged from the clouds, his massive head and body floating in the sky. With fierce dragon eyes staring down at Mukai, his voice rolling like thunder. Are you the man who killed Joker and Linlin? Yes. Mukai smiled slightly. Ha ha ha. So you came here to kill me? Kaido's laughter was like thunder, his body swaying back and forth in the clouds. Then, Kaido swiftly flew towards Mukai's position, transforming into human form in mid-air, using the falling gravity to accelerate, and his spiked club swung violently towards Mukai's head. Law and Jinbei, seeing this, wasted no time in dodging to avoid the attack. Mu-chan raised the Tsongyun blade in his hand, showing no signs of retreat, grinning broadly as he swung it towards the sky. Boom! The ground beneath Mu-chan's feet suddenly cracked open, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading out. Then, Mu-chan's arm bulged with veins as he swung the cloud cutter upwards, lifting Kaido's entire tall body. The immense force sent Kaido flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kaido stood up. He hadn't made much of a move earlier and had simply been tossed aside by Mu-chan. A flicker of intense battle intent gleamed in Kaido's eyes as a terrifying aura erupted from him, accompanied by his booming laughter. He stomped the ground and charged toward Mu-chan. With his spiked club raised high, he swung it down toward Mu-chan. Seeing this, Mu-chan concentrated the shockwave power into the cloud cutter, also swinging it toward Kaido. Boom! In an instant, the 2 pitch-black weapons collided, shattering the space around them, with tendrils of black-red lightning sparking in the air. For a moment, their weapons clashed back and forth. Kaido's personality was such that he preferred to fight directly without any hesitation. Even though they were in the Flower City, it made no difference. And besides, in Kaido's view, one wouldn't know if they were qualified to continue talking until they fought. Whether it was to recruit Mu-chan or something else, Kaido's enormous physique, muscular and powerful, made Mu-chan look like a rabbit in comparison. However, Mu-chan's aura was by no means inferior to Kaido's, and during the battle, it even seemed to subtly press down from a higher position. Mu-chan, with his power that is completely on par with Kaido and his agile speed, wielded the Tsongyun Cut, one of the 21 great swords, with immense might. The shockwave shattered the space, transmitting into Kaido's body and causing internal damage. However, Kaido's extraordinarily robust physique was not to be underestimated. In his awakened state, he was a Zoan type. His resistance to damage, recovery ability, and strength were all incredibly powerful. Not to mention, Kaido's original body was already formidable, rivaling Charlotte Lean's naturally resilient body, known as the Steel Balloon. Ordinary attacks were unlikely to inflict harm on Kaido. Moreover, the only visible scar on his body was the cross-shaped scar caused by Kazuki Oden's powerful attack. Haha, that old man Whitebeard's ability is truly displayed to the fullest on you. It's so satisfying. Kaido grinned widely, his eyes fierce. Kaido swung his kanabo at Mu-chan relentlessly, throwing punches and kicks as well. However, Mu-chan managed to deflect and neutralize each of them without any effect. Mu-chan's Tsongyun Chia blocked Kaido's kanabo, and with a light leap, A white energy sphere enveloped his fist as he struck fiercely at Kaido's abdomen. The white sphere pressed into Kaido's belly, creating a dent, and Kaido was sent flying like a cannonball from the force of the punch. Kaido touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, noticing a circular bruise on his abdomen, which didn't seem to have broken his defenses on the surface. However, the shockwave penetrated his body, and it wasn't pleasant. Nevertheless, Kaido's physique was indeed incredibly strong. If it were anyone else, their internal organs might have been shattered. Yet he only had a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. This body truly deserves the title of the world's strongest. No wonder he could attempt suicide repeatedly and still survive, Muchin remarked. As the strongest being on land, sea, and air, his strength might be debatable, but just based on this overwhelmingly powerful physique, it was enough for Kaido to dominate the world. In a sense, Zoan-type Devil Fruit users can enhance their physical qualities through taking damage, increasing their resilience and defensive capabilities. This is why Kaido has always been fond of suicide. By continuously sustaining injuries, he becomes more durable. Over the years, Kaido has been captured by the Navy and the Four Emperors 18 times alone and has endured over 1,000 tortures. He constantly improves in battle, to the extent that ordinary people's weapons shatter upon striking him, leaving his body unharmed. This is the reason for Kaido's current powerful physique and why he cannot die from suicide. His physical resilience is so strong that even if you stab him with a knife, the wound heals shortly after. In short, he is durable and cannot be easily killed. Of course, this doesn't mean he is absolutely invincible. If someone is strong enough to sever his head, even he would die. Kaido stood up, his fierce face capable of scaring children, but at this moment he was grinning widely, though the grin remained menacing and ugly. The circular dent in his abdomen had returned to normal, and his tough abdominal muscles now looked as if they were forged from steel. Muchin, I really like you. How about joining me? I'll make you my second in command. Kaido's voice was deep as thunder, his kanabo resting on his shoulder as he extended his invitation to Muchin. Kaido was eager to recruit powerful individuals, no matter how someone might have offended him, as long as he considered them strong enough. He could overlook past grievances and invite them to join him. Of course, he would be even more delighted if they were a Zoan-type user. Why? Because he himself is a Zoan-type user, and his fighting style is straightforward and brutal. A real man always fights head-on, unlike those Paramecia-type or Logia-type users, who fight in flashy ways that lack substance and excitement. Zoan users rely on their physical prowess. You rarely see a Zoan user employing a handgun. Based on the intelligence he had about Muchin and his current battle performance, Kaido was confident that Muchin was the type who enjoyed straightforward confrontations. He possessed several devil fruit abilities, yet he preferred to use the Jun fruit in combat, which is a lethal weapon in close-quarters combat. Moreover, Muchin was strong. Kaido could even say something heartfelt. Muchin had the capability to kill him. In Kaido's Beast Pirates, there's a very pirate-like rule. The strong are respected. As long as you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Those with strength naturally rise in power and status. As for the weak, they should just go wherever they can cool off. There are no qualifications or time-based authority. Everything depends on your strength. Of course, Kaido dared to invite a powerhouse like Muchin because he felt strong enough himself, confident that he could overpower someone like Muchin. As long as he was strong enough, stronger than anyone else, he would never fear betrayal. Confidence, arrogance, and a strong sense of self-satisfaction defined Kaido. From the brief combat they had, Kaido had witnessed Muchin's incredibly brutal fighting style, showing no signs of retreat, consistently matching him blow for blow. This only intensified Kaido's interest. He had already had the desire to invite Muchin to join him, and now that desire was even stronger. Come join me. The more Kaido thought about it, the more excited he became, and he invited Muchin once again. Muchin's expression turned strange upon hearing this. What has this muscle-bound Kaido been imagining? Why are the two invitations, which are so close together, becoming more and more enthusiastic? Muchin could see the intense desire in Kaido's eyes. Jinbei and Law stood at a distance, exchanging a glance, both a bit dumbfounded. What is going on? Halfway through a fight, and now he is inviting Muchin to join? Do you think Muchin would agree? Law looked at Jinbei and asked in a low voice. Jinbei shook his head and said, no. After spending time together, don't you understand him? Law nodded. Muchin definitely would join Kaido. He had heard Muchin say he would kill Kaido. He was only here to seek an alliance with Kaido because he needed the power Kaido had to fight against the Navy. Law firmly believed that Muchin was a man of his word. Moreover, with Muchin's character, he would never settle for being someone else's subordinate. Even though the Muchin Law usually saw was easygoing, He knew that Mu-chan was the kind of person who would absolutely stand at the top of the world. Such a person could never bow down to anyone. However, given the current situation, even if Mu-chan didn't agree to join Kaido, the possibility of an alliance was very high. Law said. Yes, that's true. If that's the case, our trip will be much smoother, Jinbei nodded. As for whether Mu-chan and Kaido would continue fighting, there was no need to worry about that. Regardless of whether they fought or not, they were not concerned, as Jinbei and Law had great confidence in Mu-chan's strength. The only thing they needed to worry about was themselves. After all, Kaido had come here, and members of the Beast Pirates would probably be arriving soon, including the three disasters and many other powerful subordinates under Kaido. Sure enough, Mu-chan's response matched Jinbei and Law's expectations. Do you think you have the qualifications to be my boss? Mu-chan squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Of course, I don't have the qualifications. Who else could have the qualifications? Kaido, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Mu-chan's tone, said arrogantly. After all, in Kaido's view, strong people would have dignity, and he would grant dignity to the strong he recognized. However, Kaido's so-called dignity was just inviting you to join his pirate crew. Wasn't that enough dignity? As for anything else, Kaido didn't think it was anything impressive. Confidence is a good thing, but one must also see if the opponent is someone you can defeat, Mu-chan said blandly. You want me to join you? Fine. Beat me first, or just lie down and wait for me to kill you. Mu-chan had no goodwill towards someone as arrogant as Kaido. If he didn't need Kaido as a fighter right now, he would have already taken him down. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Then I'll let you see if I have the qualifications. Kaido laughed loudly, his eyes turning into dragon-like slits, and his aura surged instantly. Then like a tank, Kaido charged towards Mu-chan, the Black Spy Club his hand raised high, and he swung it down towards Mu-chan with one hand. Mu-chan, seeing this, was completely unfazed, and the Songyun blade in his hand was also swung out. Bang, 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 bang. Mu-chan's sword dance with the Cloud Cutter was grand and powerful, shaking the mountains and rivers. In contrast, Kaido was much more straightforward and brutal, relying on his formidable physical strength to withstand Mu-chan's attacks while swinging his kanabo towards him. Their battle resembled a clash between a reckless barbarian and a master with refined techniques and exceptional skills. Although this scene seemed somewhat comical, it was this stark contrast that kept them in a deadlock. It wasn't that the master was inferior to the barbarian, but rather that the barbarian's physical condition was excessively abnormal, as long as he wasn't killed outright. He could rely on his inexhaustible stamina and recovery ability to take on anyone head-on. It was just that shameless. Of course, Mu-chan's physical condition and stamina were not inferior to Kaido's. In fact, he had inherited the powers of figures like Whitebeard, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Charlotte Linlin, making his physical strength and stamina even greater than Kaido's. Moreover, it wouldn't be fair to call Kaido a barbarian. At least, his kanabo wielded with great force. If there were a club master in this world, Kaido would undoubtedly be the world's greatest club master. No one understands the kanabo better than I do. Kaido was sent flying by Mu-chan's slash, but the moment he landed, he shot towards Mu-chan like a cannonball again. The kanabo, imbued with Kaido's haki, was incredibly powerful, hardly weaker than weapons like the supreme grade great knife, at least in Kaido's hands. Kaido slammed his kanabo down fiercely, and Mu-chan swiftly sidestepped. With a loud boom, the ground was instantly smashed into a large pit by the tremendous force. As Mu-chan took advantage of the moment Kaido swung down his kanabo, he directly slashed towards Kaido's neck. However, Kaido reacted promptly, hardening his neck with armament haki. When the pitch-black neck collided with the blade of the cloud-cutting sword, sparks flew. The sound was like metal clashing, sharp and piercing. At the moment of impact, a swept out, causing the space to crack in layers. But Kaido showed no fear. After all, he had endured similar damage from Whitebeard long ago. In a sense, one could say he had developed an antibody to it. Of course, it wasn't as exaggerated as being immune to damage. Harm would still occur, but Kaido's physical prowess allowed him to withstand it, and his actions remained unaffected. Kaido grinned widely, tilted his head, and with his other fist, he threw a punch at Mu-chan. Mu-chan quickly realized the situation as he grasped Song Yunqia's hands, and with one hand empty, he struck with a fist as dark as ink, colliding directly with the incoming massive fist. Boom! At the moment of contact, the space shattered, black and red electric snakes flowed out, and a surging wave of air swept forth like a tide, rustling the hair and clothing of both individuals, stirring up flying sand and rocks within a 10-mile radius. Luo silently retreated behind Jinbei, using Jinbei's broad and sturdy body to shield himself from the flying debris. Jinbei showed no signs of dissatisfaction, as the stones hitting him were hardly painful. Really powerful, Kaido's physical strength is not weaker than that of BIGMOM, Luo remarked, peeking out from behind Jinbei. Hee. Otherwise, how could he be called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? But Mu-chan is certainly not afraid of Kaido. Jinbei laughed. I've watched several of Mu-chan's battles, although not many. Each one is truly shocking, Luo said. With the level of combat that Mu-chan engages in, Luo's current strength is completely out of reach. Seeing Kaido's power, if he were to step up, he would probably be knocked down with a single blow. If he were to lie on the ground, he might need a rest for several days to recover. It would be a miracle if he survived. Just look at how the Yonko fight. It's usually a one-hit affair, and compared to Luffy, my ability to take a hit is much weaker, Luo added. The battle between Mu-chan and Kaido continued without any signs of one side gaining the upper hand. After all, they had only been fighting for a short time, and if they truly wanted to determine a winner, it would only lead to a long and drawn-out fight. On the opposite side of Law and Jinbei, Jin hurriedly brought his men and watched the battle between the two without any intention of intervening. After all, Jin noticed Kaido's unusually excited expression. If he were to get involved, before Mu-chan could give him a strike, Kaido would have already knocked him away with a single blow. Jin understood his captain's personality well, so he wouldn't meddle. However, Law and Jinbei were different. Jin squinted his eyes and looked over. Even though he was wrapped up tightly, Law and Jinbei could still sense Jin's ill intentions. That overwhelming aura was unmistakable. The beast pirates had arrived, and among them was one of the calamities, Flame Calamity Jin. Law looked at the vast crowd on the opposite side and said, to be honest, with so many people, it's hard for just the two of us to handle them. Well, let's be on high alert and not embarrass Mu-chan. After all, we too can be considered the strongest among Mu-chan's subordinates. Jinbei said with a smile before speaking seriously. That's true, but aside from Flame Calamity Jin, the rest are just small fry. The 6 flying fighters and the real hitters haven't arrived, so I guess that's a small blessing. Law nodded in agreement. Then leave Flame Calamity Jin to me. Can you handle the rest? Jinbei asked, looking at Jin. I can, but it won't be quick to deal with them, Law replied, nodding. With his fruit abilities, he had enough AoE capability to deal with the small fry. However, with so many of them, using his abilities frequently would quickly exhaust his stamina. Thinking of this, Law couldn't help but recall the time on the reverse waterfall when Mu-chan mentioned his stamina issues. It seemed he really couldn't afford to be slack anymore. In that case, let's prepare, Jinbei said. Subsequently, both sides tacitly left the battlefield of Mu-chan and Kaido, not wanting to disturb their fight. Jin watched Law and Jinbei from afar, formulating a rough idea in his mind. Did Mu-chan bring these two people to trouble the beast pirates? Is he looking down on them too much? It's not that he looks down on Law and Jinbei, it's simply because there are so many of them. Of course, based on Jin's intelligence about Mu-chan, if Mu-chan recklessly destroys Wano country, their numerical advantage will be of no use. Most of the members of the beast pirates have consumed the artificial devil fruit smile, which makes them afraid of the sea. Except for those with flying abilities, the rest will be swallowed by the ocean. This is also the reason why Jin is wary of Mu-chan. It's important to note that Mu-chan has flying abilities as well, so he isn't afraid of falling into the sea. Moreover, there is Jinbei, a former warlord of the sea, present. No one in the beast pirates can defeat him in the ocean. So even though Jin thinks Mu-chan only brought 2 people to trouble them, he does not dare to gamble on whether Mu-chan will destroy Wano. What Jin needs to do now is simply to create a distraction and try to take down Law and Jinbei. Even if they can't be used as hostages, it can at least somewhat divert Mu-chan's attention. As for whether it can really affect Mu-chan, that is beyond what Jin can think of. After all, people on the sea are unpredictable, just like their own Captain Kaido. If Kaido gets excited in a fight, even if Jin himself gets captured or killed, he wouldn't care. At most, he would seek revenge afterward. Go, Jin said flatly. As his words fell, the members of the beast pirates he brought rushed towards Law and Jinbei with a roar. Law looked at the large number of approaching pirates without any contempt, treating the situation with great caution. After all, having more people against fewer can lead to irreversible consequences if one is not careful. On the other side, the battle between Mu-chan and Kaido was getting more intense. With a furious roar, Kaido soared into the air, transforming into a dragon and hovering above. His dragon eyes fixed on Mu-chan's figure. Then, a massive, scorching energy continuously gathered in Kaido's fearsome dragon mouth. Blast breath! The energy in Kaido's mouth brewed to its peak and suddenly erupted towards Mu-chan below. The intense flames instantly turned the sky red, making the dark clouds around Kaido look like they were on fire, as if the entire sky was burning with a fierce momentum that seemed capable of destroying the world. The torrent of dragon flames poured down like heavenly fire, spreading for kilometers, completely indifferent to whether it would harm their own crew members. Those beast pirates who were close by found themselves engulfed in flames, desperately rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, they were all in a place shrouded in flames. Rolling on the ground was like chicken wings being flipped on a grill, only getting more cooked. "You fools, run faster and get out of Mr. Kaido's attack range." Jean shouted angrily at the members of the beast pirates. Seeing the situation, Law smirked. Kaido was providing him with a great assist. Law held his sword with his left hand and extended his right hand, palm facing the ground. A cyclone appeared beneath his palm, then expanded and transformed into a semicircular invisible dome that instantly covered a large area around him. The next moment, Law flipped his palm, raised his index finger, and with a swoosh, the pirates covered by the semicircular invisible dome were instantly transported into the range of that terrifying dragon flame. Cries of despair echoed continuously. Mu-chan watched the overwhelming flames of the dragon's breath descending from the sky, his footsteps unmoving, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. As the flames enveloped him, in the next moment, they brushed over him as gently as a breeze, and then, like a playful child, swirled around him. The dragon's breath from Kaido dissipated, wisps of fire dancing around his dragon mouth. The flames covered the ground, scorching the rocks and grass, and the unfortunate members of the 100 beast pirates caught in the crossfire were charred to a crisp. Yet Kaido suffered no injuries at all. Not even his clothes were singed by the flames. Kaido squinted, watching this familiar scene before him, his voice booming like rolling thunder. Is this the ability of Linlin? Indeed. Mu-chan had used the power of the soul fruit to directly transform Kaido's dragon's breath into homies under his control, turning what was meant to harm him into his own tool. Mu-chan's left palm faced upwards, and the remnants of the blazing dragon breath that wrapped around him surged into his palm like a child returning home. It formed a concentrated fireball, with eyes and a mouth. "Here you go." Mu-chan smiled slightly and directed his left hand towards the massive figure in the sky, sending a pillar of flames sweeping towards Kaido. The pillar of flames continuously expanded from Mu-chan's palm, and in an instant, the scene was reversed, as if trying to incinerate the sky. The flames enveloped Kaido's enormous dragon body, yet Kaido did not dodge or flinch, standing like an evil dragon surrounded by fire. For Kaido, this flame damage was merely a sauna. He was already accustomed to being scorched by flames, and with his iron-hard dragon scales and formidable regeneration, even if his exterior was charred, he could slowly recover. The ability of the soul fruit was truly a terrifying enemy. It could absorb the fruit abilities of those killed. And wasn't it quite similar to Blackbeard's? It was unclear what ability he used to absorb them. In the distance, Jean watched Mu-chan, who was controlling Kaido's dragon breath flames, in shock. How did that guy do it? To be able to control Kaido's dragon breath is truly monstrous. Yes, Kaido's dragon breath can instantly burn a mountain to ashes, to be controlled in return. You fools, is this the time to discuss such things? Hurry up and deal with these two. Many of our people were just transferred into Kaido's dragon breath by that bastard. Right. Kill these two ignorant guys. Let them see the power of the beast pirates. The members of the beast pirates, witnessing this scene, were also in shock, standing dumbfounded as they looked at Mu-chan and Kaido. However, a shout brought them back to their senses. Unfortunately, Law and Jinbei took the opportunity to eliminate a group of them. The two of them were not as easily shocked as these inexperienced guys. After all, they were already used to it. It seems to really be Lingling's ability. How did you do it? Kaido asked in a deep voice. This question is something everyone at sea wants to know. However, Mu-chan would not explain it to others. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Kaido's dragon eyes fixed on Mu-chan's figure. One person and one dragon, one on the ground and one in the sky, gazing at each other from afar. Kaido's dragon body swung back and forth in the sky, then directly fell to the ground, transforming back into human form, wielding a huge spiked club. The earlier blast of dragon breath was merely him getting excited and wanting to roar. However, he never expected to be controlled in return by Mu-chan, confirming that Mu-chan had the soul fruit ability. It seems that getting you to join me won't be an easy task. Kaido squinted his eyes and said, Hee. I already said that the first condition to recruit someone as a subordinate is that you have to defeat them But unfortunately, you can't. Mu Chun sneered. Indeed, you are strong. Defeating you is not a simple matter. Kaido nodded, then suddenly shifted his tone and roared. But I am Kaido. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, an astonishing aura erupted from his body, and his eyes revealed a burning battle intent. Then, Kaido slowly walked towards Mu Chun, gripping the spiked club tightly, veins popping. Armament haki slowly flowed into the spiked club, making it darker, with purple electric snakes weaving around it. As Kaido stepped forward, cracks appeared on the ground with each step. And with every step he took, his aura rose another level. The dark clouds in the sky rolled and pressed down, as if trying to suffocate people, with lightning striking down continuously, the bright and fleeting light occasionally illuminating the dim environment. On the other side of the battlefield, feeling Kaido's oppressive aura, everyone could not help but stop and look over. Kaido is getting serious. What a terrifying aura. This feeling makes my legs tremble. This suffocating scene reflected in everyone's eyes made them swallow hard, all looking at the scene before them in fear. Law and Jinbei exchanged glances and immediately retreated, also looking towards the two approaching figures. This astonishing aura could only be felt by those emperors who ruled the seas. In a hidden place far from the battlefield between Mu Chun and Kaido, a figure watched the scene before him with a serious expression. An astonishing battle was about to break out. It was uncertain who would win between Kaido and Mu Chun. This battle would definitely impact the situation in the New World. The figure held a small video transponder snail, but unfortunately, the distance was too far and the final image might not be clear. However, this heart-pounding scene would surely be perfectly recorded by the video transponder snail, for it was already trembling with fear. Behind the hidden figure in the darkness, a pair of eyes stared intently at the hidden figure ahead, completely unfazed by the battle between Mu Chun and Kaido. Under the watchful eyes of many, Kaido slowly walked towards Mu Chun, looking down at him from his height. Seeing this, Mu Chun's lips curled up, showing no sign of being oppressed by Kaido's astonishing aura. Under the expanding flames, he slowly rose, like a king amidst the fire. The two locked eyes, neither side yielding. This intensified the oppressive atmosphere in the arena. Even without using the Conqueror's haki, it was still an unparalleled presence. The aura of the top powerhouses of this sea. The aura of the rulers of the sea. The aura of those who reign supreme over this ocean. The weaker members of the Beast Pirates trembled under the confrontation of these two auras, their legs giving way, making it difficult for them to stand. They all knelt on the ground, supporting themselves with their hands, lowering their heads, gasping for breath. The weak cannot be looked at directly, nor can they stand. This is what it means to be a monarch, Luo said softly. The Emperor of the Sea. Just the aura alone is so imposing. If it really came to a direct confrontation, one wonders if there would be any will to fight left under that pressure. Indeed, this is a monarch, one of the few true overlords of the sea. Jinbei sighed. Kaido gazed deeply at Mu Chun, sensing a long-lost feeling of danger from him. For some reason, Kaido felt a faint sting across his body. This man in front of him is very dangerous, but not to the point that Kaido feels fear, or rather, Kaido has never feared anyone, because no one can make him fear. Once he does, he has lost, and he would no longer be the Emperor of the Sea. No longer the top powerhouse of this world. A strong person does not fear powerful enemies. Even in the face of death, one cannot be afraid. As long as one holds a heart that never fears. Constantly fighting, constantly growing stronger, one can surpass those even stronger and transcend everything in the world. This is the heart of a strong person that Kaido possesses. This is Kaido of the Beasts. In the next moment, a surge of battle intent erupted, haki enveloping him, burning like a ghostly flame. Then, Kaido roared, the sound deafening, as dark clouds in the sky immediately split open, and a thick lightning bolt struck down, intersecting as if even the thunderclouds were startled by this roar. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Kaido swung his kanabo and smashed it down towards Mu Chun. Thunderclap, Bagwazang. The descending kanabo was covered in pitch-black armament haki, spreading like ink, intertwined with strands of purple electric serpents. As the kanabo fell, a distortion in the air was created, a terrifying momentum that seemed capable of shattering an entire island with a single blow. In the trembling gazes of the crowd, as Kaido's fiercely raised club came crashing down, Mu Chun moved, simply clenching his right fist in front of his chest. The gesture was slow yet quick, creating an indescribable sense of strangeness. Then, with a punch thrown, it struck the spiked club, appearing quite ordinary. Not a hint of aura or spatial shattering was emitted. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard, their throats dry from the intense tension. Then, to their disbelief, Kaido's massive, rigid spiked club shattered inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered into the air. Following that, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Kaido's right hand, which held the spiked club, became cracked, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a leaking pump. Then, as if losing support, it fell limply to Kaido's side. The bones in his entire arm were crushed, and the flesh beneath the skin looked as if it had been blended in a mixer. How is this possible? Kaido's spiked club was directly shattered, and Kaido's right hand is destroyed. What just happened? I only saw Mu-chan throw a punch, and there was no spatial shattering. How'd he do it? The members of the Beast Pirates looked on in disbelief. This is their strongest leader, Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air in this world. A monster that no one can harm. How could he suddenly lose an arm? And that spike club was shattered. It was wrapped in Kaido's armament haki. The material used to forge the spike club is extremely sturdy. Am I dreaming? One member of the Beast Pirates rubbed his eyes and opened them again, still seeing the same situation, then asserted, I must be dreaming. Slap. A member next to him slapped him, leaving a bright red handprint on his cheek. What are you doing? Does it hurt? What do you think? That's good. I thought I was dreaming too. You bastard. Why don't you hit yourself? Hee, I'm afraid of pain. Jean looked gravely at Kaido's right arm, which hung weakly at his side, and he too was shocked. Having followed Kaido for many years, he had never seen Kaido in a clash where the opponent was unharmed while Kaido lost his weapon and an arm. But now that he saw it, Jean didn't know what to feel. In his mind, Kaido was the strongest existence. No one could defeat him. Even though the outcome was still undecided, the superiority was already clear. If Kaido couldn't win against Mu-chan with both hands intact, then Mu-chan could take out one of Kaido's arms. And he could take out another arm or a leg. He wanted to rush over to help Kaido right now, but he couldn't take a step. It wasn't just fear of Mu-chan, who was stronger than Kaido, but also concern that rushing over like this would burden Kaido, because he understood Kaido. Kaido was not someone who feared losing or dying. Even if Kaido chose to run away, he wouldn't think much of it, nor would he feel burdened, only working harder to become stronger. But when it came to Kaido's passion and obsession with one-on-one battles, unless Kaido called for help himself, if someone rushed in to assist him, Kaido would feel as if he would lose for a lifetime. That was the most intolerable thing for Kaido. A person obsessed with battle. Law and Jean exchanged glances, both smiling. This is their captain. No matter how strong the enemy is, he could defeat them. Now, that Mu-chan didn't continue to strike Kaido to death. It was also because they needed Kaido as a fighter for their upcoming actions. And now that they could take out Kaido's arm, it meant they could take his life. After this, no one could stop their progress, simply because they had the strongest captain in the world. Kaido glanced at his weak, unsupported right arm, then turned his gaze to Mu-chan. A fierce and menacing smile appeared on his face, enough to scare a child. The pain from losing his arm was enough to make an ordinary person faint. But Kaido didn't even furrow his brow. He was completely a wolf in destruction. Perhaps pain was something Kaido had long been accustomed to. I have forgotten how long it has been since I suffered such an injury. Kaido spoke in a muffled voice, yet it resonated like a bell. And now his words no longer carried the arrogant tittle. For someone who could so casually lose an arm, Kaido held great admiration and would give enough respect. It was not the previous kind of arrogant respect, but respect for someone stronger than himself. On the sea, whether enemy or ally, respect is held for the strong. Moreover, Kaido was someone who was passionate about strength. But next time we fight, the outcome will be reversed. I will become even stronger. Kaido's eyes glinted with a hint of determination, staring intently into Mu-chan's eyes, his voice no longer as heavy as before. Not going to fight anymore? Mu-chan smiled. He didn't say anything impossible because Mu-chan was confident he was stronger. No matter how strong his enemies were, as long as he was stronger, that was enough. Actions speak louder than words. This world speaks with fists. Everything else is just fluff, just empty talk. Ha ha ha. Not going to fight anymore. I've had a great time today. To meet someone as strong as you, it's given me motivation to become stronger. Kaido's laughter boomed as he said, let's go to my mansion for a drink. Just right. I came here to find you for something. Mu-chan nodded. Oh, you have something to find me for? Then let's go. We'll talk at the banquet. Kaido looked a bit surprised. He initially thought Mu-chan came here to kill him, but since Mu-chan stopped, it proved he had guessed wrong, and he had no intention of continuing the fight. Now he never expected Mu-chan had business with him, which was a bit unexpected. All right, Mu-chan said. Then, Kaido transformed into a dragon, hovering in the air, his front limb drooping limply, no longer exuding the previous might. "Come up, I'll take you back." Kaido looked at Mu-chan and said. Mu-chan didn't make a fuss and was just trying out the feeling of flying in the sky while sitting on the dragon pet. Kaido, in his dragon form, carried Mu-chan and spiraled a few times in the sky before flying towards Onigashima. As they moved forward, a voice like rolling thunder echoed in the ears of the people below. "Jean, take Mu-chan with you. We're going back for a banquet." The members of the Beast Pirates exchanged glances, feeling confused. What was going on? They had just been fighting fiercely, and now they were happily heading back for a banquet? Kaido's heart was truly big. Moreover, Mu-chan was actually sitting on Kaido's dragon body. How envious. Jean and Jinbei exchanged a glance, then looked towards Jean, who was approaching. "Since it's Mr. Kaido's order, let's go with him," Jean said. Jean had always been diligent in following Kaido's orders without asking too many questions. "All right," Jinbei nodded. Above Onigashima, dark clouds rolled as a shadow slowly flew in from a distance. "It's Kaido returning." The members of the Beast Pirates looked up at the sky, all excited. Not long ago, Jean mentioned that someone had invaded Wano country, and then Kaido had gone ahead, with Jean leading a large group of people. This caused those members who were idly waiting in Onigashima to eagerly want to follow. However, Jean did not take everyone with him. After all, this was Wano country, the territory of the Beast Pirates. Even their boss Kaido had gone personally. What enemies could they not handle? Now seeing Kaido return meant that the invaders had been eliminated. But in the next second, they all showed expressions of disbelief, because they saw Kaido in dragon form descending from the sky. Most importantly, there was a person standing on Kaido's back. Who was that person? Why were they standing behind Kaido? That was Kaido. How could he carry someone back to Onigashima? They didn't know, but that person was probably the one who invaded Wano country before. However, it seemed they were no longer an enemy. The members of the Beast Pirates were all shocked. They had never seen such a situation before. After all, that was the Pirate Emperor, who would dare to stand so boldly on top. Furthermore, Kaido looked like that person's mount. Although many would have such irreverent and strange thoughts upon seeing this situation, no one would dare to voice them, unless they wanted to die. Kaido in dragon form spiraled down and directly crashed through the roof of a room. This complete disregard for property made Mu-chan click his tongue. But this was Kaido's asset, and Mu-chan wasn't going to waste his time complaining. Kaido had money. He could do whatever he wanted. "Lord Kaido." As soon as Kaido entered the room, someone came forward. Is Lord Kaido's arm injured?" A small girl in a kimono stood in the air above, looking at Kaido in surprise. This little girl, carrying a large paper fan with the character on her back and with a paper covering her entire face, was Kaido's secretary, Bao Huang. Then, upon seeing Mu-chan standing next to Kaido, Bao Huang was even more surprised. "The Emperor, Slayer Mu-chan." "Oh, it's Bao Huang." Kaido looked up and said, "Go have someone prepare the banquet. I want to entertain Mu-chan." "Yes, Lord Kaido. I will have someone come to treat your arm right away." Bao Huang quickly responded upon hearing Kaido's orders. Mu-chan broke into Wano country, and Kaido went to find him. As Kaido's secretary, she had known about it for a long time. However, she didn't expect Kaido's arm to be severely injured, while Mu-chan seemed completely fine. This left her in shock. Moreover, they had fought, and now Kaido had brought him back, claiming it was for a banquet. To be honest, she was a bit confused. However, based on her understanding of Kaido, it was normal for him to do such things. "Go ahead." Kaido waved his hand, and the royal guard immediately slipped into the ceiling. Then Kaido sat down directly on the ground, his right arm hanging limply to the side. "Ha ha ha. Mu-chan, make yourself comfortable," Kaido said. Mu-chan nodded, not thinking much of it, and sat down on the ground as well. "By the way, what do you want from me?" Kaido asked. "En alliance, Mu-chan replied calmement." "An alliance?" Kaido was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Of course, but who are we going to deal with? Blackbeard? Red-haired?" Kaido didn't expect Mu-chan was looking for an alliance. He had no objection to allying with Mu-chan. After all, a strong ally could help him gain more benefits. Not them. Mu-chan smirked, his eyes fixed on Kaido. Kaido looked at Mu-chan deeply, then laughed heartily. "You're actually planning to target the Navy? You're really bold. But I like people with guts. I wanted to start the most top-notch war in the world for a long time. You coming to me for an alliance is definitely the right choice." Kaido laughed. Starting the most top-notch war in the world was one of Kaido's ultimate dreams. Another was to form a pirate crew composed entirely of Zoan users. This dream was also a preparation for launching the most top-notch war in the world. Now that Mu-chan was seeking an alliance with him, with the two of them together, the Navy wouldn't be able to stop them. "If you want to start the most top-notch war in the world, we alone can't be considered the top-notch," Mu-chan said. "Oh, what do you mean?" Kaido looked at Mu-chun, his eyes shining with excitement. Of course, we need to bring in Blackbeard and Red-haired as well, Mu-chun said. Ha ha. The ultimate battle between pirates and the Navy, yes, that's the most top-notch war. Kaido felt his heart race at the thought of that scene. The pirate emperors battling the entire Navy and the world government would absolutely surpass the Marineford War from 2 years ago, and even rival the God Valley War from decades ago. Moreover, once it was announced, it would be a battle against the whole world. This was exactly what Kaido had always wanted. So when are we going to start? Kaido asked. No rush, just wait. Besides, I haven't contacted Blackbeard and Red-haired yet. But I believe it won't be long, Mu-chun replied. It was currently the World Conference period, and Dragon had already taken action. In a few days, newspapers would be reporting extensively on it. He wondered if Sabo and the others who infiltrated Mary Geos would clash with Fujitora and Green Bull again. However, Mu-chun had reminded Dragon last time, so it shouldn't lead to any unexpected situations. Well, just let me know when the time comes, Kaido nodded. Even if Kaido wanted to start the most top-notch war, there was still a preparation process. And he wasn't afraid that Mu-chun would team up with the Navy to backstab him. Kaido was confident in that regard. Moreover, once these overlords of the New World united to attack the Navy wouldn't stand a chance against them. As for the eventual defeat of the Navy, these pirate overlords wouldn't simply share the spoils peacefully. They would definitely betray each other. Having been a pirate for many years, Kaido was well aware of the intricacies involved. One moment they were allies against a common enemy, and the next moment, as soon as the enemy was down, the alliance would shatter instantly. Betrayal among pirates was a very normal phenomenon. Mu-chun nodded. The Navy, the world government, soon we'll be able to take them all down. Once we do, this world will belong to us, Kaido said with a hearty laugh. To dominate the entire world and become the king of the world. This was originally what Kaido's former captain, Rox, wanted to do. Having been a pirate intern under Rox for a long time, Kaido was greatly influenced by him. Kaido's desire to start the most top-notch war in the world was largely due to the defeat of the Rox pirates by the Navy in the God Valley battle, which planted a deep seed in his heart. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Rox, and to do that, he needed to start the most top-notch war and battle the Navy and the world government, achieving a resounding victory in the process. Mu-chun listened to Kaido's remarks, appearing calm on the surface, but secretly sneering. Lord Kaido, I didn't expect you to be injured. The alluring Black Maria, dressed in a revealing shoulder-bearing kimono and with a graceful figure, came here with people and said with a hint of surprise. Ha ha ha, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Kaido didn't care at all about the fact that the bones in his entire right arm were shattered. To be honest, with timely treatment, such an injury could heal quickly. Is this Lord Mu-chun? I've long heard of your great name. Black Maria slightly bowed to Mu-chun, then came to sit beside Kaido, gently leaning against him. Mu-chun nodded upon hearing this. Under the orders of Black Maria, the Doctor of the Beast Pirates immediately began treating Kaido. By the way, Mu-chun, you mentioned wanting to discuss an alliance with Blackbeard and Shanks, but you haven't started yet, right? Kaido asked. Black Maria was slightly surprised to hear Kaido's words, then turned her gaze to Mu-chun, who was sitting opposite Kaido. En alliance, and with the pirate emperors Blackbeard and Shanks? This is a big deal. Moreover, it was mentioned by Kaido himself, which indicates that Mu-chun and Kaido have already formed an alliance. If these few really succeed in forming an alliance, it will be the most powerful pirate alliance in the world. I believe the Navy will have a headache upon hearing this news, right? They might even directly start a war between pirates and the Navy. No, if possible, you can go find Blackbeard, and I'll handle Shanks. Mu-chun shook his head and said, the situation with Blackbeard is definitely not as easy to handle as with Kaido. The members of the Blackbeard pirates are all ruthless pirates. Compared to Kaido's group of madmen, they're completely a bunch of crazies among crazies. When they meet, there will surely be another fight, and they might even get ganged up on. Although Mu-chun really wants to kill Blackbeard, it's not the right time yet. Blackbeard is much tougher than Kaido. If he accidentally kills him when he goes looking for him, it would be meaningless. Oh, of course, he would definitely be willing. After all, if he misses such a grand event, it would be a huge regret for him. Ha ha ha. Kaido said with a fierce glint in his eyes. If he is unwilling, we'll beat him until he is. Kaido did not want Blackbeard to sneak attack him while he was starting a war. Blackbeard has done such things many times before. The events of the Marineford War 2 years ago are still fresh in memory. The biggest winner of that battle was Blackbeard, who hid until the last moment. If he worked hard to secure a victory, only to have it snatched away easily by Blackbeard, Kaido would definitely go crazy. Of course, he will agree. Mu-chun revealed a cold smile. The two exchanged glances, knowing what the other wanted to do. I'll go find him personally, Kaido said, narrowing his eyes. Black Maria looked at Mu-chun and Kaido, silently feeling a sense of foreboding for Blackbeard's future. If Blackbeard is stubborn, then these two ruthless individuals will directly team up to attack the Blackbeard pirates. If that happens, the Blackbeard pirates will definitely be destroyed and fall apart. A strong alliance would likely be something as shrewd as Blackbeard would not dare to refuse. Aha, Kaido, long time no see. I heard you lost an arm. A man and a woman walked in from the doorway, and a woman's voice rang out. Sister, how can you speak to Kaido like that? The man beside her said in a slightly panicked tone. Oh, it's Ultai and Page 1, Kaido said, looking towards the doorway. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Ah, you call losing an entire arm a minor injury? You really are putting on a brave face, Ultai mocked mercilessly, her head adorned with a pair of curved horns and a mask on her face. Hey sister, Page 1, with purple hair and long curls covering his right eye, wearing a horned hat and also a mask, tugged at Ultai's clothing, then looked apologetically at Kaido. I'm sorry, Kaido. Ha, it's fine, Kaido said, waving his hand with a smile. What brings you two here? Oh, we just came to see what happened to you, Ultai said casually, then looked at Mu-chun sitting nearby with curiosity. Is this the guy who injured Kaido? MHM. Kaido nodded indifferently, not caring at all. Do you want me to help you take revenge? Ultai said, flexing her slender arms and gesturing towards Kaido. Mu-chun looked at Ursha, whose tone varied, and thought that in the Beast Pirates, she was probably the only one brave enough to confront Kaido. She really was a hot-tempered big sister. Ha ha, no need. You can't beat him, Kaido laughed. Well, that's true. If I can't even beat you, there's no way I can take down someone who can cripple you. Ursha nodded seriously. Little Lord Mu-chun is still here. You can't talk like that. Hurry up and apologize to Lord Mu-chun, Black Maria said with a smile. TCH, I don't want to. Even though I can't beat him, I won't apologize. Ursha raised her delicate chin, looking unwilling. Really, little Black Maria shook her head helplessly, then looked apologetically at Mu-chun. I apologize on her behalf, Lord Mu-chun. Little Ert's personality is like this. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. Mu-chun waved his hand with a smile. This hot-tempered, sharp-tongued big sister dares to confront even her boss Kaido, let alone anyone else. All right, it's time to prepare for the banquet. I have something big to announce. Kaido said. Yeah, what is it? Can't you say it now? Why act so mysterious? Are you just full and bored? Ursha looked at Kaido disdainfully. Ha, don't be anxious, Ursha. Such a big event, of course. We need to celebrate it together. Kaido laughed and said. That's true. Then I'll listen to you, Lord Kaido. Ursha smiled. Hey, big sister, why did your attitude change so quickly? Pejuan complained ruthlessly. By the way, since you two are here, help me find my missing idiot son, Kaido said, looking at Ursha and Pejuan. So annoying. If it's your family problem, you should solve it yourself. Ursha shouted loudly. Big sister, stop saying that. Pejuan hurriedly said. I really like this little Black Maria licked her lips and then said in a slightly assertive tone, but since Lord Kaido has asked you to, then I'll trouble you both. All right, Lord Kaido. My sister and I will find young Master Yamato, Pejuan said. Then I'll leave it to you, Kaido nodded, seeing that Ursha wanted to say something else. Pejuan quickly pulled her and ran outside. Although Kaido was indeed very tolerant toward them, Ursha's constant chatter could be a problem, especially with Mu-chun, who had injured Kaido, still sitting nearby. If Ursha continued to stay, she might provoke the ruthless Mu-chun. At that time, even Kaido might not be able to protect them. On Oni Island, in a vast open-air hall, members of the Beast Pirates were drinking and eating meat, just as Kaido said, celebrating their return with a feast. On the high platform, several graceful geishas were dancing. The members of the Beast Pirates watched the geishas dance, cheering loudly, and the geishas were already accustomed to this. Every smile and frown captivating a large group of rough men below. Mu-chun and Kaido were sitting in a spacious and tall pavilion. At this moment, Kaido's right arm was wrapped in bandages and hung in front of his chest. For Kaido, a shattered arm bone was an injury that could heal in just a few days as long as the treatment was timely. Haha, Mu-chun, come, let's drink. Kaido held a large wine bowl, extending it in front of Mu-chun with his left hand. The wine in the bowl swayed a few times but did not spill out. Mu-chun smiled faintly upon seeing this, raised the large wine bowl in front of him, clinked it with Kaido's, and then drank it all in one go. Ha, refreshing, that's a man. Kaido saw Mu-chun drink it all and also boldly finish the wine in his bowl. Black Maria, kneeling beside them, picked up the wine jug to refill Mu-chun's bowl. Thank you, Mu-chun said to Black Maria with a smile. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Black Maria replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes like water gazing at Mu-chun, filled with curiosity about him. He was powerful and seemed quite down to earth, yet sitting there. He exuded an aura that was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he was planning to join forces with a few who ruled the New World to take down the Navy. Such determination was rare. Get lost, old man. Why did you bring me here? Yamato, along with Peggy Wan and Ultai, approached Mu-chun and Kaido, accompanied by a tall man wearing a loose male kimono and a mask resembling a demon. Oh, you're here, Yamato, Kaido said, looking at Yamato and patting the seat next to him, indicating for him to sit down. He then introduced Mu-chun. This is my son, Yamato. Yamato reluctantly sat beside Kaido, curiously looking at Mu-chun. Your son, huh? Kaido, you really are interesting, Mu-chun laughed. If Mu-chun hadn't known from the previous Life S manga that Yamato was a girl, he might have misunderstood when he heard Kaido refer to her as his son. After all, Yamato's obviously feminine voice and her sitting posture, combined with the fact that Wano had already had a very successful cross-dressing figure, made it hard not to associate Yamato with someone like Okiku. Ha ha ha, my son will become a general of Wano in the future. Kaido laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about what would happen if this reached Kaido's ears. However, Kaido truly didn't care. To him, Black Snake was merely a tool to help him control Wano. Such a waste could be replaced at any time. I don't want to. Damn, old man, don't make decisions for me. Yamato slammed the table, the shackles on her wrists clanking loudly as she shouted angrily at Kaido. Hearing this, Kaido lowered his eyelids and stared at Yamato in silence. Mu-chun looked at the two father and son in front of him and couldn't help but find it amusing. 20 years ago, the mastermind behind Kaido's obstruction of Wano's occupation, Kazuki Oden, was nearly as powerful as Kaido, making him difficult to kill. Therefore, Kaido resorted to cunning tactics to eliminate Kazuki Oden without bloodshed. However, Kaido's son, Yamato, happened to admire Kazuki Oden greatly. This admiration stemmed from Yamato witnessing Oden being subjected to boiling punishment as a child, enduring it for a full hour, and believing that Kazuki Oden was a true man. Later, by a stroke of luck, Yamato obtained Kazuki Oden's sailing diary, learning about the various hidden secrets and diverse islands beyond the seas, which deepened her admiration for Oden even further. Moreover, believing that the Red Scabbards were dead, Yamato felt that someone had to inherit Kazuki Oden's will. Thus, she began to call herself Kazuki Oden, dreaming of one day founding Wano country. However, every time she brought up such matters in front of Kaido, she would suffer a brutal beating. On multiple occasions, she even attempted to escape Wano, prompting Kaido to, in a fit of anger, place 2 shackles on her wrists, stating that if she escaped Wano, the shackles would explode. Consequently, Yamato gave up on escaping, as she did not dare to gamble on whether Kaido was serious. She still had dreams to fulfill. To establish Wano country, the prerequisite was to defeat or kill Kaido. So, a son who constantly wanted to rebel against her father. Kaido truly failed as a parent in this regard. Young Master Yamato, you shouldn't be so stubborn with your father, considering there are guests present. Hey Maria said with a smile from the side. Oomph. Who told this bastard, Dad, not to support me? Yamato retorted angrily. Don't you want to become the shogun of Wano? Mu-chun asked Yamato. Whoever wants to can do it, Yamato replied disdainfully. Mu-chun looked at the simple-minded woman with amusement. So this is the legendary moon beast, the brainless one? Didn't you say you wanted to establish a country for Wano? As far as I know, the general in Wano is basically the king, right? If you say you become the king, wouldn't that make it possible? Mu-chun chuckled. Of course, this was just Mu-chun's talk. As long as Kaido was still in power, the general of Wano was merely a decoration, and establishing a country in Wano was simply impossible. Upon hearing this, Yamato's eyes brightened, and she lightly tapped her left palm with her right fist. Yeah, if that's the case, then we can establish a country, right? How come I didn't think of that before? I am eternally grateful. You truly have great insight, my lord. Yamato bowed to Mu-chun in thanks. Black Maria looked at Mu-chun and Yamato with a strange expression. How could such a thing be possible? It seems like a way to fool children, no? However, if Yamato really wants to become the general of Wano because of this, then Kaido would have one less thing to worry about. As for the establishment of a country afterward, impossible. Then, Yamato turned to Kaido and said seriously, since that's the case, let me become the general, you bastard old man. Kaido squinted his eyes, looking at his silly son. Did he really get tricked by Mu-chun? I may seem like I prefer to act recklessly, but my brain works just fine. Why didn't you inherit that? Could it be that after admiring Oden for so many years, you also inherited his stupidity? I should have hit you harder back then. I should have made you give up on idolizing Odin sooner. I regret it now. If you want to become the general, then that's the best. Kaido sighed deeply in his heart and didn't mention that establishing a country was impossible. After all, Kaido still loved his daughter very much. This was quite easy to see. After all, when his daughter wanted to become a man, he didn't stop her, and he even called her son. He didn't strongly oppose her desire to inherit Odin's will, at most just giving her a couple of hits. If such rebellious behavior happened to someone else, they would probably be spitting blood. So, when can I become the general of Wano? Yamato looked at Kaido with hope. She thought that if she could become the general of Wano soon, she could fulfill Odin's will earlier. Not yet. It's not time, Kaido said. Is that so? Then I will wait patiently. Yamato nodded. After all, she had been waiting for so many years. A little more time didn't matter. Anyway, her dad had personally said he wanted her to be the general of Wano, so Yamato still believed it. Muchan shook his head with a smile. He didn't care much about how things were in Wano. He had just found Yamato's slightly silly demeanor amusing and wanted to tease her a bit. He didn't expect Yamato to take it seriously. One could only say that Kaido had successors. The other people present couldn't help but laugh at Yamato's serious expression. Lord Kaido, you can announce what you want to declare now. Bao Huang reminded, fearing that if it continued, their young master from the Beast Pirates would embarrass himself in front of outsiders. Kaido nodded, then picked up his wine bowl, stood up, and slowly walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the members of the Beast Pirates who were feasting below. Hey, you guys. The members of the Beast Pirates immediately stopped their actions and looked up at Kaido on the high platform. From now on, our Beast Pirates are forming an alliance with Muchun. Kaido's voice was thunderous, reaching every member's ears. Oh, it's that Emperor Slayer Muchun. If our pirate crew allies with him, there will definitely be big moves. Just a while ago, Kaido was still fighting with Muchun, and now they are turning around to form an alliance. This is truly unexpected. Why worry about it? It's Kaido's decision. We just need to follow him. The members of the Beast Pirates had different reactions, but they all shared one common feeling: shock. Although Muchun doesn't have much of a foundation in the New World, he is powerful enough on his own. He can kill Charlotte Linlin and can disable one of Kaido's arms. This is a genuine battle record. Now that Muchun and Kaido are joining forces, it will be the most shocking thing on this sea. Once this news spreads, the Navy and Blackbeard will definitely not remain indifferent. The red-haired might be fine, but the Navy and Blackbeard, especially Blackbeard, will definitely be restless. The red-haired just has one ship, drifting unpredictably on the sea. Meanwhile, Blackbeard has a vast territory and is an extremely ambitious pirate. They have reason to believe that after Kaido and Muchun form an alliance, they will seek trouble with Blackbeard. Pirates are just like that. Jean had an expression of as expected. After all, Muchun and his group were having a banquet here. Plus, Muchun had boldly entered Wano without fighting Kaido to the death, which clearly indicated he had business with Kaido. Lord Kaido is going to ally with Muchun. The overweight, mustache man with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a pair of sunglasses tied with cross straps on his head, and sporting a tattoo of the word Kui along with the Beast Pirate symbol on his right arm, was one of the three disasters, Plague Queen, who looked surprised. He had no idea about this. When Kaido and Jean went to find Muchun and the others who had invaded Wano, he was still in the Rabbit Bowl area. Then he was suddenly notified to come to the banquet to hear about an important matter from Kaido, and he was curious about what it was. He then looked at Jean, who appeared calm beside him, feeling like he was failing as one of Kaido's three disasters, as if many things were being kept from him. However, seeing that everyone else, except for Bao Huang and Black Maria, also had surprised expressions, he felt relieved. At least he wasn't the only one who didn't know in advance. If it came to that point, he would have fallen out of favor. Forming an alliance with this guy? Why? Has Kaido lost his mind? Ultai looked astonished. Big sister, don't say that anymore. Page 1 said helplessly next to Ultai. Little Ultai, why not take advantage of such a beneficial situation? Black Maria said, lazily resting on her side, supporting her chin with her hand as she looked at Ultai. But this guy broke Lord Kaido's arm when he first arrived here, right? Ultai pointed at Muchun. That kind of injury is just a minor one for Lord Kaido. It will heal quickly. Besides, don't you understand Lord Kaido's personality? That was just a greeting between emperors, Black Maria said, cleverly flattering Muchun. After all, the title of Pirate Emperor isn't just about strength. One must also have a sufficiently powerful force. However, as long as one is as strong as Muchun, having a force is also easy for him. And you should show some respect to Lord Muchun, little Ultai, Black Maria added. Fine, I got it. Ultai waved her hand in annoyance. Once again, I apologize, Lord Muchun. Black Maria looked at Mu Chun apologetically, then raised her wine glass to toast to Mu Chun and drank it all in one go. Mu Chun nodded calmly and didn't say anything. Why would he hold a grudge against a little girl? Hitting her? That would be unnecessary. Mu Chun wasn't at the point of being overly calculating yet. X-Drake sat nearby, also looking surprised. However, his feelings were different from others. This kind of situation needed to be reported back to headquarters as soon as possible. If it was delayed, it would be disastrous, especially in such a tense situation during the World Conference. That's right. Drake was a spy planted by the Navy within the Beast Pirates, and he was the captain of the Navy's Secret Special Forces unit sword. With his ancient Zoan-type Devil Fruit, it was quite easy for him to infiltrate the Beast Pirates. His strength was also formidable, and in 2 years, he had risen to a high position within the Beast Pirates Flying Six. He had been able to gather various hard-to-come-by intelligence from the Beast Pirates. Over the past 2 years, he had transmitted quite a bit of information. However, what Drake didn't know was that his identity had long been suspected. Fuzz Fu, wearing a horned helmet that covered the upper half of his face and holding a cigarette, secretly observed Drake's behavior. Fuzz Fu and Quinn had already noticed various suspicious aspects of Drake. Therefore, Fuzz Fu had been keeping an eye on Drake. If the evidence was conclusive, he would directly take action to eliminate Drake. Kaido looked at his excited subordinates and laughed loudly. Next, we're going to initiate the top-level war in the world. Oh. The top-level war. Members of the Beast Pirates below shouted in excitement, celebrating the major event they were about to undertake. Hearing this, Drake furrowed his brow in concern. Initiating a war? That would be the worst thing possible. The news of Mu Chun's strength has spread to all corners of the world, and he had witnessed the battle between Mu Chun and Kaido with his own eyes. A fight that left him both shocked and terrified. If these two join forces, it will be difficult for the Navy to stop them. Just thinking about what will happen next made Drake unable to suppress his anxiety, and he couldn't pretend any longer. Let the wild party begin, Kaido shouted, raising his left hand high. Oh. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Akainu bit down on a cigar, looking at the urgent intelligence with a grim expression. The ashtray on the table was piled high with cigar butts and ash, and a towering stack of documents sat beside it. The biggest trouble was coming. Various major incidents were piling up, and, as the Fleet Admiral, he was truly troubled. Oh, what important intelligence is it this time? Sakazuki Kizuru said casually, sitting nearby with his legs crossed and idly filing his nails. Now Beast Kaido and Emperor Slayer Mu Chun have formed an alliance. Akainu said hoarsely, tossing the information directly to Kizuru. Oh, that's truly terrifying. Neither of these two is easy to deal with, and now that they're united, they will definitely create a major incident, Kizaru said, putting down his nail clipper and taking a look at the information. Given the magnitude of this event, even he, who usually slacks off, could distinguish the gravity of the situation. Mu Chun and Kaido are both powerful. If they join forces against the Navy, the outcome will not be like the Marineford War 2 years ago. Indeed, with so many matters intertwined now, we in the Navy cannot spare much manpower, Akainu said. The Revolutionary Army has officially declared war at Mariewa. The warlord system has been abolished, and Mu Chun and Kaido have formed an alliance. Are we supposed to split our forces into thirds? Akainu slammed the table, his face filled with anger. The World Conference has already passed, and the Revolutionary Army sent Sabo and others to declare war. Things have gone very smoothly, and the retreat was timely, avoiding being entangled by Admirals Fujitora and Green Bull. This time, after Mu Chun had warned Dragon early, Sabo was also ordered not to cause trouble. So at Mariewa, when Sabo and the others saw the tragic state of Kuma, they endured it. They were just waiting for the formal start of the war to vent their anger on those damned celestial dragons. The abolition of the warlord system was proposed by Fujitora at the World Conference, and most people in the Navy actually agreed. Moreover, King Riku III of Dressrosa and King Cobra of Alabasta supported it. The Gorosei did not particularly oppose it, so the proposal was passed directly. Therefore, the Navy has already dispatched forces to hunt down the existing warlords and capture them to impel down. Now, with major events breaking one after another, the Navy is overwhelmed. Especially for Akainu, the Fleet Admiral, is even more so. Originally, there was no need to send forces to capture the existing warlords, but Fujitora insisted on abolishing it. Now Fujitora is indeed satisfied. The subsequent cleanup tasks will fall on Akainu, Sakazuki. Thinking about it now, Akainu is furious. He should have adamantly opposed the abolition of the warlord system. But now that the matter has happened, Akainu feels helpless and cannot turn back. He can only quickly arrange strategies to deal with these major troubles. Intelligence reports that Kaido is about to start the world's top war. Does this mean he wants to start a war with us, the Navy? Kizaru said seriously, glancing at the intelligence report. That is certain. Pirates and the Navy have always been natural enemies. Kaido definitely wants to invade the Navy headquarters with a large army, like 2 years ago. Moreover, the biggest trouble is still Mu-chan. Zephyr and Aokiji are his allies, and now he's gone to ally with Kaido. Zephyr and Aokiji have also fallen. They actually want to ally with pirates. They are both fools. They have completely tarnished the face of justice. Akainu's face was filled with black lines as he shouted angrily. Sakazuki, don't say such things, Sengoku walked in. Akainu glanced at Sengoku and snorted coldly. The most important thing now is to put preventive measures in place, Sengoku said. We currently can't spare forces to deal with the alliance of Mu-chan and Kaido. You know this. Akainu said with a cold face. Most of the Navy's forces are currently focused on guarding against the Revolutionary Army, and some are also allocated to deal with the former warlords. The world government attaches great importance to the Revolutionary Army's declaration of war, even more so than the alliances among pirates. Because the Revolutionary Army is the greatest enemy that can truly shake the foundation of the world government, this cannot be ignored. For so many years, the world government has been relentlessly suppressing the Revolutionary Army. Yet the results have been unsatisfactory. Instead, the Revolutionary Army has overturned the control of many world government member countries, and its hidden power continues to grow. Even now, the world government has no clear understanding of how strong the Revolutionary Army is. They only know a few generals and high-ranking officials. As for how many mid- and low-ranking members there are and how strong their weapons are, they have no idea. It can only be said that under Dragon's leadership, the Revolutionary Army's ability to hide and evade tracking is unmatched. I know this. The world government has indeed issued a death order. The Navy really cannot spare the energy to deal with the pirate alliance. However, necessary measures must be taken. Otherwise, if those pirate allies go crazy and attack the Navy headquarters, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sengoku sighed lightly and said, "Oh, then let's not worry about the pirate alliance for now. Let's first complete the tasks assigned by the world government," Kizaru said. Upon hearing this, Akainu fell into thought. Given the current situation, it indeed should be so. After all, the Navy is just a dog that can bite, led by the world government. The Navy cannot resist the orders of the world government at all. This is the most fatal point. The shackles around the Navy's neck are too tight. Even someone like Akainu, who adopts an extreme approach towards pirates, has to obey the orders of the world government. And it is precisely because of the severe constraints on the Navy that Aokiji and Zephyr have become dissatisfied with the current Navy. Only by overthrowing the world government and breaking the shackles of the Navy can the Navy better execute justice and protect civilians. I agree with this, Sakazuki. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary. Sengoku nodded and looked at Akainu earnestly. You cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Sengoku, having been the fleet admiral for so many years, knows this very well. There is nothing in the world that is perfect. Just like that saying, if I pick up a brick, I can't hold you. If I put down a brick, I can't support you. It's very straightforward, but it resonates deeply. Sengoku came here to engage in some psychological activity with Akainu, to guide him, hoping he wouldn't get stuck in a dilemma. I know all this. I'm not stupid, Akainu said. Well, that's best, Sengoku nodded. If Akainu were stupid, he wouldn't have been able to become the fleet admiral. As a general, one might act foolishly, but as fleet admiral, one leads the entire Navy. If a leader is a simpleton, lacking intelligence, the Navy will eventually be defeated. However, no matter what, preventive work must still be done. We still do not know what exactly Mu-chan and Kaido's alliance intends to do. This is something we need to intensify our intelligence gathering efforts on and prepare for the worst. Akainu furrowed his brows and said, just now, when I mentioned that the alliance between Mu-chan and Kaido is going to attack the Navy, it was merely my speculation. It could just as easily be that they're joining forces to deal with Blackbeard and red-haired Shanks. After all, for so many years, these pirates in the New World have been constantly clashing, with both sides trying to swallow each other's forces to strengthen their own. However, now that Kaido has declared the start of the world's top-level war, this statement does not sound like a war between pirates at all, because this assertion is fundamentally untenable. In Akainu's view, the world's top-level war is nothing but a pirate alliance attacking the Navy. The Navy has many soldiers, who could be said to be spread across the world outside the New World. Moreover, there are numerous elite soldiers, which pirates cannot compare to at all. The Navy can continuously recruit soldiers and has a complete set of training standards and norms that have been improved over many years. This allows even the lowest-ranking Navy soldiers to exhibit great combat power. This is something that pirate crews cannot match. After all, the number of pirates is ultimately not as many as the Navy. However, pirates also possess strength that is forged from dancing on the edge of a knife. So their mid to high level strength is much stronger. After all, which pirate who can reach that level wasn't forced out by the Navy and their peers? With a knife at their necks, how could their strength not rise? If they still can improve, they would be facing a dead end or would spend their lives as insignificant little pirates. It is only right that knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Sengoku looked at Akainu and nodded with satisfaction. It seems you have really made a lot of progress, Sakazuki. The position of Fleet Admiral can truly smooth out anyone's sharp edges. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but glance at Kizaru, who was acting like a salted fish all day, feeling a surge of frustration. Look at Sakazuki, a hawkish Navy officer who is as radical as it gets, and now he has progressed so much, knowing to look at the long term. And look at you little rascal, who only knows how to slack off and clock in and out without any progress. Can't you change a bit? Speaking of which, Kizaru was initially part of Sengoku's faction, essentially Sengoku's half-student. Since joining the Navy, he still looks like a salted fish. If it weren't for his exceptional talent, one wouldn't even know where he would be now, just passing time in some corner of the Navy. However, if it were that kind of life, Kizaru might be very willing. At least he wouldn't have to worry about which celestial dragon did something stupid and got attacked, then sent to clean up the mess. The celestial dragon's way of doing things is something that no one in the Navy likes, because it is the greatest insult to the Navy's justice. Yet they are helpless against it. Just like now, the Revolutionary Army has officially declared war on the world government, or rather the celestial dragons. The Navy is supposed to rush to protect the celestial dragons in this crisis, instead of dealing with the Pirate Alliance. This situation, whether it is the justice-driven Akainu or the laid-back Kizaru, is something they both find very frustrating. How about this? I'll give those new generation Navy officers a lesson, so they can learn more about the pirate emperors, Sengoku said. You do what you think is best, Akainu nodded. Many of the new generation Navy officers have never encountered the pirate emperors. Their understanding of these pirate emperors is only at a basic level. For instance, many new generation Navy officers don't even know the backgrounds of these pirate emperors. Akainu fully supports researching how to deal with pirates and would promote it vigorously, hoping to engrave the notorious names of these pirates in the hearts of the Navy. This way, it would be much more convenient to formulate various plans against pirates in the future. The fewer people who oppose it, the better. Akainu would be able to accomplish many things seamlessly. Speaking of which, the alliance between Mushin and Kaido makes me feel like I'm seeing another Rocks Pirates, Sengoku sighed. The Rocks Pirates were a group of formidable individuals, and one could even say they were the cradle of pirate overlords. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, Shiki, and so on. These powerful overlords who have dominated the New World for many years all emerged from the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, the Beast Kaido, who is currently giving the Navy a huge headache, was merely a pirate intern there at that time. Back then, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were already vice admirals who shook the seas. Their bodies were also at their peak. Unlike now, only Garp, that beast-like existence, has maintained his peak combat power, while the strength of the other old generation has declined to varying degrees. Back then, in the eyes of these old generation Navy officers, Kaido was insignificant. Sengoku and Garp could easily kill him. But after all these years, Kaido has fully developed and evolved, making it very difficult for the Navy to deal with him now. Although there are many talented individuals in the Navy has to deal with more than just Kaido. There are too many areas where the Navy's high-end combat power needs to be taken care of. It is very difficult to concentrate forces to eliminate Kaido in one fell swoop. Pulling one thread could unravel the whole garment. This is the Navy's concern. Oh, that is indeed a very terrifying existence, the Rocks Pirates, but they were eventually eliminated by the Navy, Kizaru said with a chuckle. The reputation of the Rocks Pirates has long been completely erased by the world government. In today's world, only old generation individuals like Sengoku know about the Rocks Pirates. The new generation is completely unaware of this maritime overlord from decades ago. Of course, the higher-ups in the Navy definitely know, but only to varying degrees. The Rocks Pirates almost became the new king of the world. Back then, the Navy, in alliance with the Roger Pirates, spared no effort to deal with the Rocks Pirates. And coupled with the very low loyalty of the pirates within the Rocks Pirates, it was only then that the Navy could win that battle. And it was a hard-fought victory. The Navy only killed the leader, rocks, while all the other high-ranking members fled and became the new maritime overlords afterward. The rocks pirates. Saying they were annihilated is not entirely accurate. The aftermath of that battle, you two know as well as I do, gave rise to one new pirate overlord after another. Sengoku shook his head and said, he was very self-aware. The Navy only eliminated rocks. However, being able to eliminate the most powerful and most insane pirate overlord at that time also paved a long road for the Navy to develop slowly afterward. Otherwise, this world would not belong to the world government, but to a mad pirate with a side eye. And what would happen in the world afterward? Sengoku could guess with his rear end. It would definitely be a world where this madman, rocks, would cause great unrest. There is even a significant possibility that the entire world would be destroyed. What if there's another rocks pirates? Our Navy is not to be trifled with. Akainu said disdainfully. The current Navy indeed has the confidence to say such things. After all these years of development, everything that should be there is already in place. It's just that now these major events are all piled together, and the Navy can't spare any energy. But it also made Mr. Garp become a world-renowned naval hero after that battle. Kizaru smiled, and then curiously asked, by the way, why didn't Mr. Sengoku become one of the heroes after that? Of course, there can only be one hero. It's just a title to stabilize the civilians. Sengoku shook his head and said, moreover, that old guy Garp doesn't care at all about the title of naval hero. The title of naval hero is just a symbol, meant to make civilians believe in the Navy and support it. But the title naval hero has inspired many people to aspire to join the Navy and take pride in being a naval officer, Kizaru said with a smile. Well, it was considered for that reason that Garp was appointed. Otherwise, do you think that old bastard would agree? It was only because we old guys persuaded him tirelessly that he finally agreed to take it on. Sengoku recalled the scene from back then with a helpless expression. Since you say that, how about letting you try being a naval hero? As long as you perform well in the upcoming major events. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru and said, as long as you, a slacker who just muddles through the days, can show some improvement and seriousness, what's just a title of naval hero? What harm could it do to you? Oh, never mind. I'm just not cut out to be a hero. Kizaru waved his hand and said, trying to trick me into working harder? No way. But if the salary is right, I could take down a Yonko for you. Sengoku shook his head. He was absolutely clear about Kizaru's response. He had just said it casually. If Kizaru really changed his mind and agreed, Sengoku would definitely have reason to believe that this Kizaru was a fake. Whether it's a hero or a bear, as long as they can capture pirates, that's a good navy, Akainu said, arms crossed and looking cool. Well, that's indeed the case. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Yes, you all make valid points, Kizaru pouted, looking quite mischievous. Still the same old flavor, Sakazuki. You just made a bunch of lofty statements, and I thought you had changed. Then I'll go teach the new generation of naval officers. This old bone of mine needs to exert some effort too. Sengoku pretended to knock on his back. On the submarine, Mu-chun and the others have already left the country of Harmony and are continuing to sail on the sea, searching for the whereabouts of red-haired Shanks. To be honest, it's very difficult to find Shanks. After all, he's just one ship, and no one knows where it drifts. Perhaps at this very moment, the red-haired pirates are having a banquet. Mu-chun called upon the long-lost system. Ding! The host currently has one inheritance chance left. There's already been one chance to inherit from a deceased, and there are still 10 days until the next inheritance chance is replenished. It has detected that there is a powerful body of a deceased in the system's backpack. Would you like to proceed with the inheritance? 10 more days, and I only have one inheritance opportunity left, Mu-chun said. However, Mu-chun did not plan to inherit directly now. It was unnecessary. Mu-chun was already strong enough. Moreover, the powerful body of the deceased stored in the system space had very little potential for enhancing Mu-chun's strength. Keeping this opportunity might still serve as a special red potion that could have a minor effect in battle. Mu-chun was holding a newspaper, looking to see if there were any event happening. It seems the World Conference has ended, and the Revolutionary Army's declaration of war has also concluded. Sabo and the others haven't been captured, which is good. Moreover, the Shichibukai system has been abolished, which is a good thing. The Navy should be sending people to capture the Shichibukai now, right? Mu-chun nodded. With this, he needed to speed up his actions. He also remembered that the Navy had a special force said to be able to replace the Shichibukai, which was quite mysterious and known to very few. However, coming from Vegapunk, it was certainly credible in terms of strength. Otherwise, Fujitora wouldn't have praised it so highly. The Shichibukai has been abolished? I didn't expect such a major event to happen during the World Conference, and the world government actually agreed to it. That's really unexpected, Law said in surprise. He was still a member of the Shichibukai, and he didn't expect that shortly after rising to this position, the system would be abolished. However, Law didn't have any particular feelings about the Shichibukai. After all, he initially joined the Shichibukai just to do some things that required that identity. Now that he has joined Mu-chun, the Shichibukai was of no concern to him. Moreover, he heard Mu-chun mention that the Shichibukai would be captured by the Navy, and now he didn't know if the Navy would suddenly decide to capture him. It should be impossible, as Mu-chun's strength was evident. Anyone with a brain wouldn't provoke them. However, the other Shichibukai wouldn't have such treatment. They would still be captured and hunted down. As long as they could capture one Shichibukai, it would be enough to save face for the Navy. As for capturing all the Shichibukai, that's impossible, not to mention Mihawk, who had previously fought against Mu-chun. Just considering the powerful national strength of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, along with being in the calm belt with natural defenses, dealing with her would be a thankless task. Well, the Shichibukai system is now dispensable for the world government. And with some people in the Navy's higher-ups insisting on its abolition, that's how it ended up. Mu-chun said, I see, but now the Navy will be overwhelmed with work. Law laughed. Of course, but that's better. The busier the Navy is, the less our actions will be disturbed by them. Mu-chun said, but we don't need to worry about any interference from the Navy. We just need to find red-haired Shanks. The Navy can't reach us here. He said this, but where should they look for red-haired Shanks? Luo asked in confusion. No one knew Shanks' whereabouts, and although the territory of the red-haired pirates didn't seem large, finding them wasn't a simple task. Let's just wander around their territory for a few days. We should be able to encounter them, Mu-chun suggested. Luo nodded. On the seas of a new world, a massive pirate flagship with a dragon-headed prow was cutting through the waves. Ha, Captain, that Mu-chun is nowhere to be found. Lucky Lu waved a piece of roasted meat in his hand, dancing around, his belly jiggling. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Mu-chun runs around too much, staying in one place for just a few days before moving on to the next. Red-haired Shanks sighed deeply, sitting on a large barrel with his head downcast. Since deciding to meet Mu-chun, red-haired Shanks and his crew had left their territory. Initially, when they learned that Mu-chun was in Gold City, they headed straight there. However, by the time they arrived, Mu-chun had already left, and they were forced to spend a few days in Gold City. Later, they received intel that Mu-chun was fighting with Hawkeye on Kaido's territory, Scrap Iron Island, which piqued Shanks' interest. They immediately headed towards Scrap Iron Island. After all, the red-haired pirates had a very good relationship with Hawkeye and understood his character well. They knew he must have gone specifically to find Mu-chun to fight. However, as one of the four emperors, it was too risky for the red-haired pirates to recklessly enter another emperor's territory, especially since their relationship with the beast pirates was very poor. Yet, the red-haired pirates were also quite impulsive. They wanted to meet Mu-chun, so they decided to go directly, as they weren't looking to fight Kaido. Unfortunately, upon arrival, they found that Mu-chun had left again, only seeing a wounded Hawkeye. They could only invite him aboard to catch up, and they were shocked to learn about the outcome of their battle. Seeing the severely injured Hawkeye, red-haired Shanks immediately decided to throw a banquet to celebrate. Back and forth, they still didn't know where Mu-chun had gone. However, they speculated that since Mu-chun had gone to Kaido's territory, he was likely headed to Wano country. The red-haired pirates couldn't just casually run into Kaido's lair like Mu-chun. Otherwise, Kaido would definitely think they were planning to go to war with the beast pirates. So they refrained from recklessly heading to Wano country. They were still drifting at sea. It's so hard. I just want to meet Mu-chun and chat with him. Why is it so difficult? Red-haired Shanks said, looking troubled, devoid of any of the dignity one would expect from an emperor. But red-haired Shanks had always been this way, easygoing and unconcerned about trivial matters. Ha, Captain, you sound like someone who's chasing after a woman. Jesus Burgess laughed, clutching his stomach. Ha, it really does sound like that. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were heartbroken, Captain. Shanks sighed lightly, shaking his head. Hey, chasing women requires skill, Captain. Do you want me to teach you? Jesus Burgess raised an eyebrow, smiling at red-haired Shanks. Forget it. How can a man always be concerned about romance? We still have dreams to fulfill. Red-haired Shanks waved his hand and laughed at the end. Ha, indeed, our dreams are yet to be realized. Lucky Lu chimed in. Captain, we have intel. Mu-chun and his crew have appeared in our territory. Ben Beckman came out from the cabin and said, they've come to our territory? Red-haired Shanks exclaimed in surprise. Yes, and they're not hiding their whereabouts at all. It feels like they're coming directly for us, Ben Beckman nodded. Isn't that perfect? We're looking for him too. Man, let's head back. Red-haired Shanks stood up, calling out. Oh, Ben Beckman walked up to red-haired Shanks, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said seriously, Captain, The intel says Mu Chun has allied with Kaido. Upon hearing this, red-haired Shanks frowned slightly. He had not anticipated this at all. Their alliance would certainly not be simple. Kaido was a war maniac, and Mu Chun was no pushover either, having caused several major incidents shortly after debuting. If the two joined forces, it would undoubtedly plunge the world into chaos. This storm at sea has turned out to be much bigger than expected, red-haired Shanks remarked. Ever since the Marineford War 2 years ago, he had known this sea would not be peaceful. Moreover, over 20 years ago, his captain, Pirate King Roger, had already predicted that this sea would undergo tremendous changes. However, at that time, they had no idea whether it was for better or worse. But Pirate King Roger never thought too much about it. He only wanted to break the existing shackles of the world. Indeed, with the warlord system abolished, the Revolutionary Army declaring war on the world government, and Mu Chun allying with Kaido, the world is bound to witness an unprecedented war. Ben Beckman nodded, exhaling a ring of smoke. All these major events were happening at once, and the three major powers at sea were all making significant moves. No one could escape. I hope this world doesn't end up full of holes. If that happens, our adventures won't be as enjoyable. Red-haired Shanks gazed at the shimmering sea, his expression deep. Ben Beckman stood beside him, glancing at red-haired Shanks before turning his gaze to the distant sea. Although they were pirates, they also didn't want the whole world to turn to ruins. In this storm, I wonder what position we will find ourselves in, Ben Beckman said. No need to think too much, just adapt to the situation. Red-haired Shanks smiled, patting Ben Beckman's shoulder. After all, we're just a bunch of pirates. As long as we do what we want to do, living freely on this sea is what the red-haired pirates are all about. Exactly, no matter how the world changes. We just need to focus on ourselves, Ben Beckman smiled. In this storm, I'm certain Mu Chun will be the one standing at the center of all. Red-haired Shanks said, I wonder what the future holds for Luffy, who has inherited the captain's legacy. I hope he can freely roam this sea and become the most free person in the world. Shanks recalled Luffy, who bore the shadow of Roger, and hoped he wouldn't recklessly dive into this unprecedented storm. Because the storm that is about to sweep through this world is something that newcomers like Luffy, who have only just set sail for a few years, cannot withstand. Even as a Yonko, he couldn't say with absolute certainty that he would emerge from this storm unscathed. At Whole Cake Island, Katakuri stood on the balcony of a castle, his tall figure straight and his brows furrowed as he gazed into the distance. Now shouldering the responsibilities of the Charlotte family, his experiences during this time had changed him greatly. From a subordinate who followed orders to becoming the head of the entire family, he used all his strength to protect his siblings. After the death of Charlotte Linlin, both Kaido and Blackbeard, like hungry wolves, had been continuously attacking them, trying to devour more flesh. Fortunately, Katakuri was strong enough, and no one in their family chose to leave this home. They did not give up in the face of adversity. Otherwise, they would have long been absorbed by one of the factions. The silver lining was that Blackbeard and Kaido hadn't come in person, so they could still protect Whole Cake Island, this home they had poured their hearts into. Katakuri, Blackbeard's men are here again, Perospero said softly as he walked up to Katakuri. Haven't they given up yet? Katakuri replied calmly. No, Blackbeard is a very greedy person. He won't give up easily until he achieves his goals. Perospero shook his head and said. Then, Perospero smiled and added, however, Kaido has calmed down and hasn't continued to attack us, which is good news. This could be considered the best news in a while. Katakuri turned to look at his older brother and smiled self-deprecatingly. They had never imagined they would end up in such a desperate situation, but they couldn't blame anyone. The rule of this sea was that the winners take all. The fact that they were still alive was already the best outcome. The sea is no longer calm. The world government, the navy, the revolutionary army, and the pirates, these great powers are about to engage in a grand war. As long as we stay out of it, we might survive better, Perospero said. Hearing this, Katakuri shook his head and said, don't forget the most important reason we are still alive. Perospero opened his mouth, his eyes dimming. Yes, the reason they survived was because they agreed to a condition from Musin. How could Musin miss this upcoming grand war? Katakuri said at that time, Musin must have already foreseen the impending war, which is why he proposed that condition. So, they couldn't escape this war that would change the world order. Musin. Pekin hurriedly knocked on Musin's door. Mu Chun ruffled his hair, got up from the bed, and walked outside. What happened? Why the hurry? Mu Chun asked, lowering his eyelids and looking at Pei Jean. I can already see the red-haired ship. It seems they are also coming for us, Pei Jean said. Oh, have we finally met them? Mu Chun smiled, then headed straight for the deck. Mu Chun and his companions have been sailing in this sea area for 2 days. and they have finally encountered the red-haired pirates. They originally thought it wouldn't happen so soon, as no one knows where the red-haired pirates might drift. Even the Holy Land, Mariewa, has been visited by Shanks, who even had tea and chatted with the Gorosei. The fact that they can meet so quickly must be due to the various major events that have recently occurred on the sea, which have caught the attention of Shanks. The alliance between Mu Chun and Kaido has been causing quite a stir on the seas, but neither side has officially come forward to respond to the rumors. However, the lack of response from both Mu Chun and Kaido only heightens the suspicion about the truth behind it. Some say this is just gossip, given Kaido's personality. How could there not be any hints after forming an alliance? But immediately, others disagreed, stating that both Mu Chun and Kaido are notorious pirates, and pirates are inherently treacherous. So one can never know when they might suddenly create a major incident. The onlookers are having a great time, and the happiest among them is undoubtedly Morgan's. The News King. The various major events happening recently have significantly boosted his news sales. Moreover, he hopes that the world becomes even more chaotic, as that would allow him to constantly produce sensational news. Mu Chun walked onto the deck, and the red-haired Shanks gradually approached from the distance, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing across the sea at Mu Chun. Finally, I see you, Mu Chun, red-haired Shanks said with a slight smile, expressing his feelings. It's not easy, huh? In this day and age, it's so hard to meet someone. Me too. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. I didn't think I'd actually get to see you, Mu Chun replied with a smile. Ha ha, isn't that perfect? We both want to meet. So why not come up and chat? Red-haired Shanks tilted his head and said. Sure, Mu Chun nodded. Then, the submarine headed towards the red-haired Shanks ship. Mu Chun lightly jumped onto the deck of the red-haired Shanks ship, watching the members of the red-haired pirates standing silently behind Shanks, observing him. Jinbei and Law followed closely, standing behind Mu Chun. Next, red-haired Shanks walked in front of Mu Chun, looking into his eyes. In an instant, an invisible pressure emanated from between the two. The originally clear sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolling in, making it hard to breathe. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, as if a battle was about to break out. The two stared at each other in silence. Jinbei and Law stood ready, not daring to relax. After all, this was the Pirate Emperor. They were worried that the two would start fighting without a word. The members of the red-haired pirates were all elite, and Jinbei and Law couldn't handle so many people. Although they were at sea, which was Jinbei's domain, none of the members of the red-haired pirates were devil fruit users, so they could still exert most of their power at sea. Law looked at the imposing members of the red-haired pirates across from him and sighed helplessly. His strength was still too weak. Every time he followed Mu Chun to confront these sea overlords, he felt weaker in terms of momentum. However, seeing that Mu Chun was completely unconcerned, he didn't say anything. He could only silently strengthen his own abilities, since Mu Chun thought so highly of him. He couldn't let him down. After a moment of staring, red-haired Shanks suddenly smiled and warmly put his arm around Mu Chun's shoulder, like an old friend reuniting after many years. Come on, boys, get some good wine and properly entertain our guest. Red-haired Shanks called out. Yes, Captain. As the tension between the two dissipated, the dark clouds above the sky hurriedly came and went, and the sunlight once again shone on the sea. Law let out a sigh of relief. That oppressive atmosphere was truly terrifying. Even though he had experienced it many times, it was nothing compared to the pressure from earlier, which made it hard to breathe. Mu Chun and Shanks stood there in silence, not making a move or saying anything else. Just relying on the aura of the two of them could create such a terrifying scene. Is this what it means to be a king? It seems I still have a long way to go. Luo murmured to himself, so softly that even Jinbei beside him couldn't hear. Come on, come on. I've been looking for you for a long time, running back and forth, and I don't know how you can run so well, Shanks complained while pulling Mu Chun. He was very familiar. Ha ha, it's true. We've never seen the captain so determined to meet someone, just like chasing a woman. Jesus Burgess bluntly joked about his captain. Hey, Jesus Burgess, don't say that in front of Mu Chun. Give me some face, Shanks said, rolling his eyes at Jesus Burgess, feeling helpless. Yes, yes, yes. Our captain cares the most about his face. Ha ha. Jesus Burgess laughed heartily. Really, Mu Chun? You must not listen to his nonsense. I don't like men. Don't get the wrong idea. Shanks pulled Mu Chun and sat directly on the deck without any image. It's fine, just joking. If you really like men, then the people on your ship would have been in trouble long ago, Mu Chun said with a smile. Captain, do you really like men? Loggy Lu looked at Shanks in surprise. Ha ha ha. Lu, are you really a victim of the captain? Jesus Burgess said with a mischievous look, teasing Loggy Lu. What nonsense are you talking about? If this gets out, it will ruin my reputation. Shanks said, No, how could the captain be that kind of person? Besides, even if he really liked men, he wouldn't like someone like me, right? Loggy Lu hurriedly waved his hands and said. Ben Beckman covered his face with one hand, pretending not to know them. Jinbi and Luo exchanged glances. This kind of joke was not good. If it really got out, Shanks' reputation would be completely ruined. Was it still too late for them to run away? Otherwise, if Shanks got angry later, they would be the ones to suffer. Mu-chun looked at this group of funny characters in silence, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Just a few words, and they were about to destroy the image of red-haired Shanks. Fortunately, Shanks had a laid-back personality and didn't mind these things. If it were someone else, they would probably be ready to fight. All right, you guys, stop talking about this topic. My great image is about to be ruined by you all. Red-haired Shanks shouted at Jesus Burgess and the others. Not wanting to deal with them anymore, he directly grabbed 2 wine bowls, set them on the deck, and poured some wine. Shanks handed one of the wine bowls to Mu-chun, then raised his own to toast with him. Come on, drink up. The wine here is a rare collection, Shanks said. Meanwhile, Law and Jinbi were also pulled by the members of the red-haired pirates to drink. And even Beppo and the others, who had not come up from the submarine, were called up. It looked just like a banquet on the Red Fourth ship. However, this was something quite common in the red-haired pirates. In the red-haired pirates, anything else could be neglected, but having a banquet was absolutely essential. Of course, this doesn't mean that the red-haired pirates wouldn't do anything else besides holding banquets. They were still very passionate about adventures and treasure hunting. Living freely was the motto of this group of people. Mu-chun took the wine bowl, clinked glasses with the red-haired Shanks, and drank it straight down. To be honest, since Mu-chun arrived in this world, his strength has increased, but his alcohol tolerance has absolutely skyrocketed. Wherever he goes, he gets pulled into drinking and feasting. Moreover, with his current physical condition, he can completely control his alcohol intake. Ha, refreshing. I love people who drink like this. Come on, let us continue. Red-haired Shanks filled Mu-chun's bowl again. After this bowl, there are still 3 more. It was clear that he hadn't had enough to drink. Putting other matters aside for the moment, the 2 of them went back and forth, drinking several large bowls, before red-haired Shanks finally started chatting with Mu-chun. Have you allied with Kaido? Mu-chun nodded, put down the wine bowl, and looked at the red-haired Shanks. This matter had already spread across the sea. But aside from a few who knew the truth, others were still guessing whether it was real or fake. Mu-chun did not hide his intention of wanting to recruit red-haired Shanks into the alliance. TSK, I really didn't expect that. What does your alliance want to do? Red-haired Shanks asked directly, without any hint of subtlety. We're going after the Navy. Mu-chun smiled. Shanks nodded. He had already suspected this. Do you want to join us? Mu-chun asked. Me? Shanks scratched the back of his head, then shrugged and said, I don't know. After a pause, he continued, Now the whole world is in turmoil, and I don't know if I should get involved. This is the inevitable result. When Pirate King Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era. Wasn't it for this moment? Mu-chun said. Yeah, that's why I said I don't know. I've passed on the captain's will. But what I really want to see is how the inheritor of the captains will change this world. Red-haired Shanks looked at the wine in his bowl and sighed. In fact, those who came from Roger's ship all want to see what kind of changes the captain, Pirate King Roger's final choice, will bring to the entire world. From a spectator's perspective, without participating, after all, they've already done what they needed to do. Of course, pure spectators are mostly those old-timers. Younger generations like red-haired Shanks still want to experience it firsthand. The inheritor of Roger's will? It should be the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, right? Mu-chun smiled and said. Red-haired Shanks was taken aback by this, and then laughed, yes. He didn't question how Mu-chun knew this, as everyone has their own secrets. However, with Luffy's current strength, it's difficult for him to move forward in this storm. Red-haired Shanks said helplessly, he's still young, and his strength is steadily improving. If a few more years pass, he will definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Indeed, Mu-chun nodded. I traveled with Luffy and the others for a while. They still seemed too naive. Naive?